Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. Yi Tian, bring the soup. Okay. Yi Tian, cook the fish. Okay. Yi Tian, serve the rice. Okay. Yi Tian. After finally finishing the big and small things in the kitchen, Yi Tian returned to the dining table without even taking off his apron, but before he sat down, he felt the cold eyes of his nominal wife Xiaorong, and Yi Tian was slightly startled. Xiaorong said with great disgust, "You smell of oil smoke, don't come near me, go eat next to me." Yi Tian grinned, "I know, I'll pick up some dishes." After that, Yi Tian really squatted at the door with the rice bowl in his hand and started to eat. After a busy day, he was really hungry and tired. Father Xiao was no longer surprised by this strange situation, but he still couldn't help but say a few words to his daughter, "Rongrong, get a divorce as soon as possible, it will be good for both you and him." Xiaorong said with a gloomy face, "I have mentioned it many times, but he refused. What can I do? This waste is obviously planning to rely on me for life. Dad, you shouldn't have recruited him as a son-in-law. Look at his behavior of being a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. It disgusts me to death." "Hey!" Father Xiao took his eyes away from Yi Tian at the door and sighed softly. A year ago, his daughter Xiaorong got a strange disease. It was useless to consult countless experts at home and abroad. Until one day, he ran into a Taoist priest who traveled all over the world. After being reminded by the Taoist priest, Father Xiao learned that if he wanted to save his daughter's life, he must find someone with a mysterious fate to marry Xiaorong, so as to wash away the evil spirits in her. After many searches, Father Xiao finally found Yi Tian, who had just graduated from college and returned to Haijing to find a job, when his daughter was dying. It's true that the Taoists' method really works. Less than 3 months after the two got married, Xiaorong's strange disease healed without medicine, and her spirit was better than before the disease. However, although the disease was cured, the sequelae appeared. That was Yi Tian. It's not that Yi Tian is so bad, but the difference in family background between the two is too big. Xiao Group is the leading enterprise in Haijing City, with a market value of more than 1 billion yuan, while Yi Tian's family, except for the dilapidated old house and 1 acre of land in the countryside, is so poor that they can't even take out 50,000 yuan from their pockets. How can a local dog match a phoenix? Zhao's father had discussed with Yi Tian many times that as long as he was willing to leave Xiaorong, he was willing to take out 5 million as a thank you gift. But Yi Tian was a stubborn boy, insisting that he had already taken the life-saving money when he gave Xiaorong Chongsha and couldn't ask for his money anymore. And every time Zhao's father asked why he didn't divorce Xiaorong, Yi Tian would always smile shyly and walk away, or change the subject, dragging it out for a year. Yi Tian is not a money-loving person, otherwise he would not have quit his job as a company executive and pushed his broken tricycle to sell pancakes all day long. Zhao's mother shook her head. She really couldn't understand this young man Yi Tian. "I don't care what he loves. Anyway, I'm going to divorce you. I want to see how long he can endure." Xiaorong put down her chopsticks and went upstairs angrily. When she came to the stairs, she shouted, "After you clean up the dishes, bring me some water for washing feet." Yi Tian nodded repeatedly, "Okay." The cleaning ladies who were cleaning the courtyard shook their heads secretly when they saw this. It would be better for a man to die if he had to suffer this. What's the point of living without dignity? After dinner, Yi Tian washed the dishes in the kitchen. When everything was done, he came to Xiaorong's boudoir with warm water. As mentioned before, Xiaorong is his nominal wife. In other words, the two of them have never even held hands, let alone having. Water for washing feet would be good. Yi Tian stood at the door. Xiaorong had ordered that no one could step into the room without her permission. "Come in." Xiaorong's voice was emotionless. Yi Tian walked in and put the basin at Xiaorong's feet. Xiaorong put a pair of jade feet into the basin, and immediately started cursing. "Yi Tian, do you want to scald me to death?" Bang! Xiaorong kicked over the basin, and the foot-washing water splashed on Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian wiped the warm water on his face, his eyes were a little dim, but he immediately changed into a smile. "It's my fault, I'll change another basin for you. I'm like this, And you're not angry? Are you a man? Xiaorong's mentality completely exploded. She wanted to slap herself a few times, but this man who was 3 years younger than her was like a dough, no matter how he pinched it. Yi Tian whispered, "Of course I'm a man, you don't try, how do you know I'm not a man?" "What did you say?" "No, I'll change the foot washing water for you." "Waste! Rubbish!" Xiaorong was so angry that her face turned blue and she cursed fiercely. After a busy whole day, it was not until 11 o'clock in the evening. The huge villa became quiet. Yi Tian also ushered in his own leisure time. He sat at the door of the warehouse that was originally a warehouse for storing waste, and later simply renovated into his own bedroom, looking up at the starry sky. Except for himself, no one can see what the world looks like in his eyes. In his sight, there is a row of data, which reads -progress 99. 99%. 1 year ago. He had just graduated from college and was still worried about finding a job. His mother suddenly fell seriously ill and needed a large sum of money for surgery. In order to raise medical expenses for his mother, Yi Tian worked almost non-stop, but the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket and was not enough for the surgery. At this critical moment, he saw the advertisement posted by Zhao's father, and the birth date required on it just matched his. Yi Tian applied for the job with a try-it attitude, and it really worked. Yi Tian married into the Xiao family to ward off evil spirits for Xiaorong. As a reward, Zhao's father paid the expensive surgery fee. In the end, the surgery was successful, his mother was saved, and her body recovered better and better. Yi Tian kept this favor in his heart. As for why he could endure Xiaorong's cold violence for a long time, that was another matter. In the 3rd month after marrying Xiaorong, Yi Tian found that there was an extra, unactivated system in his head. If he wanted to activate this system, he had to live as the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Once he divorced Xiaorong, the system would disappear forever. This is why Yi Tian could laugh at Xiaorong's unreasonable behavior. He is a man, of course he has dignity. But in order for himself and his family to live a better life, he can only endure. Endure. Endure again. Tomorrow, it's almost time to activate it. I don't know what system it is. The hard days are finally coming to an end. Yi Tian put away the recliner, walked into the dimly lit hut, and gently closed the door. The next day, dawn. The Xiao family went back to work at the company very early. Yi Tian loaded the cucumbers, flour, sesame paste, cold noodles and so on prepared in the morning into the car, and then rode the self-modified tricycle to the No. 2 middle school to sell breakfast. The skill of making jianbingguozi was passed down to him by his father. After Yi Tian's acquired processing, let alone other places, in the No. 2 middle school, Yi Tian is worthy of the title of the king of jianbing. "Boss, why are you here just now?" "I want a set of jianbingguozi. A hand-pulled pancake. A portion of grilled cold noodles. And a portion of cold noodles. I want 2 mixed ones. The kind with dandan noodles." Yi Tian stretched out his hand and pinched the face of the little fat man who was a regular customer, and smiled. "Aren't you full after eating so much so early in the morning?" The fat student said, "I have a good appetite." "There is no way. You hurry up. It will be ready soon." Yi Tian's hands and feet were very quick. He was very skillful. He remembered which pancakes to add eggs and which pancakes to not have chopped green onions. He would not make any mistakes. Not long after, the class bell rang, and the students entered the school with hot pancakes. Yi Tian's business naturally became quiet. At this moment, there was a ding in his head. The sign-in system of the rich is activated. "Do you want to sign in? The system is activated?" Yi Tian was stunned, and then said happily, "Sign in, sign in." Ding, sign in successfully, the system rewards a Koenigsegg. The cooldown time for sign-in is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Listening to the system prompt, Yi Tian felt his right pocket sink. He reached out and touched it. There was a key inside. The shield-shaped logo was quite domineering, but Yi Tian had never heard of this brand of car. "Where is it?" Yi Tian looked around and suddenly heard someone talking not far ahead. "Wow, what kind of car is this? It looks so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being beaten when you go out? Your 18K Krypton gold dog eyes are blind. This is a Koenigsegg. A used one costs 15 million. Who dares to hit it? Touch it and you will go bankrupt. There are such rich people in Haijing." Yi Tian held the car key and trotted towards the crowd. Soon he saw a weird-looking pure black sports car. The front and rear of the car were as arrogant as they could be. The icon on the hood matched the key in his hand. "So this is Koenigsegg." Yi Tian moved closer. A kind passerby hurriedly grabbed him and said, Hey, what are you doing as a pancake seller? If you damage it, you can't even sell your house to compensate." Just look at it from a distance, don't touch it. It's easy to go bankrupt. What's wrong with a pancake seller? Don't pancake sellers have dreams? The onlookers laughed and laughed at Yi Tian for not knowing himself. Yi Tian didn't say anything, but just aimed at the sports car and pressed the button on the key. Ding! Click! The wing-shaped doors opened from both sides, and under the stunned expressions of countless onlookers, Yi Tian got in. A complete set of legal procedures was placed in a plastic bag on the passenger seat. It is worthy of being a system, and it is reliable. Buzz! 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 The sports car started, and the crowd dispersed in horror, watching the black sports car disappear at the end of the field of vision. The crowd was in disarray. Oh my god! Isn't he a pancake seller? How come he's driving a sports car? My worldview is shattered. Not only my worldview is shattered, my heart is also shattered, okay. It's popular among the second generation of rich people to play like this now? Rich people really know how to play. Before the passers-by recovered from their shock, they saw the disappeared Koenigsegg coming back. Yi Tian parked the car on the side of the road, opened the trunk, pulled up the tricycle with force, put the front of the car in, put it in. Go in. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The sports car pulling the tricycle drove away again. What do you mean by a super rich? What do you mean by a super rich? The trunk of a sports car worth more than 30 million yuan is used to put a tricycle. This guy has reached a certain level of wealth. How can ordinary people like us understand the world of gods? Nonsense, if his realm is not high, he can ride a tricycle here to sell pancakes? This is called real life, and we are just living. Yi Tian lives in Yinlong village, not far from the city, and is only a dozen minutes drive away. When he got home, his parents were picking vegetables and chatting in the yard. They were very happy to see their son come back. Why are you back at this time? Don't you have to go to work? His father greeted him with a smile, looked at Yi Tian's car, and muttered, "Why does this car look so weird?" Yi Tian got out of the car with a smile. "This is my boss's car. There is no place to put it in the garage at home, so I can only drive it back." "Dad, Mom, how are you?" "Very good, don't worry about it," said his father. His mother smiled and said, "You have to work hard in the company. It is your blessing to meet such a good boss." Yi Tian did not tell his parents about marrying into the Xiao family in exchange for surgery fees. His parents always thought that he was just lucky and signed a contract with a big company. They had no idea how much cold violence Yi Tian had suffered in the Xiao family this year. "That's a must. Dad, Mom, I still have things to do at the company. I'm leaving first. I'll go home for dinner in a few days when I'm not busy anymore." Yi Tian waved his hand, said goodbye to his parents, went out and turned into an alley, found the tricycle he relied on for survival, and pedaled it out of the village. His father looked at the strange car in front of him and said with disdain, "I really don't understand the world of rich people. Why buy such a strange car? There are only 2 seats and the trunk is so small. What can you put down? A van is better." Ye's mother smiled and said, "Why do you care about others? Go to the warehouse and find a piece of plastic cloth to cover their car to prevent dust from falling. Then our little Tian will be complained." That's right. There is a stone arch bridge at the entrance of Yinlong village. In order to grab the road, a BMW 7 Series brushed past Yi Tian's tricycle. With a squeak, a half-meter-long scratch appeared on the body of the car. "Are you blind? Don't you know to give way?" The BMW owner was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a shabby manner. He jumped out of the car and pointed at Yi Tian's nose and cursed, "I just picked up the car and you scratched it, pay for it." Yi Tian felt very wronged. It was obviously him who got on the bridge first, and the bridge was only this wide, so why should he give way? "Young Master Lu, forget it, a broken pancake seller, why are you arguing with him?" A charming woman appeared beside young Master Lu, applying lipstick while persuading him. Her collar and skirt were messy, which indirectly explained what she had just done. This was indeed the case. In pursuit of excitement, young Master Lu failed to step on the brakes for a while, which led to the scratching of the car. "How do you calculate? This is a new car. Repainting will cost at least 5 figures. Young Master Lu grabbed Yi Tian by the collar. "Are you from this village? Where do you live?" Yi Tian scratched his head. Facing the arrogant young Master Lu, he felt guilty. He really thought that it was his fault that the other party's car was scratched. He said helplessly, "My house is in front. I don't have money to compensate you." Although Yi Tian is the son-in-law of the Xiao family, he has never taken a penny from the Xiao family. All the money was earned by selling pancakes, but most of the money was given to his parents. He only has more than 200 yuan on him now. Young Master Lu insisted, "You talk too much nonsense. I don't care whether you have money or not. You have to pay for damaging my car. Let's go. Let's go. As he spoke, young Master Lu grabbed Yi Tian by the collar, and the three of them returned to Yi Tian's home. What's going on? The mother was shocked to see her son being caught. Yi Tian said distressfully, I accidentally scratched his car when I was crossing the bridge just now. Ah? How much money do I have to pay? The mother said hurriedly. Lu Xiao said, not much, just 20,000. 20,000. The mother was an honest person, and she agreed hurriedly, okay, I'll get the money for you, just let go of your hand first. Lu Xiao let go, smiled, and hugged the charming woman's waist and said, oh, it's okay, your family is quite wealthy. Yi Tian didn't say anything, but silently reminded himself in his heart that he should be careful when crossing the bridge next time, otherwise 3 months of hard work would be wasted. Lu Xiao lit a cigarette, sat on the Koenigsegg covered with plastic cloth, hugged the charming woman and kissed her hard, and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Don't expect me to let you go next time. Lu Xiao, you are really a good person, and you can hold a boat in your prime minister's stomach. The charming woman smiled sweetly, and then she knelt on Lu Xiao in front of Yi Tian. Suddenly, the hood that bore the weight of 2 adults made a sound of being overwhelmed, and it was obviously dented. The incident happened so suddenly that Yi Tian was too late to stop it, and could only gently press his temple. Lu Xiao didn't care and continued to kiss the girl passionately. Not long after, his mother came out with 20,000 yuan in cash for Lu Xiao as compensation. Lu Xiao counted the amount, threw it into his purse casually and said, okay, let's forget about this today, be careful next time, kid. Yi Tian said, well, your car, the scratches are okay, but my car was damaged by you just now. Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed at the car under the plastic sheet. Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and sneered, what a broken car, how much can it be worth? Yi Tian shrugged and said nothing. Lu Xiao grabbed the plastic sheet with one hand and pulled it hard. The whole Koenigsegg appeared with a clear dent on the hood. Lu Xiao sneered without turning his head, baby, tell me loudly, what kind of rotten car is this, and how much is it worth? The eyeballs of the charming woman almost popped out of her head. As a famous socialite in Haijing City, she had seen all kinds of big scenes. Naturally, she knew that this was the Koenigsegg Pro version, which was limited to 100 units worldwide, and the price. The price should be between 35 million and 45 million. Lu Xiao, you broke this car, it has nothing to do with me. The charming woman stammered. Lu Xiao was a little strange, and didn't understand why the woman said that, and responded casually, it's me, what's wrong? Then, that Lu Xiao. I dare not say, you should look at it yourself. The charming woman hid aside and secretly looked at Yi Tian. The more she looked at Yi Tian, the more she liked him. He was young, handsome, low-key. The most important thing is that he is rich. What a broken thing, isn't it? Ah! Lu Xiao turned around and cursed. When he saw the black beast clearly, his legs softened and he fell to the ground. Coo. Nice jur. At that moment, Lu Xiao wanted to die. Why is there such a monstrous luxury car in this small village? This is a model, right? Model. Yi Tian pointed at the hood that was dented by sitting on it and said, I just checked online. This hood alone is at least 3 million. Should we settle it privately or go through the formalities? I have insurance and procedures for my car. Lu Xiao felt dizzy. The landing price of his BMW 7 Series was only 1.6 million. Did he lose 2 BMWs in one sitting? Pa! Lu Xiao slapped himself hard in the face. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He hugged Yi Tian's legs and said, brother. My dear brother. Can we have a good talk? I really didn't mean it. Yi Tian's eyes Wenru said, I know you didn't mean it, but you have to pay for damaging my car. I. Lu Xiao slapped himself again. Lu Xiao cried and called the insurance company and his father. The seductive girl Shui Honghong came to Yi Tian and whispered, little brother, don't pretend. I just saw the documents. This is obviously your car. You are so low-key. My name is Shui Honghong. Can we be friends? Yi Tian reached out and pinched Shui Honghong's chin. Shui Honghong was overjoyed, and her whole body was like an electric shock. Domineering CEO. I love it. But the next second, Yi Tian moved her head away. Your mouth stinks, don't talk to me. Yi Tian said. Shui Honghong blushed and hurried to find the mouth spray in her bag. Your body stinks too. Yi Tian walked away from Shui Honghong, leaving the embarrassed socialite behind. In cases involving major financial damage, the police and insurance companies rushed to the scene to handle the case as soon as possible, but due to the huge amount of money involved, the result of the case would take at least a week to come out. Yi Tian was not in a hurry. After everyone dispersed, he rode his tricycle to the Xiao family villa. Yi Tian felt a little distressed that the whole morning was wasted. Normally, he could earn at least 300 yuan at this time. Xiao family villa. Why are you back so late? Xiao Rong accused coldly as soon as she entered the door. Yi Tian spread his hands. Something happened. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Rong sneered. I haven't had lunch yet. Don't you have long hands? If you are hungry, go and get some noodles yourself. Yi Tian replied. A trace of shock appeared on Xiao Rong's face, which could be called the most beautiful face in the country. Is this still the timid Yi Tian? How dare he talk to him like this? Huang Ying, the group manager sitting next to Xiao Rong, widened her eyes. This waste married into the family. So bold. But, isn't this the same as what the president described? Huang Ying is not only the general manager of the group, but also Xiao Rong's best friend, so she naturally knows some inside information. In her impression, Yi Tian should be a dough, a useless snack no matter how you need it. Do you have the courage to say it again? Xiao Rong clenched her fists and shouted angrily. Yi Tian was not afraid at all, looking directly into the woman's eyes and said, Since you have grown your own hands, go downstairs and cook when you are hungry. I am your husband, not your servant. You. Xiao Rong was so angry that her body trembled. Yi Tian continued, By the way, I brought my ID card and household registration booklet. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I want to divorce you. What did you say? Divorce me? Xiao Rong was furious. Yi Tian, did you take the wrong medicine? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about divorce? Who do you think you are? Yi Tian shrugged, unwilling to argue with her. 3 p.m., Civil Affairs Bureau, I'll wait for you. After that, Yi Tian turned around and left, made himself a set of pancakes, and then ate in front of the two girls, and rode away leisurely on a tricycle. Since the system has been activated, there is no need for him to continue to stay in the Xiao family and suffer. He remembers the good things the Xiao family has done to him. He also remembers the bad things they have done to him. The grudges are clear. Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Xiao Rong stomped her feet in anger. You useless person. What right do you have to ask for a divorce from me? What qualifications do you have? Rong, don't get excited. Maybe he has encountered something unpleasant? Huang Ying hurriedly advised. Huang Ying comforted Xiao Rong for a long time before Xiao Rong recovered from her anger. She clenched her fists and said, Yi Tian, wait for me. You want to divorce me? Dream on. Huang Ying secretly stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. She didn't want to get involved in the CEO's family affairs. Rong, let's think about how to make up the balance. Time is running out. Xiao Rong nodded. The reason why Huang Ying was called home at noon today was mainly to talk about the company's business. The general manager in charge of the amusement park project absconded with a large amount of engineering funds from the company. At this critical period, if a countermeasure is not quickly found, it will bring a heavy blow to the group, and the capital chain may be broken. Yi Tian naturally didn't know what happened to the Xiao group. He rode a tricycle straight from the villa to the gate of the third middle school to set up a stall. The stall had just been set up and hadn't started selling before a Mercedes-Benz stopped on the side of the road. The window was rolled down, and a familiar face popped out from inside. Gao Jin, Yi Tian's high school classmate. Yi Tian? Gao Jin said in surprise. Yi Tian recognized Gao Jin at a glance and said with a smile, Gao Jin, why is it you? Oh my god. Gao Jin got out of the car, shook hands with Yi Tian and said in surprise, aren't you studying in Shengjing University? Why did you come back? The pace of life in Shengjing is too fast and it's far from home, so I just went back to Haijing to develop. Yi Tian replied with a smile, are you hungry? I'll make you a set of pancakes to cooking skills. Gao Jin looked at Yi Tian, smiled and waved to the woman in the co-pilot, Xiaoya, what are you doing? Come out and meet our old classmates. Yi Tian, I didn't expect to see you here. A young and beautiful woman got out of the car, smiled and shook hands with Yi Tian, blinked her big eyes and said, don't you recognize me? How can I not recognize you? You are an owl. Yi Tian said with a smile. Du Xiaoya, Gao Jin, and Yi Tian were all high school classmates. At that time, Du Xiaoya always liked to wear colored contact lenses, which made her eyes look particularly big, so her classmates nicknamed her Owl. In high school, Du Xiaoya had a good impression of Yi Tian, who had a handsome appearance and good academic performance, and even secretly wrote him a love letter. Yi Tian, didn't you get admitted to Shangjing University? Why are you selling pancakes here? Du Xiaoye was a little bit unbelievable. Yi Tian was a celebrity in the school, but he had ended up like this. The contrast was too great. Yi Tian said, "There's nothing wrong with being self-reliant, the two of you." "Oh, my Xiaoye is my girlfriend, and we are dating," Gao Jin said. "I see." The three of them chatted for a while, and Gao Jin slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot something important. Tomorrow at noon, at the Guomao Hotel, the classmates of Class 3 of Senior Grade 3 will have a reunion. I was thinking of notifying you tonight, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Yi Zi, you must come." "Okay, I will definitely go." While Yi Tian was chatting, his hands were not idle. He made 2 sets of pancakes with added ingredients and handed them to Gao Jin, saying, "Eat them while they are hot." "Thanks, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Gao Jin drove away. Looking at the busy Yi Tian through the rearview mirror, Gao Jin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said with a sigh, "If you study hard, you will have to beg for food until you are old. This is really true. I didn't expect that our school grass Yi Tian would fall to this point today, and even sell pancakes. Life is really hard to guess. There's nothing wrong with selling pancakes. I heard it's very profitable. 10 or 20,000 a month is not a problem." Du Xiaoye said. 10 or 20,000? Ha! Gao Jin casually threw the 2 sets of pancakes into the trash can on the side of the road. As a wealthy man worth tens of millions, how could he eat such junk food? This kid works so hard and the money he makes in a month is not enough to buy you a bag. You still think he's good? Du Xiaoye, you don't still like him, do you? Gao Jin glanced at his girlfriend. After being influenced by the big dye vat of society, Du Xiaoye is no longer the innocent girl she was in high school. She chuckled, took Gao Jin's arm and said, "Oh, is someone jealous? Who hasn't been young and ignorant? Now I only like you." Gao Jin hummed, "I like to hear that. By the way, there's a class reunion tomorrow. I want to dress up nicely. I have clothes and skirts, but I'm just missing a suitable bag." Du Xiaoye recited the mountain sound. "I know, it's just a LV worth 50,000 yuan, just buy it, I'm so poor and only have money left. Lao Gao, you are so good to me, MUA. Yi Tian waited at the Civil Affairs Bureau until 4 o'clock but didn't see Xiao Rong. She didn't answer the phone and didn't reply to the messages. It was obvious that she was angry with him. In desperation, he could only go home. As I said before, since the system has been activated, there is no need for him to go back to the Xiao family as a slave. He returned to Yinlong village, bought a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables when he passed by the vegetable market, and cooked a delicious dinner for his parents. "It tastes really good. My son is a good cook." Ye's father was very happy. He opened a bottle of white wine and said to the worker, "It tastes really good. My son is a good cook." The son, who had not been home for a long time, drank happily because he was too busy. Xiao family villa. Without Yi Tian, the male servant, Xiao Rong was a little uncomfortable for a while. "What happened between you and Yi Tian?" Zhao's father asked worriedly. Xiao Rong shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to say it. Father Xiao sighed, "He's not here today, so Dad will talk to you frankly. In fact, Yi Tian is a good kid. I can't understand why you always like to bully him. What did he do to make you unhappy?" Xiao Rong said angrily, "I just can't stand his timid look. He is the son-in-law of our Xiao family, but he is still so timid in his words and deeds, with a face full of slavery. Dad, you still remember that I arranged for him to join our company as the security captain? This coward was actually bullied by several security guards who joined the company a day earlier than him. Bullying would have been fine, but they didn't even dare to. Do you know how people in the company laughed at me later? They said I was blind to find such a loser as a husband. I'm really convinced. From then on, the more I looked at him, the more I hated him, and I wished I could kick him to death." Rong, Father Xiao patted his daughter's hand and said helplessly, "Dad, let me be fair. Not everyone lives in a good environment like you. You know Yi Tian's family background. As a child who has suffered, he has some inferiority in his bones. How can you expect him to be as free and domineering as you are? It's not my fault that his family is poor." Xiao Rong muttered. Thinking of what happened in the afternoon, she was furious again. "Dad, do you know that this kid has become so powerful that he actually asked me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce him?" "Ah, then did you divorce?" Father Xiao was stunned. "Happiness came so suddenly? I didn't go." Xiao Rong said angrily, "If I went, wouldn't I become the one being divorced? What qualifications does Yi Tian have to divorce me? Is it so important to divorce and be divorced?" "Of course it's important. Only I am qualified to file for divorce. Yi Tian, this coward, can't do that." Father Xiao sighed and said no more. Taking the initiative to file for divorce with Rong, this kid Yi Tian is quite interesting. Achoo. Yi Tian, who was lying in the bedroom playing with his phone after a full meal, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and knew without thinking that it must be Xiao Rong who was saying bad things about him behind his back. No matter what, this marriage is over. Hey, I don't know what I will get if I sign in tomorrow. It would be better if I get money. It's a bit sad to have no money in my hand. Nothing happened overnight, and the next morning, Yi Tian rode his tricycle to continue selling pancakes. As soon as the bell for the second high school rang, the cooldown time for the sign-in of the super rich was up. Sign in. Get the super rich trading card. After using it, you can get a random reward from the system if you sell any item within 1 hour. Super rich sign-in system, cooldown time 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Super rich trading card. Yi Tian nodded. This thing is suitable for him. He is a small vendor. Use. Yi Tian clicked to use it. Soon a customer came and ordered a chicken roll. The moment Yi Tian made a chicken roll for the customer and received the money through the QR code, a ding sound came to his head, successfully sold the chicken roll and received a cash reward of 10 million. Yi Tian looked at his mobile phone, which showed that his bank account had received 10 million right up. Yi Tian was amazed. Boss, 1 set of pancakes and 1 serving of cold noodles. Okay. Ding. Successfully sold pancakes and cold noodles, and received a reward, 51% of the shares of Dolphin Group. Dolphin Group? Yi Tian scratched his head, sounding a little familiar, as if it was a large group in Haijing, no less than the Xiao Group. 51% of the shares. Does that mean he has become the actual controlling shareholder of Dolphin Group? Boss, 1 serving of fried rice and 1 serving of cold noodles. Okay. Ding. Successfully sold fried rice and cold noodles, and received a reward, a 2,000 square meter villa in Emperor Bay. Imperial Bay, is that the closed villa area where all the big business leaders and top stars in Haijing gather? Ding. Successfully sold pancakes, and received a cash reward of 5 million. Ding. Successfully sold cold noodles, and received a cash reward of 30 million. 1 hour, not long, not short, it passed quickly. Yi Tian took advantage of his free time to check his bank card at the bank ATM across the street. The total cash income was 140 million. In addition, he also received 51% of the shares of Dolphin Group, the Imperial Bay Villa, a pack of super slimming pills, and a pill for eliminating all diseases. Super slimming pills, write down the weight you want to lose on the back of the pill pack before use, and then brew and drink. You will lose to your desired weight within a week, without any excess skin, and never rebound. Pills for eliminating all diseases, after taking, it can cure all diseases and restore the body to a perfect state. Yi Tian looked at the time. There were still 3 hours before the class reunion, so he simply went to Imperial Bay to see what the luxury house rewarded by the system looked like. As a native citizen of Haijing City, he had only heard of Imperial Bay. Imperial Bay Villa Group. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the scenery is beautiful, like a fairyland on earth, in sharp contrast to the bustling city separated by a wall. The security guards at the door stood tall and straight, like spears, with fierce eyes. Obviously they had received special training. Imperial Bay, the entrance to Area A, should be here. After searching for a long time, Yi Tiankai finally figured out the directions. Hello, sir, this is a private villa area. Without the consent of the owner, no outsiders are allowed to enter. The security guard came up to him, and although he spoke politely, he could not hide the contempt in his eyes. A pancake vendor also wants to enter the Imperial Bay? He must be crazy. The security here is so strict? Yi Tian didn't care what others thought of him, and exclaimed, will there be theft or something like that? The security guard said expressionlessly, no way, we implement 24-hour no-dead angle monitoring. Unless we allow it, not even a fly can fly in. As he spoke, the security guard really jumped up and slapped a fly to death with a snap. What a skill! Great! Not bad, not bad. Yi Tian applauded and took out a golden electronic pass from his shirt pocket. You need this to enter and exit. The security guard was stunned when he saw the pass, his pupils suddenly condensed, and his face was full of horror. The passes for Imperial Bay are divided into 3 types, gold, silver, and bronze. The first type of gold is the owner's pass. There is only 1 pass per household, and only the owner can have it. The second type is the silver relative pass, which is mainly for the owner's wife, husband, children, and parents. The last type of copper is a temporary pass, which is changed every day and is mostly used by servants or visitors. What Yi Tian took out was a gold owner's pass. Building A1. The most expensive building in Emperor Bay. The security guard swallowed deeply, saluted quickly, and ran over to open the door. Ding! The pass is valid, welcome Mr. Yi Tian home. The electronic female voice spoke sweetly. Boom! The heavy electronic gate opened, the sound was deep, not harsh, obviously the designer did it on purpose. Yi Tian took back the pass and rode leisurely on the tricycle. The security guard looked at the back of the young rich man with deep eyes, and felt fortunate for his previous polite performance. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that the rich people nowadays are really better at living, but selling pancakes. The world of the rich can be seen but not understood. The huge Emperor Bay is beautiful with green trees and green mountains. Villas of different styles stand in an orderly manner around it. In the clear lake, flocks of swans were swimming, sika deer were strolling in the forest with their babies, ponies and alpacas were chasing each other, and a group of rabbits were disturbed and ran wildly. It was a picture of a fairyland on earth. Yi Tian quickly found Building A1. When he was about to enter the door, a voice came from behind him. When was A1 sold? Turning his head, he saw a young man in his 20s, with a good appearance, smiling at Yi Tian and the golden owner card in his hand. Hello, let me introduce myself. My last name is Qin Yan. Yi and Yi Zi, Tian and Tian Xia. Yi Tian nodded politely and shook hands with the other party. Qin Yan smiled and said, we will be neighbors in the future. Please take care of us. Sure. Yi Tian swiped the card to open the door and pushed the tricycle into the villa. Qin Yan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Who is this Yi Tian? Why have I never heard of him before? The market value of Building A1 is more than 500 million. The financial resources of this young man should not be underestimated. Old Qin, what are you daydreaming about? Do you want to change houses? At this time, a red Porsche passed by Qin Yan, the window was lowered, and a woman wearing sunglasses sat inside. Although the sunglasses covered most of her face, it could not hide her beauty. If Yi Tian was at the scene, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this woman is the top female star in China, Ziqi. You think too highly of me that you can change a mansion worth 500 million yuan just by saying so. Now even if I want to change it, there is no chance, it has been bought by someone. Qin Yan spread his hands helplessly. Ziqi was surprised and said, really? Did you meet the owner? Who is it? Do I know him? I just had the honor of meeting him. His name is Yi Tian. He is a young man. I guess he is the son of some big group. He is a very low-key invisible rich man. I have never heard of him before. Qin Yan said. Ziqi nodded. The low-key invisible rich man is a bit interesting. I must make friends with him if I have the chance. Yi Tian. Ziqi remembered this name firmly in his heart. Inside the house, Yi Tian lay on the sofa, looking at the transparent hall. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. The villa is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. Including the courtyard, it has a total area of 2,000 square meters, which is the size of 4.5 basketball courts. The style tends to be American pastoral, and the whole house is smart home. The property certificate was placed on the coffee table carved from golden Nanmu. Yi Tian put away the property certificate, ran upstairs and downstairs, and roughly understood the house type. He called the property center and asked them to send some people to take care of the flowers, plants, and small animals in the house and courtyard. Okay, sir, we will send a professional team to your residence right away. Our quotation is 50,000 a day. Can you accept it? The woman's voice was very sweet. Only 50,000 a day, that's not expensive. Can you pay for a year? Yi Tian had 140 million in his bank card, and a few tens of thousands of yuan was not a lot of money. Yes, sir, we just have a yearly discount. A professional team of 30 people will serve you alone, and it only costs 15 million a year. Then pay for a year. Okay, sir. Not long after, a group of men and women in black and white clothes rang the doorbell. The leader was a bald man in a tuxedo, tall and burly, who bowed to Yi Tian without a smile. Hello, Mr. Yi. From today on, I am your housekeeper. You can call me a Guang. I will provide you with all the housekeeping services within my ability. Yi Tian hummed, clean up the house, my parents will move in soon. Okay, Mr. Yi. A Guang led a group of servants into the house and started the cleaning work silently. Just like the name of his team, the Silent Ones. Ding! The cell phone rang. Yi Tian took it out and saw that it was Gao Jin. Yi Zi, where are you? Many of our classmates are here. I'll be there soon. I almost forgot about the class reunion at noon. Yi Tian quickly rode his tricycle out. Housekeeper Iguan looked at Yi Tian's back, his pupils slightly condensed. Rich people are indeed very low-key and environmentally friendly. He took out his notebook and wrote down a line of small words: 119 rules of success, care for green homes, start with green travel. Snap! Guang closed his notebook, snapped his fingers, and said quietly, our new employer advocates green travel. Starting tomorrow, all means of transportation will be replaced by bicycles or electric vehicles. Yes. Everyone responded, and then began to work in silence. To use a fancy word to describe this team, it is a group of professionals. Guomao Hotel. One of the best 5-star hotels in Haijing, the huge parking lot is full of luxury cars worth millions. Yi Tian's tricycle with a sticker saying Jianbingguozi 6 yuan/piece squeezed in among these luxury cars is so annoying. Hey, this is where cars are parked, why are you squeezing in here with a broken tricycle? The doorman pointed to the trash can in the distance and said unhappily, park over there. Yi Tian scratched his head and said, I wanted to park there too, but I have food in my car, and it's too close to the trash can, which is not good. Why do I care so much about you? The doorman glared and said impatiently, if you wanna park, park there, if you don't wanna park, park outside, anyway, it's not okay here. What happened? A dark-skinned man came out of the lobby. Manager Liang, this pancake seller insisted on parking his tricycle in a private parking space. The doorman complained. Manager Liang frowned and was about to say something to Yi Tian, but suddenly his eyes fixed. This young man looks so familiar, where have I seen him before? Liang Quan secretly took out his mobile phone, which contained an important notice sent by the headquarters earlier, saying that 51% of the shares of Dauphin Group were acquired by a mysterious rich man named Yi Tian. There was a portrait of him on it, and all employees of Dauphin Group were told to treat the new big boss with the highest standards. Compare the two. The similarity is 100%. Liang Quan's heart almost jumped out. The big boss is here. Yi Tian had no idea that Liang Quan recognized him. When he was a little embarrassed, Liang Quan hurriedly said, it doesn't matter, you are a guest, please come in, sir, it's okay to park your car here, I will send someone to take care of it for you. Yi Tian said happily, okay, thank you. Liang Quan was flattered and bowed, Mr. Yi, please come in. How do you know my last name is Yi? Yi Tian was a little puzzled. Liang Quan smiled and pointed to the sign on the tricycle, Yi's hand-pulled pancake. Yi Tian laughed and stepped into the door. The doorman said aggrievedly, manager, why did you let him in? This is against the rules. You. Liang Quan's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and pointed at the doorman's nose, you don't need to come to work in the company from today, you are fired. Why? Why? What did I do wrong? The doorman panicked. You dog-eyed thing, do you know who this gentleman is? He is the new boss of Dauphin Group. What? The doorman's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Why does the big boss ride a tricycle? Don't play with people like this. Banquet hall on the second floor. Yi Tian met many high school classmates. After not seeing each other for a few years, these high school classmates have changed a lot, and many girls have even married and have children. Yi Tian, you are the least changed among our group. You are still as young as when you were in school. Where are you making money recently? A female classmate who was breastfeeding said with a smile. Doing a little business. Yi Tian answered with a smile. He tried very hard to recall the names of his classmates, but after all, 5 years had passed, and except for a few who left a deep impression on him, he had almost forgotten the rest. The classmates soon arrived, and the atmosphere was hot as the cups and chips were clinking. As Gao Jin was the best student, the table where he sat naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Both male and female classmates toasted him obsequiously and flattered him non-stop. Gao Jin accepted the praise and flattery one by one, and said, we are all brothers. It's a bit polite to say those things. If you have any problems in the future, just call me, it will definitely work. Brother Jin is so righteous. Brother Jin is so handsome. I'll do it first, Brother Jin, feel free to do whatever you want. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, withdrew his gaze from Gao Jin, and looked at the fat girl in the corner who was drinking water with her head down. Su Weiwei, why have you gained so much weight? Yi Tian had a deep impression of the girl Su Weiwei. When she was in school, she was a sports athlete with short hair, heroic appearance, and physical fitness that was far better than that of the boys in the same class. But after not seeing her for a few years, she has gained at least 70 or 80 kilograms, like a meatball. If Yi Tian hadn't seen the scar on her forehead, he really wouldn't have recognized her. Su Weiwei was startled, pursed her lips, and said with a wry smile, Yi Yetian, you still recognize me? Recognize? Of course I recognize you. At that time, our class was playing basketball, and De Zhuang was injured and couldn't play, and you came to help. Yi Tian sat over and asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Su Weiwei lowered her head in inferiority and said, after graduation, I was admitted to the Provincial Sports Institute, but I fell ill the following year and almost died. Later, the disease was cured, but my body was ruined. The doctors said it was obesity caused by hormones. Su Weiwei rubbed her red eyes, forced a smile and said, It's okay, Yi Tian, you go drink with them, I'm used to being alone. Yi Tian was about to speak when Gao Jin and Du Xiaoye, who were drunk, came over with their glasses raised. Gao Jin smiled and said, Who is this fat woman? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not from our class, right? Du Xiaoye pulled Gao Jin and said angrily, Are you drunk? She is Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei. Gao Jin was stunned and shouted, Why are you so fat? Have you been eating pig feet in the past few years? Su Weiwei lowered her head and dared not say a word. She had been obese for many years, so that her personality became very inferior. Yi Tian hated Gao Jin's way of speaking, and stood up and said, Lao Gao, you've drunk too much. Gao Jin glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Zi, what do you mean? I don't mean anything. Yi Tian spread his hands. What do you mean by not meaning anything? Gao Jin grinned, I'm talking to Su Weiwei. Why are you butting in? Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a stinky pancake seller? Yi Tian had a blank expression, and the classmates whispered when they heard it. Who would have thought that the schoolgrass and the academic bully would end up selling pancakes, while the scoundrel who was hated by everyone back then became a multi-millionaire? Destiny is really hard to predict. Okay, Brother Jean, let's not argue with a pancake seller. Brother Jean, calm down, we are classmates after all, don't make things too ugly. Several boys came over to persuade Gao Jin to leave, and they all looked at Yi Tian with strange eyes. Yi Tian was not unfamiliar with this kind of look, he looked down on it, he was disgusted, and he wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Thank you, Yi Tian, you are still the same as before, you like to stand up for others. Su Weiwei said timidly, feeling very grateful in her heart. Yi Tian smiled and said suddenly, Weiwei, I have a pack of special weight loss pills, do you want to try it? Special weight loss pills? Su Weiwei was stunned and shook her head. I have tried many kinds of weight loss pills and weight loss methods, such as exercise to lose weight, dieting to lose weight. I have tried them all, but they didn't work. Mine will definitely work. Yi Tian took out the pack of special weight loss pills produced by the system. How much do you weigh now? How much do you want to lose? Su Weiwei said timidly, 186 pounds. I want to lose weight to 95 pounds. 95 pounds? Wouldn't it be too thin? As the saying goes, if you weigh less than 100 pounds, you are either flat-chested or short. Yi Tian joked, you are tall, at least 165 meters, I'll decide for you, 110 pounds. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Tian wrote the number 76 foot on the weight loss pill package and handed it to Su Weiwei. Trust me and drink it, a miracle will happen. I believe you. Su Weiwei nodded heavily. At another table, Gao Jin's anger subsided a little, but his classmates were diss Yi Tian crazily. When we were in school, I was annoyed with Yi Tian. He had a sullen face all day long and ignored everyone he met. I don't know what he was talking about. That's right, relying on his good academic performance and handsome looks, he always looks at everyone with a dead expression. Brother Jean, let's not bother with that loser, it's not worth it. The classmates talked a lot, interpreting the culture of flattery and demolition to the fullest, and even did not lower their voices, deliberately speaking for Yi Tian to hear. Yi Tian, I'm not feeling well, I'm leaving first. Su Weiwei stood up and bowed to Yi Tian, thank you for the diet pills. I'll go with you. Yi Tian was extremely disappointed with this group of classmates. He thought that after not seeing each other for a few years, the classmates could get together and have a good chat, but he never expected that he would become the target of public criticism because of his poverty. Money, it's really the root of all evil. Yi Zi, where are you going? We still have to sing in the evening. Don't go. Don't worry, our brother Jean said that he will pay for all the consumption today. The classmates said jokingly. Gao Jin glanced at Yi Tian and said, Yi Zi, we are classmates, it is normal to have quarrels, you won't be so disrespectful to me, right? Yi Tian's mouth curled up slightly, face is earned by yourself, not given by others. What's more, why should I give you face? You. Gao Jin slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Yi Tian's nose and scolded, Yi Tian, don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? A lousy pancake seller. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention and pulled Su Weiwei out. At this time, manager Liang Quan, who was seen downstairs before, came in with a group of waiters. Liang Quan came in front of Yi Tian, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, on behalf of all the employees of Guomao, I wish you good health and a happy life. This is our store's treasure Armand de Brignac Rose, presented to you and your classmates for tasting. Liang Quan turned sideways and saw a large bottle of champagne on the waiter's tray. This champagne looks so expensive. Mr. Yi. A girl who was good at English quietly opened the search engine on her mobile phone. She was shocked to find out that this bottle of champagne with the Chinese translation Armand de Brignac Rose was priced at $275,000 US, which is equivalent to more than 1.9 million renminbi. 1.9 million for a bottle of champagne. Enough to buy a house in the city center. The whole audience was silent. Gao Jin, Du Xiaoye, and all the classmates widened their eyes. What happened? Why did the general manager of Guomao call Yi Tian Mr. Yi? In fact, Yi Tian himself was also puzzled. He did not know Liang Quan. Liang Quan said, Guomao is a subsidiary of Dauphin Group. Yi Tian suddenly realized, so that's the case. He looked around, with a slight smile on his face, and said, but I don't want to share with this group of people. Pack the champagne and send it back to where I live in Imperial Bay. If you can't get in, you can find a butler named Guang and say my name. Yes, Mr. Yi. Liang Quan and a dozen waiters bowed in unison. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. Let's go. Yi Tian pulled Su Weiwei away from Guomao. In the banquet hall, silence lasted for a full minute. The male and female classmates who had previously licked Gao Jin were furious. The saddest thing in life is to lick the wrong person. They rushed out in a swarm. Yi Tian, no, Mr. Yi, wait for me. Brother, let's discuss something. Brother Yi Tian. Gao Jin's face turned pale and his body trembled. Yi Tian? This lousy pancake seller turned into a big boss? He didn't want to believe it even if the facts were in front of him. Xiaoye, where are you going? Gao Jin grabbed Du Xiaoye. Du Xiaoye looked at Gao Jin with contempt and shook off his hand. What? I'm not feeling well, I'm going to the bathroom. You're going to find Yi Tian. Yes, I'm going to find Yi Tian, he's much richer than you. Here, I'll give you this broken bag. Yi Tian, wait for me. I have something to tell you. Do you remember I wrote you a love letter you? Gao Jin couldn't catch his breath and fainted. When a group of classmates rushed out, Yi Tian had already left the scene on a tricycle. Liang Quan said, what do you mean by low-key rich? I've really learned something. Brother, how rich is Yi Tian? Someone asked in a low voice. Liang Quan is a shrewd person. He guessed what happened in the banquet hall just now. He looked at him with contempt and snorted, you are a dog-eyed person. If you want to know how rich Mr. Yi is, why don't you ask him yourself? The boy who was scolded looked dejected. Gao Jin. On the way home, there was a bang, and it was the tire of the tricycle that burst. Su Weiwei lowered her head, her face flushed. Sorry, I'm too fat. Yi Tian laughed. My tire was already badly worn, it's not your fault. I'll call a car to take you home. Yi Tian dialed the butler at Guang's cell phone and confirmed the location. In less than 10 minutes, a stretched version of Rolls-Royce arrived at the scene. Guang said respectfully, Mr. Yi, Miss Su, please come in. Let's go. Yi Tian pulled Su Weiwei into the car. At this time, Yi Tian didn't know that the scene of him and Su Weiwei getting into the car happened to be seen by Xiao Rong, who had just come out of the bank. Good for you, Yi Tian. No wonder you talk so tough. It turns out that you hooked up with a rich woman. You can do this to such a fat woman. How hungry are you? How hungry are you? Men are really animals who think with their lower body. Disgusting. Xiao Rong's face was uncertain, she rubbed her cheeks, her eyes were slightly tired. She knew very well that this was not the time to argue with Yi Tian. The Xiao Group was facing a huge crisis. The rival company, the Ponzi Group, had colluded with the bank and refused to lend. If the Xiao Group cannot get this loan, the group's capital chain will be broken. The best result is to survive by cutting off the tail, but this will inevitably cause the Xiao Group to suffer a great loss of vitality, and it may even withdraw from the business stage. Where can I find the 200 million loan? Xiao Rong felt tired. Imperial Bay, Building A1. Sitting in the yard, enjoying the afternoon sun and drinking champagne, Yi Tian was in a very good mood. Su Weiwei smiled and said, Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's not powerful or not, I'm just lucky. Weiwei, you are welcome to come and play at any time, and you can contact Uncle Guang to come in. That's what you said. I like to take advantage of others. I have never lived in such a beautiful villa since I was a child. I will definitely visit it often. You are not allowed to find me annoying then. Su Weiwei was much more cheerful, not as dull as at the class reunion, and said jokingly. Yi Tian laughed, how could it be? Su Weiwei stayed for a while and then left. Uncle Guang, please go to Yinlong village and pick up my parents. Yi Tian couldn't wait to let his parents enjoy the life of the rich. Yes. Guang nodded, and when he turned to leave, He silently wrote a line of words in his notebook. Successful people, most of them respect their parents. A moment. Ye's father and mother came to Diwan Bay carrying large and small packages. Yi Tian took the luggage from his parents and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, why did you bring so many things here?" "I said there is everything here. No matter how many things you have, you still have to bring some clothes to change." "Son, what's wrong with you? Why did you bring us to the zoo?" The two old people didn't know where to look. As farmers who have lived a simple life all their lives, they couldn't imagine that someone would release so many animals in the park. Aren't they afraid of being stolen? This is a community, not a zoo. Yi Tian smiled. That pheasant is so big. Hey, Dad, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a peacock. Ah, a peacock. Hey, is this a horse? Why is it so small? Dwarf horse. Son, let's eat mutton tonight. I think this sheep is good. Wait, I'll catch it. Dad, that's called an alpaca. It's an ornamental animal and is usually raised as a pet. Don't eat it. Oh, it's an alpaca. Alpaca, hitue. I was scared to death. Imperial Bay, living room. Yi Tian lied to his parents to explain why he lived in Imperial Bay. As for the system, he must have kept it to himself. He didn't want to be dragged into the laboratory for slice research. Oh, so you are looking at the house for your boss, then you shouldn't have called us over. What if the furniture is worn out? The father was a little worried. Don't worry about that. The boss trusts me very much. You can live here with peace of mind. If you need anything, just tell Uncle Guang. He is the housekeeper here. Dad, Mom, you have worked hard all your life, and it's time to live a leisurely life. Yi Tian held his mother's hand and smiled brightly. If you can't stay idle, the yard is very big, you can grow some onions, ginger, garlic and so on. We just have this idea. It's a pity to leave such a big place empty. The family of three chatted happily. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. The father was sitting in the hall watching TV, and the mother was preparing dinner in the kitchen. The doorbell rang suddenly. Yi Tian opened the door and saw Qin Yan, whom he had seen in the morning, and a very familiar beautiful woman. "Hello, neighbor." Qin Yan smiled and handed a gift box to Yi Tian. "A small gift is not a respect. Welcome to live in our community." I have one. The woman also smiled and handed over the gift box. "Come in." Yi Tian invited the two to come in, looked at the woman's back, slapped his forehead and said, "Are you Ziqi?" Ziqi smiled and said, "Yes, it's true. Uncle and Aunt are here too." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." "Hey, hello." The father quickly put out his cigarette and responded, "Let's go upstairs to talk." Yi Tian led the two visitors upstairs. Next to the outdoor swimming pool on the third floor. Qin Yan said, "Mr. Yi, please don't be offended by your intrusive visit. We have no other intentions this time, just simply to welcome new neighbors." Yi Tian nodded, and asked Guang to get the bottle of champagne that had not been finished and poured it for the two. Armand de Brignac, Qin Yan and Ziqi are both people who know the goods. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. One of these two is the son of a group, and the other is a top star. They are worth more than 100 million yuan, but despite this, they are still reluctant to drink nearly 2 million champagne as an ordinary drink. This is an invisible rich man. The two of them had a slightly higher opinion of Yi Tian. "What is Mr. Yi doing? Maybe we can have business cooperation." Qin Yan took a sip of champagne and asked with a faint smile. Qin Yan is just like that, he will never miss any business opportunity. As for me, Yi Tian thought about it seriously. "My main job is to sell pancakes at the school gate." Ziqi almost choked, laughing and crying. "Yi Tian, although this is the first time we meet, you can't fool people like this, selling pancakes?" "My main business is really selling pancakes. If you don't believe me, I'll make 2 for you to try," Yi Tian said seriously. "Okay, I really want to try your cooking skills, Mr. Yi." Qin Yan smiled. Yi Tian smiled and asked the two to wait for a while, and then he went downstairs to make pancakes. Ziqi said happily, "This Yi Tian is really interesting. I want to see how he will make pancakes later." Qin Yan pinched his eyebrows and said, "When I saw him this morning, I did see that he had a pancake car, so making pancakes is very likely true." "Ah?" Ziqi was confused. "What kind of operation is this? When did selling pancakes become so profitable?" Soon, Yi Tian brought 2 sets of pancakes upstairs and gave them to Qin Yan and Ziqi. "Try it. I don't know your taste, so I didn't put any chili in it, and I put less seasoning than usual." Ziqi smelled the fragrant pancake, took a bite, and praised, "Wow, this tastes really good. Lao Qin, you should try it too, it tastes really great." "Okay, I'll try it too." Qin Yan smiled bitterly. He has known Ziqi for several years. Only when he was in the Imperial Bay community would this big star reveal his true personality. Not to mention eating food of unknown origin outside, even the water was taken out of the safe by himself. Dad, your son called. Qinyan's customized diamond-studded business mobile phone on the table suddenly rang. The ringtone was very funny, forming a huge contrast with his domineering president personality. Sorry, I have to take a call. Xinyan turned around to answer the call, and soon he returned and said, It's Pangwei, the young master of the Pang Group, who also lives in our community. He also wants to visit. I wonder if Mr. Yi wants to see him. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders to express his welcome. For those who can live in this community, regardless of their character, their family, background and connections are all top-notch. It won't hurt to make more friends. Not long after, a Lamborghini Platinum stopped at the door. A round object staggered into the house and came to the third floor under the guidance of a guang. Oh my! Isn't this the beautiful Ziqi? What a surprise! Pangwei screamed at the top of his voice when he saw Ziqi. Ziqi rolled his eyes. Go away. The two were obviously very familiar with each other. Come on, Yi Tian, let me introduce you. This is Pangwei, everyone in our circle calls him Fatwei. Pangwei, this is Yi Tian, also the owner of Building 1. Qin Yan introduced. Hello. Hello. It's really a bit bad to visit you without permission. A bit bad. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Fatwei squatted on the ground like a meat mountain, holding the 30-liter bottle of champagne and shouting, Armand de Brignac rose. Isn't this bottle of champagne a collection of guomao? How did it end up in your hands, brother Yi? Humph. Liang Quan, that is really dishonest. I offered him 2 million to buy it last time, but he refused to sell it. I'll scold this to death the next time we meet. Guomao collection? Qin Yan touched his chin. His mind was quick and his thoughts were turning quickly. Guomao is a subsidiary of Dofeng Group. Could it be that this brother Yi Tian is the son of a CEO of Dofeng Group? But the probability is really small. Dofeng Group is as financially powerful as his family, or even slightly inferior. How can an ordinary executive afford this emperor Building 1? Unless he is the son of the founder. But the founder of Dofeng Group is named Su. Illegitimate child? Well, there is this possibility. Yi Tian didn't know that Qin Yan could imagine so many things through a bottle of champagne. He smiled and said, Manager Liang is thoughtful. I didn't know the value of this bottle of champagne. He gave it to me. It turns out to be so expensive. Pangwei and Qin Yan were both stunned. Ziqi was full of curiosity and asked, Why did he give you champagne? Yes, why? Pangwei's curiosity was aroused. Nothing. Yi Tian took a sip of champagne and said, I was bored, so I acquired 51% of the shares of Dofeng Group. Qin Yan's legs softened and he almost knelt down. The expression on Pangwei's face was indescribably wonderful. I was bored. Acquired Dofeng Group. 51% of the shares? Because I was bored? Brother, are you serious? Dofeng Group is one of the largest consortiums in Haijing City, with a market value of more than 6 billion. In other words, the net worth of Brother Yi in front of him is at least 3 billion. Yi Tian filled the glasses of the three people with champagne, and said happily, I have no concept of money, and I do everything according to my hobbies. Qin Yan and Pangwei looked at each other and saw each other's shock. Look at this spiritual level. Son, call all your friends down for dinner. Soon, the father went upstairs and invited everyone to eat. Yi Tian said, Come on, let's mother's cooking together. Okay, then I won't be polite. Pangwei was very outgoing. He patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and said, We must change WeChat. When we are free, let's go out and play. Okay. A group of people went downstairs. The mother had already prepared a table of home-cooked dishes. Fried eggs with peppers, winter melon and pork rib soup, braised hairtail, and cold tomatoes. The staple food is millet porridge. Qin Yan picked up the bowl of millet porridge and praised, Uncle and Aunt and Brother Yi really know how to live, know how to maintain health, and understand the truth that the best taste of life is bland. Qin admires them. Yes, speaking of which, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. I have been eating shark fin, abalone and seafood all day long, and I have had gout 3 times this month. Pangwei agreed. Yi Tian smiled but said nothing. Ye's father and mother looked at each other. Are these two children mentally ill? Why are there so many words for dinner? Shouldn't normal people eat these? Eat and drink enough. The old couple went for a stroll in the community. The 4 young people discussed it, and Qin Yan suggested going to sing. Pangwei and Ziqi agreed. Yi Tian thought about it and had nothing to do in the evening, so he followed them. To be honest, due to family reasons, he has been to KTV less than one hand from college to now. Chatting on the way, Yi Tian talked about his car. It turns out that Koenigsegg is yours. Pang Wei slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. I thought it was synthesized by some computer expert in post-production. Yi Zi, why don't you drive it out? The hood was damaged by someone sitting on it, so it's been sent back to the headquarters for repair. It may take more than half a year to repair it. Yi Tian was a little helpless. Xin Yan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Yi Zi, what are you thinking? Are you just going to watch someone damage your car? Yi Tian spread his hands. It doesn't matter. It's just a car. I don't care. If you are so open-minded, then wait until your Koenigsegg is repaired and lend it to me for 2 days? Pang Wei said half-jokingly. He had only known each other for a few hours, and he went to borrow a luxury car worth more than 30 million. Only Pang Wei could do such a thing. Sure. Yi Tian looked indifferent. After all, it was a gift from the system. Not to mention borrowing it to drive. If they really have the same smell and can play together, he would even give it to him. What a rich man! Fat Wei gave a thumbs up. The four of them kept calling friends to join them on their way to Diamond, the largest KTV in Haijing. Xin Yan was quite mature and steady. He would not cross the line even when joking, and was very polite. Fat Wei was careless, and he didn't care about meat or vegetables. He basically said the same thing on every call. Diamond Supreme Room. Come quickly. All of them are female stars. Female stars. Broken voice. Ziqi was more inclined to business cooperation. If you are free, come to Diamond Supreme. There are Mr. Qin, Mr. Pang, and Mr. Yi who I just met today. Yeah, I'll wait for you, Yi. You should also call a few friends to come and play together. It's more lively when there are more people. Xin Yan said with a smile. Yes, call them over so we can get to know each other. Fat Wei said. Yi Tian took out his old-fashioned mobile phone, looked at the few contacts in it, and sent a message to Xiao Rong. I'm in the Diamond Supreme Room. If you are free, come out to sing a song and chat about what happened between us. Xiao Group, top floor conference room. Just after the meeting, Xiao Rong rubbed her sore temples, and Huang Ying sighed softly. Rong, if it doesn't work, we can only lay off employees. I want to, but there is no way. First, time is tight, and second, all departments of the group are operating normally. No matter which department is moved, it will cause dissatisfaction and backlash. But what should we do with such a large capital loophole in the group? The bank is unwilling to lend us money, and the group can only last for half a month at most with its existing funds. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. I will think of a way. Pang Wei, that is so ruthless. He is going to kill Xiao Group. Xiao Rong clenched her fists tightly. She already knew that after learning that something happened inside Xiao Group and a capital loophole occurred, Pang Wei, the president of Pang Group, decisively contacted several other friendly companies to put pressure on the banks and asked them not to lend money to Xiao Group. The seemingly simple tactics directly forced Xiao Group into a dead end. The nickname Sai Zhuge is well deserved. Ding! Xiao Rong glanced at the message sent by Yi Tian and was a little surprised. Rong, what's wrong? Huang Ying asked hurriedly. Xiao Rong handed the phone to Huang Ying and said with a strange look on her face, Diamond Supreme Hall, if I remember correctly, it has been reserved by the Ponzi Group for many years. Why did Yi Tian, a loser, go there? Do you want to go? Huang Ying asked. Xiao Rong stood up suddenly. Go, I want to see what this loser wants to talk to me about. Diamond, Supreme Room. Hello everyone. One after another, Xin Yan, Pang Wei, and Ziqi's friends all came. Without exception, the men were born into a noble family, businessmen with a net worth of over 100 million, and rich second generations, and without exception, the women were beautiful and well-proportioned, and they were small stars or young female entrepreneurs who had made some achievements in the entertainment industry. Of course, they could not be compared with Ziqi, but they were still somewhat well-known. At least more than half of them, Yi Tian had seen them in variety shows. Yi Zi, let me introduce you, these are the members of my company's 24K Girl Group. These are the million-level internet celebrities Feng Xiao Mushroom and Xiao Yuan. This is. Ziqi sat next to Yi Tian and introduced them one by one. These beautiful female stars smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Yi. Please sit down. Yi Tian invited everyone to sit down generously. He was the C position of this private party. Ziqi sat on the left and Xin Yan sat on the right. Pang Wei flirted with several female stars with a smile, asking about their zodiac signs, and even claimed that he could read palms. I wonder what business Mr. Yi is in. A young second generation asked with a smile. This question was also curious to all the partygoers. To be able to sit in the C position in such an occasion, he is definitely not an ordinary person. You know, the C position is usually Qin Yan or Pang Wei. How about you guess? Zichi laughed evilly. Real estate, tourism, clothing, internet, catering. Everyone spoke up. Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed at the female star who mentioned catering and said, "It is indeed in the catering industry." "Ah, but the scope of catering is too broad." The female stars said coquettishly, "Hey, Mr. Yi, don't keep us in suspense, tell us. Tell us, I'll let Xiaoyao show you a special talent." The girl group member called Xiaoyao blushed and said, "Wow, it's really a plastic sisterhood, you're selling me out?" A group of people laughed. Pang Wei said, "Speaking of which, Xiaoyao's talent is really interesting. How about this, you show it first, and then let Mr. Yi reveal your true identity. Come on, come on. Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao." A group of people made a noise. Xiaoyao chuckled, "Okay, come on, you guys always like to make fun of me, Mr. Yi, my talent is imitating the barking of dogs." Yi Tian was very interested. "Really?" "Well, because I have a lot of dogs at home. When I was a kid, I was a little autistic, so I played with them and slowly learned. First, it was the puppy. Woof, 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 woof. Then there was the big wolfhound. Woof, 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 woof. And then there was the husky." The lifelike performance made everyone present laugh and praise it endlessly. Yi Tian also clapped crazily. "So talented. Hee hee, actually I can sing with dog barks, let me sing one for you. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof." "Awesome." Yi Tian laughed, "I like you. That's great. Wow. Really?" Xiaoyao's face flushed. Qin Yan was a smart guy and decisively moved to the side. "Xiaoyao, come and sit here." Xiaoyao sat down next to Yi Tian with a smile, raised her glass, and said with blushing cheeks, "Mr. Yi, I toast you a glass." After drinking the wine in the glass, Xiaoyao happily hugged Yi Tian's arm and said coquettishly, "Mr. Yi, I have finished my performance. Shouldn't you talk about your main business next?" "Yes, yes." People cheered. Yi Tian smiled and said, "My main business is selling jianbingguizi." Swish. The whole audience was silent. People looked at each other. "What is jianbingguizi?" Someone looked puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Yi is the son of the Jianbing King chain store? "Wow, Jianbing King, I've eaten it, 28 yuan a serving, the taste is really good." Zichi was very happy. "Don't guess blindly, it's just an ordinary pancake." Yi Tian nodded vigorously, "Yes, ordinary pancakes, 6 yuan a set, if you want to add eggs, sausages, etc., you have to charge 1 yuan more." "Ha ha ha, ha ha." A group of people laughed so hard that they fell down. Xiaoyao fell straight into Yi Tian's arms. "Mr. Yi, you were so humorous." Qin Yan laughed and said, "To be honest, although selling pancakes is Mr. Yi's main business, he is actually the controlling shareholder of Dauphin Group." "Dauphin Group? Excuse me." Everyone stood up in awe and toasted. "We are all in Haijing, who hasn't heard of Dauphin Group? Here, let me show you a ghost video." Pang Wei took out his mobile phone and projected it into the video. What was playing was 2 days ago. Yi Tian recorded a video of a Koenigsegg tricycle. "Wow! I've seen this video. So it's Yi Xiao. Oh my god." A group of people screamed. "A luxury car worth more than 30 million. Who doesn't know it?" The actress who pushed Xiaoyao out to perform her talent before regretted it so much when she saw Xiaoyao beside Yi Tian. In fact, she can also imitate a dog bark. "Oops, I lost the opportunity. But I'm not panicking. There are plenty of opportunities. Okay, don't roast me on the fire. It's time to sing, Zichi, how about a live performance?" Yi Tian said with a smile. "Okay." Zichi said generously, "Then I'll make a fool of myself. Do you want to sing with Yi Xiao?" Yi Tian waved his hand hurriedly. "Don't make a fuss. How can I keep up with your tune? I will definitely lead you astray." "I'll sing with you." Pang Wei jumped up. "Sit down." Zichi glared angrily. Pang Wei's head shrank. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." The crowd laughed. "Then I will sing one of my famous songs, Bubbles." The elegant melody and passionate performance directly pushed the atmosphere of the private room to a climax. "It's all bubbles." After the song was sung, there was thunderous applause. Zichi bowed gracefully. "Come on, Xiao Yuan, sing one of your famous songs, do. Okay. The beautiful Xiao Yuan appeared on the stage. Although she was tone deaf, the do full of sand sculpture atmosphere and extremely cheerful made everyone laugh non-stop. In the following talent show, the female stars showed their magical powers. and various talent shows filled the private room with laughter. Besides learning to bark like a dog, what else can you do? Yi Tian asked Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao pursed her lips and said shyly, I can also say earthy love words. Earthy love words are good. Come on, say a few. Xin Yan and a group of smart people all started to make fun of her. Xiao Yao looked at Yi Tian shyly and said, it's best to fall in love only 3 times in a lifetime, once innocently, once deeply, and once for a lifetime. I wish these 3 times were with you, and I wish you were the one who would accompany me for the rest of my life. Ha ha. Good. The world is changing every day, but what remains unchanged is my feelings for you and a heart that loves you forever. Good. Before I met you, I was obsessed with the past, and after I met you, I planned for the rest of my life. Great. We'll be together in the next life. If you don't come, I won't grow old. Awesome. Yi Tian hurriedly stopped Xiao Yao. Enough, if you keep talking, I'll get goosebumps. Hurry up, drink some wine. Xiao Yao pursed her lips and said, I'm not drinking wine, but my admiration and longing for you puff. Yi Tian almost spit out a mouthful of wine. This girl is something. Squeak. But at this moment, the door opened. 2 women appeared at the door. They were none other than Xiao Rong and Huang Ying. Xiao Rong looked around expressionlessly, and the shock in her heart was no less than that of a Force 18 typhoon. How did Yi Tian, this loser, get mixed up with this group of people? Who is this little? Why is she holding the arm of this loser? The appearance of Xiao Rong made the originally cheerful atmosphere in the private room obviously cold. Xin Yan frowned slightly, and Pang Wei showed an intriguing look and smiled. Oh, look, isn't this Xiao Rong, the beautiful president of Xiao Group? What wind blew you here? As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Xiao Rong sneered, Boss Pang is not welcome? That can't be, I just feel surprised. Come on, make room for Boss Xiao. Pang Wei smiled. No need, I'll leave right away. Yi Tian, come out. Xiao Rong raised her hand and pointed. Yi Tian slowly put down the wineglass and said with a smile, Woman, be polite to me. You should change your bossy attitude. Who are you talking to? Yi Tian gently patted Xiao Yao's hand, signaling her not to be nervous, and looked at Pang Wei and said, You don't seem to have a good relationship with this woman? Yi Zi, you have good eyesight. My relationship with her is not only bad, but also mortal enemies. Everyone wants to kill the other. I am right, Mr. Xiao. Pang Wei did not hide it and said with a smile, After all, we are in the same industry. Yi Tian nodded, gently picked up the wineglass and took a sip. Then today's matter, it was me who was abrupt. I didn't know that the relationship between you was so bad. What do you mean? Pang Wei was puzzled. I invited Xiao Rong to come here. Yi Tian replied. Pang Wei was stunned for a moment, and said cautiously, Is Mr. Xiao your friend? Yi Tian raised his eyes to look at Xiao Rong. Are we friends? Humph. Xiao Rong crossed her arms and smiled coldly, as if she was disdainful of answering such a boring question. Xin Yan tried to smooth things over, saying, Since you are Yi Zi's friend, please take a seat, Mr. Xiao. Fox Yan, you also played a role in the joint attack on my Xiao group, so don't pretend to be a good person here. How could Xiao Rong not know Qin Yan? He and Pang Wei were in cahoots with each other, and he also played a role in the actions against the Xiao group. Xin Yan was very well-mannered and said with a smile, Mr. Xiao, what you said is a bit serious. We are originally enemies. What's so strange about beating up a drowning dog? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your own poor management and poor judgment of people, so that he took away the project money. Xiao Rong's face was uncertain. Faced with such a big scene, Huang Ying behind her didn't dare to say a word, and she had no right to speak. Project money? What's going on? Yi Tian asked curiously. Pang Wei explained, some time ago, there was a traitor inside the Xiao Group, who ran away with 200 million yuan of project funds, causing the Xiao Group's capital chain to break. I got the news and took the opportunity to join forces with Lao Qin and several friendly merchants to add fuel to the flames. That's it. The group's capital chain broke? Yi Tian smiled playfully. Does it have anything to do with you, you coward? Do you think you can do whatever you want and humiliate me just because you are with a rich woman? I tell you, I, Xiao Rong, would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Xiao Rong was very emotional. It's no wonder she would be like this. In Xiao Rong's view, Yi Tian clearly knew that she was at a disadvantage in the competition with the Pang Group, but he chose this time to chat with her. What else could this be but humiliation? This hateful scum Yi Tian actually pretended to know nothing. It's disgusting. Yi Tian drank a sip of wine calmly and suddenly smiled. It seems that you have misunderstood, but it doesn't matter, I don't care. Originally, I came to you just to talk about divorce, but now, I suddenly changed my mind. Wait, divorce? Xin Yan, Pang Wei, and other wealthy people all widened their eyes. This sentence contains a lot of information. Yi Tian is Xiaorong's husband? When did they get married? How did they get married? Why don't they know anything at all? The most tormented one is Fat Wei, whose face is trembling. There are 10,000 grass mud horses running through his heart. Xiaorong's husband is Yi Tian. And Yi Tian is the actual controlling shareholder of Dafeng Group. Dafeng Group plus Xiao Group, he is shooting himself in the foot. A mere Ponzi group can't bear the capital squeeze of these two major groups. Things are getting more and more interesting. Brother Yi is actually Xiaorong's husband. Then he invited Xiaorong tonight. His position is very clear. He wants to take this opportunity to knock us. Xin Yan touched his chin and looked at the young man in the C position with deep eyes. It's terrible that he is so cunning at such a young age. But the relationship between these two people does not seem to be harmonious. Is it acting for us? Well, it's possible. After all, they are husband and wife, fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot of the bed. Xin Yan started the crazy brain-filling mode again. Yi Tian naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. He gently put down the wineglass and said, Fat Wei, as you can see, Xiaorong is indeed my nominal wife. Yes, yes. Fat Wei wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. This gentleman can't afford to offend. My wife is in trouble. As a husband, it is not reasonable to stand idly by, right? Yes, yes. About the capital chain of Xiao Group I know what to do. Fat Wei didn't wait for Yi Tian to finish his words and took the lead in expressing his position. I will call the presidents of the 5 major banks and ask them to withdraw their orders. Yi Tian was confused. How did it get involved with the presidents of the 5 major banks? He originally wanted to say that he would first lend 100 million to Xiao Group to help them tide over the difficulties. Xin Yan also immediately said that he would withdraw his orders, and the 2 presidents took out their mobile phones to make calls. Xiaorong stood there in a daze. I know who I am. But what am I doing? Why are these 2 foxes so respectful to Yi Tian, a coward? Just a few words, and they were unblocked? Yi Tian stared at Xiaorong and said calmly, Woman, I believe you will soon feel the same way as I do. I don't understand what you are talking about, and I don't know what you are doing. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Xiaorong rushed out of the door. She had to leave, her cell phone was about to explode. She took it out and saw that it was a call from the presidents of the 5 major banks in Haijing, all of whom said that they could immediately lend money to the Xiao Group at a low interest rate. What the hell is going on? Who is the fat woman next to Yi Tian? Su Weiwei would be confused if she was at the scene. Xiaorong's thinking was completely confused, and her brain was blank. Let's talk about the private room. The atmosphere was a bit cold. Fat Wei squeezed to Yi Tian's side with an embarrassed look and said, Yeezy, I really don't know your relationship with President Xiao. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses of wine. After that, he gulped down 3 glasses of wine in a row, and Yi Tian couldn't stop him. Yi Tian patted Pang Wei on the shoulder, smiled brightly and said, I suspect you are here to cheat for drinks. Pang Wei laughed awkwardly, ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Ziqi hurriedly signaled the female stars to warm up the scene, singing and dancing. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room warmed up, and the party lasted until the early morning. Everyone dispersed. Yi Tian was a little tipsy, and Xiao Yao stayed by his side, supporting him. It's embarrassing, I haven't drunk like this for a long time. It's not embarrassing. If you ask me, young Master Yi, you are so powerful today. With just a few words, you got a deal of 200 million. My God, 200 million. I can't make so much money in 10 lifetimes. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of admiration. It takes 4,000 years for a normal working class to earn 100 million, which is equivalent to 200 million from the Xia dynasty to the present day. Now, you only need 1,000 years, which is already amazing. Yi Tian joked. Xiao Yao blushed, stop laughing at me, Mr. Yi. The 2 walked along the road, and when they passed the intersection, they happened to meet people walking their dogs. Xiao Yao was so scared that she quickly hid behind Yi Tian. Yi Tian witnessed this scene and just smiled faintly. Xiao Yao, where do you live? Xiao Yao pointed to the apartment in front and said, it's just in front, just walk 1 street. Is it convenient for me to go to your place and sit for a while? Yes, it's convenient. Xiao Yao's face flushed. Xiao Yao lives in an ant apartment, which is only more than 30 square meters. However, although it is small, it has everything you need except for the kitchen. A book, the actor's self-cultivation, is spread out on the bed. The house is a bit messy, Mr. Yi, please sit anywhere. I'll go get you a glass of water. Xiao Yao rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. Yi Tian looked at this room that carries the dreams of a young girl. The poster on the wall is none other than Ziqi. Mr. Yi. Xiao Yao's timid voice sounded. Yeah. Yi Tian turned his head and saw a girl wrapped in only a bath towel. What are you doing? Yi Tian was immediately panicked and widened his eyes. Xiao Yao lowered her head, her cheeks were hot, and she pretended to untie the bath towel. Yi Tian quickly took off his clothes, helped Xiao Yao put them on, and smiled bitterly. Don't get me wrong, I really just came up to sit down, I didn't want to do anything else at all. Oh, Xiao Yao said disappointed. The atmosphere was very awkward. Xiao Yao, you lied to me in the private room just now. What? What? Xiao Yao was shocked. In fact, you have never raised a dog. Not only that, you are also very afraid of dogs. Yi Tian smiled and tapped the girl's forehead. My family lives in the countryside, and I have raised dogs since I was a child. Naturally, I know that people who raise dogs are never afraid of dogs. And just now when you and I were crossing the road, you were scared by a border collie and hid behind me. This was a conditioned reflex. Xiao Yao's eyes turned red when her secret was exposed. I'm sorry. You don't have to say sorry to me, I don't mean to blame you. Yi Tian came to the balcony and stretched. You are willing to put down your dignity and learn to bark like a dog, actually to use this to attract people's attention, am I right? The girl stared at the man's back in a daze. His words were like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Tears burst out of her eyes, and she choked and said, yes, I can't do anything except a stinky skin. I have no connections, no background, no backing, and no money. I can only rely on this to stand out. I want to make money, and I don't want to be looked down upon. I'm sorry. Yi Xiao, I really didn't mean to lie to you. You think I'm exaggerating only because I'm afraid, if I'm like wood or stone, will I get attention? Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten, so I'll exaggerate it. How can I be elegant if I'm very uneasy? Does the world still praise silence? If it's not explosive enough, how can I have topics to brag about and become a big entertainer? A song exaggeration that is not standard came out of Yi Tian's mouth, perfectly matching the girl's mood. Raising his hand to gently wipe away the tears on the girl's cheeks, Yi Tian chuckled and said, anyone who is willing to put down his dignity for success deserves respect. From today on, you are my sister. Come to Building 1 of Emperor Bay tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you. See you there or not. After saying that, Yi Tian left in style, leaving the girl with an unforgettable back. The girl chased out the door and shouted, Brother Yi Tian, my name is Yuqin Xiao Yao. The night wind was cool on my body. The young man under the street lamp rubbed his cheeks hard and muttered to himself, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Why do you want to take her in if you can just push her down? Why? This night is destined to make many people unable to sleep. For example, Su Weiwei, who lost 10 pounds after drinking special weight loss pills, Yuqin Xiaoyao, who was inexplicably recognized as Yi Tian's sister, Xiao Rong, who solved the group's crisis with a confused look, Qin Yan, who was wondering whether Yi Tian was going to enter the business circle after his sudden appearance, and Fat Wei, who suffered from gout due to excessive drinking. Yi Tian had no idea whether others could fall asleep, but he slept very sweetly until dawn. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the cup of organic milk specially supplied by the community ranch on the bedside table. Yi Tian stretched his body, humming the little song expansion, and went into the bathroom to wash up. After everything was done, Yi Tian went downstairs and saw his mother holding Yuqin Xiaoyao's hand and chatting with her. Brother Yi Tian. Yuqin Xiaoyao hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. Today, her outfit is less mature, but more pure and lovely, giving people the feeling of a little girl next door, looking pleasing to the eye. Morning, Xiaoyao, have you had breakfast? Well, not yet. Yuqin Xiaoyao shook her head. She hadn't slept all night. She ran to the door of Emperor Bay at 4 o'clock in the morning and squatted there. She was brought in by the housekeeper at Guang until 6 o'clock. Breakfast is the emperor's meal, lunch is the minister's meal, and dinner is the beggar's meal. How can you not eat breakfast? Yi Tian asked Yuqin Xiaoyao to come to the table and personally served her a bowl of hot porridge from her mother. The housekeeper at Guang, who was not far away, carefully took out a notebook and recorded Yi Tian's wise saying in the book. Rich people, whatever they say is the truth. Thank you, Brother Yi Tian. Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red. Except for her parents, no one has ever treated her so well. Brother Yi Tian. Xiaoyao swears that from today on, she will be your loyal little dog for life. Yi Tian had no idea what Xiaoyao was thinking about, and he was a little melancholy. What he said to Yuqin Xiaoyao last night was just to show off. He is rich, but he knows nothing about the entertainment industry. He doesn't even know why he asked Xiaoyao to meet him. Butler Guang has a wide network of contacts, so it is possible that he knows an expert in this field, but he is just a butler after all. As the master, it would be so cheap for me to ask the butler questions? Forget it. I don't care about that for now, I will sign into the system first. Yi Tian looked at the time. There are less than 2 hours left. The third day of signing in can be carried out. Is it okay for you not to go back to the group for rehearsal today? Yi Tian asked casually. Yuqin Xiaoyao hurriedly stood up and replied, No, I have already asked for leave from the group. Don't be so reserved, treat this place as your own home. Yi Tian laughed. Okay, brother Yi Tian. Yuqin Xiaoyao rubbed his eyelids, feeling very warm in his heart. After breakfast, his mother pulled Yi Tian aside to ask about Yuqin Xiaoyao's identity. After learning that she was a friend of the big boss, his mother's face was full of disappointment. What a beautiful and gentle girl, it would be best for her to be a daughter-in-law, but what a pity. Because he came back too late last night and did not prepare the pancake ingredients, Yi Tian did not plan to set up the stall today, so he chatted with Yuqin Xiaoyao at the rooftop swimming pool to kill time. Through the conversation, he learned that the girl group Yuqin Xiaoyao was in was signed to a small star incubation company. There were 7 people in the girl group. Because Yuqin Xiaoyao had no background in connections, and her talent was average, she had the least resources allocated to her. Even if she got a role, it was always a maid or a servant, and she only had 1 or 2 lines. Yi Tian was quite emotional. It was not easy for a grassroots person who was not born in a class to become a big star. Millions of people crossed the single plank bridge, and there were countless bones below. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yi Tian raised his hand and touched the girl's hair. Brother, you are so good to me. I don't think I deserve it. Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes turned red and she was about to cry again. Yi Tian scolded, Don't say that again. Yes, I won't say it anymore. Yuqin Xiaoyao was frightened. Wu woof? You. Yi Tian couldn't help but shook his head. Just chatting. Yi Tian's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Fat Wei, with a row of crying expressions. What's wrong with you? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Among the 3 new friends, Qin Yan, Pang Wei and Ziqi, he likes Pang Wei more because he is more real. Qin Yan is a little fake and his words and deeds are too perfect and impeccable. This kind of person is very cunning. As for Ziqi, it may be that he has met too many people and knows that the circle is too chaotic, so he keeps a certain distance from everyone. Maybe this situation will change with time. Who knows? Gout. I want to die. Pang Wei replied. How can you get such a strange disease at such a young age? Are you at home? Except for being at home, I can't go anywhere. Woo, brother Yi, my life is so miserable. Wait, I'll go to see you soon. Yi Tian took Yuqin Xiaoyao to Pang Wei's house. They are in the same community, not far apart, and it only takes about 15 minutes to take the shuttle bus specially prepared for the owners in the community. When they arrived at the door of Pang Wei's house, they saw this human-shaped cylinder leaning on a cane from a distance, standing at the door like a wife watching Cliff. Brother Yi. Let you show off. Yi Tian followed Pang Wei into the house, looking at his right foot that was swollen like a steamed bun, and suddenly remembered that he still had a Bill's elimination pill, which was a reward for signing in yesterday. Yi Tian's mind flashed and said, Pang Wei, have I ever told you that I once worshipped a master who taught me medical skills? No, brother Yi, can you cure diseases? Pang Wei blinked. Yi Tian winked at Yuqin Xiaoyao, who quickly brought a glass of boiled water over. Yi Tian handed the disease-eliminating pill to Pang Wei and said, I have almost forgotten my medical skills, but before going down the mountain, my master gave me a pill that can cure all diseases. If you trust me, take it, otherwise forget it. Pang Wei said distressfully, gout is an incurable disease. I have tried countless folk remedies and none of them worked, but I believe what you say, brother Yi. Don't say it's cured, as long as it can make me feel less painful. I really want to cut off my feet now. Pang Wei grabbed the pill and stuffed it into his mouth, gulped down the boiled water, and burped. Yi Tian looked at Pang Wei with a smile. It was only about 5 or 6 minutes before and after, and Pang Wei's face became strange. He rubbed his legs. It's so warm, my feet don't seem to hurt anymore. My master is a master of medicine. Of course the medicine he prepared is effective. It's a pity that there is only one pill. Yi Tian nodded secretly and gave the system a thumbs up. A few minutes later, not only did Pang Wei's feet completely reduce swelling, he was even able to walk. The symptoms of gout disappeared completely. This is a miracle drug. Pang Wei was ecstatic. He jumped around the hall and immediately hugged Yi Tian, gratefully saying, Brother, from today on, you are my real brother. You are several years older than me, and you call me brother? You are embarrassed to call me brother, but I am embarrassed to listen. Yi Tian pushed Pang Wei away with disgust. At the same time, his head dinged. The cooldown time of the super-rich sign-in system has arrived. There is nothing to think about, just sign in decisively. Ding, sign in successfully, the system rewards 1 billion yuan. Sign in cooldown time 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Is that all? Yi Tian was stunned and looked down at the message sent by the bank. The balance on your card is 135 billion and 1,720 yuan. Well, there are still tens of millions of yuan left in the bank, and now there is another 1 billion. After all, with the previous 2 sign-in experiences, Yi Tian is still relatively calm. He put away his phone and said to Fat Wei, who was still happy, "Fat Wei, I want to make Xiaoyao famous. What do I need to do?" Fat Wei is a person who is serious when he should be serious, and never serious when he shouldn't be serious. Hearing this, he quickly put away his smile and said, "Brother Yi, there are many ways to praise the role. It depends on how you want to praise, how much money you plan to spend, and to what position you want to praise the role." Yi Tian glanced at Yuqin Xiaoyao, who was standing uncomfortably, and said, "I have already recognized Xiaoyao as my sister. What position do you think I want to promote her to?" Pang Wei glanced at Yuqin Xiaoyao with deep eyes. He was inevitably a little shocked. He didn't expect this girl to be so capable. She could have eaten Brother Yi so hard in just one night. How could she live so well? "I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking at Xiaoyao?" Yi Tian kicked Pang Wei. Pang Wei hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, when it comes to promoting actors, I'm not professional. But I can introduce you to a famous artist agency in the circle. Through their team packaging, they have made many first-line stars popular. Otherwise, I can help you make an appointment?" Yi Tian nodded, pulled Yuqin Xiaoyao to sit beside him, and smiled, "Don't be nervous, I'll take care of everything." Yuqin Xiaoyao blushed and hummed heavily, "Thank you, brother." Pang Wei strolled over and made a phone call. "Hello. Brother Qi, it's me, Pang Wei. Hey, long time no see, where have you been? Come over for lunch at noon? I'll introduce a buddy to you." "Okay, that's it, I'll wait for you. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up at the airport?" "No need?" "Okay, okakok. Done." Pang Wei hung up the phone with a smile. "He's in Shengjing, but he'll fly over soon. Let's have lunch together at noon." Yi Tian nodded. "See you at noon. I'll go back with Xiaoyao first. Don't worry, if you're not busy, I'll call Lao Qin, and we'll play mahjong and have fun together." Pang Wei was not willing to let Yi Tian go like this. He hugged his arm. His shameless look made people both angry and amused. Yi Tian, with a helpless look on his face, "Xiaoyao, can you play mahjong?" I know a little bit. Go call Lao Qin." "Sure." Not long after, Qin Yan came running over, and after entering the door, he said with a smile, "Scattering money, boy, how many millions are you prepared to lose this time? Stop talking nonsense, I was just unlucky before, today I must win all your pants." Fat Wei snorted. "Young Master Yi. Lao Qin." Qin Yan smiled and shook his fingers. After getting to know each other, he and Yi Tian officially became friends. "Since everyone is here, let's start the game. The location is chosen to be the mahjong room on the top floor." Qin Yan smiled and said, "How much did young Master Yi play cards with others before?" Yi Tian thought for a while and said, 1 or 2 yuan, at most 5 yuan. During the Chinese New Year, playing cards with relatives, small bets for fun are about this standard. Fat Wei was shocked. "So much? Really rich?" Qin Yan widened his eyes and swallowed deeply. "Ha?" Yi Tian was stunned and spat. 1 or 2 yuan is too much? What kind of mahjong can you play?" Not big, not big." Not big." Qin Yan and Pang Wei shook their heads and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Yi Tian had no idea that the way these second-generation rich people count money is different from that of ordinary people. 1 dime is equal to 10,000, and 1 yuan is 100,000. Usually they play for entertainment with 1 or 2 dimes, that is, 10,000 or 20,000, and the winnings and losses are about 1 million. Yi Tian is good, and he accidentally increased the amount tenfold. He is really worthy of being a rich man. Even leisure and entertainment are so exaggerated. I have to squeeze into this circle no matter what. Qin Yan swallowed deeply, thinking that there were only more than 10 million in his card. A little weak. If you win, it's yours, and if you lose, it's mine. Yi Tian looked at Yuqin Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "I got it, brother." Yuqin Xiaoyao smiled sweetly, with something unspoken in her heart. "If it's just $1 or $2, I actually have the money to give you. At least I have 1 foot in the entertainment industry." However, reality soon overturned the naive fantasy of the naive Yuqin Xiaoyao. In the first game, Yuqin Xiaoyao was lucky, and she won against Qin Yan, and the total was $8 including the flour. Qin Yan sighed. asked Yuqin Xiaoyao for the QR code, and swiped 800,000. Looking at the 6-digit gambling money that suddenly appeared in the bank card, Yuqin Xiaoyao's face turned green with fear, and she hurriedly showed the phone to Yi Tian. Brother, this. Yi Tian took a look and then he suddenly realized it. It turns out that $1 means 100,000 in the gambling game. Yi Tian, he smiled calmly at Yuqin Xiaoyao, signaling her to be calm. I'm calm, calm. I really can't be calm, brother. Yuqin Xiaoyao felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, and all the pores on her body were open. 800,000. What does this mean? She has never seen so much money in her life. It's enough to build a building in her hometown. Mom! Save me! I want to go home. Time passed quickly, and a morning passed quickly. After the final calculation of the results, Yuqin Xiaoyao won 60 yuan, Yi Tian won 40 yuan, and Qin Yan and Pang Wei lost 50 yuan each. Brother Yi, Lao Chi is almost here. Why don't we stop here first today? Pang Wei asked tentatively. Okay, let's play when we have time. I really have no interest in playing mahjong. Yi Tian stretched. Let's go and meet this Lao Chi. The group immediately drove to the restaurant. When going upstairs, Yuqin Xiaoyao gently pulled Yi Tian's arm and said, Brother, I will transfer this 6 million to you now. Why are you transferring the money you won to me? I can't take this. Yuqin Xiaoyao shook her head repeatedly, and said firmly, Brother, you have helped me so much, how can I still take this money? You really don't want it? Really don't want it? Seeing that Yuqin Xiaoyao insisted on doing so, Yi Tian nodded secretly and transferred 4 million to her, and then she returned the 10 million to Qin Yan and Pang Wei respectively. Pang Wei looked at the transfer record, his face changed and said, Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? Brother Yi, you. Qin Yan was also a little confused. Yi Tian patted the two on the shoulders and said with a smile, If you treat me as a friend, don't talk nonsense. Besides, this is what Xiaoyao meant. Yuqin Xiaoyao bowed and said, as the saying goes, make friends with drinking, not with gambling. I can't take your money. Pang Wei was very interested. How do you explain this? You see, drinking friends all hope that you drink more, for fear that you don't drink enough. And gambling friends, on the surface, are good friends, but in fact they are holding back bad intentions and want to win your money. Yuqin Xiaoyao said with a red face. Qin Yan clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up, saying, What a good way to make friends with drinking, not gambling. Xiaoyao, you really make me look at you in a new light. Let's not be gambling friends, but drinking friends, okay? Okay, it's my honor. Yuqin Xiaoyao carefully pulled Yi Tian's arm. It's all my brother's teaching. Don't flatter me, this is the first time I've heard of this. Yi Tian laughed. Mr. Pang. At this time, a voice came from behind Yi Tian, and a man in a well-dressed suit walked in. Fat Wei smiled and stood up and shook hands with the man, introducing him, Old Qin, you know this is my buddy, Yi Tian, the boss of Dauphin Group, and this is Xiaoyao. Shi Xinghua nodded, and after a few simple greetings with Yi Tian, he took a seat. Yi Tian found that although Qi Xinghua behaved low-key, his words were full of pride. From this point, it was not difficult to judge that his identity and background were at least at the same level as Qin Yan and the others. Brother Qi, please take a flight here. Actually, I want to talk to you in person about something. As the cups and chips were mixed, Fat Wei brought the topic to the right track. Boss Pang, there is no need to beat around the bush in our relationship. Just say what you want to say. As long as it is something that I, Qi Xinghua, can do, I will definitely do it. Yi Tian was silent and made an overall judgment on Qi Xinghua's personality. He spoke very beautifully. Like Qin Yan, he was a person with a delicate mind. Fat Wei grinned and pointed at Yi Tian. My brother wants to help his sister Xiaoyao get promoted. You are a veteran in this circle, see if there is any way. Qi Xinghua glanced at Yi Tian and Yuqin Xiaoyao, and said with a smile, There is no problem with your face, stand up and let me see your figure. Okay. Yuqin Xiaoyao quickly stood up and turned around. As a member of a girl group, dancing is a basic skill, and it comes easily. Okay. Qi Xinghua waved his hand, motioning Yuqin Xiaoyao to take a seat, and said to Yi Tian, Both their figures and faces are first-rate. How about this, Mr. Yi? My company just got a play, and it's missing a female number 4. Let Miss Xiaoyao play it first, and slowly accumulate popularity and popularity. After a year or so, when she has a certain reputation, we will find a way to create some scandals, spend a little money to buy a hot search or something. Not to mention becoming a top star, it's no problem for her to become a second or third-tier star. As for what's next, it depends on Miss Xiaoyao's own ability, whether she can get the favor of capital. Miss Xiaoyao, what do you think? Okay. I can. Yuqin Xiaoyao's face flushed with excitement. Female number 4. This is a role with a lot of lines. She had played female number 18 before. To put it bluntly, she was just a passerby. Yi Tian shook the glass, drank the wine in the glass, and said with a smile, "What's good about it? You are my sister, Yi Tian. It's embarrassing for me to play the 4th female role. And it takes a year or so to become a 2nd or 3rd tier star. This speed is too slow." Shi Xinghua raised his eyebrows, but used small movements to cleverly cover up his displeasure. He is not old, but his tone is not small. As a veteran of the star agency, he has seen many such scenes. There are countless rich second generations like Yi Tian. Just because of a night of love, they spend millions to let their women enter the entertainment industry. After a little training to become a so-called star, whether it is a girlfriend, or a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th mistress, it is very face-saving to take her out. In Shi Xinghua's heart, Yi Tian has long been classified as a rich second generation who does not work properly. Although he thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. Shi Xinghua smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Find a reliable crew and let Xiaoyao be the heroine. At the same time, connect her with some popular variety shows, such as Running Girl Group, Extreme 6+1, and King vs. King. Within 3 months, I want Xiaoyao to become a well-known public figure." These crazy words stunned Shi Xinghua. He looked at Fatty Wei in horror. The latter shrugged and smiled playfully. Ahem. Young Master Yi, are you kidding me? What you just said are all top variety shows in China. Do you know how much it costs to push a newcomer in? Shi Xinghua swallowed his saliva. Yi Tian's shocking words made him dare not underestimate his power again. Don't talk to me about money. I hate this. Just calculate the bill and send it to me. Yi Tian picked up a piece of food, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyao, I said I would make you a top star. You are a top star, and I have the final say." Brother Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red with excitement. "Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom first." If she didn't leave, Yuqin Xiaoyao was afraid that she would cry and embarrass Yi Tian. As soon as Yuqin Xiaoyao left, Pang Wei came over and said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, let me say something you don't want to hear. Xiaoyao is indeed a very good girl, but it's not worth it for you to spend so much money to promote her. What did you do last night?" No, I don't mean anything else. I'm not trying to pry into your private affairs." Yi Tian patted Pang Wei's broad shoulders and said with a smile, "For me, the only value of money is that it can make me happy. I feel very happy doing this, so I do this, and it has nothing to do with Xiaoyao. Don't guess blindly, nothing happened between Xiaoyao and me, I treat her as my own sister." Pang Wei was bewildered. Nothing happened? He spent a lot of money to support her? What the hell? I've seen a lot of wealthy people, but I've never seen a super rich man like Yi Tian in my life. Xin Yan clapped his hands lightly, his eyes fiery, and said, "Brother Yi's spiritual level is much higher than that of mortals like us, Pang Wei. We can't catch up with Brother Yi in this lifetime." On the other side, Shi Xinghua had already calculated the accounts, swallowed his saliva and said, "Based on what Mr. Yi said just now, I did a simple calculation. Otherwise, let's forget it. Just tell me how much money you need." Yi Tian glanced at him. If money can be used to solve the problem, does it count? Does it count? Okay. Shi Xinghua made up his mind and said, "Well, Mr. Pang and I are buddies. I really didn't ask for an exorbitant price. It's very simple to be the heroine in a movie. You can bring money into the group and spend 300 or 400 million. If it doesn't work, how much money can you get yourself to form a crew? It's just that those top variety shows are not easy to get on. For a single variety show, it will cost at least 50 to 80 million for a season to push newcomers in, plus public relations fees and so on. All in all, it's at least 300 million. Xin Yan almost didn't catch the wine glass, and Pang Wei's face changed with fear. 300 million. What's the concept? Their group's annual net profit is at most this much. Only 300 million? I'll give you 500 million. Yi Tian said lightly, "Old Chi, go and negotiate with those variety shows immediately, and you can handle the crew matters." Shi Xinghua's legs went limp and he fell to the ground, hugging Yi Tian's thighs and said, "Young Master Yi, no." "Brother, are you serious?" Yi Tian looked down at him. "What, do you think I'm kidding you? Waiter, bring the wine." Shi Xinghua had a good alcohol tolerance. He drank a bottle of mutai from the bottle, his eyes red as he said, "Brother Yi, leave this to me, I will do it for you properly." 3 months. No. Within 2 months, I will make Sister Xiaoyao a national idol. Yuqin Xiaoyao happened to come in, and heard the other party calling her Sister Xiaoyao. Her expression was a little embarrassed. Yi Tian smiled and said, "What Sister Xiaoyao? Can it be any more unpleasant? Just call me Xiaoyao." Xiaoyao, already it's settled. You will go with Lao Qi later. I will pay for the termination fee and other things. Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes were red. She sat next to Yi Tian and choked up, brother, I don't deserve you to be so good to me. Silly girl, whether it's worth it or not, it's not up to you to decide. It's up to me to decide. Yi Tian was in a good mood and slapped the girl's head. Xinghua said under the influence of alcohol, Sister Yuqin, can you sing? Well, Sister Yuqin, this title is okay. Don't call me sister, I can't bear it. I learned for a while. But, I don't sing very well. Yuqin Xiaoyao said hurriedly. It's okay to sing. In this way, I will help you arrange a song, ask Mimi Yin to write it, and then push you into singer in the time of the year, win a championship first, and at the same time, I will prepare for the docking of the crew and other variety shows. Do you think it's okay? Championship? I can't sing well at all. How can I get it? The judges won't agree to it. Yuqin Xiaoyao exclaimed. Xinghua smiled and said, Sister Yuqin, don't worry about this. The purpose of the existence of the mentors and judges is to use their rhetoric ingeniously to push pre-selected candidates to the championship throne. Yi Tian nodded and clinked glasses with Xinghua. Just for what you said, I'll give you another 300 million, a total of 800 million. After all, it costs money to deal with those mentors, doesn't it? Xinghua knelt down. Brother, I'll give you a toast, just for fun. That's not allowed, get up and talk. Yi Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the stunned and ridiculous expressions of Qin Yan and Pang Wei. He rubbed Yuqin Xiaoyao's head and said, don't have any psychological burden. The profit is yours and the loss is mine. Yuqin Xiaoyao was completely stunned and didn't know how to respond. 800 million. My brother spent 800 million to promote me. Brother. I won't let you down, absolutely not. At this moment, Yuqin Xiaoyao secretly made up her mind to repay her brother's kindness to her tenfold or 100-fold. Later, the banquet ended. Xinghua took Sister Yuqin away and headed for Shengjing. Yi Tian rubbed his neck and began to think about where to go in the afternoon. Oh, right. Get a new mobile phone for my parents and myself. Buy some clothes by the way. Although my parents' clothes are not patched, they have been worn for many years. Mom likes watches, and Dad likes belts. Well. So it was decided happily to go shopping. Brother, what are you going to do later? If you don't dislike me, I'll go with you. Pang Wei said with a smile. Why should I dislike you? Yi Tian rolled his eyes silently. I just happen to have nothing to do, so I'll accompany Brother Yi for a walk. Qin Yan asked with a smile, where are we going? Let's go shopping first. Got it, let's go to the Diamond District. The extended version of Rolls-Royce carried the three people to the commercial pedestrian street in the city center. It was afternoon, the temperature was suitable, and the pedestrian street was very busy. Yi Tian strolled into an LV store with two men, and happened to meet a college classmate. Yi Zi? The man exclaimed, am I dazzled? Yi Tian looked at the man and smiled, Dongming. Why are you in Haijing? Song Dongming. Yi Tian's college classmate, the two lived in the same dormitory during college, and their relationship was not good or bad. Song Dongming's parents are both businessmen, and they are very wealthy, while Yi Tian's family is very poor and his personality is withdrawn, so the two sides don't have much intersection. However, it is still a bit of a surprise to meet in such an environment. Dongming, is this your friend? A woman walked out from behind the counter. She had a very hot body and a standard internet celebrity face. She smiled and took Song Dongming's arm. Song Dongming hummed and introduced to the woman, Yi Tian, my college classmate, sleeping on the upper bunk. Oh. The woman took a look at Yi Tian and saw that he was dressed shabby, without a single brand name from head to toe, all cheap street goods, and immediately lost interest. Yi Zi, are you here to find a job? Song Dongming asked casually, picking up a handbag. It was a new model, more than 30,000 after discount, and it was a good value for money. No, I'm here to buy something. Yi Tian said casually, and took a sample bag to take a look. This small bag that can only hold a mobile phone, lipstick and tissues at most costs 180,000 yuan. Rich people really know how to have fun. Song Dongming smiled when he heard it, and couldn't help but said, Yi Zi, this is you being dishonest. We are classmates, why are you pretending? I know your family background better than anyone else. The affordable shopping mall around the corner is where you should go. The cheapest bag here is 5 figures. Pack this one for me. Yi Tian threw the 180,000 yuan bag to the shopping guide and turned his head and said, Huh? Dongming, what did you say just now? What the hell? Buy a 180,000 yuan bag just like that? Did this poor loser win the lottery? Song Dongming's heart was in turmoil, and he swallowed hard. Before he could speak, the internet celebrity next to him was already unhappy and shook his arm hard. Dongming, look at others, then look at yourself. Why are you so stingy? I don't like this 30,001, I want his one. Song Dongming rolled his eyes silently. 180,000. Not 18,000. Do you really think money comes from the wind? At this time, Yi Tian's attention was on the goods. He ignored the two people behind him and asked the shopping guide to pack some bags, belts, clothes, and so on. Xin Yan, who was not far behind him, whispered, Fat Wei, look at Brother Yi. He is so rich, but his food, clothing and daily necessities are so simple. He buys street goods like LV, look at you, are you ashamed? Fat Wei looked down at the shirt designed by a famous French designer. He felt quite ashamed. The roasted chicken leg in his hand didn't smell good anymore. He muttered, I want to learn from Brother Yi and live a low-key life from today on. The two people's words were heard by Song Dongming and the internet celebrity girl. After hearing the truth, the two were stunned, with question marks all over their heads. When did LV become street goods? You should also pay attention to the scale when pretending to be cool, okay? Who are you with? Yi Zi. Song Dongming couldn't stand the internet celebrity girl nagging around him, so he came to Yi Tian and said, We are classmates, so don't act here. If you can afford these things, I will perform eating while standing upside down. Rich means rich, poor means poor, and I won't laugh at you. Why are you pretending? You also brought 2 extras. How much did they pay for a day? 100? 200? Song Dongming sighed. He really didn't want to expose Yi Tian. It was really that the person next to him was too annoying, making him lose face. Yi Tian? Yi Tian, Dongming, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just bought some things for myself, how can it be considered pretending? Pretending. Song Dongming looked helpless, reached out to help Yi Tian adjust his collar and said, I know you have always resented me for treating you badly when I was in school, but that's all in the past. You really don't have to act in front of my girlfriend. You say you are a poor loser, and your monthly salary is at most 10,000 yuan. How can you spend millions on luxury goods? Does this make sense? Who are you taking for a fool? Yi Tian finally understood and said with a smile, what you said just now about performing a handstand and eating is true. Song Dongming's face sank and said, Yi Tian, do you really want to make such a big deal? I am trying to persuade you with good intentions, but you don't appreciate it. You will be embarrassed when we settle the score later. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head, don't answer the question irrelevantly. Stupid loser. If you have no money, you have no money. Why are you pretending to be a nouveau riche? The internet celebrity girl felt a little disgusted. She thought she had met a low-key rich man, but she didn't expect him to be a pretender. It was really an insult to her IQ. Since you are so shameless, don't blame me. Song Dongming sneered, I said, if you can buy the things here, I will eat upside down, but if you can't do it, hee hee. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Qin and Mr. Pang? What brings you here? As he was talking, a middle-aged man in a neat suit came in from outside and shook Qin Yan and Pang Wei's hands tightly. I have nothing to do, so I came out for a stroll with my brother. How's business recently? Pang Wei said with a smile. Thanks to you too, everything is fine. The middle-aged man was none other than the owner of this LV store. Mr. Pang, do you have a brother? Can you introduce him to me? Here. Pang Wei raised his hand and pointed at Yi Tian, Brother Yi. Boss Yi. The middle-aged man apologized and shook Yi Tian's hand tightly, as warm as a father and son who had been separated for many years. Yi Tian, who are you? The boss here, Lao Su. Pang Wei smiled, Lao Su, is there any discount for my brother to buy things from you? Look at what you said, what's a discount? It must be a big discount. Lao Su smiled and said to the trembling shopping guides, from now on, these 3 bosses will come to consume, and they will all get a 40% discount. Yes. Boss. Swish. The girls all bowed. Yi Tian's face was not very good, and he glanced at Lao Su, don't be mean, I need a discount when I buy things? It must be the original price. Lao Su looked embarrassed. Pang Wei slapped himself hard and said with a sad face, brother, this is my fault. I shouldn't have said too much. How could you buy discounted things with your status? It's so embarrassing. I'll treat you tonight and I'll get myself drunk. At this moment, Song Dongming was a fool and he could see clearly that Yi Tian was really rich. Even his boss came out to support him. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? But Pang Wei was unwilling to let him leave. He grabbed Song Dongming by the collar and said with a fake smile, don't be in a hurry to leave, buddy. We still have some things to finish. Song Dongming shuddered. What? What? Ding. Consumption successful. The balance on your card is 1.13355 billion. The emotionless electronic female voice coming from Yi Tian's mobile phone made the huge store silent. Yi Tian put away the worn-out mobile phone with a relaxed look. Song Dongming's face was pale. 1 billion. This can no longer be described as a local tycoon, this is a super rich man. More than 1 billion in pocket money. Brother Yi is really awesome. Xin Yan sighed quietly. When he just met Yi Tian 2 days ago, he always felt that he and Yi Tian were from similar families, half a catty and 8 tails. Now it seems that half a catty and 8 tails are true, but he is half a catty of scrap iron and Yi Tian is 8 tails of diamonds. Yi Z. I was just joking with you. For the sake of our classmates, please let me go. Song Dongming was really panicked. Yi Tian smiled brightly. I'm actually very curious, why do you eat upside down? Fat Wei volunteered. My stinks, I'll give it to him. Don't. After all, we are civilized people in a civilized society. Faced with this harmless quarrel, Yi Tian asked Pang Wei to scare Song Dongming, the powerful dog, and then let him go. Bullying such a nouveau riche showed that he was too low class. In the following time, Yi Tian began to wander around various luxury stores, and the driver stuffed a pile of clothes, shoes, socks, bags, food, and clothing into the Rolls-Royce. It was obviously the most expensive luxury store on this street, but Yi Tian bought it out like a wholesale of street goods. After the purchase, the three returned to Emperor Bay. Emperor Bay building a outdoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Pang Wei, Lao Qin, you don't go back to work in the company and accompany me all day, is it okay? Yi Tian asked casually. Fat Wei said with a smile, I don't know what Lao Qin is like, I'm just a hands-off boss anyway, except for important meetings, it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. I was very busy before. I invested in a project some time ago, but it ended up losing a lot of money to the group. Now I'm being punished. I have nothing to do. Xin Yan didn't hide his wounds. Yi Tian smiled, then I have something to trouble you too. Brother, you said, no matter whether it's climbing a knife mountain or jumping into a frying pan, I will definitely not even frown. Fat Wei blinked his little eyes, interpreting the role of a licking dog vividly. Xin Yan silently rolled his eyes. This Fat Wei really knows how to lick. I didn't realize that he had this skill before. I promised to give Qi Xinghua 800 million as funds to make Xiaoyao famous, but I am annoyed by these things, so let you do it for me. Whether it is setting up a foundation or something else, it's up to you. In short, as long as you can achieve my goal, it's fine. Pang Wei was stunned and said in surprise, Brother, you mean, let me be in charge of the 800 million funds to make Xiaoyao famous? Well, is there a problem? Yi Tian asked back. Of course not. Pang Wei's fat was shaking with excitement, but before he finished speaking, Xin Yan jumped up and exclaimed hurriedly, Brother, you were talking about Pang Wei and me just now. You can't forget me. Yi Tian smiled and said, I saw that you seemed a little impatient just now, so I thought not to bother you, so as not to hurt our feelings. No way. Xin Yan stood up straight, made a click motion, and clenched his right hand. Fist bent at the heart, he shouted, I am willing to give my heart for Brother Yi Tian. You, Lao Qin. You are a shameless. Fat Wei cursed in a low voice with contempt. You think you are the only one who can lick. Xin Yan kept the action and responded in a low voice. Okay, then it's settled. You two send me your account number and I will transfer the money to you. 400 million each, you are in full control of this fund, and the ultimate goal is only one, to make Xiaoyao famous, okay? Yawn. I am a little sleepy, I will take a nap. After dividing 800 million into 2 parts and transferring them to Qin Yan and Fat Wei, Yi Tian went back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to sleep. He was indeed a little tired after walking around for a long time. Looking at the 400 million extra funds in his company's account, Xin Yan's mouth twitched. This is 800 million, and it feels like my brother spent 800 yuan. We can see the world of the super rich, but we can't understand it. Lao Qin, what do you think of this money? Fat Wei rubbed his hands and asked. What do you mean? Xin Yan was stunned, his eyes sharp. You don't want to do something with this money, do you? I tell you, I won't agree. You're talking nonsense. Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly live up to Brother Yi's trust in me? Pang Wei was furious, jumping up and down and cursing. I want to ask you, how can we spend this money wisely? We can't just do whatever that Qi Xinghua says, right? Wouldn't all the money go into his wallet in the end? Qin Yan, who had quit smoking for many years, silently lit a cigarette, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, his mind spinning rapidly. Qi Xinghua's algorithm seems to have no problem, but in fact there are many unnecessary expenses. Take the singer as in his time for example, why should we be grandsons and give gifts to our mentors? You have products, and I have products too. How much does it cost to directly win the naming rights? At most 200 to 300 million. Become the exclusive sponsor, and we will be the sponsor. Having the highest voice will not only promote Xiaoyao to become the champion, but also drive our product sales, killing two birds with one stone. As expected of Fox Yen, but I have a better idea. Fatway, nicknamed Sai Zhuge in the business world, licked his lips and said, just spend 200 to 300 million to start a new variety show, invite a few top celebrities, such as Huang Sancher, Sun Huanglei, Huang Bo, etc. to help Xiaoyao. After one season of the show, it's hard for Xiaoyao not to be popular. This project can be done. Qin Yan tapped the table lightly. I'll contact Ziqi and pull a team out by the way. You also prepare, and we'll have a meeting together in the evening. Okay, I'll go back to the company now. My Pangzi group has nothing else but a lot of talents. It sounds like my Qin group is much weaker than yours. Qin Yan and Pang Wei left in a hurry to recruit soldiers. Night fell quietly. Yi Tian woke up from his sleep, and his fatigue was relieved. He went downstairs to enjoy a delicious dinner with his parents. Son, are you free tomorrow? His father suddenly spoke. Free, what's the matter? The daughter of the cousin's aunt of a friend of your eldest aunt's relative just graduated from college this year. I've seen the girl's photo and she's very beautiful. If you're free, go meet the girl tomorrow. You are successful in your career now, get married soon, your mother and I are waiting to hold our grandchildren. Father said earnestly. Blind date? Yi Tian looked indifferent. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Mother Yi looked relieved. Xiao Tian is sensible. Zhao's villa. Today is the third day since Yi Tian ran away from home. Xiao Rong ate her meal expressionlessly. There were many things to deal with in the company during the day, and she couldn't remember too much about Yi Tian, but once she calmed down, the face of this loser would always suddenly pop up in her mind, with its own sound effects. Woman, be polite to me, you should change your domineering attitude. Who are you with? Isn't it just that you hooked up with a rich woman? What are you arrogant about? It's not your own. Xiao Rong couldn't help scolding. What rich woman? Father Xiao asked after a moment of surprise. No. Xiao Rong realized that she had lost her composure and shook her head. In a few days it will be your great-grandmother's 90th birthday. Don't forget about it. At that time, big figures in the political and business circles will be there to celebrate her birthday. I know, I've prepared a birthday gift for Grandma. What happened between you and Yi Tian? Nothing. Remember to inform him that he must be present at such an important occasion, otherwise we will be laughed at for not knowing the rules. What qualifications does Yi Tian have to attend Grandma's birthday party? Aren't you two divorced yet? He is your nominal husband. Late at night, in the top-floor conference room of Qin Yan's villa in Emperor Bay, dozens of elites from the Qin group and the Ponzi group were arguing head-on. The theme of this argument. Oh no, there was only one theme for the meeting: how to maximize the interests of the group while making Yu Qin Xiaoyao famous. 800 million. This is not a small amount of money. We must ensure that every penny is spent on the blade. And these happen to be what the elites are good at. As the initiators of the meeting, Qin Yan and Fatway closed their eyes and rested their minds. In fact, their brains were running fast, constantly absorbing various proposals and ideas from the elites and compiling these ideas. Ziqi supported his chin, his eyes were quite resentful. What happened to me when I went to the cinema to work all day? Why did I hear that Yi Xiao took out 800 million to promote Yu Qin Xiaoyao as soon as I came back? Yu Qin Xiaoyao. What magic did the girl who was good at learning dog barking have that could fascinate Yi Xiao like this? She was not mentally unbalanced. As a top star in China, she had no shortage of resources. She just lamented the fickleness of the world. She thought about how much effort she had put in to climb to where she is today, and Xiaoyao. Oh, I really envy her. With the help of noble people, it is hard not to be popular. Ziqi, see if you can invite your boss out, and the four of us will form a team. We can make money together and promote artists together. I like the new artists in your company. They are very popular. Qin Yan said with a smile. Of course, there is no problem. I can send a message to the boss now to see when he is free. But my head is still very confused now. Did Yi Xiao really transfer the money to you? He is not worried that you will run away with the money? Ziqi's 3 views were overturned. After all, they have only known each other for 2 days. He handed over 800 million to others. This Yi Xiao is either the number 1 idiot or the number 1 rich man. There is no other option. Fatway took a deep breath, his words full of admiration. I'm not afraid to tell you, A few $100 million is just brother Ye's pocket money, he doesn't take it seriously at all. It's really hard for ordinary people like us to guess what young Master Yi is thinking. Xin Yan sighed faintly. You two guys. Zichi was quite speechless. After knowing the two for so many years, this was the first time he saw them speak so highly of their peers. You guys continue. If you don't come up with a feasible plan today, no one can leave. Fat Wei slammed the table fiercely. This group of people from high elites from world-renowned universities such as Harvard, Cambridge, etc. immediately started a new round of quarrels. Yi Tian was completely ignorant of all this. He was sleeping soundly on the soft bed, sleeping like a big character, and sleeping like a one character. Ding, sign-in successful. The system rewards a God of Wealth takeaway experience card. Sign-in cooldown time 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As soon as Yi Tian opened his eyes, he heard the system prompt sound. When he clicked on the God of Wealth takeaway experience card and took a look, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh and clenched his fists. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world, and wealth must be created with hardworking hands. Expired chicken soup came unexpectedly. God of Wealth takeaway experience card. Complete 10 takeaway food tasks, and you can get a random reward each time, within 24 hours. Go downstairs and have breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Tian began to prepare pancake ingredients, which can be found everywhere in the kitchen of more than 200 square meters. Everything was ready. Yi Tian rode on his beloved tricycle and went out humming a little tune. He watched Yi Tian leave. Butler Guang sighed lightly, took out his notebook, and wrote down his thoughts. The 122nd rule of success: the more talented you are, the harder you work. The super rich all started from the bottom of the people. They can see the whole picture from a small part and see the overall situation from a corner. Snap. Closing the notebook, Guang bowed deeply in the direction where Yi Tian left. I learned something again today. Great. Ding. The super rich takeaway experience card was used successfully. The first order is Huzhou Garden A201, hand-grabbed pancake plus grilled cold noodles plus pancake fruit plus cold skin. Huzhou Garden? It seems to be just in front. Yi Tian staggered to the gate of the garden, skillfully prepared the food, and trotted all the way inside. Stop, what are you doing? The dedicated security guard stopped Yi Tian. I'm delivering takeaways. Someone ordered food. Yi Tian replied. I'm sorry, this is a closed community, outsiders are not allowed to enter, but you can contact our owner and ask him to come down and get it himself. Okay. Yi Tian called the buyer, and soon a woman's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello, you ordered takeout, right? I'm at the gate of your community, but the security guard won't let me in. If it's convenient for you, come down and get it yourself. What the hell, you asked me to go downstairs to get takeout so early in the morning, is this how you do business? I don't care so much, you have to deliver it to me, otherwise this ant will not only not pay, but also complain. You. Just like that. Click. The call was hung up. Yi Tian was confused. What the hell, he encountered such a weirdo on his first order? Beep. Beep. Behind him, a Maserati slowly drove up, and the security guard hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, Mr. Liang. The man called Mr. Liang got out of the car, trotted to Yi Tian, his face full of excitement. Mr. Yi. I remember you, Liang Quan, the general manager of Guomao. Yi Tian grinned. That's right. Liang Quan lowered his eyebrows and said, Mr. Yi, are you, delivering food? Well, this is my hobby, but I can't enter your community. Are you an owner of this community? Can you take me in? Of course. I can even deliver it for you. Liang Quan glared at the security guard with a surprised face and cursed, You are a dog-eyed person. How dare you stop my Mr. Yi? What are you doing? Why don't you open the door? The young security guard almost cried. What the hell? Is this how rich people play now? At that moment, Yi Tian took Liang Quan's Maserati into the community. Mr. Yi, which house do you want to take you to? I'll take you there. A201. A201? Liang Quan was stunned. Why, do you know this owner? I do know her, she is, my friend. Liang Quan was a little embarrassed. Yi Tian understood immediately and smiled. A mistress is a mistress, what friend? The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside? Ahem. Mr. Yi, you are really a joker. Arrived at A201. Liang Quan opened the door, led Yi Tian in, and shouted, Chi-Chi, Mr. Yi is here, come out and pour tea, hurry up. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a young woman in pajamas ran out of the inner room. Where is Mr. Yi? Yi Tian raised the pancake in his hand. The takeaway you ordered. The young woman's face darkened and she cursed, "How did you get in here, you stinky delivery man? You disturbed my sleep. Hate it." The smile on Liang Quan's face froze instantly, and he turned around mechanically. "Yi Tian, wow, you were the one who ordered takeout in the morning. When the takeout was ready, of course I had to deliver it to you as soon as possible. How can you blame me? You should be reasonable, right? Woman, he too eh? Do I need to reason with a stinky delivery man like you? Who do you think you are?" A black shadow flashed. Then there was a snap. The young woman was slapped and flew out. Liang Quan was shaking with anger. "Shrew, you shrew! How dare you talk to Mr. Yi like that? Who gave you the courage?" The woman fell on the sofa, completely stunned. She has been with Liang Quan for almost a year, and Liang Quan never hit her or said a harsh word to her. Did he take the wrong medicine today? Wait. Mr. Yi? Could it be that the young man who sent the pancake is Mr. Yi? The woman felt that her worldview was overturned. Liang Quan's dark face was twisted, and he apologized hurriedly. "Mr. Yi, she is ignorant, please don't argue with her. I apologize to you on her behalf. If you are still not satisfied, beat her up." Yi Tian's mouth twitched. When it comes to who is the best licker, Liang Quan admits to being second, and no one admits to being first. Fortunately, this is modern society. If it were in ancient times, he had no doubt that Liang Quan would chop the woman on the spot, or give her as a gift to himself as a slave. Yi Tian waved his hand. "Let's talk it over. Why use force?" Yes, Mr. Yi is right." Liang Quan lowered his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Why don't you come over and apologize to Mr. Yi quickly?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi," the woman hurried over. "It's no big deal, take it." The moment Yi Tian handed the takeaway to the woman, a system prompt sounded in his head: complete 1/10 of the Godly Rich Takeaway Experience task, and be rewarded with 10 million. What? Yi Tian was shocked on the spot. Why is it only 10 million? I worked hard to deliver a takeaway, but I was only rewarded with 10 million. Is there any justice or law? Just signing in yesterday was worth 1 billion. No, I have to work quickly. I'm leaving first. Yi Tian ran away. "Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave, let's have lunch together," Liang Quan said hurriedly. "Let's talk about it another day, I have to deliver the takeaway first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian had already run away. Liang Quan took a deep breath, looked at the woman with a red face with a look of disappointment, and said angrily, "Look at Mr. Yi, who is worth billions and still delivers food. What about you? You only know how to sleep and go shopping." The woman lowered her head in shame. Liang Quan's tone softened. "Fortunately, Mr. Yi has a good temper and didn't bother with us, otherwise I would be in trouble. Come in and sleep with me, woman. Complete the Godly Rich Takeaway Experience task February 10th, and get a reward of 50 million. Complete the Godly Rich Takeaway Experience task March 10th, and get a reward of 15 million. After completing 8 takeaway tasks in one go, Yi Tian checked his bank card and found that it had only increased by 350 million. Alas! It's hard to eat, money is hard to earn, the ancients were not deceiving me. However, since it was a random reward, Yi Tian earned 2 bingxiao through the task, which made him feel a little more balanced. Dad and Mom are old, they don't have any major problems, but they have many minor ones, so I can give them food. There are only 2 orders left, come on. Yi Tian got on the tricycle in a standard posture and rushed to the next mission point. Complete the Shanhao Takeaway Experience mission 9 out of 10, and get the Lushan waterfall viewing picture as a reward. What is viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu? Yi Tian was a little surprised. He took it out from the system space and unfolded it. It was an ancient painting with profound artistic conception, with poems and several seals. The signature in the lower left corner was Tang Yin. Awesome, it was actually a painting by Tang Bohu. Yi Tian was secretly amazed. As a top student from a prestigious school, even if he had never been involved in the antique business, he knew what Tang Bohu's paintings meant to contemporary collectors. How much money is one thing, what is important is the collection value. Yi Tian rolled up the scroll and stuffed it into the tricycle. The Imperial Bay is big enough, so he will find time to hang it up. There is only one task left, Xinyuan Internet Cafe. After a while, Yi Tian came out of the Internet Cafe. The last task was not bad. The system gave him a reward of 100 million. Now he has a total of 760 million in his bank card, plus the money he didn't spend before. Ding! The phone rang, and he answered it. Is that Yi Tian? It was a girl's voice on the other end of the phone. It's me, who are you? I'm 1-1, didn't we agree to meet today? I'm already at the coffee shop, when are you coming? Hey! Yi Tian slapped his forehead. He was so busy doing the task that he forgot that he had promised his parents to go on a blind date today. He hurriedly said, "Sorry, something delayed me. I'm very close to the coffee shop, I'll be there in 5 minutes." Okay. 5 minutes later. Yi Tian parked the tricycle in front of the coffee shop and walked in. On the left window seat, he saw two young girls, both in their early 20s, and they were all pretty good-looking. One of them had some freckles on her face, and the other had a chubby face. "Are you Yi Tian?" Freckle Wenwen was a little surprised. "Yes, it's me, you are Wenwen, right?" "Hello." Yi Tian extended his hand politely. Freckles Wenwen had a weird expression on her face. She shook hands with Yi Tian perfunctorily. After both of them sat down, she pointed out the window and said, "My uncle told me that you are an executive in a big company, but why did you get off the tricycle selling pancakes?" "Selling pancakes is actually my main business." Yi Tian didn't hide anything and told the truth. "Selling pancakes is the main business?" The chubby-faced guy next to Wenwen laughed. "Wenwen, you always say that you meet weirdos on blind dates. I think this Yi guy is the real weirdo. He sells pancakes. Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Freckles Wenwen had a gloomy face and no longer had the image of a lady. She slammed her cigarette and lighter on the table and lit a cigarette. "I didn't expect that this kind of stuff would be introduced to me. Those so-called relatives are really unreliable." Freckles Wenwen puffed out smoke and snorted, "You, a lousy pancake seller, want to date me? Are you worthy? Do you have a car? A house? Savings? I have nothing. What kind of girlfriend can you have? Go play with your hands." Yi Tian wanted to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Freckles Wenwen. "What do you mean by you? What else do you have besides looking like a human? What can I say to you? Staying for a minute is a waste of time. Idiot. Let's go." After saying that, she pulled her bestie out. What else could Yi Tian do except shaking his head and smiling bitterly? Why do girls nowadays speak so directly and so harshly? Just when Yi Tian asked the waiter to pay the bill, a Lamborghini, a Rolls-Royce and a Porsche stopped in front of the coffee shop. Two men and one woman got out of the car. The two men were one fat and one thin, and the woman had a good figure and wore sunglasses. Even so, Freckles Wenwen recognized the other party's identity at a glance and couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow! It's Ziqi! The big star Ziqi! Ziqi, can I take a photo with you?" Baozi Face was also very excited. If you can take a photo with a big star on the street, you can show off in your circle of friends. Ziqi is popular with people for a reason. He has a very good temper. He smiled and nodded. "Can you two wait a moment? I will take a photo with you when I find the person I'm looking for." Okay. Freckles Wenwen and Chubby Face were shaking with excitement. Coincidentally, Yi Tian came out of the coffee shop and bumped into Qin Yan in Pangwei. He couldn't help but wonder, "Hey, why are you two here?" "Ziqi is here too," Pangwei said with a smile. "The three of us are going to meet the boss of Huang Entertainment. Lao Qin saw your car. Brother, if you are not busy, let's go together." "Okay, I've just finished my work." Yi Tian nodded. "You go first, I'll ride a tricycle over." Qin Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, stop it. Who rides a tricycle to see the boss? He is a social person after all, give him some face. Here, Lamborghini, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, you can choose whatever you want. I'll ask my employees to come and help you take the tricycle home." "Okay, then I choose Ziqi's Porsche," Yi Tian said without thinking. Ziqi chuckled. "Why? It's pleasing to the eyes." Yi Tian turned over and got into the passenger seat, while Ziqi said to the two fans, "Okay, the person I'm waiting for is here, let's take a picture." Freckles Wenwen, the girl with a chubby face, had bulging eyes and her chin almost hit the floor. What's going on? Why would the big star Ziqi and these two big boss-like people be so respectful to Yi Tian, a lousy pancake seller? "Sister Ziqi, do you know Yi Tian?" After taking the picture, Freckles Wenwen plucked up her courage and asked timidly. Ziqi wondered, "Who are you?" "Brother Yi Tian. It was my fault just now, please forgive me." "I apologize to you." Freckles Wenwen rushed to Yi Tian and screamed. Yi Tian nodded. "Okay, I forgive you. Well, can we talk? I happen to have nothing to do today." Freckles Wenwen said hurriedly. "You don't deserve it." Yi Tian pulled the corner of his mouth. "Ziqi, drive." "Yeah." He stepped on the accelerator. 3 luxury cars left the scene one after another. Freckles Wenwen sat on the ground dejectedly, crying bitterly. It was not until this moment that she realized what she had missed. She had completely missed the opportunity to turn a sparrow into a phoenix. Royal Entertainment is the largest local film and television entertainment company in Haijing. It has a history of 100 years since its establishment. It has made more than a dozen top stars who are not inferior to Ziqi. It has a high reputation in the industry. The boss is named Zhang Yingtian, and people in the circle call him Zhang Lao. On the way to Royal Entertainment, Ziqi briefly told Yi Tian the purpose of this trip, which made Yi Tian quite speechless. Why are these two bastards so unreliable? I just told them to do this project well and make Xiaoyao famous. Why do they want to do a variety show for no reason? Yi Tian crossed his arms, and his annoyed look made people know what he meant at a glance. This baby is not happy. Ziqi hurriedly said, I was also there when they had a meeting last night. This is the most economical and affordable way. Instead of helping Xiaoyao to squeeze in on major variety shows, it is better to set up a business on your own. In this way, not only can it save money, but it can also bring huge profits to the company. In the future, if you have a girl you like, you can also use this method to make her famous, killing two birds with one stone. It's up to you. Yi Tian snorted. Obviously, Xin Yan and Pang Wei misunderstood his meaning. Who cares how much profit? I want to be the master of money, not the slave of money. Soon, the four of them arrived at the door of Huang Entertainment Group. A tall and handsome young man greeted them with a smile. Sister Ziki, Brother Qin, Brother Pang, Master Yi. Oh, Master Jiang. Pang Wei was surprised and said, Aren't you filming in Shengjing? When did you come back? Just came back this morning. The old man asked me to take good care of you. Zhang Shengfeng said with a smile. Through Pang Wei's introduction, Yi Tian learned that this young man, who was almost the same age as himself, was Zhang Yingtian's only son, the future heir of Huang Entertainment, and a standard rich second generation born with a diamond key in his mouth. Several people walked in, talking and laughing. Many passing artists subconsciously stepped aside and respectfully called boss. Zhang Shengfeng waved his hand, motioning them to get busy, and led the four people upstairs. There is a small garden on the top floor, with many exotic flowers and plants. As soon as we sat down, someone offered us delicious champagne. I'm really sorry, the old man is old and not in good health. The doctor told him to have a good rest. Today I will talk to you about cooperation. If the three CEOs don't mind. It must be said that Zhang Shengfeng was very polite and cultured. How could that be? I'm flattered that you can meet me in person, Mr. Jiang. Pang Wei laughed and handed the project book to Zhang Shengfeng for review. Yi Tian hated this kind of formal occasion, so he left his seat, drank champagne, and looked around. There was an open-air dance floor below, and a group of beautiful young ladies were practicing dancing, all dressed quite coolly. Ziqi came to Yi Tian with champagne and explained, This is the girl group that Huang Entertainment has recently cultivated, called the Glory Girls Group. Do you want to go down and take a look? Yi Tian pointed, You are not a man, you won't understand, looking down from a high position, in fact, has a different flavor. Ziqi's mouth twitched. Ziqi, you are also participating in this project. Who do you think is more suitable to complement Yuqin Xiaoyao? Zhang Shengfeng suddenly asked. Ziqi apologized, returned to Zhang Shengfeng and said a few names. Bored, Yi Tian took the elevator downstairs and began to wander around Huang Entertainment Company. This was the first time in his life that he had such close contact with so many celebrities, and he felt that everything was very fresh. Rooftop garden. Zhang Shengfeng smiled strangely and said, Ladies and gentlemen, is there anything I have done to not entertain you well that made young Master Yi unhappy? From beginning to end, Yi Tian only said 3 words to Zhang Shengfeng, Hello. Please. Fat Wei patted his fat cheeks and said with a distressed look, Young Master Jiang, don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. It's my and Lao Qin's fault. What? Young Master Yi is a hedonist who doesn't care about the gains and losses of money at all. He gave the money to me and Lao Qin with only one purpose from beginning to end, to make Yuqin Xiaoyao, young Master Yi's godsister, famous. It was me and Lao Qin who felt that it was too much of a loss to spend money like this, so we wanted to make a variety show ourselves, but we didn't expect to make young Master Yi unhappy. I don't understand. What on earth do you mean? Zhang Shengfeng frowned slightly. Xin Yan sighed. It's obvious that Master Yi doesn't like trouble. Especially formal meetings, because he doesn't care about this little money at all. A few billion is just pocket money for him. Who would invite a group of people to a meeting just for pocket money? People at different levels think about problems in different ways. Zhang Shengfeng was shocked. A few billion is just pocket money? Even the Sikong master of Wanda doesn't have such a big tone. What exactly is Yi Xiao? Zhang Shengfeng asked cautiously. Xin Yan shook his head and said, Zhang Xiao, you'd better not ask. Just know that he bought 51% of the shares of Dauphin Group because he was bored, spent 800 million to make his sister famous because he liked her, and rode a tricycle to sell pancakes every day because of his interest. In a word, you can never use ordinary people's thinking to guess his mind. Jiang Shengfeng covered his pounding heart. He has seen many second generations, but this is really the first one at Yi Tian's level. Jiang Shengfeng made up his mind. Even if he loses a little in this cooperation, he must build a good relationship with Yi Xiao. Don't like formal occasions? This is very simple. Why don't we just not have a formal meeting? Snap. Jiang Shengfeng snapped his fingers and asked his subordinates to clear the banquet hall downstairs and hold an impromptu party. I think this is a great idea. Fat Wei gave a thumbs up. At this time, Yi Tian, who was bored to the point of exploding, was wandering around the company. He accidentally came to another indoor dance practice room. Before he entered, he heard a man roaring loudly, You are so stupid and still want to be a star? You are a. I will give you one last chance. If you dance well, stay. If you don't dance well, roll up your bed and get out of here as far as you can. Do you hear me? Listen, I heard it, a weak female voice sounded. Yi Tian was curious and pushed the door in. There were more than 10 women in the dance practice room, aged between 18 and 22, all talking and laughing and watching the fun. A sissy male dance teacher with braids pointed at the woman in the corner and cursed her. The scolded woman had tears in her eyes, but she still had to force a smile and danced with ribbons. Maybe because she was too nervous, she accidentally stepped on the ribbon and fell down, and her long legs, which were already covered with bruises, were knocked out with blood. Waste. Trash, the dance teacher yelled, Get out of here. From today on, I never want to see you again. Teacher. The girl hugged the dance teacher's legs and cried, Please give me another chance. I can do it. I can do it. Okay. Get out of the way. You are really wasting my time. The dance teacher pulled back his legs and clapped his hands at the other girls. Come on, the rest of you, dance the dance again with me. 1 big, 2 big, 3 big, right? The woman who was expelled from the girl group rubbed her eyelids and limped towards the door. The loneliness and despair in her eyes made Yi Tian feel the same. When he was in the Xiao family, he was always like this, helpless and confused. But he was much luckier than this woman. At least he had the support of the system, while this woman, like a fly in a glass bottle, could not see the exit and could only try blindly to break out of the shackles. Who are you at the door? The dance teacher found Yi Tian and shouted in a shrill voice, Who let you in? Sorry, I'm cleaning. Yi Tian grinned and hurriedly left the dance practice room. Soon the woman came out. She looked at the empty corridor and the young cleaner. Her emotions finally exploded. She cried out with a wow. She curled up on the ground, hugged her legs and cried loudly. Cry for nothing. Go back home and cry if you want to. You're disturbing our rehearsal, okay? The dance teacher's scream interrupted the woman's crying, and her sobbing turned into silent crying. After an unknown amount of time, the woman found someone gently pushing her arm. She raised her head with tears in her eyes and saw a handsome face full of sunshine, and the man was holding a pack of tissues in his hand. Thank you. The woman took the tissue with sobs, wiped away her tears carelessly, hugged her legs and looked at the floor in a daze. Cleaner? Yeah. Yi Tian replied casually, sat down next to the woman and asked, Have you been practicing dance for a long time? Yeah, I started practicing dance when I was 6 years old, and it has been more than 10 years. My name is Ning Xiaotong, how about you? Yi Tian. Yi Tian said lazily, Although I don't understand dance, it stands to reason that you have practiced dance for so long, you won't make such a low-level mistake. You have an injury on your leg, right? Ning Xiaotong was stunned, subconsciously touched her slightly swollen ankle, and said with red eyes, Arthritis, no wonder, why do you want to be a star so much? Yi Tian asked casually. Ning Xiaotong shook her head, I don't want to be a star so much, I know my own strengths and weaknesses. I just want to be a professional dancer, so that I can make a lot of money. My father is sick and is in the hospital, and he needs a lot of surgery fees. Do you want me to lend you some? Yi Tian smiled brightly. Ning Xiaotong smiled with red eyes, Come on, you are a cleaner. What can you lend me? Besides, even if you lend me money, I may not be able to pay it back. Wow, sister, don't look down on me. Although I am a cleaner, I'm not a worker, but I have other jobs. Yi Tian said proudly. Other jobs? Ning Xiaotong blinked her big eyes. My main job is selling pancakes. Ning Xiaotong was speechless, rubbing her knees covered with bruises and bloodstains. Thank you, Yi Tian, I feel much better. What's your WeChat? Let's add each other as friends. I'll take care of your business when I'm free. No problem. Ding. The two added each other as friends. Ning Xiaotong got up, said goodbye to Yi Tian, limped to the locker room, and her lonely back soon disappeared. Oh, my brother, dear brother. Why are you here? I almost called the police. Fat Wei rushed over in a hurry. What for? Yi Tian said unhappily, it's all you. Making an entertainment thing so formal, it's not fun at all. I'm wrong. Isn't it all my fault? Brother, Master Jiang said that we will have free time in the afternoon and hold an internal dinner in the evening. Many celebrities will come to attend. Yi Tian nodded, that's good enough. If you do these tricks to me again next time, no, I swear I won't do it again. The two were talking. The door of the dance practice room behind them suddenly opened. The dance teacher screamed, who are you? Which department are you from? Don't you know that they are rehearsing inside? If you want to make a noise, go home and make a noise. What are you doing, you lousy sweeper? Believe it or not, I will fire you. And you, fat guy, what are you doing? Yi Tian. Fat Wei. Fat Wei said nothing, raised his hand and slapped him. The dance teacher, who seemed to be at most 120 pounds, was slapped back to the dance practice room, covering his face and sobbing, Woo, what's wrong with you? Why do you hit people? Woo. Security. You dare to call me a fat guy? I'm not fat, I just have a big frame, what do you know? Fat Wei jumped up and down and cursed. Yi Tian. Just wait, don't run if you have the guts. The dance teacher screamed. He. Fat Wei pinched his waist and said, I'll stay here, let's see what you can do to me. Soon, a large group of professional security guards rushed over. The dance teacher grabbed the security captain's arm as if he had seen a relative and said, it's this fat guy who beats people for no reason. Who are you? The security captain didn't know Fat Wei, he looked him up and down and asked, Who am I? Go ask your young master. The security captain's pupils condensed slightly, and he reported to the senior management carefully. At this time, Zhang Shengfeng and Qin Yan appeared at the end of the corridor. A large group of security guards dispersed to the left and right. Zhang Shengfeng was surprised and said, Brother Pang, what's wrong? This man called Yi Xiao a cleaner and called me a fat man. I couldn't help but slapped him in the face. Pang Wei said. Zhang Xingfeng's face drooped instantly, and he pointed at the dance teacher, dare to offend my guests, get out of here, and never let me see you in Haijing again. The dance teacher was struck by lightning, his legs softened and fell to the ground. There was no arrogance at all. He hugged Zhang Xingfeng's thighs and said, Boss, please don't fire me, I didn't mean it. I didn't know these two were your guests, I was wrong, I spoke without thinking, I deserve to be beaten. As he said that, he slapped himself more than a dozen times. Zhang Shengfeng said expressionlessly, Did you offend me? The dance teacher is a smart man, and he quickly turned to Pang Wei, I was wrong, brother, I was really wrong. I can't lose this job. Pang Wei glanced at Yi Tian, brother, look at this. The dance teacher was shocked. It turns out that this young man is the real C position? Bang! The dance teacher hugged Yi Tian's thigh, please, spare me, I have old people and young children to take care of. If I lose this job, I can't even pay the mortgage. Get up. Yi Tian hooked his finger, motioning the dance teacher to get up, turned to Zhang Shengfeng and said, Mr. Jiang, I heard from Pang Wei that you have prepared a banquet tonight? Yes. Zhang Shengfeng nodded, those who are qualified to perform on stage are second-tier and above artists, and the show effect should be very good. Yi Tian casually said, well, I like a female dancer named Ning Xiaotong in your company. Let her perform on stage as well. Who is Ning Xiaotong? Zhang Shengfeng fell into deep thought. There were too many artists in the company. How could he have the time to pay attention to a female dancer who was not even an 18th-tier star? The people around him were also confused. They had never heard of her and didn't know her. Ning Xiaotong. The dance teacher exclaimed, I know her. I'll go find her now. Zhang Shengfeng snorted coldly, hurry up and go. After that, Zhang Shengfeng turned to Yi Tian and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, it's almost noon, what shall we eat? All right, young Master Jiang, you arrange it. After being busy all morning, Yi Tian was indeed a little hungry. It was afternoon, and the streets were crowded. Ning Xiaotong squatted on the side of the road with her luggage containing clothes, confused about the future. Where to go next? What to do? The rent is about to expire, how should I explain it to the landlady? What should I do about my father's surgery? Countless practical problems fell on this 19-year-old girl. Yes, she just looks mature, but she is actually only 19 years old. Thinking about it, Ning Xiaotong's eyes were hot and she couldn't help crying. But at this moment, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Ning Xiaotong was slightly startled. She wiped away her tears, calmed down her mood, and then answered the phone. Teacher Ermu's sister, where are you? The dance teacher Ermu asked flatteringly. Ning Xiaotong? The simple but luxurious lunch ended. At Jiang Xingfeng's suggestion, Yi Tian followed him to visit the entire Huang Entertainment Company and met many stars that could only be seen on TV. Although these stars didn't know Yi Tian, seeing that Jiang Shengfeng respected Yi Tian very much, their attitudes were naturally polite and courteous. After a round, Yi Tian had more than a dozen friends in his circle of friends. "Brother, if you are tired, take a rest first. Lao Qin and I are enough for the cooperation." Pang Wei saw Yi Tian yawning and said hurriedly, "You know what, I am a little sleepy. I need to take a nap." Yi Tian stretched. Jiang Shengfeng was so smart that he winked at the secretary. The secretary, who had a hot body and a jade rabbit on her chest, immediately led Yi Tian to the lounge with a sweet smile. "Young Master Yi, please come this way. Our company has a lounge specially prepared for VIPs. Jiang Shengfeng said, "Young Master Yi, have a good rest. I will call you when it's time for the dinner." "Okay." Taking the elevator upstairs with the secretary and coming to the lounge, Yi Tian threw himself on the soft bed and soon felt sleepy. Just when Yi Tian was about to fall asleep, the door of the room opened. A fragrant breeze blew. Yi Tian opened his eyes and saw a stunning woman in red. Who are you?" Yi Tian was stunned. The woman in red bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a professional masseuse hired by Mr. Jiang. My name is Gigi. I would like to ask if you need a massage to relax your body." You don't have to guess that this must be what Jiang Shengfeng wanted. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Okay." It must be said that the masseuse Gigi's technique is quite professional. After a series of operations, Yi Tian's bones were soft and he kept saying it was so enjoyable. "I wonder how much a professional masseur like you would charge?" Yi Tian asked with his eyes closed while enjoying the massage on his temple. Gigi said, "A masseur of my level only costs 200,000 a month, 2 million a year." "Only 2 million, very cheap." Yi Tian yawned, thinking about finding one for his parents so that they can enjoy life too. A big house is not enough, supporting facilities must also be complete. Just thinking about it. Yi Tian suddenly felt his eyes darken, and when he opened his eyes again, it was Gigi who pulled the curtains, and her clothes were changed into a faintly visible gauze. "What are you going to do?" Yi Tian widened his eyes. "Mr. Yi, don't be nervous, relax. It's easy to say, how can I not be nervous?" Yi Tian sat up. "You, put on your clothes." Gigi looked disappointed and said aggrievely, "Am I not beautiful and my figure is not good enough?" Yi Tian rolled his eyes silently and said righteously, "Isn't it possible for men and women to have something else besides that kind of thing? Isn't it good to just talk about life and ideals?" Yi Tian's words shocked Gigi. Gigi is indeed a professional masseuse of Huang Entertainment, but at the same time, she is also a humble tool that Jiang Shengfeng specially provides to make the boss of the client happy. In the past 3 years, she has experienced many bosses, and no one has ever said such words to her. For a moment, Gigi was a little sad. Why did God punish herself like this and not let her see this gentleman when she was pure and innocent? Why? Gigi didn't know that Yi Tian regretted it as soon as he finished saying this. As a young man in his early 20s, how could he have no other thoughts about beautiful women? He was already very depressed because he declined Xiaoyao's recommendation last time in Yuqin Xiaoyao's place in order to show off. Now a top beauty came to his door, it would be a waste not to eat her. Yi Tian rubbed his palms, trying to make up for what he said. No matter what, he would take off the hat of Seaman first. Before he could speak, Gigi had already shed 2 lines of tears. Her heartbroken look made Yi Tian entangled. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm wrong. You are a gentleman. I shouldn't treat you as those hungry ghosts. In fact, I'm also very hungry. I have been a son-in-law in the Xiao family for a year, and I haven't even touched Xiaorong's hand." Wu Gigi seemed to recall the sad past and couldn't help crying. Yi Tian wanted to go up and hug her. The woman tried to comfort him, but was pushed away. Gigi said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm not clean anymore, I don't deserve you to be so nice to me." After that, she left the room crying, leaving Yi Tian with a confused look on his face. "I'm so angry. Don't leave." "Hey!" Another lounge. After listening to Gigi's report, Jiang Shengfeng waved his hand gently, dismissed Gigi, and said to Pang Wei, "You are right, this Mr. Yi has amazing self-control. He doesn't love money and beauty, so he really shouldn't use the beauty trap. It makes me look cliched." Pang Wei looked as if it was a matter of course, if Mr. Yi was just rich, how could someone as proud as me recognize him as a big brother? His personal charm is unimaginable. You will be attracted to him naturally after getting along for a long time. Jiang Shengfeng did not comment and looked at Qin Yan. "Brother Qin, then our cooperation is finalized. We 3 parties will each invest 200 million to make a top variety show. Xinyan nodded, put down the cigar in his hand and said, "Tomorrow I will apply to the group to transfer from my original position and devote myself to running this new project." "Mr. Jiang, Ning Xiaotong is here," the secretary said at the door. "Please let her in." Zhang Shengfeng raised his hand, and Ning Xiaotong walked into the lounge blankly. As an employee of Royal Entertainment, she certainly knew Zhang Shengfeng. Facing the future successor of Royal Entertainment, she didn't even dare to breathe. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "You are Xiaotong, don't be nervous. How did you get to know Mr. Yi?" "No, Yi Tian? Yi Tian?" Ning Xiaotong was a little confused. The name sounded familiar. "Wait, Yi Tian? Isn't he the young cleaner I met in the corridor of the dance practice hall a few hours ago? Could he be implicated by me?" Ning Xiaotong said nervously, "Yi Tian? What happened to him?" "Mr. Jiang, all the mistakes are my fault. Don't blame Yi Tian. I just chatted with him for a few words." "You took all the other person's mistakes on yourself just after you met? You were able to impress Brother Yi just after you met, and he asked you to perform on stage by name? Do you think my name Fox Yin is fake?" Qin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he was sure that Ning Xiaotong had a close relationship with Yi Tian. Fat Wei had a look of as expected. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, "He's fine. I was just asking, are you nervous about going on stage tonight?" "Yes, a little." Ning Xiaotong stammered. "Don't be nervous, just do your best. I've already told the Human Resources Department that you'll report to the CM group tomorrow." Ning Xiaotong came out of the lounge with mixed feelings. In just half a day, she experienced a roller coaster of life. First, she was kicked out of the girl group by Ermu teacher due to poor performance, and her life fell into despair. Then she was called back to the dance practice and was inexplicably treated as a small coffee. Now, she has turned into a reserve member of the CM girl group? What is the CM girl group? Others don't know, but doesn't she know? This is a girl team built by the company with a lot of money. It is one of the company's top teams. It has resources and a future. It is said that each of the 8 girl group members has her own exclusive makeup artist, lounge and follow-up director. What kind of luck am I? Or am I dreaming? Ning Xiaotong slapped her face hard. Snap. It hurts so much. What a coincidence. Yi Tian, who was walking out of the rest area with anger rising, happened to see this scene. He couldn't help laughing and said, "As soon as I went out, I saw the beautiful girl slapping herself. Do you have any special hobbies?" "You have a special hobby." Ning Xiaotong blushed and trotted over. "Yi Tian, why are you here?" Yi Tian smiled, thinking about just revealing his cards. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaotong stared at the brand-name chocolate in his hand and said with panic, You are a cleaner, how can you steal food from the rest area? If the manager sees you, you will be fired, hurry up and put it back." "Yi Tian." Ning Xiaotong forcibly put the chocolate back into the food area of the room. Ning Xiaotong said seriously, "Yi Tian, don't do this again next time, understand? Taking it without being high is stealing." Yi Tian's mouth twitched. "I know, I was wrong this time." "That's right." Ning Xiaotong waved to Yi Tian and limped away. "I have to go to rehearsal. I have a performance tonight. Contact me when I have time." "Is your leg okay?" "Nothing. Okay." Watching Ning Xiaotong leave, Yi Tian sighed silently. He didn't know whether to say she was naive or stupid. It was evening in a flash, and the internal dinner of Royal Entertainment officially began. Although it was only half a day, it was still very lively, with many songs, folk art, and sketches, just like a small party. After the rehearsal, the stars occasionally had various minor problems such as being out of tune, but generally speaking, they were harmless. For a surprise event that was only prepared for half a day, it was definitely the highest standard in the industry to be able to do this. As the main guest, Yi Tian naturally sat in the main seat with Zhang Shengfeng, Qin Yan, and Pang Wei, enjoying the food and the dinner, enjoying the harmony. "Young Master Yi, I have arranged for Ning Xiaotong to report to the CM Girls Group tomorrow. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Zhang Shengfeng asked casually. "CM Girls Group? Well, the members of the girl group have been trained by us since they were 16 years old. It has been more than 3 years so far. I want to make them the top girl group in the country." Yi Tian was not interested in these, and just said oh. Soon his eyes lit up and said, "Xiaotong is here. I saw more than a dozen women wearing gorgeous clothes on the stage, dancing to Ziqi's loud singing." Yi Tian crossed his arms and stared at Ning Xiaotong, who was performing hard, and her clenched teeth. Ning Xiaotong was so focused on dancing that she had no time to look at anything else. Naturally, she didn't see Yi Tian in the audience. The piercing pain from her legs almost made her fall down several times. She gritted her teeth and insisted, telling herself that she must not make a fool of herself in front of so many people, as her father was still waiting for her to bring back the medical expenses. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Ning Xiaotong smiled, but tears were rolling in her eyes. When she was a child, she would laugh while crying. When she grew up, she would cry while laughing. As an adult, she would smile even when she cried. Are you an angel or a devil? You are. Just as Zi Qi sang the climax of the whole song, an accident happened suddenly. Ning Xiaotong could no longer bear the pain like scraping bones, and she fell on the stage. Teacher Ermu covered her eyes and dared not look down, while the other dancers exclaimed. Zi Qi was also stunned for a moment. Such a serious stage accident had never happened in her acting career. I'm sorry. Ning Xiaotong burst into tears and struggled to stand up, but she couldn't do anything. There was an uproar around her. When her eyes were blurred by tears, a familiar figure suddenly rushed onto the stage, and a strong arm helped her up. Yi Tian's voice came to her ears. You performed very well, very well. Yi Tian. What's wrong with you? Ning Xiaotong wiped away her tears and was in a daze. Yi Tian did not answer Ning Xiaotong's words, but half squatted down and tore Ning Xiaotong's flesh-colored stockings into pieces, immediately revealing large bruises and scars. He said loudly, Xiaotong is actually a great dancer. She didn't perform well today just because she was injured. Pa, pa, pa pa pa. Xin Yan stood up and applauded first. Pa 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 pa. It was followed by Pang Wei. Pa 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 pa. Then it was Jiang Shangfeng. Led by these three giants, the dinner was filled with thunderous applause. It was not only dedicated to Ning Xiaotong, but also to all the people who work hard for their dreams. Ziqi smiled and helped Yi Tian to help Ning Xiaotong off the stage. Boss, I'm sorry, Ning Xiaotong bowed to Jiang Shangfeng, feeling somewhat guilty. Jiang Shangfeng shook his head. You don't have to say sorry to me, you've been very good. Sit down. Yi Tian motioned Ning Xiaotong to sit down, but she didn't dare to do that. This is the position of the big boss, and even some major shareholders of the group are not qualified to sit in this position. Yi Tian didn't care about that and forced Ning Xiaotong to sit on the stool. Jiang Shangfeng smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I just thought about it carefully. Xiaotong may not be suitable for the CM girl group. How about this, since we are going to have a new variety show soon, let Xiaotong be the main MC, and rank behind Xiaoyao. Yi Tian nodded, it's alright, but won't the funds be stretched in this way? After all, the 800 million I took out is specifically used to support Xiaoyao. Fat Wei swallowed his saliva. Brother, what do you mean? I will invest another 200 million. Yi Tian smiled and said, money is you can make money if you spend it. Xin Yan gave a thumbs up, Brother Yi, domineering. Jiang Shangfeng also praised repeatedly, Young Master Yi is really a rich man. Ning Xiaotong had a silly look on her face. She didn't understand a word that the others said. What's 800 million? What's 200 million? And why do these big bosses call Yi Tian, the cleaner, brother and Master Yi? Am I living in a dream? Yes, it must be like this. I'm dreaming, wake up. Ning Xiaotong raised her hand and slapped her pretty face with a crisp slap. Yi Tian, Jiang Shangfeng, Xin Yan, Fat Wei, Zi Qi, the others. The beautiful day ended unknowingly, and everyone went back to their own homes and their own mothers. During this period, there was one thing worth mentioning. An 18th-tier unknown star from Huang Entertainment got Yi Tian's WeChat from somewhere and sent more than a dozen cool photos in one breath. Yi Tian asked her what she wanted to do. The reply of this unknown star was very classic, enough to be recorded in the history books. Mr. Yi, other men need 2 million to marry a woman, 20,000 a night, are you sure you don't want to try? These words directly made Yi Tian speechless, and he could only throw down his phone and sigh to himself. The girls in the entertainment industry are really fighting to get ahead. There was no conversation overnight, and the next morning, before the sign-in system cooled down, he received a message from Xiao Rong. Tonight is Grandma's 90th birthday. If you don't want to go, I can understand. I have prepared your gift for you. Yi Tian replied decisively, why not? I will prepare the gift myself, so you don't need to worry about it. The cold and arrogant attitude directly made Xiao Rong on the other side of the screen pale. She slammed the table hard and cursed, waste. Trash. What's so great about being with a rich woman? I want to see what kind of decent gift you can come up with to celebrate Grandma's birthday. Best friend Huang Ying said timidly, Rong, if Yi Tian's gift is not high enough, you will also be laughed at by those snobs in the family. Xiao Rong. Ding, sign-in successful, system reward 2 billion yuan. Sign-in cooling time 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Listening to the system prompt tone, and looking at the 2 billion sign-in rewards that appeared out of thin air in the bank account, a strong sense of crisis filled Yi Tian's heart. The hundreds of millions of dollars from the task yesterday have not been spent yet. How come another 2 billion has come? If it goes on like this, the wealth will accumulate more and more. When will it end? No. I have to spend money, I have to spend it hard. But this is 2 billion, not 200,000. It can't be spent just like that. Just as Yi Tian's expression was solemn and he was thinking hard, the housekeeper at Guang said respectfully, Mr. Yi, are you worried? Maybe I can help you solve it. Yi Tian glanced at Guang and sighed softly, too much money is sometimes a kind of trouble. Guang pushed the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said calmly, I really want to understand your troubles, Mr. Yi, but please forgive me for not being able to empathize with you. After all, I have old people and young children to take care of, and I am busy every day. Yi Tian nodded, and suddenly had an idea, your silent team has performed well these days. I am considering giving you a raise. Do you want it? Guang trembled, lowered his bald head and said, Mr. Yi, we are just doing our own job. We have no special performance and are not qualified to ask you to raise our salary. Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and praised, I just like your simple attitude. How about this, the original remuneration is 15 million, I will double it for you, 30 million, so it is decided happily, no rebuttal, I saved your bank account in my mobile phone, let me see it. Beep beep. With a series of operations, 15 million was successfully deposited into Guang's account. Guang's eyes were filled with tears. Mr. Yi, you are the most generous boss I have ever seen in my more than 20 years of work, snap. As he said this, he saluted, his right hand was bent in a fist at his heart, and shouted, I am willing to give my heart to Mr. Yi. Well, I have to say, Guang has a strong learning ability. Yi Tian patted Guang on the shoulder and turned to leave the villa. Watching Yi Tian leave, Guang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and took out a notebook to record, Article 123 of the Law of Success, successful people are generous, low-key, and approachable, just like full ears of rice, always bending over. Staying with Mr. Yi, I can really learn a lot of useful knowledge. Great! Yi Tian strolled around the community, teasing the peacock to let it spread its tail, playing games with the little rabbit and alpaca, or taking pictures with the pony, leisurely like a child of more than 260 months. Just when Yi Tian was having a lot of fun, a large group of men and women in black suits and carrying briefcases hurried past him, and the expressions on everyone's faces were very solemn and dignified. When passing by Yi Tian, the leader in the black suit stopped and scolded, in such an upscale community, how can there be such a low-quality person like you? Didn't you see the sign prohibiting trampling on the lawn? Yi Tian? No way. The lawn here is for the owners to relax and get close to nature, okay? Do you think it's a tourist attraction? Yi Tian was still confused, and the leader in the black suit spoke again, let go of the alpaca, can't you see that it is unhappy? Yi Tian turned his head and looked at the silly face of the alpaca, then looked at the black suit, and couldn't help but said, are you sick? How can you tell it is unhappy? Boss, it's important to do business, if you don't leave now the boss will be angry. A beautiful and first-class female white-collar worker beside him said in a low voice. The leader in a black suit snorted coldly, young man, I will remember you, I will definitely report this matter to the owner center here. After saying that, a group of people left. Yi Tian was left alone, jumping up and down and cursing. Where did this crazy psycho disease come from? I'm playing in my own garden and I still get scolded. Fortunately, Yi Tian is not a person with a bad temper, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. He doesn't have time to argue with this kind of lunatic now. He has to consider what gift he should give to Zhao's grandmother's birthday tonight. The first gift is ready-made, which is the original painting of Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lushan by Tang Bowu given by the task system yesterday. When he was bored, he checked it on the internet and found that it is worth about 70 million. But as a super rich man, how can he afford a mere gift? Wouldn't it make his taste too low? At the gate of Imperial Bay, Yi Tian asked the security guard to call a community car for him and headed to the commercial street. Grandma is already 90 years old, and sports cars and the like are definitely not allowed to be given as gifts. Not to mention that it takes a long time from buying a car to landing it, even if she really buys it, she can't drive it. By the way, you can consider milk powder for the elderly. Well, you have to buy a big brand. Yi Tian, you are such a smart guy. Yi Tian decisively went to the specialty store and bought a box of international brand Eman elderly milk powder. As for clothes, it's not easy to buy. I have no idea what my grandma looks like, how tall she is, and what size clothes she wears. Gold jewelry, yes, the elderly will definitely like gold jewelry. Yi Tian muttered as he walked into a gold shop with milk in his mouth. "Hello, sir, take a look at anything you want to buy." The shopping guide greeted him with a smile. "Grandma's birthday is today, I want to see if you have anything suitable for her," Yi Tian said as he looked around. "Oh. To wish an elderly person a happy birthday, you usually choose a necklace or a golden longevity peach. We happen to have ready-made longevity peaches here, take a look." The shopping guide took out a small golden longevity peach from the counter. "We are having a discount on this longevity peach. The original price was 33,000, and the current price is 29,000. Do you think it's suitable?" Yi Tian frowned. The salesgirl understood what he meant, thinking that Yi Tian didn't have enough money, and said with a smile, "We have a smaller one here, only 9,800. That's not what I meant. This birthday peach is very cute, but it's too small." Yi Tian gestured. "I want a big one." The saleslady looked at him strangely and said, "Sir, the birthday peaches of this specification you want are worth at least several million." Yi Tian said, "Money is not something you need to worry about. I need it urgently and it must be made before 9 o'clock tonight." The saleslady said seriously, "Our gold shop has a special vault in Haijing. No matter how big you want, it can be customized. One day is enough if you don't pursue details. Because the birthday peach itself is not a particularly delicate handicraft. But you must tell me first, how many grams do you need?" Yi Tian took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. "Gram? Tonight is my grandmother's birthday. How can I calculate the gift in grams? That's so embarrassing. Just make me a ton of birthday peaches." Plop! The saleslady's legs softened and she fell to the ground. She got up in a panic and said in disbelief, Can you say it again? How much do you want it to weigh?" 1 ton. Yi Tian made a big circle with his hands. "It should be about as tall as a person. Where did you get this psychopath? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll call security." Another saleslady ran over and glared at Yi Tian, obviously thinking that Yi Tian was a street rogue who was bored and came to have fun. In fact, this can't be completely blamed on the saleslady. She has worked in the gold shop for so many years, and no one has ever bought gold by tons. The current gold price is 270/gram. And 1 ton is 270 million. Any local tycoon with this kind of purchasing power would directly find the big boss behind the scenes to go to the factory to look at the gold. How could he be like Yi Tian, buying cabbage at the vegetable market? Isn't this just teasing people? You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Am I breaking the law by buying things? Yi Tian was really angry. He met a crazy person before he went out, and now he met another one. It is really difficult to be a good person with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. "Get out of here," shopping guide B said angrily. "What are you arguing about?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out. He was obviously the manager of this gold shop. After listening to the story of shopping guide B, he raised the corners of his mouth and said in a joking tone, "Sir, are you sure you want to customize a ton of birthday peaches? Of course we can make it. But you know the price. How high is the price?" "Yes." Yi Tian is also a person with temper. He took the bank card and waved his hand. "You are willing to sell now, but I am not willing to buy it. But you, sister, do you want to switch to another gold shop? This is a big deal. The commission alone is enough for you to live for the rest of your life." The relatively polite shopping guide Miss A said with embarrassment, "Sir, I am so sorry." "Okay, then goodbye." Yi Tian waved his hand and turned to leave. When he arrived at the door, shopping guide Miss A chased out, "Sir, your milk." "Thank you." Yi Tian picked up the milk powder for the elderly and turned to leave. Shopping guide Miss A was stunned. In her heart, she felt as if she had missed something. The store manager laughed and said, "Don't poke here, like a cliff looking for a husband. You don't think this poor boy can really afford a ton of gold, right? Ha ha. This joke is really funny. I will tell other store managers at the party tonight. I guarantee they will be very happy." There are a lot of gold shops in the commercial street, as many as 6 or 7. Soon Yi Tian came to the second gold shop, and looked up at the billboard. Coincidentally, it was the Delongfeng gold shop endorsed by his acquaintance Ziqi. "Sir, what kind of gold and silver jewelry do you need?" The shopping guide came up politely. Yi Tian raised 3 fingers. "First, call your store manager over. This deal is too big and you can't make a decision. Of course, once the deal is done, you can still get a commission. Second, don't doubt my financial resources. Here is my bank card. You can use it to check the balance. Third, go call the store manager for me. I'm in a hurry. Words are obstacles, and clothes are creepy." Seeing that Yi Tian was serious, The shopping guide did not dare to neglect it. She rushed into the lounge to find the store manager. Soon the young store manager rushed out. Sir, what do you need? Enough of nonsense, go check my bank card balance first, and then we'll talk about other things. Yi Tian waved his hand. The store manager hurriedly held the bank card to check the balance. There were several young shopping guides in the store, and they all gathered over curiously. They were stunned when they saw it. Wow, so many zeros, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of thousands? 25 million? The store manager's heart trembled violently, and he angrily said, "Go to the hospital to check your eyes when you have time." Is this 25 million? There are 8 zeros after 25, counted with your fingers. This is clearly 5 billion. Holy, holy, holy. The whole room was astonished. The young ladies looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of peaches and apricots. The legendary super rich man. The store manager carefully held the bank card, lowered his head and came to Yi Tian's side, and asked while scolding other shopping guides to pour tea and water, "Boss, what do you need?" "Longevity peaches. It's the first time to celebrate my grandmother's birthday," Yi Tian said concisely. Longevity peaches, I understand. What do you need?" The store manager took out a pen and paper to record. "First, it must be delivered to the place I specify before 9 o'clock tonight." "That's no problem." "Second, the longevity peaches must be clearly written and carved. I wish my grandmother good fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the Southern Mountains, presented by Yi Tian Xiaorong." "Okay." "Third, I want one that weighs 1 ton. Click. The ballpoint pen fell to the ground. The store manager was stunned. 1 ton. 1 ton of longevity peaches? Can't make it? The manager hurriedly said, No, it can be made. But this amount is too huge, a deposit is required." Yi Tian crossed his legs and said, "What deposit do you want? Just tell me how much a ton of golden longevity peaches plus the labor cost is, and I'll give it to you directly. If you dare to black me, I will ask Ziqi for an explanation. Anyway, this girl has plenty of money." Ziqi, who was in a meeting in Emperor Bay, hurry. The manager laughed dryly. So it turns out that you, boss, are friends with our spokesperson Miss Ziqi. So, you sit down and I will go and calculate the price for you. Hurry up, time is running out, you only have less than 12 hours. Yes. The manager turned into the lounge and made several calls in a row. The last call was to Ziqi. "Miss Ziqi, I am the manager of the Delongfeng Commercial Street branch in Haijing City. Do you know a young boss named Yi Tian?" Ziqi was a little confused. "I know him, what happened?" "It's like this, Mr. Yi Tian ordered a 1-ton golden longevity peach from us. We were afraid of encountering a scammer, so we called you to confirm it." "Why did he order the longevity peach?" Ziqi was puzzled. "He said it was the great-grandmother's birthday, and he asked to carve on the longevity peach from Yi Tian Xiaorong." The Xiao family's great-grandmother's birthday. Ziqi suddenly realized. After hanging up the call, Qin Yan asked curiously, "What's wrong, Ziqi?" In addition to Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and the young master of Huang Entertainment, Zhang Shengfeng, there were more than 100 elite people from the 3 groups. They were gathered together for a meeting to discuss how to use Yi Tian's 1 billion startup funds. The protagonists Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong were also at the meeting. Ziqi raised his hand, and the elites all retreated tactfully. Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong also wanted to leave, but Ziqi grabbed them and said with a smile, "Xiaoyao, Xiaotong, you two are now the big celebrities around Yishao. This meeting is for you too. Where do you want to go?" "Oh, I know." Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong looked at each other, and returned to their seats cutely, but still dared not say a word. Although there has been a subversive change in identity and status, the inferiority complex in the bones still needs time to adjust. Ziqi did not make it difficult for them, and said with a smile, "Today is the 90th birthday of the grandmother of the Xiao group. Our Master Yi is preparing a gift for the old lady in the commercial street. Do you want to guess what he bought?" Pang Wei smiled and said, "What is there in the commercial street?" "It's nothing more than those things, gold and silver jewelry." Ziqi did not keep them in suspense and said, "Yes, it is indeed gold and silver, but our Master Yi's hand is so big that you can't imagine. He ordered a 1-ton birthday peach at the Delongfeng gold shop that I endorse." "Yes, you heard it right, 1 ton. Wow." Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and Zhang Shengfeng looked at each other, and their mouths opened in an O shape. They are all business tycoons, how could they not know the price? 1 ton of pure gold. Even if it is purchased at the lowest market price, it will cost about 250 million. Pang Wei slapped his fat face and said, "Luckily I got alert that night and called the 5 bank presidents in time, otherwise I would have fought with Brother Yi and he would have killed me in a minute. I spent more than 200 million to buy a gift. What a terrifying big deal." Xinyan pinched his eyebrows and said, "In other words, the Xiao group or the sister-in-law is still very important in my brother's eyes, otherwise he would not have spent a lot of money to celebrate the birthday of Xiao's grandmother." Pang Wei is right. Husbands and wives always quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Zhang Shengfeng didn't know much about the grievances between Yi Tian and Xiao Rong, so he hurriedly asked. After learning the details, he nodded, "Why don't we put the meeting on hold and go back to prepare the gifts?" Pang Wei hurriedly said, yes, celebrating grandma's birthday is the most important thing. Yes. But there is a problem. My brother spent more than 200 million at once. Isn't this gift too big? I can't even come up with 20 million at best. How to give this gift and what to give is indeed a difficult problem. After all, there is a gem in front of us. Xin Yan said, "I have an idea. We can't compare with brother in terms of generosity. Since it's a birthday celebration, the most important thing is the thought. We can team up and do something new and different." Ziqi blinked his big watery eyes. "Do you mean?" "Ziqi is the one who knows me well." Xin Yan gave a thumbs up. The others looked at each other. Yi Tian had no idea that the news of celebrating his grandmother's birthday tonight had been leaked out inadvertently. After paying the full amount, he found a bench on the pedestrian street to sit down, thinking hard about the fourth gift. In Haijing, gift-giving is a science and it is very particular. Either give 1 or 4, which is called 4 but not 3. He already has 3 birthday gifts on hand: milk powder for the elderly, a picture of the waterfall at Lushan Mountain, and a golden birthday peach. So what should he give for the 4th birthday gift? After thinking for a long time, Yi Tian still couldn't figure it out, and a clump of hair fell out, which was a real-life baldness. What should I give? What should I give? Yi Tian walked forward leisurely, holding the box of milk powder. Suddenly, he had an inspiration and slapped his forehead. Grandma is 90 years old this year. There is something she definitely needs and she will definitely like it. Yi Tian, you are such a clever little ghost. Thinking of this, Yi Tian ran away. As night fell, it was already 6:30 in the evening without knowing it, and there were still 2.5 hours before the birthday banquet. Yi Tian changed into a set of one of the large number of brand-name clothes, pants, shoes and socks he had bought a few days ago, put the milk powder for the elderly, the picture of Mount Lushan waterfall and the mysterious gift in the trunk of the tricycle, and rode to the Xiao family's ancestral home. At this moment, the Xiao family's ancestral home was very lively. As an old and prestigious family in Haijing, the Xiao family has a history of more than 200 years. It has a large population and 5 generations living under the same roof. Many clansmen who have gone to other places to develop also returned as soon as possible to celebrate the birthday of their grandmother. Xiao Rong stood at the door expressionlessly, looking at Yi Tian, who was dressed up brightly but riding a tricycle with the sign of Yes Pancake. "You really want to embarrass me, don't you? Riding this thing over here?" Xiao Rong shouted coldly, with a look of extreme disgust. "What day is today? Grandma is having her 90th birthday. You've already hooked up with a rich woman, why are you still leaving her alone?" Instead of driving a luxury car, she rode a broken tricycle. If this is not to embarrass her, what else could it be? Yi Tian had long been immune to Xiao Rong's bad words. He jumped off the car leisurely, skillfully locked the wheels and handlebars with an old-fashioned iron chain, and said calmly, "My family only has this one car. If not riding it, what else can I ride? If you feel embarrassed to be with me, you can go in by yourself. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't care what birthday gift you prepared for your grandmother today, or if you didn't prepare it at all, you are not allowed to take it out later. I have already prepared it for you." After Xiao Rong finished speaking, she turned and walked in. She felt uncomfortable staying with Yi Tian, a useless hooligan, for one more second. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this woman, so he picked up the gift box and walked in. Just after entering the old house, a couple came towards them. The man smiled and said, "Cousin, long time no see, you are really getting more and more beautiful." Cousin, long time no see, you are still the same as before," talking in a pretentious tone. Xiao Rong raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "This must be my brother-in-law." Cousin A smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Yi Tian, but Yi Tian was holding a gift box and couldn't free his hands, so he could only give up and said with a smile, "Is my brother-in-law a popular man?" Before coming, he had already done some research. His cousin had found a husband for him who was the most useless man in the world. He married into the Xiao family right after graduating from college and stayed in the Xiao family for more than a year but was still penniless. In fact, it was an open secret that the whole family knew that Xiao Rong had found a useless husband who was 3 years younger than her. I'm a Jinbing Wuzi seller. Yi Tian grinned, not caring about Xiao Rong's gradually turning blue face. Honey, this person speaks so strangely. Jinbing Wuzi-san, what is that? What an interesting name. The brightly dressed woman next to Kazune said in a coquettish voice, and used erhua indiscriminately. Jinbing Wuzi, it's just a street snack, 7 or 8 yuan a serving. Kazune replied with a forced smile. What? Street snacks? It sounds unhygienic, the woman said with disgust. Kazune patted Yi Tian's shoulder with a fake smile and said, brother-in-law, I'll try your Jinbing Wuzi when I have time. Okay, no problem. Yi Tian nodded. Kazune gave Xiao Rong a thumbs up. Cousin, you have good taste. You are so good at finding a husband. Excellent. I give you a thumbs up. Kazune and his wife walked away, but the harsh voice still echoed in their ears. Ha 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 Jinbing Wuzi. Ah ha ha. Xiao Rong's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a sentence from her teeth. Yi Tian, you really made me proud. Yi Tian glanced at his nominal wife, and the corner of his mouth curled up. If you can talk, say a few more words. If you can't talk, just close your. The vulgar words directly stimulated Xiao Rong's nerves. She glared and cursed. Yi Tian, don't think that you are great to be with a rich woman. When the rich woman is tired of playing with you, I will see how you can still be arrogant at that time. So who is this rich woman? Yi Tian was really puzzled. Xiao Rong mentioned it once in the KTV room that night. It was really inexplicable. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. He came to a seat with a gift box and sat down. Sitting opposite him were Zhao's father and mother. Uncle, aunt. Yi Tian grinned. There are 3 people in the Xiao family. Yi Tian doesn't have much opinion on Zhao's father and mother. It's not that they treat him well, but with Xiao Rong as a reference, they don't seem so bad. As for the names, they have always been uncle and aunt. I haven't seen you in the past few days. What are you busy with? Zhao's father asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm hanging out with a few friends. Yi Tian told the truth. Zhao's father nodded and said nothing more. Humph. Xiao Rong sat next to her father. Her face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Zhao's father whispered, pay attention to your expression management. Today is Grandma's birthday. Don't let people laugh at our family. Got it. I'll try. Xiao Rong's forced smile made Yi Tian quite satisfied. Yi Tian, is the birthday gift for Grandma in this gift box? Zhao's mother asked. Yes. It's great that you have such filial piety, but your grandmother has a rather strange personality, so you'd better not send your gift later. We have already prepared it for you. Zhao's mother continued. How much did you spend on the gift? I will let Rong Rong pay you back later. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking that my birthday gift, your Xiao group can afford it, but I'm afraid that your capital chain will be broken again. Thinking so in his heart, Yi Tian didn't say anything, and opened a bottle of white wine and started drinking. You don't know any table manners. The host didn't even say to start the meal, but you started drinking first. Your quality is worrying. Xiao Rong turned her head away and made a secret decision that tonight, except for necessary occasions, she would never look at this waste again. Waiting for the meal to start is a very, very boring thing. Fortunately, there is something exciting to watch, otherwise Yi Tian would have bored himself to death before the birthday banquet started. The Xiao group is not transparent to the entire Xiao family, but it is also of middle and lower class existence, a little transparent. None of the cousins A, B, and A who passed by Xiao Rong's table could speak human language. Every word was full of sarcasm, either DISS Xiao Group's poor management, annual profit of only tens of millions, or DISS Xiao Rong was blind, finding such a useless husband, and Yi Tian, as the male protagonist of the story, listened with relish, without any feeling of being offended. After all, ignorance is innocent. In 1,000 words, it's still the same sentence. A man must have money, money is dignity. Is the confidence. Don't mention dreams, feelings, it's all. How can a table of good food compare to a mountain of money? 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Just as Yi Tian listened with relish to Xiao Rong's family of 3 being besieged by relatives like grandsons, but didn't dare to talk back, a restaurant in Haijing City was holding a regular gathering in the circle. The participants of this party were all senior employees from various gold shops, from store managers to ordinary employees. It might not be appropriate to call it a party, it was more like a business exchange. The 6 employees of Delongfeng Gold Shop finally finished the sky-high order. When they arrived at the hotel, the rest of their colleagues had already arrived. One of them greeted the store manager of Delongfeng to take a seat and complained, "Old Zhao, why are you so slow? There is a big fun today. If you don't come, I will suffocate myself to death." Delongfeng old Zhao sat over with a bright look and asked casually, "What's the matter, Old Li?" If Yi Tian was at the scene, he would recognize at a glance that this Old Li was the store manager who diss him in the first gold shop, and the few people around him were shopping guides ABCD. When the surroundings quieted down, Lao Li said, "Just this morning, we met a little idiot who ordered golden longevity peaches. Do you know how big he wants to order?" Lao Zhao narrowed his eyes, looked at his colleagues, and asked knowingly, "How big?" Lao Li said, You won't believe it if I tell you, he actually said he wanted to order a 1-ton golden longevity peach, ha 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 ha. There are idiots every year, but there are especially many this year. Is this guy crazy? It's so funny, pff. Lao Li, how did you respond to him? A group of colleagues in the gold shop laughed wildly. My response is chicken feathers. When you meet an idiot like this, of course you kick him out. Lao Li laughed out loud. He can laugh about this morning's incident for a whole year. After the dinner is over, he will go back and tell his wife about it. Although we can't make any money, at least we can tell jokes to make my wife happy. So there is such a story. No wonder Yi Xiao came in. He was so arrogant when he was in office. Lao Zhao took a deep breath, opened a bottle of Wolianye with a serious face, and filled each of the 5 shopping guides of the 5 Delongfeng branches. This inexplicable behavior made everyone a little confused. Lao Li was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" All employees of the Delongfeng branch, stand up. Lao Zhao stood up and shouted. Swish! The 5 shopping guides stood up in unison, all with tears in their eyes. Those were tears of excitement and tears of gratitude. A toast to brotherly. Lao Zhao raised his neck and took the lead in drinking the liquor. The 5 employees also drank it all up. Lao Li! Exclamation point. The others! Exclamation point. No, what's going on? What are you doing? Lao Li was confused. Old Zhao wiped away his tears and choked up, "Brotherly, you were so nice. You deserve to be called brother. It turns out that young Master Yi had been to your store before, but was driven out by you blind idiots. What goes around comes around, no one can escape this punishment. Do you know how much commission the 6 of us got in total for this wild order worth 300 million? Old Zhao choked up, waved his hand, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Sisters, sing with me. 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million. 2 million for everyone. An order of 300 million. 2 million for everyone." The 5 Delongfeng employees sang and danced under the leadership of Old Zhao, and the 2 young shopping guides excitedly hugged the completely confused Old Li and kissed him on the cheek respectively. "Brotherly, thank you so much, you are my second parents. Brotherly, please allow me to say those 3 words loudly, I love you." Facing the 6 clerks who had already fallen into madness, Lao Li and his shopping guides were struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The one with the biggest psychological shadow was the shopping guide A. She was only a millimeter away from the 2 million commission. It was like buying a lottery ticket, but accidentally tearing the lottery ticket into pieces. Wow! The shopping guide cried out. Lao Li felt like a knife was cutting his heart. 2 million. Mortgage. Car loan. Online loan. If he hadn't looked down on others and kicked Yi Xiao out of the gold shop, then they would be the ones singing and dancing at this moment. Why? Why is God so cruel? 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million for everyone. The singing floated and lasted for a long time. Today was destined to be a pleasant night. Zhao's old house. As the time for the banquet got closer, more and more guests came, and the scene became more and more lively. Many business and political leaders in Haijing City attended the banquet, which was very grand. As a group of people looked forward to it, the legendary grandmother finally walked out slowly from the backstage with the help of her 2 grandchildren. Yi Tian looked up and couldn't help but secretly gasp. Wow! This grandmother is really burly. This is not because Yi Tian, a top student, is at a loss for words. He never thought that the word burly could be used for a 90-year-old grandmother, but the fact is that the grandmother is more than 9 meters tall. Even if she is old and shrunk, her back is slightly hunched, she is still about 1.85 meters tall, taller than Yi Tian. The 2 grandchildren, or great-grandchildren, girls beside her looked so small in front of the grandmother. People stood up and gave warm applause. The grandmother leaned on a black dragon-headed cane, smiled and nodded, "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party, let's start the feast." The concise opening speech made the old lady's favorability in Yi Tian's heart soar. What he hated most was the kind of people who kept a lot of nagging before the feast, without considering other people's feelings at all. Annoying. The birthday banquet officially began, and delicacies and fine wines were indispensable. Not long after picking up the chopsticks, it was time to show respect. The gifts were also presented to the grandmother's feet from light to heavy. The first to present gifts were a few Shao children, who were about 5 or 6 years old. They presented their own paintings and 1,000 paper cranes that they had folded by hand, and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, you are blessed as much as the East Sea and live as long as the southern mountains." Okay. The grandmother smiled kindly, touched the little head of her great-great-grandson, and signaled the girls around her to give big red envelopes. Roughly estimated, each red envelope was at least 5 digits, bulging. After the great-great-grandchildren finished giving gifts, it was the great-grandchildren, and then it was Xiao Rong's grandchildren. These grandchildren, these Zhao's grandchildren are the cornerstone of the family's prosperity, and they are also the largest group. Of course, their gifts could not be hand-painted paintings or paper cranes. They were quite generous. They presented pearls, jade, diamonds, agates, and rare antiques all at once, and each one was priceless. Xiao Rong forced a smile, but her heart was secretly beating. Among all the birthday gifts, the Nanshan Tu painted by a Qing dynasty painter, which symbolized a long life, had a good meaning, but in terms of value, it could only be ranked in the middle and lower. She hoped that her grandmother would not despise her family's gift. "Cousin, you have been holding this gift box. What is in it?" Cousin Yi looked at the box in Yi Tian's arms curiously. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Of course it is a super good thing." "Oh, the more you say that, the more curious I am. Can't you reveal it first?" Cousin Yi said with a smile. "Why are you in such a hurry? You will see it later." Yi Tian licked his lips. Xiao Rong glanced at him and whispered, "I told you not to give you anything. I have already prepared it for you. Why don't you listen to my advice?" In Xiao Rong's opinion, even if Yi Tian was with a rich woman, he would definitely not be able to produce anything good. There were a lot of ordinary gold and silver jewelry in the warehouse of his grandmother's house, enough to open a gold shop. He didn't even look at it. Judging from its size, the big gift box in Yi Tian's arms didn't look like a precious antique. Yi Tian smiled and said, "You give it as you do, and I give it as I do. Can the meaning be the same? I have prepared 4 birthday gifts for my great-grandmother. What about you? Don't embarrass yourself with just a painting of Nanshan. If it were you, you should put your painting away and don't embarrass yourself." Xiao Rong clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Yi Tian! Nanshan painting?" Cousin Si, who was waiting to present a birthday gift, turned her head and said with a strange expression, "The Nanshan painting we are talking about should not be just one painting, right? I have also prepared a Nanshan painting." "Ah?" Xiao Rong was stunned. "Cousin, where did you buy your Nanshan painting?" "I bought it from an antique shop." "Cousin, your painting must be a fake." The cousin shook her head and patted her pocket. "My Nanshan painting has been authenticated by more than a dozen senior treasure appraisers and is authentic." "Oh, there's something interesting to watch." A group of cousins, including Yi Tian, all showed expressions of watching the fun. Xiao Rong's fun was a waste if you don't watch it. Xiao Rong's face turned pale and blue. "Impossible, I spent more than 1 million for this painting. This is definitely an authentic painting." "More than 1 million? Ha! I spent more than 1 million on the appraisal fee alone." The cousin shook her head and said sarcastically, "When our great-grandmother was young, she specialized in dealing in antiques, calligraphy and paintings. If you don't believe me, let's let her authenticate it and we'll know the authenticity." "I'll authenticate it, are you afraid of me?" Xiao Rong was stubborn, and Yi Tian clearly saw that her hands were shaking slightly. She was guilty. Yi Tian sneered. Treasures were presented one after another, and soon it was Xiao Rong and the cousin's turn. When both of them took out the Nanshan picture, the atmosphere on the scene was pushed to a small climax. There were many experts who were well versed in antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and they all looked towards the stage. However, from their distance, the 2 Nanshan pictures were exactly the same, and there was no way to tell the real one from the fake one. The grandmother asked the girl to get a magnifying glass, and motioned to the 2 granddaughters who were kneeling on the ground to stand up. "Interesting, huh? Let me see who made a mistake." Make a mistake. In the antique business, this means buying a fake. It took only about 7 or 8 minutes. The burly grandmother had already judged the authenticity, raised her hand and pointed to one of the paintings and said, "Rong Rong, your eyesight is much worse than your cousin's. Your painting is a high-quality imitation." What? Xiao Rong was shocked and pale. The cousin said smugly, "What did I say? You still don't believe it. This is impossible. How can it be fake?" Xiao Rong was embarrassed for a moment. The great-grandmother said, "Of course, this is not your fault. The forger is just because of his superb craftsmanship. If I hadn't seen the original in my early years, it would be difficult to judge the authenticity. His skills have reached the level of being able to make a fake look real. But, fake is fake, it can't be real, girl, no wonder the clan members say you have poor eyesight. The great-grandmother shook her head. This sentence, the clan members say you have poor eyesight, seems to be a double entendre? Yi Tian was a little unhappy, and tilted his head and said, Grandmother, you are not mocking me, are you? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Xiao Rong was so scared that she almost collapsed on the ground. Zhao's father and mother even had the urge to rush out of the door. Oh my god! Yi Tian, what are you doing? How can you talk to grandma like this? Are you going to kill us? Even if Xiao Rong is wrong, don't retaliate like this. Grandma looked at Yi Tian for a few times, and suddenly laughed. You are Yi Tian, Rong's husband? Yes, Grandma. Yi Tian nodded, his neither humble nor arrogant attitude aroused Grandma's curiosity. How could she not know about the rumors about Yi Tian? However, when she saw him today, it was completely inconsistent with the rumors. How could a pretty boy who can't do anything and never eats enough have such a strong aura and self-confidence? Looking at the whole audience, Yi Tian's aura was the strongest, and he was the most fearless. Grandma has seen countless people, and she saw the clues at a glance. She smiled and sat back in her chair. Young man, what birthday gift did you bring? Yi Tian grinned, raised his hand to signal the people around him to step away, half squatted down, began to unpack the gift boxes, and said, Grandma, I have prepared 4 birthday gifts for you this time, I guarantee you will like them. Oh, 4? You are thoughtful. Among all the grandchildren, you have prepared the most birthday gifts. The grandma smiled and was full of curiosity about the gifts. Xiao Rong was already scared to death, her legs were trembling, and she prayed secretly, Yi Tian, please, don't embarrass me again, I really can't afford to embarrass this person. The others stood on tiptoe to look inside, very curious about what this waste Yi Tian would give. The first birthday gift. Ding 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 ding. Yaemin brand milk powder for the elderly. Yi Tian pulled out a bag of milk powder and held it above his head, and said loudly, Grandma, this is what I bought at the specialty store on the commercial street. It's a calcium supplement. Easy to absorb. It's very good for the body. As soon as these words came out, silence. The whole place was as quiet as death. You could hear a pin drop. It was completely silent. Xiao Rong's family of 3 looked as pale as death. It's over. In this dead silence, Yi Tian said, Grandma, you are old, you have to supplement enough nutrition every day, so that you can prevent osteoporosis and calcium and iron loss. Grandma took the bag of milk powder for the elderly and looked at Yi Tian with a complicated look. Grandma! Xiao Rong couldn't help it anymore, and knelt down, crying and said, Yi Tian didn't mean it. Yi Tian, you should apologize to Grandma. Yi Tian was a little confused. What the hell am I apologizing for? What the hell did I do wrong? I made a mistake in giving gifts? Are you sick? Rong, get up. Grandma motioned Xiao Rong to get up, and said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, milk powder. Speaking of which, this is indeed what I drink every day, and the brand is the same. You are thoughtful in giving this birthday gift, Yi Tian said, that's a must. I racked my brains to choose a birthday gift for you, and I was exhausted. Grandma, to be honest, I lost a lot of hair today because of your birthday gift. Yi Tian, can you shut up? Xiao Rong's mentality was completely blown up, and she rubbed her eyes with tears. At this time, there was a thunderous laughter from the audience. Several brothers who were at the same table with Xiao's father and mother teased, he is worthy of being the strongest useless son-in-law of our Xiao family. Milk powder, how did he come up with it? Zhao's father's face was ashen, and Zhao's mother was silent. It was embarrassing to the grandmother's house. Listening to the noise around, Grandma knocked hard on the dragon head cane and said in a loud voice, Everyone, can you listen to me, an old woman, for a few words? The scene that had just been lively became quiet again. Grandma looked around and said, Pearls, jade, diamonds, agates, antiques and calligraphy and paintings are good, but what use are they to an old woman like me who is buried up to her eyebrows in the loess? Can I wear them to show off, or do you plan to put them in my coffin and bury me with me after I die? From the beginning, I found that the Xiao family today is no longer the Xiao family I know. Comparisons are rampant. Are you celebrating my birthday or are you competing to show off your wealth? Ha! Grandma really has a weird temper. She was still laughing 1 second, and kicked an antique vase worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to pieces the next second. The whole audience was silent. The grandmother continued, What has enabled the Xiao family to exist for 200 years? Money? No. It's unity. Look at you guys, racking your brains to suppress your fellow clansmen in the name of birthday celebrations. I want to dig my eyes out. If you continue like this, the Shao family will fall apart sooner or later. What's wrong with milk powder? Isn't milk powder a birthday gift? At least it's something I need every day, and I have to drink it every day. Grandma pointed to the authentic Nanshan Tu given by a cousin. What's the use of this thing? Can it be eaten as a meal? Or can it be drunk as water? Or can it supplement my nutrition? Ha! The cousin lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, Grandma. Today is my 90th birthday. Whether I will have my 100th birthday is still unknown. I will be willful for once and take this opportunity to warn you, the descendants of the Shao family. If you want the Shao family to continue to be glorious, you must be united. Only unity is strength. Yes, Grandma is right. We will remember Grandma's teachings. A group of Shao family members lowered their heads. Of course. This is just superficial work, and 99% of people don't agree with what Grandma said. Do people live for unity? Wrong. It's for pretending. Study hard. Work hard. Work hard to cultivate the next generation. All for the sake of pretending better. Look, how good I am at studying, much better than you, ha ha ha. Look, how good I am at working, much better than you, ha ha ha. Look, my son is much better than your son, ha ha. Yi Tian sighed. Grandma, you really understand the big picture. You make me embarrassed to take out the next birthday gift. Then don't take it. Why don't you run away after taking the advantage? What do you want to do? Xiaorong collapsed again, confused. Grandma smiled. I'm very curious. Satisfy the curiosity of an old woman like me. Okay. Yi Tian reluctantly took out the Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lushan from the gift package and said, This is Tang Bo was viewing the waterfall at Mount Lushan. The surroundings fell into silence again. If Xiaorong was given a knife, she would definitely stab herself to death. Poochie. Viewing the waterfall at Mount Lushan, you really dare to say that? You bought it on Bink 60, right? It's 29. 9 yuan with free shipping. Ha ha. Last time I went to QQ.com to check, and along the river during the Qingming festival was only 56 yuan, including shipping. The mocking voices came one after another. He had completely forgotten the teachings of his grandmother. That's right. How much weight can a dying old man have in his words? The grandmother smiled helplessly and unfolded the scroll. Her thoughts were very clear. Although she knew it was fake, she had to give this young man named Yi Tian a way out. She said that this painting was real enough to be mistaken for a fake. The more she looked at it absent-mindedly, the sharper her eyes became, and her expression was even more surprised. She carefully placed the Lushan waterfall viewing painting on the table and shouted, Old Tu, Old Hong, Old Miao, are you here? Yes, old sister. Here. Several elderly people stood up and responded. Come on. Grandma called 3 senior appraisers who were very influential in the antique world to the stage. Old sister, what are you doing? Old Tu was puzzled. I am not very good at seeing. I really can't tell whether this painting is authentic or not. I would like to ask several brothers to help me take a closer look. Grandma's heart was shocked. This painting looked authentic no matter how you looked at it. But this is impossible. An authentic painting by Tang Bohu is worth at least 60 to 70 million. At that moment, several elderly people did not dare to neglect it. They put on gloves and held up magnifying glasses to carefully identify it. Xiaorong was already confused. What was going on? How could a fake painting bought on Bing CC make Grandma so nervous? Xiaorong was like this, and the others were even more so. Yi Tian looked relaxed. Wasn't he clear whether it was true or false? The system's product must be a fine product, okay? A full 15 minutes passed. Old Tu was so excited that she shed tears. Old sister, this is an authentic work. I never thought that I could see Tang Yin's authentic work with my own eyes in this life. It is indeed an authentic work. Old Hong and Old Miao expressed their opinions one after another. The hairs of several old men stood up in excitement. Yi Tian looked at them and was a little worried, fearing that he would be too excited and die of excitement. Grandma came to Yi Tian in a flash and pointed at the Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lu. Where did you get this painting? Hasn't it always been in the London Museum? I bought it. Yi Tian spread his hands. Grandma, you are acting a little too much. We all know it's fake. A young man from the Shao family sighed and said, I guarantee with my life that this is a genuine Tang Yin's authentic work. If you don't understand, shut up. Believe it or not, I will beat you. Before Grandma opened her mouth, several old men quit. Good boy, what do you mean? Are you questioning whether we, the officially certified national appraisers, are telling lies? After thinking about it, I still can't stand it. Cut him. The three old men rushed down the stage, took out their dentures, and smashed them at the Shao family member. The grandmother ignored the farce below, carefully put away the scroll, patted the edge of the chair, and said, "Child, come and sit." Okay. Yi Tian was unceremonious and sat down next to the grandmother. It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly realized. It was an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. When looking at Yi Tian and Xiaorong's family of three again, their eyes were full of awe. Awesome! A masterpiece handed down from generation to generation worth 70 million, just give it away. Just when the entire Shao family was in shock for a long time, there was a commotion at the gate, and it seemed that many people came in. Grandma looked casually in the direction of the gate, but her mind was still on the original painting of Tang Yin, viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. What kind of young man could spend tens of millions to buy a painting from the museum as a birthday gift? Rong, come and sit too. Grandma said with a smile on her face. Xiaorong had long been confused by Yi Tian's successive operations. Grandma shouted several times before she reacted. As a grandchild, she naturally did not dare to disobey her grandmother and sat honestly on the left side of her grandmother. Now they are all together, and Yi Tian and Xiaorong have become the golden boy and jade girl beside Grandma. Grandma looked at Yi Tian, then at Xiaorong, her eyes full of joy. It's really good. Rongrong's vision of looking at paintings is a little poor, but her vision of looking at people is sharp enough. Not only did she find a good husband for herself, but she also found a magic needle to stabilize the sea for the Shao family. Well, this little girl hid it really well. She didn't reveal Yi Tian's true identity until today. With Rongrong's cunning, she will definitely be very successful in the future and reach a higher level in her career. If Xiaorong heard what the grandmother said at this moment, she would definitely hit her head against the wall. What cunning, what hiding, there is nothing at all, okay? She is innocent, she knows nothing. At this time, the noise was getting closer and closer. A dozen men and women in suits walked in, bowed to the grandmother from a distance, and said in unison, "All the general managers of the Haijing branch of the Delongfang Gold Shop wish the grandmother good fortune and longevity." These people are the general managers of the Haijing branch of the Delongfang Gold Shop. The Dragon and Phoenix Gold Shop? All the general managers? Wow, who is this? Such a big deal? To be able to invite all the general managers at once, this person's connections and generosity are unimaginable. This is good, it can suppress the arrogance of that outsider. Isn't it just an ancient painting? Our Shao family also has a super rich man. That's right. There was a lot of discussion. Grandma asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The general manager representative stepped forward and said respectfully, "Grandma, we are entrusted by someone to send you a birthday gift." Grandma nodded and smiled, thoughtful. Swish! The general manager representative raised his hand. A brand new transport vehicle moved a person-high object, which was nailed firmly with red satin and wooden boards, to the venue. When this heavy object fell to the ground, people clearly felt the ground shaking. Everyone was surprised. What is this thing? Taller than a person? Grandma was also a little curious. What is this? Who sent it? The crowd looked around, looking for the mysterious gift giver. Xiaorong was also looking for him. She accidentally glanced at Yi Tian from the corner of her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She was really going to cry again. Yi Tian, are you done yet? What did you do to that rich woman to make her love you so wholeheartedly and give you everything? Am I blind? Why is it this guy again? What the hell is this? Everyone at the table saw Yi Tian standing up slowly and raising his right hand. The grandmother looked around and frowned. What's going on? What does it mean that you give a gift to an old woman like me and don't say anything? That. Yi Tian's arm was sore from raising his hand. Grandma, this is also my birthday gift to you. The grandmother turned her head and her face suddenly became happy, grabbed Yi Tian's hand, happy like a child. I'm an old woman, it's too expensive for you to do this. No way. Yi Tian said righteously, you are the great-grandmother of my wife Xiaorong, that is, my great-grandmother. There is no such thing as spending money on your own great-grandmother. Good child. Good child. The great-grandmother called Xiaorong, who was embarrassed to the point of not knowing where to put her face, to her side, and took the two of them in one hand and came to the sealed big box. What could such a big object be? The great-grandmother seemed to be talking to herself. The gift Xiaotian gave is a little difficult to guess. The first one is milk powder in food. The second one is an authentic tangine, a work of art, and the third one. Could it be gold, jade, or something like that? Someone asked curiously. The great-grandmother shook her head and said, looking at the size and weight, it does look like it, but I don't think Xiaotian would give such a tacky thing, right, Xiaotian? This self-questioning and self-answering made Yi Tian feel ashamed and embarrassed. Yi Tian scratched his head. Grandma, I'm not as good as you think. The things in here are really vulgar. Ha ha ha, I know. Grandma smiled. It's rockery, right? It's a kind of metal. Grandma guessed very close. Forget it, no more guessing, hurry up. Yi Tian really didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic. He raised his hand and asked the managers who had already brought tools to open the package. The process was quite slow, because the managers were afraid of hurting the peach meat. They couldn't afford to pay for such a thing even if they tied it together and went bankrupt. Grandma waited patiently and said to the tribe members, "You all learn from this. When giving gifts in the future, you should be like Xiaotian and give more meaningful things. Gold, silver and jade are good, but they can't be brought with you when you are born and can't be taken away when you die. I'm an old woman. What's the use of giving me so many gold items? My cervical spine can't wear those things at all. Grandma taught me that." We've remembered it. People in 3 layers inside and outside watched and echoed. Yi Tian's face looked a little ugly, and he lowered his head in shame. I should have known not to give this thing. It seems that I have hit the horse's leg with flattery. Grandma doesn't like gold very much. This subtle facial expression was seen by Xiaorong. She kicked Yi Tian and said in a low voice, "Grandma is old, what on earth do you put in it?" Yi Tian moved his mouth and was about to speak. Grandma said, "Remember it for me, although gold is abundant, it will eventually run out, but making friends is endless. Compared with gold and jade, if our Shao family wants to continue to flourish, we must make friends with true gentlemen." Yes. Grandma is right. The echoes came one after another. Grandma said again, "Many people in our Shao family participate in politics, and we must remember, although gold is precious in the world, being an honest official is more valuable. Never do anything that harms the interests of the people for the sake of petty profits." Yes. Several political clansmen nodded one after another. Yi Tian wanted to cry. This time he was finished. Grandma obviously hates gold, otherwise she wouldn't use it as an example so often. But I gave her a golden birthday peach. What should I do? Waiting online. Very anxious. As the laminated wood was peeled off layer by layer, soon only the precious red silk symbolizing joy was left. Yi Tian whispered, "Grandma, I didn't choose this gift very well. How about we not look at it for now?" Grandma smiled and touched Yi Tian's hair, and said kindly, "Silly child, no matter what you give me, I will give you a golden birthday peach, even grandmas like it." This guy is guilty. He must be a bad guy. Ha, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. People were whispering around, waiting to see the fun. Xiaorong looked at Yi Tian with a tangled face, and a sense of revenge rose in her heart. "Let you show off. You shot yourself in the foot. You deserve it." Grandma came to the red ribbon and pulled it hard. Crash! As the red silk was unveiled, a golden birthday peach more than 1 meter tall appeared in front of people. Everyone was stunned. Grandma's mouth opened in an O shape. Xiaorong's beautiful big eyes bulged, like a goldfish short of water. The scene fell into deathly silence again, and time seemed to stand still. Yi Tian rubbed his cheeks, thinking that this was bad. Grandma would most likely curse. The general manager representative of Delongfeng was obviously very satisfied with this masterpiece that was rushed out overtime. He bowed and said loudly, "This golden birthday peach, with a net weight of 1 ton, is made of pure gold and is worth 300 million yuan. It was tailor-made for Grandma by Mr. Yi Tian and Miss Xiaorong. If you agree, Grandma, we at Delongfeng are willing to apply for the Guinness World Record for it, and all expenses will be borne by our Delongfeng group." In fact, Grandma could no longer hear any other sound in her ears. She was completely stunned. A golden longevity peach. Suddenly, Grandma's eyes were filled with tears, and she turned to look at Yi Tian, "Child." Yi Tian hurriedly supported Grandma. "Grandma, I really didn't know you hated gold. If I had known, I would not have given you this golden longevity peach. Please don't be angry." Angry? Grandma wiped her tears and smiled with tears in her eyes. "I am so happy that I can't wait to be angry with you. But, Xiaotian, is it really worth it for an old woman like me to spend 300 million to customize this golden longevity peach?" Yi Tian said, "Grandma, I will be angry if you say that again. Money is we will earn it after spending it. Money has a price, but you are priceless. As long as I can get a smile from you, let alone 300 million, even if it is 3 billion, what's the problem?" The grandmother hugged Yi Tian and Xiaorong tightly, tears streaming down her face. Good children are really good children. 300 million. My eyes are going to be blinded. Oh my god, What kind of rich man did I diss just now? First he gave me a Tangin authentic painting worth 70 million, and then he gave me a golden birthday peach. Does his family have a mine? I'm having a heart attack. Who will bring me my quick-acting heart pills? All the people attending the birthday banquet were in disarray and trembling in front of the golden birthday peach. Honey, is selling pancakes so profitable? I want to sell them too. This is the cousin's wife who speaks in a coquettish voice. Sell your sister. Still pretending to be a Taiwanese. Speak nicely to me. This is cousin A. Aha, you didn't ask me to pretend. Who are you showing your disdain to? Are you looking for trouble? The cousin's wife responded domineeringly. Everyone, Sigma. After a long time, the grandmother calmed down from her ecstasy. She held Yi Tian and Xiaorong's hands and refused to let go. She suddenly said, Xiaotian, you said you prepared 4 birthday gifts for me. What is the 4th one? When talking about this, Yi Tian immediately danced with joy and said, Grandma, I'm not bragging. You will like my 4th birthday gift. The grandmother was surprised. Could it be that your 4th birthday gift is more valuable than Tang Yin's authentic work and this golden birthday peach? Grandma was surprised. Could it be that your 4th birthday gift is more valuable than Tang Yin's authentic work and this golden birthday peach? Not only was Grandma surprised, but the rest of the people who participated in the birthday banquet also pricked up their ears. It must be said that tonight was really wonderful. In just half an hour, the plot was full of ups and downs. Their limited brain capacity really couldn't think of any gift more valuable than this golden birthday peach. Could it be Diamond Hill? That's too much. Yi Tian said with a proud look on his face, Grandma, although my 4th gift is not as valuable as the golden longevity peach, it is very, very practical. I thought about it for a long time before buying it. You will definitely like it. Grandma couldn't wait to say, Xiaotian, show it to Grandma. Okay. Yi Tian turned around, trotted to the side of Grandma's seat, and began to fiddle with the box of milk powder. He quickly took out a booklet and returned, handing it to Grandma. Look. Grandma took the booklet, her face suddenly became strange, and Xiaorong, who was closest to the two of them, changed her face drastically. She screamed and fell to her knees in front of Grandma to apologize for the 2nd time, and said hoarsely, Grandma, Yi Tian doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him. A group of people were a little puzzled. What on earth was that booklet? Some people deliberately lowered their heads. When they saw clearly what was written on the cover of the booklet, their faces turned ashen. They were furious and jumped to their feet, pointing at Yi Tian and cursing, Yi Tian, you little beast. How dare you show this kind of thing to Grandma, do you want to die? Yi Tian, are you bullying me because there is no one in the Xiao family? Do you really think we dare not do anything to you? Crazy. Crazy. Completely crazy. Come on, beat this Yi Tian out for me. Yi Tian, who was still highly respected a second ago, instantly became a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. However, Yi Tian himself did not care at all and looked directly at Grandma's surprised eyes. Grandma raised her hand slightly, indicating that she should stay calm, and said in a strange tone, Is this the 4th gift you want to give me? Are you sure? Yi Tian nodded vigorously and said, Yes, this cemetery has the best feng shui in the entire Haijing city. It is called the Emperor's Tomb in Feng Shui Cave. Just this cemetery, I spent more than 20 million. Yes. Yi Tian's 4th gift was a cemetery. Are you afraid? Yi Tian continued, Grandma, you are already 90 years old this year. Although you are very energetic, you only have a dozen years to live. Prepare the cemetery in advance to avoid being in a hurry when the time comes. To be honest, I fell in love with this piece of land at first sight. If it weren't for the only one in Haijing, I would have prepared one for myself. Look at this place, what a beautiful view. CBD in the cemetery. The back garden of life. Beast. Shut up. Yi Tian. Are you crazy? If you say it again, I will tear your mouth apart. You psychopath. The Xiao family members all fell into madness. Who in the world would give a cemetery at a birthday party? If this were put in the world of martial arts, it would definitely cause a shocking bloodbath, right? However, the development of things was beyond their imagination. The grandmother was not as angry as imagined, but smiled bitterly, staring at Yi Tian's sincere eyes and said, Xiaotian, you are really thoughtful. Among these 4 birthday gifts, the 4th one is indeed the most practical. Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Birth, aging, illness and death are common human nature, and no one can go against time. Of course, I hope that you, the grandmother, can live to be 120 years old, but there is nothing wrong with preparing in advance, right? Yeah, the great-grandmother nodded with a smile on her lips, and made Xiaorong, who was frightened and pale, stand up and said angrily, You little girl, you are still pretending with Grandma. You two cunning little couple, one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop, what are you doing? Xiao Rong was speechless and had no words to say. Grandma, I'm so innocent. I don't know anything. The anger of the angry crowd subsided rapidly. What if it didn't subside? Even the great-grandmother herself is not angry. What right do they have to be angry? Yi Tian took the great-grandmother's arm, his expression excited, and said, Grandma, in addition to the cemetery, I also bought the treasure of the store in Haishan Cemetery. Although it is not as good as Shi Songji's, it is also made of 1,000-year-old whole board of golden nanmu. The only mistake is that Grandma Zhu, you are too tall. When it is time to be buried, I may have to saw off your calf, otherwise it will not fit. Hiss! 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 Facing Yi Tian, who never stops saying shocking things, people gasped and trembled with fear. Xiao Rong burst into tears. Grandma Yu's mouth opened again. Why do you still want to saw off my legs? Because you are too tall, you can't just lie down curled up, that's too uncomfortable. As she was speaking, a group of burly men squeezed in from outside the door, carrying a rectangular coffin covered with red satin that symbolized festivity. Mr. Yi Tian, this is the coffin you bought, the owner of Haishan Cemetery said with a smile. The crowd dispersed automatically. Grandma came to the coffin, and the moment she tore off the red satin, her pupils slightly condensed, lost in thought for a while. This coffin is so beautiful, wow. Golden Nanmu coffin? 3 old men in the antique industry came over, curiously holding up magnifying glasses to carefully study the coffin's board, and exclaimed, Wow, this is carved out of a whole board of golden Nanmu. It can't be bought without 30 or 50 million. Old 2, yes, this thing is not a coffin, it's clearly a work of art. There are no more than 10 coffins like this in the world. Old Miao, old friends, after seeing this thing, will you have a strange impulse? Old Hong, of course, I want to die immediately. Old sister, I have a bold idea. If I die first, can I? Grandma was immediately unhappy and interrupted the 3 old men. Old brothers, you can't be like this. Why are you snatching the coffin from an old woman like me? Do you have any shame? This is a gift from Xiaotian. Make way, I'll lie in it and take a look. Wow! Grandma, don't. Grandma, you must not, it's unlucky. Quick, stop Grandma. The Xiao family members went crazy and rushed forward to stop them. Be quiet, the great-grandmother shouted, what a fuss. This is where I will lie for many years in the future. What's wrong with me trying it now? What era is it? You are still so feudal and superstitious. Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, I will beat you up, believe it or not. Except for the great-grandmother, the second oldest man in the family smiled bitterly and backed away. They couldn't afford to offend. Yi Tian helped the great-grandmother lie in the coffin. Inside the coffin, the great-grandmother closed her eyes and exhaled a foul breath for a long time. Grandmother, are you comfortable? Yi Tian asked with a smile while lying beside the coffin. The great-grandmother opened her eyes and smiled brightly. It's so comfortable. I really want to lie in it forever and just die like this. The Xiao family members said. Their mentality is completely broken. Yi Tian laughed and said, No, you can't live for another 10 or 20 years with your body. Enjoy it later. Why are you in such a hurry? After a long time, the grandmother was helped by Yi Tian to sit up from the coffin under the terrified gaze of a group of tribesmen. The old lady patted the coffin under her and sighed, How about you guys eat and drink first, and I'll lie down for a while. No. Grandma, please spare us. Yi Tian, help Grandma out quickly. The absurd drama here has not ended yet. The doorway has become lively again. Exclamations came one after another. What? What happened again? People turned their heads in confusion, and when they saw who was coming, they were shocked again. At the door of the Xiao family's old house, a large group of handsome men and beautiful women appeared at some point, each wearing a red performance costume that symbolizes festivity. Standing in the C position is the young master of Huang Entertainment, Zhang Shengfeng. On Zhang Xingfeng's left and right are Qin Yan and Pang Wei. Ziqi, Ouyang Na, Xiao Tian, Li Tanqi and other hot domestic top-tier celebrities followed closely behind. On behalf of all the employees of Huang Entertainment, I wish you, Grandma, happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountain. Zhang Shengfeng shouted loudly. On behalf of all the employees of the Qin Group, I wish you, Grandma, good health and all the best. Qin Yan said loudly. On behalf of all the employees of the Pang Group, I wish you, Grandma, today every year, every year. This is Pang Wei. The other stars also sent their blessings. Grandma was surprised and said, What are you? Xiao Tian, are these people your friends? The old man subconsciously looked at Yi Tian and Xiao Rong, only to see that the golden boy and jade girl were more confused than each other. Such a subtle facial expression is difficult for ordinary people to pretend. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. What the hell? Why are these guys here? I clearly didn't tell them that my grandmother was celebrating her birthday. Who is it? So prestigious that they can invite so many entrepreneurs and celebrities at once? I heard that the relationship between Qin, Pang, and Xiao is quite bad. Why would they come to celebrate my birthday? It's so weird. Isn't this a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken? People talked about it and expressed their doubts. Especially the entrepreneurs of the Xiao clan who developed in Haijing were even more confused. However, no matter what their relationship with the Xiao family is, they are guests. My grandmother calmed down, smiled and greeted them, shaking hands with these young people one by one. Yi Tian looked at him inquiringly. Why are you here? Ziqi replied, Hee, young master Yi, you are so mean. You didn't even tell us good friends about grandma's birthday. Pang Wei replied, I treated you as my brother, but you actually pretended I didn't exist. I'm angry. Qin Yan replied, brother, you're too low-key. How could you not tell your brothers about such a big thing? Yuqin Xiaoyao replied, woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof, woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof, woof woof. It was as if a strange creature had sneaked in. Grandma, in order to celebrate your birthday, in addition to some unpresentable gifts, we have also prepared a chorus program. I hope it will make you laugh. Zhang Shengfeng is not only the young master of royal entertainment, but also a popular actor. Therefore, he is not stage fright. He is much more relaxed than Qin Yan and Pang Wei who are making their debut. Grandma laughed and said, good, good, good. That's thoughtful. Music. Zhang Shengfeng raised his hand, and the accompanying band at the back immediately began to play festive music, a well-known birthday song. Zhang Shengfeng, I wish you longevity and happiness, and happy birthday to you. Qin Yan, every year has this day, and every year has this day. Everyone, congratulations, congratulations. Pang Wei, I wish you longevity and happiness, and happy birthday to you. Yuqin Xiaoyao, every year has this day, and every year has this day. Everyone, congratulations, congratulations. Everyone, I wish you to be as old as pine and cypress, as young as orchid, as blessed as the East Sea, and as long-lived as the southern mountains. The grandmother was overjoyed and clapped her hands repeatedly. Good. 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 Ning Xiaodong, I wish you longevity and happiness, and happy birthday to you. Ziqi, every year has this day, every year has this day. Together, congratulations, congratulations. Yi Tian Xiaorong who were forcibly pulled to his side by Pang Wei, I wish you a long life and happy birthday. Every year has this day, every year has this day. Congratulations, congratulations. The short 2-minute birthday song was full of sincere blessings. After the song was sung, tears welled up in the grandmother's eyes again, and she gently touched Yi Tian and Xiaorong's heads. Xiaotian, Rongrong, your friends are so thoughtful. I am so happy today. I haven't been so happy in half a century. Yi Tian's little mouth was like honey. Grandma, take care of yourself. I will come to accompany you every few days to make you happy, okay? Yes, yes. Grandma nodded repeatedly. Xiaoyao. Yi Tian called Xiaoyao over. Quickly show grandma your special skills. Yuqin Xiaoyao understood what he meant and immediately started to woo-woo. The barking of a dog was so realistic that grandma laughed so hard that she even said that this little girl was interesting. On the other side, Yi Tian nudged Pang Wei with his elbow and cursed in a low voice. What do you mean? I was the most handsome guy at the birthday party tonight, but you almost stole the limelight. Why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming to celebrate the birthday? Pang Wei puffed up his cheeks and said cutely, blame me? It's your fault that you are so mean. You didn't invite us to such a grand occasion. You don't treat us as your brothers at all. Don't treat you as your brothers? Look at what you said. How is that possible? You will always be your brothers. Yi Tian complained in his heart. At this time, he had roughly guessed the reason. It must be that he leaked his whereabouts tonight when he bought the golden birthday peaches. But it doesn't matter, as long as grandma is happy. A series of things presented by Yi Tian. The surprise birthday gift set off waves of climaxes in the Xiao family, but after the climax, it always returns to calm. With the departure of Zhang Shengfeng and others, the birthday banquet of the great-grandmother continued, but the atmosphere on the scene seemed very subtle and a little awkward. How could it not be awkward? Looking at the authentic painting viewing the waterfall at Mount Lushan by Tang Bowo, the whole golden Nanmu coffin, and the golden birthday peach as tall as a person, the second-generation members of the Xiao family looked down at the gifts worth hundreds of thousands or millions in their hands, feeling like sitting on pins and needles. Should I give this gift or not? If I give it, I will be cannon fodder, and if I don't give it, I don't understand filial piety. It's a dilemma. Yi Tian. I hate you to death. Of course, Yi Tian didn't know what these second-generation members thought, and he wouldn't care if he knew. After sitting with the great-grandmother for a while, he returned to his seat. After all, the great-grandmother was the protagonist today, and he was just a supporting role, and he couldn't steal the limelight from her. Grandmother, are you serious? Sitting at the same table were Xiao Rong's parents and some second-generation uncles. Seeing Yi Tian coming back, they all subconsciously moved to the sides. There was nothing they could do. Yi Tian's aura was too strong and his aura was too dazzling. Zhao's father swallowed his saliva and carefully poured a glass of wine for Yi Tian. Drink? The cautious attitude made Xiao Rong, who returned with him, feel uncomfortable. Dad, what's wrong with you? Zhao's father asked curiously. I'm fine. Zhao's mother carefully put a mouthful of food into Yi Tian's bowl. Xiaotian, eat food. Yi Tian pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Aunt, I never like eating broccoli. Zhao's mother smiled bitterly, a little embarrassed. Although they have lived together for nearly a year, who cares about the taste of a son-in-law who lives with her family? Yi Tian, that's enough. Don't think that you are great just because you have a little money. Who are you showing off to? Zhao's father and mother know how to adapt to the situation, but Xiao Rong is a person who would rather die than live in disgrace, and she can't stand this. However, as soon as she said this, she was scolded by Zhao's father. Rong. What are you doing? Xiaotian just said that he doesn't like broccoli. How can he be arrogant? But you, why are you so excited? Zhao's mother said, yes, today is Grandma's birthday. If you want to argue, you have to wait until we get home. It was indeed my fault just now. I forgot that Xiaotian doesn't like broccoli. You guys. Seeing that her parents changed sides and all leaned towards Yi Tian, Xiao Rong was so upset that she couldn't speak. Yi Tian threw a peanut into his mouth and glanced at Xiao Rong leisurely. Auntie is right, don't embarrass Grandma. If we want to argue, we can go home later. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. This birthday banquet, which is worthy of being recorded in the history of Haijing, ended in 2 hours. After saying goodbye to the great-grandmother, Yi Tian and his family of 4 took a car home. All the way, Xiao Rong's face was frighteningly gloomy, while Yi Tian, who was sitting next to her, had a calm face. He sent messages to friends from time to time, and replied to a few voice messages from time to time. His voice was loud and he did not shy away from the Xiao family in the car at all. Being rich is so confident. It was only 20 minutes from the old house to the Xiao family villa, but it seemed like a lifetime for Xiao Rong. After finally getting home, she rushed out of the car and ran upstairs, but was stopped by Yi Tian. He smiled and said, I've been running outside all day. I'm so tired. Xiao Rong, go and help me prepare the foot washing water. Click. Xiao Rong stood there as if struck by lightning, twisting her body mechanically and widening her beautiful eyes. You. Say it again? What? I said, prepare the water for washing feet. What? Did you get your ears hurt after eating? Father and Mother Xiao looked at each other. Mother Xiao wanted to say something for her daughter, but was stopped by Father Xiao and forcibly dragged into the house. Close the door. Father Xiao said earnestly, when a young couple quarrels, we elders had better not get involved. It's not good to help either side. You can see how strong Xiao Tian is now. Mother Xiao said sadly, that's the truth, but we can't just watch him bully Rong. Bully? That's double standard. Father Xiao said angrily, when Rong asked Xiao Tian to pour water for her feet, why didn't you speak up for him? Mother Xiao was stunned. At that time, I didn't know he was so powerful. So, now he is powerful and asked Rong to pour water for her feet. What's wrong with you? Rong is a human being, but Xiao Tian is not a human being? Mother Xiao was speechless and found that she couldn't find any words to refute. In the courtyard, Xiao Rong was so angry that she was shaking all over. She gritted her teeth and said, Yi Tian, don't think you can humiliate me just because you have a few bucks. I, Xiao Rong, would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. You want me to pour you water to wash your feet? Dream on. Yi Tian scratched his ears. When did I humiliate you? I'm your husband and you're my wife. I just asked my wife to pour me water to wash my feet, not to ask you to wash my feet. Why do you think it's a humiliation? When you asked me to serve you every day, did you ever think that this was a humiliation? Yi Tian is not a generous person. His philosophy of life is very simple, tenfold revenge. Well, revenge 100-fold. Simple and brutal. Xiao Rong clenched her fists, her body trembled, and even her breathing became rapid. Yi Tian, don't worry, I will divorce you. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, I will go with you to complete the divorce procedures. Yi Tian sneered. Xiao Rong, you are not naive enough to think that the world revolves around you, right? I have the final say on whether to divorce or not. Who do you think you are? Xiao Rong remained silent. Yi Tian looked at Xiao Rong for a few times and smiled. One day, you will be willing to pour me footbath water obediently. You are dreaming. Xiao Rong wanted to bite the man in front of her to death. Whether it is a dream or not, let's wait and see. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Tian no longer lingered and walked straight to the door. Just kidding. The challenge has been issued. Why stay in the Xiao family? Nothing can be done. In the end, I can't sleep alone. As soon as Yi Tian went out, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the door. Pang Wei whistled. Brother. Sister-in-law. Xiao Rong turned a deaf ear and didn't even turn her head. Yi Tian got into the car without caring. Let's go back to Emperor Bay. Brother, did you quarrel with sister-in-law again? Pang Wei blinked and asked in confusion. Sister-in-law is too angry. Brother, you are gentle, considerate and rich. Why do you always quarrel? Xiao Yao, bite him. Yi Tian laughed. Woo woof. Woof woof. The atmosphere in the car immediately became cheerful after Yu Qin and Xiao Yao disrupted the situation. Yu Qin and Xiao Yao hugged Yi Tian's arm and said sweetly, Brother, I missed you so much. You missed me after just a few days? When did you come back? Yi Tian raised his hand and hugged Xiao Yao. The girl smelled fragrant, like a cream cake. I arrived this morning. I went to look for you, but your uncle and aunt said you went out. I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't send you a message. Yu Qin Xiao Yao looked well behaved. Yi Tian chatted with Yu Qin Xiao Yao for a few words, looked at Ning Xiaotong in the corner, and smiled. Xiaotong, is your leg better? Ning Xiaotong was startled and forgot that she was in the car. She foolishly wanted to stand up and answer. As a result, she naturally made a thud and burst into tears in pain. Okay, much better. Yi Tian couldn't help laughing and said, Why are you so nervous? I'm not a cannibal. I'm sorry. Ning Xiaotong cried anxiously and couldn't speak. The experience of the past 2 days was like a dream for this 19-year-old girl. Until now, she still hasn't figured out why this Mr. Yi chose her and wanted to promote her. This is a typical idol drama plot. Mr. Jiang, your performance today was great, and it gave Grandma and me a surprise. Yi Tian gave Jiang Shengfeng a thumbs up. The rehearsal time was too short, otherwise I could have prepared a few more programs. Jiang Shengfeng smiled and said, Young Master Yi, the elites of our 3 teams are all here, and we are going to have an all-night meeting. You should come along and give us some suggestions or something. All-night meeting? You are really crazy. I hate this kind of thing the most. Yi Tian refused decisively. Who wants to go to a meeting? The thing I hate most in my life is meetings. All-night meetings? Crazy. Xiao Yao, you and Xiao Tong will go home with me later. Okay. Yu Qin and Xiao Yao nodded with a smile, and Ning Xiaotong's body trembled slightly. She was young, but that didn't mean she was ignorant. Sure enough, success requires a price. There is no free lunch in the world. Yi Tian patted Fat Wei on the shoulder. I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, don't think about profit for me. The process is not important, I want the result. Of course. Don't worry, brother. Building A1 of Imperial Bay. Parents had already fallen asleep, and the huge villa was empty and seemed a little deserted. There are many guest rooms upstairs, and someone cleans them every day. You can pick one to sleep in. If you need anything, just press the bedside bell. This is the kitchen, and that is the bathhouse. There is a swimming pool on the top floor, which is changed every day with warm water. Xiao Yao, take Xiaotong around. I'll go take a shower first. I'm a little tired after a day of hard work. Okay. Xiaotong, come on, I'll take you to see my home. It's much more gorgeous than young Master Qin's. Yu Qin Xiao Yao held Ning Xiaotong's hand and ran happily. Ning Xiaotong hurriedly said, Sister Yu Qin, slow down. Xiao Yao's personality is much more cheerful than before. Yi Tian yawned and went upstairs to take a shower. On the other side, at the Xiao family villa, the Xiao family of 3 sat in the living room, looking at each other. Father Xiao smoked a cigarette sullenly, and Mother Xiao grabbed her daughter's hand, wanting to comfort her but not knowing where to start. Yi Tian didn't do anything excessive, but just returned the favor and asked Xiao Rong to help him pour the foot washing water. In the end, Xiao Rong didn't pour it, and he didn't say anything. Where can you find such a high-quality, wealthy and powerful son-in-law? Rong, why do you hate Yi Tian so much? He used to be cowardly, inferior, like a doe, so I can understand that you hate him. But look at his performance at his grandmother's birthday party today, so strong, confident, dazzling, and brilliant. Why do you still hate him? Mother Xiao asked in confusion. Xiao Rong was speechless for a moment. Yes, why is this? Xiaorong couldn't figure out why she hated Yi Tian so much, just as Yi Tian couldn't figure out why Ning Xiaotong came into the room in thin pajamas while he was sleeping. Yi Tian was confused. What are you doing? I just want to make you famous, but you want to do shameful things to me? Is there really no pure friendship between men and women? Yi Tian was quite angry, so he sat up, patted the mattress, and said to Ning Xiaotong, sit closer. Why Ning Xiaotong knocked on Yi Tian's bedroom door in the middle of the night? The story started a few hours ago when the three of them just returned home. At that time, Yi Tian went upstairs to take a shower and prepare to rest. Yuqin Xiaoyao dragged Ning Xiaotong upstairs and downstairs to visit the villa. Although Yuqin Xiaoyao was a little surprised that she had only left Haijing for a few days, and brother Yi Tian had found another beautiful sister and spent money to make her famous, but Yuqin Xiaoyao did not have any complaints or jealousy about this. Because in her opinion, whatever brother Yi Tian does has his reasons, and she doesn't need to ask for reasons, just accept it. So Yuqin Xiaoyao easily became good friends with this girl who was 2 years younger than her. When other big guys were chatting and they couldn't get a word in, they would sit in the corner and have a sister tea party, each with a handful of melon seeds. Late at night, the crescent moon is like a hook, and the sky is full of stars. In the open-air hot spring swimming pool on the top floor of the villa, Yuqin Xiaoyao jumped out of the water and swam to the shore with a smile. Xiaotong, the water is warm, not cold at all, are you really not going to swim? Ning Xiaotong's head was full of messy thoughts. She was stunned when she heard the words, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. No, Sister Yuqin, my arthritis has not healed yet, and the doctor told me to rest as much as possible. Oh, is that so? Yuqin Xiaoyao suddenly realized, sat next to Ning Xiaotong, looked at the girl, and smiled. Are you worried? No, no. Ning Xiaotong hurriedly denied it. Yuqin Xiaoyao smiled and said, you look so troubled, but you say you have nothing on your mind. To use the terminology in the industry, you have failed to manage your expression. Ning Xiaotong, whose thoughts were exposed, felt bitter and lowered her head. Is it because of brother Yi Tian? Yuqin Xiaoyao wiped the water stains off her body carelessly, and seeing Ning Xiaotong agree, she smiled and said, don't I'm afraid. Brother Yi Tian is a gentleman, not the kind of person you imagine. He took us back to the villa just because he was a little lonely. A gentleman. Ning Xiaotong shook her head. This kind of lie might not fool even elementary school students. You still don't believe it? Yuqin Xiaoyao widened her eyes and said confidently, I tried it a long time ago. At that time, I took off my clothes to this point. Yuqin Xiaoyao gestured roughly, but do you know what brother Yi Tian said? Ning Xiaotong was stunned and said, what did he say? Brother Yi Tian said that he always believed that there was pure friendship between men and women. He went to where I lived at the time just to drink a cup of coffee and sit down and chat with me. It was definitely not a hidden rule or anything. Yi Tian, I never said this. Brother Yi Tian also said that he was a greedy person with a way to get money and a lustful person with a sense of quality. He would never force a girl to do anything she didn't want to do. Yi Tian, I didn't say this either. Getting a girl's heart is more fulfilling than getting a girl's body. Yi Tian, what the hell? Look, is this human language? Brother Yi Tian is a good man that is rare in 1,000 years. Now think about it, when brother Yi Tian signed you, did he give you any hints? Ning Xiaotong was stunned. Everything that happened the day before yesterday was vivid in her mind. From beginning to end, Yi Tian treated her like the big brother next door. The casual chats in the corridor, the support and comfort after mistakes on the stage, all showed Yi Tian's modest, gentlemanly demeanor. No. Ning Xiaotong couldn't say yes against her conscience, but I can't understand why he is so good to me. Yuqin Xiaoyao said seriously, brother Yi Tian said that he believes in fate. He supports you because he is destined to be with you. He doesn't ask for any return from you, whether it is financial or emotional. Yi Tian, what nonsense. As she spoke, Yuqin Xiaoyao propped up her chin and looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, she saw a meteor with a tail of light streaking through the night sky. She screamed and made a sincere wish, Meteor, meteor, I don't ask to monopolize brother Yi Tian, I just hope to have a place in brother Yi Tian's heart, even if it's just a corner, I'm willing. Please. Meteor. Ning Xiaotong hugged her legs and looked at the already calm, ripple-free swimming pool. A huge uproar was set off in my heart. It turns out that brother Yi Tian is so noble, so elegant, and so. My thoughts are too dirty. As the saying goes, if you have Buddha in your heart, everyone you see will be Buddha. If you have color in your heart, everyone you see will be color. My state of mind needs to be sharpened, and it is too far away from brother Yi Tian's level. Brother Yi Tian. I'm sorry. I shouldn't judge a gentleman by my own mean heart. I will never have such wild thoughts again. I will repay you with this life for what I owe you. At this moment, under the brainwashing of Yu Qin Xiaoyao, Ning Xiaotong secretly made up her mind and never let brother Yi Tian down. You may think that brother Yi Tian is rich, beautiful, and has everything, but I know that brother Yi Tian is not as happy as we think. Yu Qin Xiaoyao murmured with her chin on her hand. Brother Yi Tian is actually lonely. Ning Xiaotong had an idea in her mind. Time goes back to the present. Yi Tian patted the mattress in a daze, motioning Ning Xiaotong to come and sit over. Ning Xiaotong hummed and sat over, looking directly into Yi Tian's half-asleep eyes. Brother Yi Tian, although Yi Tian was a novice, he still knew what to do in this situation. We are all adults, do what we should do. Everything is self-evident. He reached out and took Ning Xiaotong into his arms. Just as he was about to kiss her, he found 2 lines of tears sliding across the corners of the girl's eyes. Xiaotong, why are you crying? Yi Tian was a little unnatural. Ning Xiaotong looked directly into Yi Tian's eyes and smiled brightly. Because I'm so happy, Dad's operation was successful. Really? That's great. Yi Tian was sincerely happy for Ning Xiaotong. People who work hard will never have bad luck. I told Dad about your situation. Dad said that when he is almost recovered from his illness, he will come to thank you in person. Don't be so polite, it's just a small favor. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Ning Xiaotong sat up. Brother, can I call you that? Like sister Yu Qin? Sure. That's great, brother. Ning Xiaotong hugged Yi Tian, pushed him down, kissed him on the cheek, and jumped for joy. I have a brother. He. That's great. Yi Tian, %. Another sister? I'm so upset. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning. When Yi Tian woke up, he found that his arms were numb. He looked carefully and was immediately amused. It turned out that in addition to Ning Xiaotong, there was also Yu Qin Xiaoyao in his bed. The 2 girls hugged one of his arms as a pillow, and their sleeping postures were quite cute, like 2 koalas. When did Xiaoyao come? Yi Tian was quite speechless. Although Yi Tian's movement of pulling back his arm was very small, he still woke up Yu Qin Xiaoyao. She rubbed her eyelids and sat up, grinning and said, Brother, good morning. Good morning, Xiaoyao. Yi Tian smiled and rubbed his arms to the balcony to enjoy the unique air of the Imperial Bay in the early morning, with the fragrance of soil. It's great to be rich. With a sigh, Yi Tian began to wash up, eat breakfast, and prepare for the next sign-in task. It has been almost a week since he got the sign-in system for the rich. He has basically figured out the routine of this system. Usually, he gets paid one day and completes tasks one day. Since he signed in yesterday and got 2 billion, it is very likely that he will have to do some experience tasks today. 2 billion. Thinking of the deposit in his bank card, Yi Tian suddenly felt melancholy and had a sense of crisis. He has tried his best to spend money, buying golden longevity peaches, cemeteries, and coffins, but all these things added up to less than 400 million. In other words, he still has 1 billion left in his card. 10 million is already considered change, not included. He hasn't even spent all his own money, and he has to get another sum of money in. At this moment, Yi Tian fully experienced the pain of my dad. Spending money will never be faster than making money. Alas, I really miss the time when there was no system. No wonder. Only a psychopath misses that kind of life. Looking at Yu Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong who were chewing their porridge slowly, Yi Tian said, How about I invest another 1 billion in you too? ! Both girls burst out laughing. Cough. Spit out their food. Brother, can you stop scaring us? Now the project hasn't even been finalized, and you want to make additional investments? I'm afraid that I won't be famous yet, and you'll scare me crazy. Yu Qin Xiaoyao almost begged, Brother. No, really. Ning Xiaotong also said that she really didn't need it, and if she made any more investments, she would most likely have a heart attack. Seeing that the 2 girls were determined to do so, Yi Tian couldn't force them, and could only think of other things that would make him happy. After breakfast, Yu Qin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong went to Qin Yan's house to start. Yi Tian rode his tricycle to leave Emperor Bay. Halfway through the journey, a familiar voice came from his head. Ding, sign-in successful, system reward, Godly Rich Mission Experience Card X1, sign-in cooldown time 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Godly Rich Mission Experience Card. After use, you can get a random task. If you complete the task within the specified time, you can get a random reward. Random task, interesting. Yi Tian did not hesitate and clicked to use it. Ding! Godly Rich Mission Experience Card was used successfully. Task name, The Hungry Guest. Description, please find the hungry guest in Haijing City within 24 hours and feed him, her. If the time is exceeded, the task fails and the task difficulty is A level. Yi Tian touched his chin, full of interest. It was the first time he received a task with a difficulty rating, which was very fresh. After leaving Emperor Bay, Yi Tian pedaled the tricycle forward leisurely. Whenever he met someone who greeted him along the way, he would stop to make his pancakes as soon as possible. While doing small business, he was thinking in his mind what the not full in the system task meant, whether it was the literal meaning of not full or the connotation of not full. Since it is an A-level task, it means it must be very difficult and requires brains to complete. Maybe we can work together and mobilize existing resources to find this guest. After thinking carefully, Yi Tian grabbed his mobile phone. But at this moment, a man wearing a safety helmet, anti-smashing shoes, and work clothes ran out from a construction site opposite. His face was covered with black and gray, and he shouted at Yi Tian, "Hey, hey! Pancakes! Stop!" When Yi Tian turned his head, the man had already come to the front of the car, staring at the ingredients in the car with his eyes shining. Ding! The hungry guest has been found. Yi Tian. I really overestimated you, system. I still want to use my brain. What about the A-level difficulty task? Is it fun to coax a child? Yi Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and got out of the car. What do you want to eat, buddy? I'm so hungry, I'm going to faint from hunger. Which one will be the fastest? The worker said while rubbing his belly. Yi Tian thought for a while and said, cold noodles. Okay, I have 100 yuan. How many cold noodles can I buy? The worker took out a wrinkled 100 yuan bill. Yi Tian was surprised. Speaking of which, he hasn't seen cash for almost a year, and it's all electronic payment, which feels so strange. Don't worry about the money, just sit down and I'll mix the cold noodles for you first. Yi Tian took out a small stool for the worker to sit on first, and he started to make cold noodles. He was skilled and soon mixed a portion of cold noodles with even sauce. The worker took the cold noodles, picked up the chopsticks and put it into his mouth without saying a word, and ate it in less than 5 seconds. The cold noodles were gone. The most devilish thing was that he even drank up the soup. Boss, I want more. The worker held up the plastic bowl. Coming. Yi Tian's blood was boiling. He clasped his 10 fingers together and warmed up his fingers. Then he started working on 3 sides, making hand-grabbed pancakes, egg fried rice, and pancakes while mixing the cold noodles. The sizzling sound of the fried rice made the worker unable to sit still, so he simply stood by the stall and ate whatever was good. Yi Tian saw it clearly, and a trace of crystal saliva flowed down the boy's chin. It was very scary. Young man, don't worry, I will make sure you are full today. Difficult. The young worker ate a half-pound pancake and 2 bites inside. I have never known what full means since I was a child. There is no such word in my dictionary. No, that's not right. I don't even have a dictionary. Yi Tian, then you are too pitiful. Fried rice is ready. The young worker picked up the plate of fried rice and gobbled it up. The 3 portions of fried rice with serious ingredients were completely destroyed in just 2 minutes, and even the plate was licked clean. The cold skin is ready. Hung chi, the hand-pulled pancake is ready. Hung chi, jianbingguzi. Hung chi, 30 minutes later. Yi Tian couldn't hold on any longer. His arms were sore and numb. The last time he did such a high-intensity operation was half a year ago at the entrance of the amusement park. Boss, I don't want to eat anymore. The young worker suddenly said. Are you full? Yi Tian asked curiously. The worker shook his head. No, I don't feel anything in my stomach, I just have no money. The worker put 100 yuan on the car, bowed and said, I know this money may not be enough, but this is all I have. Wait. Yi Tian grabbed the worker's arm. Are you kidding? If I let you run away like this, will I still complete my mission? I'll take you to eat delicious food, the kind that you can eat until you are full and vomit. Do you want it? Yi Tian said in high spirits. The worker trembled all over, took off his safety helmet in disbelief, revealing his whole dirty face, his eyes sparkling. Are you serious? Can you really fill me up? Ha! You are a woman? Yi Tian was stunned. It was not until then that Yi Tian discovered that the worker he had always called little brother turned out to be a girl, in her early 20s. Although her face was gray and dirty, it was hard to hide her delicate features, especially the pair of eyes that people compared to the window to the soul, which were super bright. The worker brother. The lady hurriedly put on her hat again and said nervously, Shh, keep your voice down, if my co-workers know that I am a woman, I will have no life. What does it mean? I didn't understand. Yi Tian didn't care about these details, got into the car. Let's go, I'll take you to eat. Is it really okay? Can you really eat enough? Boss, it's not easy for you to make money by doing small business. The worker's sister said worriedly. So kind. When you are starving, you are still thinking about others. Yi Tian was moved to tears. Don't panic. Just eat, leave everything else to me. Thank you, boss. The young lady worker rubbed her cheeks. You ride the bike, I'll run with you. Walk. In the following time, many lucky Haijing citizens saw the funny scene. A young man was riding a tricycle in front and pedaling hard, followed by a dirty worker. Guomao. One of the best restaurants in Haijing. More than a dozen chefs are busy. General Manager Liang Quan said with sweat on his forehead, hurry up, hurry up. The big boss will be here soon, and the table can't be left empty. Manager, don't worry, we can definitely complete the task. The head chef was full of confidence. It all depends on you. If you satisfy the big boss, I will give you a bonus. After Liang Quan gave his instructions, he turned and left the kitchen, and went to the second floor to decorate the banquet hall. He used all the flowers and banners that could be used. 10 minutes ago, he received a call from General Manager Yi, saying that he would bring friends to Guamao for dinner and asked them to prepare good wine and food. Boss Yi will be here soon. You, come downstairs with me to greet Boss Yi. Liang Quan ordered several pretty waitresses in one breath. Yes. The group rushed to the gate of Guamao. Coincidentally, just as Liang Quan and his group went downstairs, Yi Tian and the worker girl arrived. The worker girl looked up at this magnificent hotel with surprise in her eyes. Shocked. He actually brought me to this place to eat? No, absolutely not. I am a glutton who can bankrupt my family even by eating rice and pickles. Boss, the young lady worker was about to speak when she saw the dark-skinned general manager coming up to her. Boss Yi. Yi Tian hummed, took the young lady's hand and walked in. Are all the food I asked you to prepare ready? The kitchen is cooking, and some are ready. Liang Quan lowered his eyebrows and said submissively. Okay, then let's eat first. Boss Yi, how many friends do you have coming? Liang Quan asked in a low voice. No, just the two of us. Liang Quan was a little confused. 2 people? Then why do you want me to prepare a banquet for 5 tables? Eat 1 table and watch 4 tables? Rich people really know how to have fun. I must become a rich man. Please go upstairs. Go straight up to the second floor. Looking at the dishes on the 5 large round tables, the young lady shed tears of excitement. Is it really prepared for me? Is it true? It must be true. Just eat. Eat as much as you want. Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Then I won't be polite. The young lady wiped her tears and rushed over. At Liang Quan's signal, more than a dozen waiters quickly gathered the dishes prepared on the other tables and put them on one table. Yi Tian supported his chin and watched the young lady devouring the food quietly. The more he watched, the more he liked it. Such an appetite. Awesome. What's your name? Yi Tian asked casually. Zhao Taiju. The answer from the young lady made Yi Tian stumble. Zhao Taiju? Isn't your name a bit sloppy? Zhao Taiju picked up a roasted suckling pig and took a bite into the pig's nose. He said incoherently, my parents are both rural people with no education. When my mother gave birth to me, my father was working on a construction site, carrying iron pillars, so he casually gave me this name. My father said that a cheap name is easy to support. Yi Tian nodded. It was the same for him. My mother told me that the weather was good on the day he was born. My father held me and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, what a nice weather, with no clouds in the sky, blue sea, and clear sky. Let's call in Yi Tian. Well, I got off topic. Yi Tian asked, how come you, a girl, are working on a construction site? At this time, Zhao Taiju had already quickly eaten the second roast suckling pig, and said with greasy mouth, because I have to support myself. A few years ago, my parents arranged a marriage for me, asking me to marry Lao from the next village. The negotiations were going well and the other party agreed. That night, I stayed at their house with my parents. I was so hungry that night, so I went to the kitchen to cook a bag of rice and mix it with pickles. That was the first time in my life that I felt a little satisfied. Who knew that the next day, Lao's family regretted it and said they couldn't afford to support me, and kicked us out. Yi Tian listened in a trance. A bag of rice. Yes, it was the kind that was packed with 100 kilograms. I cooked it in a big iron pot on the stove and ate it all night. Zhao Taiju nodded. Bang! Yi Tian knocked his head on the table. Awesome. Boss, what's your name? My name is Yi Tian. You can call me Brother Yi Tian or Brother Tian. Zhao Taiju hummed. Brother Yi Tian. What happened later? Seeing Zhao Taiju eating happily, Yi Tian's appetite was also aroused, and he took a few bites of food. Zhao Taiju said, later, the news of my ability to eat spread, and no one in the surrounding villages dared to marry me. My parents entrusted me to a cousin and asked me to come to the city with her to work. I lived with my cousin for a month, and one morning when I woke up, I found that my cousin was missing. At first I thought she was missing, and I looked for her everywhere. Later I saw her note in the refrigerator, saying that she couldn't support me and asked me to be self-reliant. My cousin is a good person and left me 3 months' rent. It was also by chance that I got into the construction site to move bricks. Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. This kind of monster-level appetite is really not affordable for ordinary people. It can eat up a building in the center of Haijing in minutes. It has only been 20 minutes since entering the World Trade Center, and 5 roast suckling pigs have been eaten up. This is not eating, it's just stuffing. Where did the food go? Yi Tian was really curious. Zhao Taizhu was only about 1.6 meters tall and weighed a little over 90 kilograms. He was not fat at all. Can I touch your belly? If you mind, forget it. Sure, touch it as you like. Zhao Taizhu blinked. Yi Tian put his hand on Zhao Taizhu's belly. Of course, he couldn't feel anything. It was very flat. Amazing. In the following time, Yi Tian accompanied Zhao Taizhu all the time, watching her wolf down and devour the food in a whirlwind, while looking for the gaps when she was eating to chat with her. From 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock at noon, Zhao Taizhu never stopped for 3 hours. Taizhu, you are really great. Yi Tian loved Zhao Taizhu so much. With such a god by his side, my mother no longer had to worry about me getting anorexia. Please be sure to follow me. I will provide you with 3 meals a day. From now on, this restaurant will be your canteen. Zhao Taizhu was eating, and suddenly heard Yi Tian's words. He paused slightly, and the next second tears burst out, and the tears fell down. Taizhu? Did I say something wrong? Yi Tian was shocked. Zhao Taizhu choked and said, Brother Yi Tian, you are the first person who treats me so well. I am so touched. Because I can eat too much, my parents and relatives regard me as a plague god. Even when visiting relatives during the new year, they dare not ask my family to participate. Yi Tian thought to himself that this was certain. Who in a normal family can afford to support you? With your appetite, even a millionaire can't afford to support you. You have to be a billionaire. Yi Tian raised his hand to help Zhao Taizhu wipe away his tears. Follow me, I guarantee that you will be full every day. Thank you, brother. Zhao Taizhu shed tears of gratitude, then lowered his head and continued to eat, without slowing down at all. Liang Quan. Yi Tian motioned Liang Quan, who had been waiting by the side, to sit down. The latter was flattered and said, Boss Yi, you heard what I just said. From now on, Taizhu is my sister. You must satisfy her 3 meals a day, but you can't fool her with junk food. If I find out that you dare to take shortcuts. Yi Tian's eyes turned cold, and Liang Quan hurriedly said, Boss Yi, don't worry, I will do my best to meet all the requirements of Sister Taizhu. You are very smart and capable. The group will not forget you. How much is your annual salary now? Yi Tian asked casually. Liang Quan said carefully, the group has always valued me, so they gave me the position of general manager of Guamao. My current annual salary is 800,000. When the year-end dividend is distributed and the performance is good, the total can be around 1.5 million. It's increased. Yi Tian raised his hand. Starting from this month, your annual salary will be 1.6 million. Liang Quan's legs softened and he knelt down in front of Yi Tian, saying excitedly, Mr. Yi, stand up and talk. This is not a feudal society. This is not allowed. Yi Tian glanced at Zhao Taizhu, who was eating crazily, and asked, where is the headquarters of Dafeng Group? I bought shares of the group, but I have never visited it. Liang Quan hurriedly said, it's on the commercial street. It only takes 20 minutes to drive from here. Mr. Yi, do you want to go back to the headquarters? I'll drive you there. No need. Yi Tian waved his hand, you just stay here and serve Taizhu. It's up to her when she's full. I have something to do, and I'll be back later to pick up Taizhu. Yes. Taizhu. Yi Tian said with a smile. Brother. Zhao Taizhu raised his head, his eyes full of gratitude, and grease on the corners of his mouth. You must eat enough, no matter when you eat. Just tell Brother Liang Quan what you want to eat. I have something to do and will be back soon. Okay. Zhao Taizhu nodded heavily. Yi Tian originally wanted to accompany Zhao Taizhu to finish the meal, but this girl's appetite was too terrible. It would take at least several hours for her to eat. He didn't have so much time to waste on this. He had 1 billion yuan on him and he had to find a way to spend it quickly, otherwise the money would increase and he would never be able to spend it all. Dafeng Group headquarters, top floor conference room. Today's shareholders meeting ends here. Lu Ruyan raised her hand and announced the end of the meeting. When walking out, the secretary quickly followed and said, President Lu, President Xiao of Xiao Group called you several times and said that she is preparing to have a strategic cooperation with our group. Do you think you can spare some time to talk to her? Although Xiao Group is not capital intensive, its development in recent years is quite remarkable, especially? Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and said, Don't be hesitant, just say what you want to say. Lu Ruyan, 25 years old, is the president of Dafeng Group. She also owns 25% of the group's shares and is the strongest female president in Haijing City. Although she is a woman, when it comes to business acumen, she directly crushes Qin Yan and Pang Wei, who is known as Zhuge Liang. Having been in a high position for a long time, she naturally developed the aura of a queen who is domineering and looks down on the world. The secretary trembled all over when Lu Ruyan stared at him, and said hurriedly, Last night was the 90th birthday of Zhao's great-grandmother, which caused a great sensation. It is said that Xiao Rong's husband Yi Tian, who was previously unknown, suddenly appeared last night and made a big splash, sent out a ton of golden longevity peaches, as well as various precious items worth hundreds of millions. If there was no Yi Tian, we might not have to cooperate with Xiao, but since there is Yi Tian, I think there is still value in cooperation. Lu Ruyan took out an electronic cigarette from her arms and took a puff, and a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Isn't Yi Tian the mysterious rich man who acquired 51% of the shares of Dafeng Group earlier? Do these two people have the same name, or? If it is the same person, it would be too coincidental. Lu Ruyan exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, Please ask Xiao Rong to come to the group, I will talk to her. Okay, I will contact President Xiao now. The secretary left in a hurry. Later in the evening, at the headquarters of Dafeng Group, Xiao Rong raised her head neither servile nor arrogant, and sat opposite Lu Ruyan, the legendary female president of Haijing City. Lu Ruyan put down the materials and said with a smile, President Xiao, the conditions offered by your group are very generous, and I will definitely consider the cooperation matters carefully. Xiao Rong breathed a sigh of relief, then thank you, President Lu. We are two powerful companies that are doing business together. What is there to thank or not thank? Lu Ruyan cleverly changed the subject and said, I heard that President Xiao is married, and her husband's surname is Yi, and his name is Tian? Xiao Rong did not expect Lu Ruyan to bring the topic to Yi Tian so abruptly. She was stunned for a moment and nodded, yes. But this person? In order to confirm whether Xiao Rong's husband and the largest shareholder of Dafeng Group are the same person, Lu Ruyan specially asked someone to take a separate screenshot of Yi Tian's portrait. When Xiao Rong saw Yi Tian's photo, she was immediately furious and asked in confusion, How do you have his photo? Lu Ruyan was stunned. It was him. Yi Tian. Xiao Rong's husband. The major shareholder of Dafeng Group. Lu Ruyan looked normal, but her heart was in turmoil, and she was also deeply confused. This was unreasonable. Her husband was the largest shareholder of Dafeng Group and had the power of life and death. Why did he have to be so humble to come to her to discuss cooperation? Wouldn't it be fine to talk to Yi Tian directly? It would only take a few words. Unless Xiao Rong didn't know that Yi Tian was the major shareholder of Dafeng Group. Is this possible? Lu Ruyan pinched her eyebrows, looking so complicated. Boss Lu. The secretary came in quickly at this time and whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear, There is a man named Yi Tian in the reception hall who wants to see you. Lu Ruyan gathered her thoughts and apologized to Xiao Rong, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, please wait a moment, the company has something to deal with, I'll be back soon. Okay. Xiao Rong nodded slightly. Lu Ruyan hurried to the hall and saw Yi Tian with his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked younger and more handsome than in the photo, especially the aura on his body, which was terrifying. But, as a contemporary independent woman, Lu Ruyan's self-esteem does not allow her to be servile like any man. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and greeted him, Mr. Yi is here, I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Yi Tian is not a fool. How could he not know that Lu Ruyan is the second largest shareholder of Dafeng Group and the head of the group? He grinned and said, Go back to your own group and see if there is anything to welcome or not. Ahem. Lu Ruyan was speechless. How is the group running? Is there enough money? Yi Tian ignored the embarrassed Lu Ruyan and asked directly. His most important task in returning to Dafeng Group this time was to spend money. Lu Ruyan said, The group is running normally, Mr. Yi, don't worry. We just borrowed 500 million from the bank a few days ago to develop new projects. Everything is moving in a good direction. If you need funds, tell me. Why do you need a loan from the bank? Yi Tian sighed, It's just 500 million, it's not a big deal, do you need a loan? Lu Ruyan was stunned again by such crazy words. It's just 500 million, it's too crazy. You know, Dolphin Group claims to have a market value of 6 billion, but in fact it's only about 4 billion, and most of it is real estate, stocks, and the like. The company's internal liquidity is only about 500 million. Otherwise, it would not have borrowed from the bank. When Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes silently, Yi Tian added, I am going to inject 500 million into Dolphin Group. You have time to write a project book. Also, Liang Quan, the general manager of Guomao, I like this person more, and I raised his salary without authorization, with an annual salary of 1.6 million. Who is Liang Quan? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, but didn't take it to heart. She was just a small figure with an annual salary of 1.6 million, but the investment of 500 million really shocked her. Boss Yi, I will send you the project book within 3 days. Lu Ruyan said hurriedly. Okay, then it's okay. Ruyan, you've done a good job. I'm optimistic about you. I'm very relieved to leave the group in your hands. Come on. Yi Tian grinned and prepared to leave. Being able to spend 500 million is such a happy thing. If I have too much money to spend in the future, I will start a company. It will be so cool. Wait a minute, Mr. Yi, there is someone you might want to meet. Lu Ruyan hurriedly caught up with Yi Tian. Who? The president of Xiao Group, your wife, Xiao Rong. Lu Ruyan asked tentatively. Xiao Rong, what is she doing here? As expected, Yi Tian frowned. She wants to form a strategic partnership with our Dolphin Group. The conditions are very generous. I am interested in forming an alliance with her, but since you are here, Mr. Yi, the decision-making power must be left to you. Take me to see her. This way, please. As Lu Ruyan and Yi Tian headed for the dedicated elevator, countless employees passing by were in awe, and at the same time, they were full of doubts. How could Lu Ruyan, who has a serious misogyny and an extreme feminist, be so kind to a handsome guy? Who is this young man? Is he Mr. Lu's brother? This is the only explanation, but I haven't heard that Mr. Lu has a brother. On the top floor, in the meeting room. Seeing Lu Ruyan coming in, Xiaorong stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, Xiaorong's smile froze the moment Yi Tian walked in, and she said with a sharp look in her eyes, Yi Tian. Yi Tian tilted his head to look at her, and Lu Ruyan stood aside to watch the show very tactfully. This show is very lively. I heard that you want to form an alliance with Dolphin Group? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me? Yi Tian sat down on the chair carelessly, and put his feet on the table. This posture is very indecent, but it's really cool. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Do you think you can do whatever you want and tell me what to do just because you hook up with a rich woman with some dirty money? I tell you, Yi Tian, it's impossible in this life. Besides, do you know what business is? Xiaorong rolled her eyes. What a strong woman, Lu Ruyan nodded secretly. Although Xiaorong diss her immediate superior, the big boss, she still couldn't help but cast an approving look at Xiaorong. Women should be self-reliant. Xiaorong, I like you. I really don't understand business. Yi Tian was unhurried and tapped the table with his heels. But I have money. Money really can do whatever you want. Haven't you heard this sentence? Ha! Xiaorong sneered, no matter how rich you are, can you still affect the strategic cooperation between my Xiao Group and Dolphin Group? Well, he really can, Lu Ruyan said silently in her heart. If I ruin your cooperation with Dolphin Group, strategic cooperation between the two companies makes me look too petty. I, Yi Tian, am not that kind of person. Ruyan, you should have done a market survey on the Xiao Group. Tell me in detail, what would you do if you were the president of the Xiao Group? Yi Tian knocked on the table. Lu Ruyan answered truthfully, the total assets of Xiao Group are conservatively estimated to be around 10 billion. In recent years, the development momentum is very strong, but the shortcomings are also obvious. The internal management of Xiao Group is chaotic, and there are many factions. If I were the president of Xiao Group, I would definitely make drastic personnel adjustments, kick out those bad apples from the group, and while holding a job fair to absorb fresh blood, look for headhunting companies to dig out management talents from other companies. Xiaorong's face changed slightly, and her mouth was bitter. Lu Ruyan was telling the truth, and it was also what she wanted to do. But she could only think about it, and she couldn't do it anyway. Because those bad apples are all direct descendants of Xiao, her elders, and even the elders of her father and mother. Once she does this, within a few hours, these relatives will rush to her house to complain to her parents and denounce her as an unfilial descendant of the Xiao family. Well, Yi Tian nodded, if I let you acquire 51% of the shares of Xiao Group and you serve as the president of Xiao Group, will you be too busy to do anything? Yi Tian's words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the two women. Lu Ruyan was surprised and said, let me serve as the president of Xiao Group? Are you serious? I never joke, can I do it well? Yi Tian smiled. I can definitely do it well, but I have a better way. Wouldn't it be better to directly merge Xiao Group and make it a subsidiary of Dafeng? Lu Ruyan blinked. Xiao Rong was stunned. I bought a watch last year. I'm standing in front of you, and you said in front of me that you want to merge my group? It's like a family of three staying in their own home watching TV happily, and a group of robbers standing at the door discussing breaking into the house to rob. Are you crazy? Oh. I really don't know much about business, so let's merge it. Tell me how much money you need. Yi Tian yawned. You guys chat first, I'm sleepy, I'm going to go back to take a nap. Ruyan, you can call me if you have anything, or you can come to my house directly, that's it. Yi Tian said. Without even looking at Xiao Rong, he turned and left. Xiao Rong was stunned. She came here today to discuss cooperation. How come she suddenly became a prey? Why? As Yi Tian left, the two beautiful female CEOs in the conference room looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a little solemn and weird. Xiao Rong bit her cherry lips lightly, forcibly controlling her surging emotions, and said word by word, Boss Lu, do you really want to listen to this and acquire my Xiao Group? Although the overall strength of the Xiao Group is not as good as Dafeng, it will never sit and wait for death. Lu Ruyan did not comment, smiled, and sat next to Xiao Rong and said, Boss Xiao, let's put the acquisition aside for now. Aren't you and Boss Yi a couple? What deep hatred is there between you? Why are you so stiff? Lu Ruyan is a woman after all, and gossip blood flows in her veins. Why do you call that Boss Yi? From the first meeting of the three, Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Yi Tian was very ambiguous, like a subordinate and a leader. Xiao Rong was so angry just now that she didn't pay much attention to this detail. Now calm down, thinking about what happened just now, and vaguely saw the incongruity. Lu Ruyan took out her electronic cigarette and took a puff, smiling like a flower. Boss Xiao, why do you ask knowingly? Don't you know that Boss Yi is the major shareholder of our Dafeng Group and the actual controlling person? What did you say? Xiao Rong was struck by lightning and could no longer remain calm. Yi Tian. He is the major shareholder of Dafeng Group? When did it happen? This is not right, not right. Xiao Rong had a splitting headache. How did that rubbish become the major shareholder? Lu Ruyan said softly, Boss Xiao, the acquisition of Zhao's by Dafeng Group is just an idea for the time being. I don't want it to come true. The decision is in your hands. Do you want to go back and think about it first and talk to Boss Yi? Boss Yi doesn't look like a heartless person. Xiao Rong's face was pale, and she was in a trance. She didn't even know how she walked out of Dafeng Group. Huang Ying, assistant secretary and bestie, quickly helped Xiao Rong open the car door and whispered, Rong, I just saw Yi Tian leaving here. Why is he here? Xiao Rong's lips trembled. First, go back to the company first. The car drove away. Lu Ruyan stood on the top floor, looking down at Xiao Rong's car going away, with a faint smile on her face. This couple is really interesting. The wife doesn't even know the real identity of her husband. Is Xiao Rong too stupid, or is Yi Tian too smart and hiding it too deeply? Yi Tian. Lu Ruyan exhaled a thin puff of smoke. Fog, what an interesting man. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Not long after, Yi Tian rode the worn-out tricycle back to the World Trade Center. Zhao Taizhu was still eating like crazy, with no sign of stopping. Liang Quan sat beside her, constantly urging the waiter to serve the dishes. Seeing Yi Tian coming back, he hurriedly stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Boss Yi. Yeah. Yi Tian replied casually, smiling and touching Zhao Taizhu's head. Eat, make sure you are full. After you are full, I will take you shopping and take a shower by the way. Your body is too dirty. Yeah. Zhao Taizhu grinned and continued to eat. I have already told Ruyan about your matter. Yi Tian said. Ruyan, ah. Yes. Thank you, Boss Yi, for promoting me. I will definitely keep up the good work. Liang Quan's body trembled with excitement. I have worked in Dafeng Group for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I heard someone call Boss Lu Ruyan. It's awesome. Yi Tian, give me a bowl of fried rice, I'm hungry. Liang Quan, yes. Zhao Taizhu secretly glanced at Yi Tian, and continued to eat with his head down. On the other side, Xiao Group. Xiao Rong was pale and lying on the chair exhausted. Huang Ying was busy, pouring tea and handing water. As Xiao Rong's assistant and best friend, Huang Ying saw Xiao Rong so fragile for the first time, and her spirit was weak. Ying, don't worry, no matter what happens to the group, I will do my best to keep your job. Rong, don't say such things, there will always be a way out. Didn't our company face a broken capital chain a few days ago? Didn't we survive it? We will definitely get through this level. Huang Ying was heartbroken. She already knew that Lu Ruyan, a female glutton in the business world, wanted to acquire Xiao Group. It's different this time. Xiao Rong said exhaustedly. Qin Yan, Pang Wei, they are in the same boat with Yi Tian. I even doubt whether Yi Tian is the mastermind behind this. After hesitating for a while, Huang Ying said, Rong, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Do you want me to apologize to Yi Tian? Yes. Apologize. Xiao Rong said bitterly. In just 1 week, the status of both parties has changed dramatically. The once doughy, useless person who couldn't even make it with a stick has turned into a top tycoon. Such a huge change is unacceptable to her. Both physically and mentally, she felt a strong sense of discomfort. I'm tired. I'll take a nap. Ying, you go out first. Okay. Huang Ying left quietly and gently closed the office door. In the corridor, Huang Ying mustered up the courage to send a message to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Oh, Huang Ying, I'm at the World Trade Center. Come over now. Later, at the World Trade Center Hotel. Mr. Yi. Huang Ying trotted over and bowed to Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and asked Huang Ying to take a seat. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Taizhu. Huang Ying, I picked up a treasure today, Zhao Tieju's sister. She can eat a lot. She has been eating since morning until now, and her mouth has never stopped. Amazing. Taizhu, this is Sister Huang Ying. Hello, Sister Huang Ying. Zhao Taizhu greeted her and continued to eat. Did Xiao Rong ask you to come? Yi Tian asked. No, I came here on my own. Huang Ying said softly. Boss Xiao fell ill after returning from Dolphin Group. Boss Yi, I know Boss Xiao treated you badly in the past, but you are husband and wife after all. As the saying goes, 100 years of hard work to be able to ride the same boat, 1,000 years of hard work to be able to sleep on the same pillow, a night of marriage is 100 nights of love. Why make things so awkward? Yi Tianla said. You graduated from the Chinese department, right? You are very good at making small remarks. If I tell you that I have been married to your boss Xiao for more than a year, let alone a one-night stand, we haven't even touched hands, do you believe it? Huang Ying was stunned. Is there such an operation? Liang Quan walked aside very tactfully, his eyes watching his nose watching his heart. I saw nothing, heard nothing. Yi Tian took a bite of the delicious fried rice and said with a smile, Huang Ying, you are a smart person, much smarter than Xiao Rong. You know to call me President Yi when you come in. Xiao Rong, that woman, is still living in the past, calling me trash on the left and garbage on the right. President Xiao. Huang Ying wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Tian raising his hand. Go back and tell her that the only way to save the Xiao Group is to come and apologize to me and say sorry 3 times. I will give her 3 days to think about it. Once it exceeds this time, I can't help you. Yi, President Yi. Huang Ying was anxious. Can I apologize to you on behalf of President Xiao? Do you think you are qualified to replace Xiao Rong? Yi Tian asked calmly without sarcasm. I'm sorry. Huang Ying lowered her head in shame. I don't deserve it. Huang Ying's arrival and departure did not bring any emotional changes to Yi Tian. He always leaned on his chin to look at Zhao Taizhu. The latter seemed to have gotten used to Yi Tian's gaze. Except for occasionally showing a happy smile, he spent the rest of his time eating. Time passed, and it was 4:30 in the afternoon without knowing it. With Zhao Tieju's voice, wow. So cool. Yi Tian heard a system prompt in his head, guests who are not full, the task is completed, and the reward is 10 billion. Yi Tian grabbed the phone and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly became strange. At first he thought it was 1 billion, but after counting the zeros carefully, he found that things were not that simple. 1 followed by 10 zeros. Count your fingers and start. What a great system reward. Yi Tian was a little overwhelmed. There are still more than 1 billion on him, and another 10 billion? This is obviously testing his ability to spend money, right? After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mood, Yi Tian looked at Zhao Taizhu. At this moment, Zhao Tieju's dirty little face was full of happiness. This was the first time she had eaten a full stomach since she could remember. The feeling of having a round belly was so great. So happy. So happy. Even if she died now, it would be worth it. Taizhu, are you full? Let's go, brother will take you shopping. Yi Tian waved his hand. Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said, as long as I have food, it's fine. Brother Yi Tian, I can't let you spend money anymore. Yi Tian got anxious when he heard it. Don't say such things. Money is saved? Money is earned. You just helped me earn 10 billion. Of course, Yi Tian didn't say the latter sentence. At that moment, Yi Tian drove Liang Quan's Lamborghini to the shopping street. On the way, he was thinking about when he would go to the auto show. Koenigsegg was sent back to the factory for repair. It would take a week to go back and forth. In addition to the repairs, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. During this period, he had to find a means of transportation. It's not that he is arrogant because he is rich. He dislikes the tricycle he relies on for survival. It is really inconvenient. He can only sit on the tricycle. He hopes to take Zhao Taizhu with him to go shopping and eat and eat and eat every day. The tricycle can no longer meet his needs in this regard. A new car is a necessity. While thinking about it, Yi Tian has arrived at the shopping street. It is the peak shopping season. The streets are crowded with people. Yi Tian is fine. He is tall and handsome, and he is wearing famous brands. But standing next to him, with his hand held by him, he looks completely ordinary. Zhao Taizhu, dressed in work clothes, looked out of place with the people around her. Many handsome men and beautiful women who passed by her subconsciously covered their noses and stepped away in disgust. Zhao Taizhu raised his arm and smelled it. Hey, what a strong smell. Cough. Is he disgusted with himself? Yi Tian couldn't help laughing. Let's go buy clothes first, and then I'll take you to take a shower. Yeah, Zhao Taizhu pursed his lips. Ding. Yi Tian's cell phone rang, and he took it out and saw that it was Qin Yan, who probably had something to do. Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed to the luxury store next to him and said, Taizhu, go in and take a look first. Buy whatever you like. Your brother is so poor that he only has money left. Okay. Zhao Taizhu cheered and walked in with a smile. Hello, Lao Qin, what's the matter? Yi Tian answered the phone. Brother, our team has come up with 3 feasible superstar creation plans, ABC, but we can't decide which one to choose. If you are free, come back and give us some suggestions. Old Qin, are you sick? I don't have so much time. I told you to take charge of everything, so just do it boldly and don't bother me with small projects like this one worth tens of billions in the future. Also, you can have a meeting. Why do you have to call Xiaoyao and Xiaotong away? What do these 2 girls know? You can finalize the project, and let them perform after everything is ready. Qin Yan was scolded like a great-grandson, and nodded hurriedly. Yes, brother is teaching you a lesson, I will pay attention to it in the future. Okay, that's it. Click. Hang up the call. Qin Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead vigorously, and was amazed. Yi Xiao's aura is getting stronger and stronger. People really can't compare with each other in small projects worth tens of billions. What did you say, brother? Fat Wei said cautiously. Qin Yan, he said that he believed in our ability and let us take full responsibility. Don't bother him with such trivial matters in the future. Also, don't call Yu Qin and Xiaotong to meetings unless necessary in the future. In the back, the 2 girls who were dozing off after a day of meetings were startled when they heard their names. Zhang Shengfeng smiled brightly and said, Yu Qin, Xiaotong, there is a program recording tonight. You can go over and play first. I have already greeted the program crew. Although it is not our own program crew, the relationship is very good. Yeah, it's okay. I will listen to President Zhang. Zhang Shengfeng said, Hey, we are a family, why do you call me President Zhang? It's so formal? Just call me Xiao Jiang from now on. Yu Qin Xiaoyao Ning Xiaodong. You are a dog licker. Qin Yan of Fat Wei complained in a low voice. Commercial Street. After hanging up the call, Yi Tian turned his head and saw Zhao Taizhu standing at the door like a statue, picking the mud between his fingernails, looking aggrieved like a child. Taizhu, I told you to go in and choose clothes, what's wrong with you? Yi Tian leaned over. Zhao Taizhu whispered, %% Yi Tian, what are you talking about? Zhao Taizhu raised his voice a little. They said that they don't welcome customers who are not well dressed, and they also said that I can't afford the things here. Yi Tian frowned and took a deep look at the few shopping guides who were watching the fun in the store, and the word power was almost written on their faces. A bunch of power dogs, as if she is the only clothing store on the pedestrian street. They will regret it one day, let's go. Yi Tian grabbed Zhao Taizhu's hand and wanted to take her to other luxury stores, but found that Zhao Taizhu didn't move at all. Yi Tian's strength was not great, but definitely not small, above the normal level, but he couldn't pull this soft girl, who was not only good at eating, but also born with supernatural power. Yi Tian was still surprised. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head, rubbed his eyelids and said, Brother, I don't want to buy clothes. My clothes are quite comfortable. I'll go back and wash them. I want to go. Let's go, okay? Zhao Taizhu's words made Yi Tian absent-minded. Before he got the system, he didn't know how many times he had been mercilessly ridiculed. At that time, his mood was the same as Zhao Taizhu's at this moment, frustrated, lost, and ashamed. It was also the first time to be a human being. Why should his self-esteem be thrown into the mud and trampled and spit on by others? Having no money, is that our choice? Isn't it that this world is unfair? I didn't have money before, and I couldn't choose the life I wanted. But now that I have money, I must use money to turn this world upside down. Taiju. Yi Tian lifted Tieju's chin, helped her wipe away her tears, and said gently, "Don't worry, from now on, no one will dare to look down on you, and no one can stab your heart again. I swear." Instant. Zhao Taiju was melted by Yi Tian's eyes, and his heart was trembling. "Boss Yi?" At this time, a surprised voice came from the side. Yi Tian turned around and saw that it was Lao Su, the owner of the LV store not far in front. The outfit he was wearing now was bought from Lao Su. At that time, there was a Song Dongming incident, but it was already a thing of the past. Lao Su lowered his eyebrows and said flatteringly, "Boss Yi, we have a lot of new products in our store. Do you want to go in and take a look? I wanted to push them to you, but I was afraid that you would find it annoying." Yi Tian nodded and pointed at Zhao Taiju. "This is my sister." Lao Su hurriedly said, "Sister. Zhao Taiju. Let's go to your store and take a look." A group of 3 people walked into the LV store. Without Lao Su's call, the smart shopping guide surrounded Zhao Taiju inside and outside, took out all kinds of clothes and jewelry to dress her up, and flattered her. "Miss Xiao, you have a great figure. Even if there is dust on your face, it can't cover up your beauty. Miss Xiao, what perfume are you using? The smell is so unique." Yi Tian almost laughed out loud. "You can call sweat odor perfume. Your flattery skills are really amazing." "But I like it." They are all a group of people who work hard for life. At this time, a pot-bellied Mediterranean man who looked like a boss walked in with a woman in her early 20s. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Where are you? Come and greet the customers." "Hello, boss." The young shopping guide hurried over. "What do you need?" Mediterranean curled his lips. "That depends on what you have in your store. Don't take those rubbish that cost 30 or 50,000. My baby can't get used to wearing them. Take out the best in your store. Remember, don't take anything that costs less than 100,000. It can't be worn out at all. Husband, you're so nice." The woman said, "I love you so much." MUA Mediterranean laughed and looked around. Suddenly, he smelled a strong smell. He couldn't help but cover his nose and cursed, "What's that smell? Did someone in their trouser pockets?" Zhao Taiju lowered his head in shame. He should have taken a shower before buying clothes. Yi Tian glanced at Heidi and said calmly, "Lao Su, close the store. I don't like being disturbed when I'm shopping." "Yes." Lao Su said to Heidi with an apologetic look on his face, "Boss, I'm sorry, we are closing the store. Please move to another store. In order to make up for the harm we have done to you, this new SP perfume with a market value of 16,000 will be given to your lady for free." Heidi was unhappy when he heard it. "What do you mean? You opened the door to do business, why are you chasing people out? Are you afraid that I can't afford to pay?" No, I absolutely don't mean that. Get out." Heidi had a hot temper. He pushed Lao Su away, came to Yi Tian, and looked at the young man, closing the store for service? "Young man, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you have any opinion about me?" Yi Tian pinched his eyebrows. He was too lazy to pay attention to this rich man who ate too much garlic and didn't brush his teeth. He called Lao Su over and said, "Help Taiju change into a set of clean clothes first. Then I will buy all the goods in your store. Please send the bill to me directly. Also, next time you get new products, send a batch to my house directly. I will let Guang settle the bill for you." Yes. Lao Su was delighted and said to Heidi with an apologetic look on his face, "Boss, I'm really sorry. All the goods in the store are bought by this gentleman." "Heidi? Is this the way the local tycoons in Haijing City do now? Buy it all? How much the hell is that going to cost? I'm afraid even 10 million won't be enough. Clothes make the man, gold ornaments make the Buddha." This saying is absolutely true. After simply washing his face and changing into new clothes, Zhao Taiju immediately gave people a bright feeling. Although he was not as stunningly beautiful as Ziqi, he was indeed a rare top-level beauty. Standing in front of the floor-length mirror and looking at the beautiful girl in the mirror, Zhao Taiju was stunned. "Wow, who is this person?" Yi Tian smiled and pointed at the floor-length mirror. "Wrap this mirror too." "Yes." Old Su smiled, he made a fortune. After this deal, the profit is enough for his family of 3 to eat delicious food for 3 years. Turn around and leave. Passing by the luxury store that originally drove Zhao Taiju out, Yi Tian pulled Zhao Taiju, who was unwilling, back in. "Welcome." Several shopping guides shouted in unison. Yi Tian pointed at Zhao Taiju. "Do you still remember her?" The salesgirls looked at each other and said they had never seen her before. They are responsible for dozens or hundreds of customers every day, and it is rare to see a girl prettier than this one. I can't recognize her appearance. But the smell of this beautiful woman is familiar. One of the salesgirls rubbed her nose and whispered to her companion, "Is it the worker just now?" Yi Tian said, "You get commission for selling goods, right? What is the commission ratio? 15% or 20%? 20%, someone answered. Yi Tian said regretfully, "That's such a pity. If you had served my sister well today, each of you could have received hundreds of thousands or even more commission, but it's a pity that you drove her out, so I had to book the LV store next door." Yi Tian sighed, smiled, and took Zhao Tieju's hand. "Let's go home." Yeah, after watching the two people leave, the shopping guides in the room were stunned. Where did these two psychopaths come from? They booked the LV store next door? That would cost tens of millions. Who do you think you are, Ma's sons? The shopping guide thought Yi Tian was bragging and didn't take it to heart. At this time, Heidi brought his girlfriend into the store. Heidi said with a grim face, "I didn't expect Hai Jing to have such a rich man. I thought it was amazing to have a net worth of tens of millions. I didn't expect that it took me half a lifetime of hard work just to buy clothes and bags." "Husband, don't say that. In fact, you are also great. I like that 560,000 diamond bag. Can you buy it for me?" 560,000. It's so expensive, one of 150,000 is enough, okay? Why are you so stingy? People buy things for their girlfriends in bag stores, but they can't even bear to spend 560,000 on me. Don't compare me with that rich man. Mediterranean was completely speechless. In the end, he still bought the new diamond-studded handbag worth 560,000 yuan with a painful heart. When he was asked about the situation in the LV store when paying the bill, the faces of a group of shopping guides changed drastically. What the young man said was true. He had inadvertently lost hundreds of thousands of commissions. Woo! Woo woo woo! Several girls with poor psychological endurance lay on the counter and cried. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. It can solve many problems. Why should he look down on others? Why? Emperor Bei. Welcome home, Mr. Yi Tian. The door slowly opened, and under the watchful eyes of the security guards, Yi Tian drove Liang Quan's Lamborghini back home. It was already past 6 o'clock and dark. Dad and Mom were cooking in the kitchen. They were very happy to see their son bring a beautiful girl back. "Taiju, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is Zhao Taiju," Yi Tian introduced. "Well, it's really strange to call such a beautiful girl Taiju." Come on, Taiju, sit down." Mom's expression was wonderful. "Hello, uncle, hello, auntie." Zhao Taiju smiled shyly. "Go take a shower first, and then come to eat when you smell good. Are you hungry?" Yi Tian found that Zhao Taiju was touching his stomach. Zhao Taiju said shyly, "A little bit hee a guang." "Mr. Yi, take Miss Taiju to take a shower." "Yes." A guang said seriously, "Miss Taiju, please come this way." A moment later, when Zhao Taiju, who had finished bathing, appeared in front of the three members of the Yi family again, he was completely reborn. Not only was his appearance beautiful and charming, but he also exuded a fragrant smell, which formed a very sharp contrast with the pitiful and sloppy worker in the morning. At this time, dinner time has arrived. While asking Zhao Taiju about his family situation, his father and mother kept putting dishes into her bowl. Seeing Zhao Taiju eating deliciously, they praised, "Taiju has a good appetite. Seeing you eat, my appetite is also opened." Zhao Taiju said with a full sense of happiness, "Uncle and aunt, do you really like girls who can eat?" "Of course, the more you can eat, the better." The mother nodded vigorously, and the father also echoed, "Being able to eat is a blessing." Zhao Taiju blushed and ran to get the third bowl of rice. "This girl is really good, son, you must cherish her." The father secretly kicked Yi Tian, who smiled and said nothing. Yes, definitely. As time went by, the rough-line parents finally realized that something was wrong. This girl's stomach was like a bottomless pit. She ate a whole pot of rice and a table of dishes, but she still had no intention of stopping. She started eating fruits and had already eaten 7 or 8 apples in a short while. Her mother's face was full of question marks. She had completely changed from admiration to horror. She whispered, "She looks so petite, but how can she eat so much? I just bought 5 pounds of apples this afternoon. All of them are gone." While Zhao Taiju was washing his hands, his father said earnestly, "Son, you must work hard in the future. This girl is too much for ordinary people to support. I have never seen such a big eater." Yi Tian finally couldn't help laughing and told his parents the whole story. Of course, it was a made-up reason. Zhao Taiju was a friend of the big boss and a natural big eater. The The big boss asked Zhao Taizhu to come and live with them, so they didn't have to worry about food and drink. After hearing this, the parents looked at each other with complicated eyes. It was unclear whether they were relieved or disappointed, or both. After dinner, the old couple habitually went for a walk in the community. Yi Tian was lying in the hall with his eyes closed, thinking about how to spend the 11 billion. Needless to say, Zhao Taizhu beside him was chewing fruit. Mr. Yi. Guang received a call and walked over quickly to whisper, "There is a girl named Su Weiwei at the gate of the community. The scholar wants to see you." Su Weiwei? Yi Tian said happily, "Go and bring her in." Yes. A few minutes later, Guang walked in with a short-haired girl. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. At first, he didn't recognize who the girl was. After taking a closer look, he laughed, "Weiwei." At this time, Su Weiwei was no longer the highly obese and self-abased girl a week ago. She was 165 meters tall, 110 kilograms of bodybuilding weight, and her pure and unworldly appearance was not inferior to those girl group members of Huang Entertainment, and even better. Su Weiwei bowed and said gratefully, "Yi Tian, I came here specially to thank you today. If it weren't for your diet pills, I wouldn't be able to lose weight so fast and so much. Basically, I have to lose more than 10 kilograms every day. I was scared enough in the first few days." Yi Tian was amazed. It is worthy of being produced by the system, it is awesome. The most eye-catching thing is that Su Weiwei's skin is not like some weight loss experts who have excess skin and fat lines after rapid weight loss. Her skin is delicate and tight. Su Weiwei did not avoid suspicion at all. She lifted up her loose sports top and showed her belly to Yi Tian. It was very flat and smooth. "Great." Yi Tian gave a thumbs up and said happily, "You look no different now than when you were in school. It's not as exaggerated as you said." Su Weiwei's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were grateful. "Yi Tian, I really don't know how to repay you. We are classmates, what's the point of repaying or not repaying?" Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling her not to take it to heart. When old classmates meet, there is no end to the words. As they chatted, the topic involved work. "Well, it's not easy to find a job now, but I have sent my resume to the security company. I hope they can see it." "Security company?" Yi Tian asked curiously. "Isn't that an institution that specializes in training security personnel?" Su Weiwei said, "That's right, I want to be a bodyguard." "What? You want to be a bodyguard?" Yi Tian widened his eyes. He didn't look down on Su Weiwei, but such a beautiful and soft girl was very unsafe in herself. How could she be a bodyguard? "I am from a martial arts family. Not only have I practiced martial arts, I am also a student of a sports school, and I have taken professional bodyguard training courses. How can I not be a bodyguard?" "Yi Tian, you underestimate me." Su Weiwei's eyes curved into lovely crescent shapes. Seeing that Yi Tian still didn't believe it, Su Weiwei decided to show off her skills. She first landed with a front flip, and then rubbed a dozen impeccable somersaults. Fortunately, the villa was big enough, and ordinary small families would not be able to display their skills. "Yi Tian, Zhao Taizhu, PWQ, you. You are from a martial arts family, why haven't I heard of you?" Yi Tian took a long time to recover from the shock. Su Weiwei returned to sit beside Yi Tian, her face unchanged and her heart not beating, and she said calmly, "When we were in school, our Wuhu Su family had a very strong enemy in the world. In order to avoid revenge by him, we could only hide our identities and dared not show our kung fu to outsiders." "What about now?" Yi Tian swallowed his saliva. Su Weiwei said, "My enemy passed away. I attended his funeral. It's quite pitiful for an old man. He has no children, no relatives, and has spent his whole life practicing martial arts. Cough cough cough, it's indeed quite pitiful." Yi Tian was choked and coughed. He finally calmed down and knocked on the table. "Weiwei, why don't you be my bodyguard? As for the annual salary, I will give you this number first." Su Weiwei hurriedly shook her head. 500,000? "No, that's too much. I meant 5 million. Yi Tian corrected. Su Weiwei felt dizzy. 55 million? So I came here to thank my benefactor and won a lottery ticket by the way? Su Weiwei was still suffering from a strong mental shock. Yi Tian continued, "This is just the basic salary. Recently, I want to form a girl group. Now there are 2 members. Since you and Taizhu have special skills, you can join in and play. Anyway, you are free anyway, and all the money you make will belong to you." Su Weiwei, girl group. "What? Zhao Taizhu, girl group? What to eat? Let's go." Yi Tian slammed the table, "I'll take you to meet the project leader." At the same time, at the entrance of Emperor Bay, Xiao Rong's face was gloomy. Yi Tian actually lived in Emperor Bay. It really soared to the sky. Xiaorong herself didn't realize that at this moment, she no longer dared to call Yi Tian a waste, a pretty boy, or a coward. Hello, miss, this is a closed villa area. No one is allowed to enter or leave without an owner's certificate. The security guard stopped Xiaorong expressionlessly. Huang Ying on the side hurriedly said, I'll call Mr. Yi now. Seeing that Xiaorong had an ugly face but had no intention of stopping, the clever Huang Ying hurriedly made a phone call to inform her that she and Mr. Xiao were stopped at the gate of the community. It happened that Yi Tian came out of the villa with Su Weiwei and Zhao Taizhu at this time. After answering the phone, he took the community's unique scooter to the front door. Mr. Yi. Several security guards saluted respectfully when they saw Yi Tian, which was in sharp contrast to their attitude towards Xiaorong. This is normal. Although Yi Tian did not have much interaction with this group of security guards, most of these security guards were smart people. Their eyelashes could be used as whistles. Everyone knew that a super rich man had moved into the Imperial Bay. Even the rich second generations at the top of the community's wealth rankings, such as Qin Yan, Fat Wei, and Zi Qi, were respectful to him. Mr. Yi. Huang Ying bowed hurriedly. Xiaorong came down from the other side with a blank expression. Yi Tian asked Su and Zhao to wait for a moment, then walked out slowly and said with a smile, Have you figured it out? Huang Ying looked at Xiaorong cautiously. Xiaorong finally lowered her proud head after exhaling heavily, giving up all her pride. I'm sorry. Your voice was too soft, I didn't hear it. Yi Tian said deliberately. Xiaorong clenched her fists and raised her voice. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yi Tian smiled, and the resentment accumulated in his heart disappeared at this moment. He came to Xiaorong, gently touched her head and said, That's right, this is the attitude that a wife should have towards her husband. Not bad, since you can put down your pride and beg me for forgiveness in a humble manner. I am not the kind of person who is petty. The plan to acquire Xiao Group will be temporarily abandoned. I will notify Ruyan to redraft the cooperation plan with Xiao Group. Xiaorong's body trembled, unable to say a word. Fortunately, Huang Ying was by her side and thanked Yi Tian in time, which eased the embarrassment at the scene. The security guards around were all envious. It turned out that this top beauty was Mr. Yi's wife. Look, this is a real man, how domineering he is in front of his wife. Thinking back to himself. Just thinking about it, the security guards had the urge to cry. Most of them couldn't remember how long it had been since they had with their wives. Their family status was so low. In the dust. I have something else to do, so I won't invite you in. Yi Tian turned around and left. Xiaorong suddenly looked up and said, Yi Tian, I have apologized to you. Can we get a divorce? Divorce? Yi Tian said happily, Are you sure you want to divorce me? Yes. Xiaorong said decisively without any hesitation. Yi Tian shook his head and said, I think you are so angry. It is because we are nominally husband and wife that I have a reason to control Lu Ruyan from attacking your Xiao Group. Once we divorce, we will completely break off the relationship and become strangers. Do you think a businesswoman like Lu Ruyan will let you go? If you have anything to say in the future, think it over and tell me. You are the president, but you don't even understand such a simple truth. Xiaorong, you disappoint me so much. Xiaorong almost had a cardiac arrest after hearing these heart-piercing words. Feelings. Is Yi Tian not divorcing her for her own good? Is it for the good of the Xiao Group? You. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Xiaorong cried. Yi Tian reached out his hand, pinched Xiaorong's chin like a domineering president, and said condescendingly, I'm sorry to tell you that if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. Go away. Don't touch me. Xiaorong slapped Yi Tian's hand away, her body trembling. Go back and ask your parents, clansmen and grandma for their opinions, and then come to talk to me about divorce. If they agree, I will divorce you. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he turned around with a smile, put his arms around Su Weiwei and Zhao Tieju's shoulders, and said, Let's go and do business. The security guards were all stunned. So blatant. Yi Tian, you. Xiaorong's emotions completely collapsed, and tears fell like rain. She felt like someone was strangling her fate. Dilemma between life and death. The scenery of the Imperial Bay at night is unique. Yi Tian and the other two went to Qin Yan's house. On the way, Yi Tian asked with a smile, Weiwei, why don't you give me some advice, say something like a man should be generous, aren't you too calm? From beginning to end, Su Weiwei's attitude towards Yi Tian was the same, without any change, which made Yi Tian feel uncomfortable. He couldn't figure out what this woman was thinking. Zhao Taizhu didn't need to say anything about her, this woman only had food in her head. Su Weiwei smiled and said, as the saying goes, the future is good. Don't advise others to be kind after they have suffered. As your high school classmate, I know better than anyone what kind of person you are. If you were not forced into a corner, you would not bully a woman. You are kind by nature and would not do such a thing. Yi Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Wei Wei, you are really my confidant. Su Weiwei pursed her lips and did not continue the conversation. Xin Yan's house. Brother! Xin Yan and Pang Wei came out quickly, followed by a group of so-called company elites who had been suffering from a long period of smoke and fire. They all said in unison, Mr. Yi. Where are Xiao Yao and Xiao Tong? Yi Tian asked casually. Lao Jiang took them to participate in the show. Brother, these two are. Pang Wei blinked and was surprised by the stunning beauty and unique temperament of Su Weiwei and Zhao Taizhu. Su Weiwei, Zhao Shishir. Yi Tian smiled and said, from now on, you will be called Shishir. Taizhu is really not nice, it sounds too masculine. Zhao Taizhu nodded vigorously, I'll listen to you, Shishir, hee, I like this name. After greeting each other, the group went upstairs. During this process, Yi Tian found an acquaintance, he sighed, the man in the black suit, have we met somewhere before? The man in the black suit was struck by lightning, stood there in a daze, turned around mechanically, and whispered, Mr. Yi, this is the first time we meet. Nonsense. Yi Tian laughed and scolded, the day before yesterday, yes, it was the morning of the day before yesterday, I was strolling in the community, and you diss me. 2 days ago, on the morning of Grandma's birthday, Yi Tian was happily playing with small animals in the community, and was dissed by the man in the black suit. A lot of sweat oozes from the forehead of the man in the black suit, and he cried out in his heart, how did he get mad at the big boss, is God going to kill me? Xin Yan's face sank, pointing at the black suit angrily said, Li Feng. Are you crazy? You are fired. Get out. Ah! Li Feng in a black suit exclaimed, Boss Qin, give me another chance. Boss Qin, Li Tu didn't mean it, please forgive him. The OL Beauty and the others spoke up to comfort him, and it was obvious that Li Feng was very respected in the team. Yi Tian asked curiously, what do you do? Li Feng trembled and said, I am the chief project planner under Boss Qin, and also the vice president of the Haijing Environmental Protection Committee. Environmental Protection Committee? Environmental Protection Committee, what does that do? Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Feng said, our committee goes out to distribute flyers at a specific time every week. The main content is to promote green travel, protect our beautiful home, and care for Mother Earth. Our slogan is, have fewer children and plant more trees, create more blessings for future generations, Haijing is my home, and green depends on everyone. Charity activities? Yi Tian was amazed. Li Feng nodded vigorously, yes, all activity expenses are borne by our committee members themselves. Mr. Yi, please ask Mr. Qin not to fire me, I need the salary to green the earth. Yi Tian immediately looked at Li Feng with admiration. In this impetuous society, there are too few people with such ideological awareness. Xin Yan glared at him and shouted, if you say something more, I will believe it. What? If I fire you, the earth will become desertified? I will become the sinner of the earth? Li Feng was sweating coldly and said hurriedly, that's not what I meant. Yi Tian said, environmental protection is a good thing. It concerns the living environment of each of us. Old Qin, how can you not pay attention to it? Xin Yan said, yes, environmental protection is a good thing. I am not very conscious. If it weren't for Brother Li Feng mentioning this, I would not have thought about it at all. How about this, I will pay for the establishment of an environmental protection foundation, and you, Li Feng, will be the president. I will invest a small amount of 1 billion in the initial stage. What do you think? Silence. The scene was silent. It took a long time. Li Feng scratched his ears and said, how much did you say? 1 billion, we have to do something for Mother Earth. Li Feng's legs went weak. If it weren't for the quick eyes and hands of the beautiful office lady beside him, he would have knelt down to Yi Tian. 1 billion. How many trees can be planted with this? How many kilometers of green belts can be repaired with this? Li Feng was so moved that tears flowed. Mr. Yi, you are such a loving person. Hey, don't say that. Manage the foundation well and plant trees to green the earth. I will never let you down, Mr. Yi. I guarantee with my life that every penny of the foundation will be used to the best effect. I am willing to give my heart to Mr. Yi. Li Feng saluted with his right fist bent at his heart. Xin Yan, Pang Wei, ? Where the hell did you learn this set of salutes? Do you have any shame? Want? Okay, go and get busy. Let's talk about other things. Yi Tian hooked the shoulders of the confused duo of Fat Wei and Xin Yan. I brought Wei Wei and Shishir here today because I want them to form a girl group with Xiao Yao and Xiao Tong. The specific operation will be left to you two. Fat Wei slapped Fat Face hard, and said with a smile, "Brother, please give me some time. Now is not the time to talk about the girl group, right? If I heard it correctly just now, you want to invest 1 billion to establish an environmental protection foundation? This is a complete charity organization. There is no profit at all." "Yes, what's wrong?" Yi Tian's face was strange. "I'm not a businessman, why should I consider profit and loss?" Xinyan looked up at the sky, and his admiration for Yi Tian reached an unprecedented height. This is the real god of wealth. Money to him is just a tool to make himself happy, and they are just slaves of money. They work hard and endure hardships for the mere tens of thousands or even millions of profits. "Yi Tian, please allow me to call you big brother." Since Xiaoyao and Xiaotong were going to participate in the program recording and would not be back for a while, Yi Tian sat for a while and then took the two girls home to rest. The girl, formerly known as Zhao Taizhu and now known as Zhao Shishir, stayed in Daiwangwan without any suspense, and Su Weiwei also opened a temporary bedroom on the second floor after hesitating for a long time. Lying on the bed, Su Weiwei tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, Yi Tian's voice and smile would immediately appear in her mind. Handsome, kind, the ideal husband candidate. Papa. Su Weiwei slapped herself hard on the face a few times, muttering to herself, "Don't think about it, Yi Tian has seen your ugliest and fattest side, and he will never like you. There is only one thing you can do. Give your heart to the man who gave you a new life." Su Weiwei made up her mind secretly. The next morning, Zhao Shishir was picked up by Liang Quan to go to Guomao for dinner early in the morning. In addition to Guang's silent housekeeping, there were only Yi Tian and Su Weiwei in the house. After breakfast, her parents went out for a walk. Since taking by Bingxiu, the two old people have become younger and younger. They are full of energy every day, and they are no less energetic than young people in their 17s and 18s. They can't stay in the villa at all. "Weiwei, if you have nothing to do today, accompany me to the auto show to look at cars. It's inconvenient to go out without a means of transportation." "I'm fine. Have you forgotten that I'm your personal bodyguard now?" Su Weiwei smiled. "Wherever you go, I'll go with you." "Okay." Yi Tian looked at the time. It was time to sign in. Ding, because you signed in for 7 consecutive days, the sign-in system of the rich has been automatically upgraded. The upgrade takes 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. What? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. The sign-in system has been upgraded. The upgrade actually takes 30 days. Yi Tian panicked immediately. He quickly took out his mobile phone to do elementary school division. After calculating the daily pocket money, he calmed down a little. Even if he didn't sign in the next 30 days, as long as he spent money slowly, it wouldn't be a big problem. He now has 10.5 billion in his bank card. In other words, the average daily pocket money is about 350 million. Ha! Scared the baby to death. Yi Tian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Su Weiwei found that Yi Tian's face was not right and asked hurriedly. It's okay, let's go and look at cars. Weiwei, what brand of car do you like? I don't know much about cars, I only know a few brands. I always think that cars are just a means of transportation. As long as it is safe and has stable performance, it's fine. Oh, I see. Then I'll buy you a Lamborghini to drive for fun. Su Weiwei, ? The two came to the exhibition. Before looking at the car, Yi Tian saw an acquaintance and asked tentatively, Wu Di? Wu Di turned around and said with surprise, Yi Zi. Why is it you? Yi Tian smiled and punched Wu Di in the chest. Why are you in Haijing? Wu Di is Yi Tian's college classmate. Because his family background is similar to Yi Tian's, his personality is very similar, and they are both academic masters. The two young people who sympathize with each other have unknowingly established a deep friendship. Hi. I have just been in Haijing for less than 2 months. I was assigned by the company. I have to come. This is sister-in-law? Wu Di is a few months younger than Yi Tian, so it is normal for him to call Su Weiwei sister-in-law. Su Weiwei blushed. Yi Tian didn't care and didn't explain. He looked at Wu Di in the black suit with a smile. You're so handsome, old Wu. What a handsome guy. I'm so hot in this ragged suit. I'm sweating all over. Wu Di smiled helplessly. The two were chatting happily when a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Wu Di, are you here to sell cars or chat with people? Is the company paying you to chat with people here? Wu Di turned his head to see the person coming, and hurriedly put on a smiling face and said, Manager, this is my college classmate. He is here to see the car. I will introduce him to him. The manager is about the same age as Wu Di. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and swept his eyes over Yi Tian. Although you are wearing branded goods, I am not sure if they are A-grade goods. Also, you don't even have a decent watch. You are really poor. But the woman next to you is very beautiful and has a good temperament. The manager unabashedly swept his eyes over Su Weiwei's body and stayed on the erect part for a few seconds. Su Weiwei has a hot temper, and deliberately puffed out her chest and said, "Hey, should I find a place to take off my clothes for you to see?" The manager was stunned, blushed, and hurried away. Yi Tian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Mind behind Wu Di who this guy was. Wu Di said helplessly, "He is a relative of the company and is now a manager. He is 1 year younger than me. Alas, it was better when I was in school." Although there were intrigues, it was not like entering the society, where people looked down upon me everywhere. Wu Di complained while strolling around the booths with Yi Tian. Wu Di's life was even more miserable than Yi Tian's before the system was activated. No matter how bad Yi Tian was, he was bullied by Xiaorong alone. After all, he became a live-in son-in-law not long after returning to Haijing. Wu Di is different. Although his grades are among the best in school and his personal ability is strong enough, he is limited by his connections and family background and has been unable to find a satisfactory job. The best arrangements his parents made for him were either to go back to his hometown to farm or to work as a factory security guard. After going through hardships, he finally found a job in a large company, but this was the beginning of the nightmare. His colleagues who joined the company at the same time were promoted rapidly at the same time because they had good parents who had called the boss. However, he was not reused despite his top performance. It has been more than half a year and he is still a low-level salesperson. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Wu Di smiled bitterly. Yi Tian sympathized with his friend's experience. "Why should I suffer this? I might as well quit." "Yi Zi, why are you still so naive? It's easy for you to say, but how can I eat if I don't work? My future mother-in-law is pressing me and insists on a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. I am so worried that my hair has turned white. If you don't believe me, just look." Yi Tian smiled bitterly. He shook his head, and had an idea in his mind. He had to help his brother. Wu Di. A fat girl with an average appearance came to Wu Di and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Do you still want to marry me?" "Lily, why are you here?" Of course I do." Wu Di was surprised. Lily said, "Why don't you work hard to promote your products? What are you chatting about here? What kind of society is this? I can't even take out 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. I'm ashamed to tell others about it. My friend is here. Can you give me some face? Go home and talk if you have anything to say." Wu Di was really anxious. Lily was obviously used to being arrogant, and said, "Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. My parents said that if you can't give the betrothal gift before the end of the month, we will break up." After that, Lily ran to the manager just now without even looking at Yi Tian and Su Weiwei, and smiled like a dogtail grass. You are a family of snobs." Wu Di's face turned pale and he stamped his feet fiercely. "Yi Zi, I made a fool of myself. I'm sorry." Yi Tian hooked Wu Di's shoulders and said with a smile, "Brother, why are you saying this? I came here to buy some cars today, and you will introduce them to me." "That's absolutely no problem. I will introduce you to any price range you want." Wu Di nodded repeatedly, and his mood improved a little. At this time, the exhibition hall was already very lively. All kinds of long guns and short guns were aimed at the exhibition booths and snapped. God knows whether they were taking pictures of car models or cars. I don't know much about cars, as long as they look good. Yi Tian walked to a Mercedes-Benz exhibition booth, where more than a dozen men and women gathered. Wu Di smiled bitterly and said, "It's not like that, right? When buying a car, you have to consider the cost performance. I have several cars within 300,000 yuan that I can introduce to you. I think this one looks good." Yi Tian raised his hand and pointed to the Mercedes-Benz in front of him. There were 4 car models standing around the Mercedes-Benz, showing it in all directions. Hearing Yi Tian's reckless words, the men around the booth all looked over with teasing eyes. Wu Di scratched his scalp and said, "This model can't be called Mercedes-Benz, it's called Mercedes-Benz Maybach Extended Edition. Do you think it looks good?" Yi Tian asked Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei smiled and said, "As long as you think it looks good, I don't really know anything about cars." Yi Tian nodded and pointed, "Then this one." Wu Di exclaimed. The passers-by couldn't help laughing. "Then this one? Brother, you've been too pretentious. This Mercedes-Benz Maybach has a minimum price of 7 million. Do you think it's like buying cabbage on the street?" Then, Yi Tian took out his bank card and didn't forget to confirm first, "You can get a commission, right?" Wu Di was stunned and said, "Ah. Yes, I can get a commission for any car I sell in the showroom. But, Yi Zi? Are you sure? This one?" "Yeah." Wu Di saw that Yi Tian didn't seem to be joking, so he ran away to talk to the manager. Soon, the manager who had dissed Wu Di before came over. His attitude was completely different from before. He said with a smile on his face, "Sir, please allow me to introduce the performance of this car to you. I don't trust you." Yi Tian didn't give him a good face at all. "Let Wu Di come over, I only trust Wu Di." The manager's face changed, but he still didn't give up. "Wu Di is just an ordinary salesman, responsible for the ordinary area. I am a professional." "Then I don't trust you either. Can you stop wasting time? I have a lot of things to do today." Wu Di, come here." Yi Tian called Wu Di over, quickly filled out the order, and then paid. Full payment? Wu Di's head was buzzing. The onlookers around were even more stunned. A car worth nearly 10 million yuan, and he bought it just like that? What level of rich man did I meet today? The multi-million-dollar deal here naturally attracted the attention of the general manager, who personally led several car models to open champagne for Yi Tian, and even put up a banner, "Warmly congratulate Mr. Yi and Miss Su on their purchase of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, and wish you good health and all the best. Dear, I heard that you can get nearly 1 million commission after this deal is completed. Great, not only will we have the money for the bride price, but we can even pay a down payment. You are such a great friend." The fat lily came over and said happily. Wu Di didn't have time to pay attention to her, and shook Yi Tian's hand gratefully. "Easy, I really don't know what to say. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Whatever you say, let's continue talking about cars. This is the one I plan to drive, and I have many friends around me who don't have cars." Yi Tian stood up and walked towards the Lamborghini exhibition area. Men and women who came to buy cars were shocked by Yi Tian's generosity and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Yi Tian didn't care about these at all. Soon, a large crowd followed him to the Lamborghini exhibition area. Wu Di said tremblingly, "Speaking of Lamborghini, I have a few cost-effective ones to recommend. This one, the colors are all good, buy it." Yi Tian waved his hand. Wu Di, what? People around, Sigma, degree winky face. Yi Zi, you buy a car based on the color? Wu Di swallowed deeply, and his worldview suffered a critical blow. Of course, he wanted Yi Tian to buy a few more cars so that he could get more commissions and no longer have to live a humble life. But Yi Tian can't be allowed to do whatever he wants. Buying a car mainly depends on performance, not paint. Think about it again, these models are really not suitable for you, there is no cost-effectiveness at all. Wu Di ignored the murderous look from the manager and advised earnestly. Yi Tian came to the side of the car, asked about the price, and patted Wu Di on the shoulder. "You are right, these models are really not suitable for me." Wu Di was relieved immediately. A Lamborghini, only 750,000. Can you believe it? How can such a car be given as a gift? If Wu Di knew that Yi Tian actually disliked these cars for being too cheap, I wonder what he would think. "How about this, Wu Di, you introduce models above 3 million. After all, they are bought as gifts, and the grade cannot be too low." Yi Tian said. Wu Di felt dizzy. "How many do you need?" People around him, "Oh my god." Yi Tian counted on his fingers seriously. "My parents, Xiaoyao, Xiaodong, Shishir, Weiwei, Pangwei, Laoqin, Ziki, Laojian, Aguang." Li Feng. Su Weiwei swallowed and said, "Li Feng, isn't he from the Environmental Protection Foundation yesterday? We just met and gave him a car?" Su Weiwei didn't feel sorry for the money, but she felt that Yi Tian was too unrestrained in spending money. Yi Tian said with a serious expression, "As the saying goes, those who carry firewood for the public should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Li Feng has made contributions to the greening of the earth, and it is not excessive to reward him with a car." "Oh my god, this man is so kind. The halo on him is too dazzling." Su Weiwei's mind was shaken. Recalling her petty thoughts just now, Su Weiwei lowered her head in shame. Her ideological awareness is worse than Yi Tian's. Too far. Su Weiwei. You must work hard. Try to improve yourself. While Su Weiwei was thinking about it, Yi Tian had already taken the menu. No, the car list, and started pointing at it. This. Wu Di was shocked at first, but later he was basically numb, writing dishes like a waiter in a restaurant. Is it because I haven't been out for too long and can't adapt to the changes in this society? Why do I feel like he is ordering food in a restaurant? You have this feeling too? I do too. Compared to him, I am really a poor. Whoever can become his woman, don't be too happy. Let's not talk about anything else, just the car, change one every day, and never repeat it in a month. You want to be his woman? Ha, naive. I just want to be his son. Yi Tian's generosity shocked everyone. In the end, Yi Tian completed the ordering service, and after calculating the total bill, it was only more than 70 million. It's really cheap. Where is the general manager? Yi Tian called the general manager over. The general manager lowered his head and said, Boss Yi, what do you want? Yi Tian pulled Wu Di to sit next to him and said with a smile, I bought so many cars for my brother's sake. How much commission do you plan to give him? Let me be frank. If I am not satisfied with the commission, I will not pay for the rest. Well, normally, we give sales staff 3% commission. The general manager scratched his head and said, Only 3%? Yi Tian was immediately surprised. He always thought Wu Di could get 10% commission. We can give 5%. You know, the profit of selling a car is not high. The general manager hurriedly said, 5%, is it okay? Yi Tian asked Wu Di. Wu Di was almost crying with excitement. 70 million. 5% is 5 million. Okay. Wu Di's body trembled uncontrollably. The general manager was a smart man. Seeing that Yi Tian and Wu Di had a deep bond, he patted Wu Di on the shoulder with a smile and said, Xiao Wu, starting today, you are promoted. From now on, you will be the general manager of Haijing region. Annual salary is 500,000. Ah? Wu Di was numb. Yi Tian nodded, okay, then pay. I originally wanted to buy 100 million, but you really don't have any cars that can be shown off. If there are any new models in the future, just buy them directly. Let Wu Di contact me. Yes. The general manager was overjoyed. He was afraid that he would not be so happy during the Chinese New Year. Wu Di's eyes were full of tears, and he couldn't help crying and said, Yi Zi. Good brother, don't be like this. Meeting you is fate, and we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Yi Tian smiled like an old father. The fat and round Lily flattered, Dear, you are great. Let's celebrate later. I like a Hermes bag that only costs 100,000. Can you buy it for me? Wu Di wiped away his tears, looked at the woman next to him and said, We are not suitable, let's break up. What? Lily was stunned and furious. Wu Di, do you have the guts to say it again? I said, let's break up. Wu Di snorted coldly, You don't accompany me when I'm down, who are you to make a comeback? I now have an annual salary of 500,000, and I also get a commission of 5 million. Why do you think I will still be with you? Lily was shaking with anger. You. How can you do this to me? What have I done wrong to you? What's good about you? Wu Di said, As long as you can tell me one thing, I won't break up with you. She didn't show off her broken legs at all. Lily cried, I hit you, scold you, and slander you, all to inspire your ambition. In fact, the scolding is on you, but it hurts my heart. Yi Tian sprayed out a mouthful of champagne. What a strange and damnable worldview. Don't mess with him. Wu Di, the boss asked you to go over. A shy girl with an ordinary appearance but very attractive ran over and said softly to Wu Di, you were so great. Shall we? Wu Di's eyes were gentle, Thank you for always accompanying me silently when I was at my lowest point. Shall we? Smiled shyly, lowered her head and ran away. Yi Tian is not blind, how could he not see the relationship between the two, and smiled, Old Wu, do you remember what we said in school? Wu Di laughed, Of course I remember, you must pick the flowers when they are in bloom, don't wait until there are no flowers and empty branches. Then why are you still standing there? Go after her. Yi Tian kicked Wu Di in the. Wu Di laughed and chased after her. Shall we? Wait for me. I have liked you for a long time. Let's get married, okay? Wu Wah. After completing the first task of buying a car today, Yi Tian said goodbye to Wu Di and took Su Weiwei to Dofeng Group. Yi Tian originally wanted to call Lu Ruyan and ask her to stop the plan to acquire Zhao's company. After all, Xiao Rong had already admitted her weakness, so there was no need to be aggressive. Unfortunately, his phone was out of battery, and he had no habit of memorizing phone numbers, so he had to go there in person. As soon as he arrived at the door of Lu Ruyan's office under the guidance of his secretary, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside. Lu Ruyan, Xiang Rong, don't think that our Dofeng Group is easy to bully. You have been doing bad things to Dofeng overtly and covertly over the years. Do you really think I don't know? I just turned a blind eye. But I never thought that you would want to swallow up Dofeng so much. The shareholders will never agree. The man called Xiang Rong said, Boss Lu, you can't say that. We are just normal business competition. I know what the Dauphin Group's trump card is better than anyone else. Instead of making a meaningless struggle, it is better to be obedient and give up your shares. Hundreds of millions of cash are enough for you to live a glorious life. Lu Ruyan, you are talking nonsense. Dauphin Group is my hard work, I will never give it to others. Even Huayao Group is not allowed. I don't care about others, you can't even get 1% of my shares. Ruyan, what are you arguing about? Yi Tian pushed the door in and glanced at Shang Rong, a middle-aged man who was almost bald. Boss Yi, why are you here? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, as if she saw a savior. Mr. Yi? Shang Rong stood up, shook hands with Yi Tian politely, and handed over his business card. General Manager of Huayao Group, Haijing subsidiary. Yi Tian motioned Su Weiwei to sit anywhere, and he sat in Lu Ruyan's comfortable boss chair. What's the matter? Huayao Group wants to acquire Dauphin as their strategic base in Haijing. Lu Ruyan bent down and whispered. The fragrant smell penetrated Yi Tian's nose, and he subconsciously looked up. Wow, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. How magnificent. Why are you in such a hurry about this? Just don't sell it. Yi Tian knew the principle of not looking at what is inappropriate, turned his head, clicked the mouse randomly for a long time, and found that there was not even a single-player game on Lu Ruyan's computer. He couldn't help but. I feel sympathy for this strong woman. Her life is so boring. How do you kill your time? At least install a Minesweeper or a game of Landlord. Shang Rong smiled and said, Mr. Yi, the conditions we offer are very generous. We will acquire it at a price 10% higher than the market price. For us at Huayao, Dauphin is a very important strategic resource. The group is determined to get it. In terms of overall strength, Dauphin and Huayao are not in the same league at all. Instead of fighting head-on and letting others reap the benefits, it is better to go with the flow. As the saying goes, a man of insight. Before he finished speaking, the young president waved his hand. Don't tell me these nonsense. If you don't want to sell it, Mr. Shang Rong, you can leave. Shang Rong's face changed. Mr. Yi, please don't make a mistake. If our two major groups really fight, Dauphin won't be able to hold on for even a month. Yi Tian didn't understand business warfare. He looked up at Lu Ruyan and saw that the beautiful president had a gloomy face. He realized in his heart that the other party was not bragging. Shang Rong smiled and said, I'll give you some time to think about it. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave now. After that, Shang Rong left the office. Yi Tian curiously asked what the Huayao Group was. Lu Ruyan explained to him that the Huayao Group was based in Zhuozhou and had a history of 100 years since its establishment. Its branches were spread all over the country and it was very strong. The Dauphin Group with a market value of 4 billion was nothing compared to the Huayao with a market value of 20 billion. If Huayao really wanted to fight Dauphin, Dauphin would not be able to hold on. Yi Tian knocked on the table. If a fight really breaks out, what kind of conditions does Dauphin need to meet in order to win this battle? To put it bluntly, it's money. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, whether it's a real battlefield or a shopping mall, what's being competed for is economy. If Dauphin Group has 1 billion, no, 500 million, I have a way to defeat Huayao and make them retreat. Lu Ruyan sighed deeply. She also knew that this was her wishful thinking. 500 million is not a small amount. Now the total working capital of the entire company is barely enough to make up for this number, but this money is used to maintain the normal operation of the company, and only a tiny part of it can be used. It's that simple. Yi Tian clicked his tongue. I thought it was so difficult. I can just give it to you, right? Ha? Lu Ruyan was stunned. She didn't understand. What? Yi Tian said lightly, how much is the company account? I will transfer 500 million. No, 1 billion to you, to win this battle. Lu Ruyan's face was disheveled in the wind, her body trembling. Brother! We are talking about 1 billion, not 10 yuan. You will give it as soon as you say it? Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you? Boss Yi, this money is used as war funds, it is consumables. It is ammunition. Are you sure you want to invest 1 billion? Lu Ruyan couldn't believe her ears. Su Weiwei chuckled and said, yesterday, Boss Yi established a purely charitable environmental protection foundation and invested 1 billion in the foundation. Boss Lu doesn't have to doubt his ears. Lu Ruyan, Sigma, degree winky face. Okay, the transfer is successful. Yi Tian put away his slightly charged mobile phone and patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder hard. Get it done. Lu Ruyan's eyes were moist. This number one strong woman and feminist almost shed tears. She said excitedly, Boss Yi, thank you for your trust. I will never let you down. Yi Tian said, I don't trust you very much. I just don't want to lose. Do you understand me? Lu Ruyan was absent-minded and nodded for a long time. But by then Yi Tian had already left with the beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan slumped in the chair, her hands and feet were a little numb. I don't trust you very much. I just don't want to lose. Do you understand me? The man's words lingered in her ears for a long time. Lu Ruyan took a puff of the electronic cigarette silently and murmured, if you don't trust me, how can you be willing to take out 1 billion? Boss Yi, you are really a cute man who says one thing and means another. I admit that I am attracted to you. Yi Tian, who was sitting in the car, shuddered suddenly. Su Weiwei asked, Yi Tian, are you feeling unwell? No, I just felt a chill. Where are we going next? I don't know. Everything is up to you. Is that so? Then let's go. Before he finished speaking, he heard a bang. The taxi seemed to have hit something. Yi Tian rubbed his head and looked out. Oh my god, it was terrible. There was a car accident. Yi Tian and Su Weiwei got out of the car quickly, only to see a man lying about 3 meters away from the taxi, covering his right leg and howling. The taxi driver was probably shocked because he saw this kind of thing for the first time. He shivered and said, I really didn't mean it. He suddenly rushed over and I didn't have time to brake. Brother, girl, you have to testify for me. Yi Tian smiled bitterly, now is not the time to testify. Send him to the hospital first. As Yi Tian was about to help the man who was hit, the man struggled to stand up before his hand touched the man. He didn't even look at Yi Tian and Su Weiwei, and limped straight to the hood, roaring, pay, pay, pay. You are not allowed to leave without paying. Su Weiwei pulled Yi Tian and whispered, it looks like a scammer. The driver's face was bitter. How much? 500, the man said. Although it was the first time for the driver to experience such a thing, he was not stupid. He was particularly sensitive to money. When he saw the man asking for 500 yuan with full of energy, he immediately understood what was going on. He whispered, man, I admit defeat. No matter how far we go, there is always love. Can you give me 200 yuan less? I only earn 300 or 400 yuan after working hard all day. You can't let my wife and children go home without food. The scammer was also straightforward. He opened his hand and conjured up a QR code, fast. The driver said it was bad luck, but he had no choice. After scanning the QR code, he drove away cursing. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen scammers? The scammer saw the young couple looking at him and couldn't help cursing. It's really the first time I've seen it. Yi Tian felt that the scammer's voice was a little familiar. He walked around in front of him. After he saw the other person's face clearly, he was surprised and said, Gao Meng? The scammer was even more surprised. Yi Tian? Su Weiwei? Gao Meng, Yi Tian's high school classmate, had a good relationship at school. Soft music was playing in the cafe with a good atmosphere. Gao Meng stirred his coffee carelessly, and with a gloomy look in his eyes, he told his story to 2 old classmates. Due to poor grades, Gao Meng did not choose to go to college after graduating from high school. He went to work in a milk tea shop right after graduation. Unexpectedly, less than 2 months after starting work, he was hit by a taxi driver while delivering goods. He was hit and flew out. However, Gao Meng was strong and healthy at the time, and he didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't even ask for medical expenses and rode away on his electric bike. On the night of the incident, Gao Meng had a fever and his right leg was swollen like a bun. He was sent to the hospital by his family for examination and found that his right leg had a laceration fracture, ligament rupture, and tendon injury. In order to treat his right leg, Gao Meng needed to spend a sum of money that his family could not afford. Gao Meng had no choice but to put an advertisement in the newspaper to find the driver who hit him, hoping that the other party could pay for the medical expenses. The result was naturally in vain. Due to the delay in the best treatment period, Gao Meng's right leg was left with a lifelong disability. His girlfriend, who had a good relationship with him and was about to get married, also broke up with him. It was a tragedy. Gulp. Gao Meng drank a whole cup of cappuccino and wiped his mouth fiercely. I went to apply for a job, but people refused to hire me because I was disabled. In order to make a living, I even picked up rags for a while. Later, by chance, I worshipped a master and learned how to hit the car. There is also a master for hitting the car? It is undeniable that Gao Meng's life is miserable, but Yi Tian couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Gao Meng said with a beaming face, that's a must. What car to hit the car, when to start, when to fall, and what posture to fall to the ground without hurting yourself, these are all knowledge. Don't think that hitting the car is so simple. We are hovering on the line of life and death every day, dancing on the edge of a knife, and our lives are in danger at any time. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes speechlessly. Can you say something more? You make it sound so high-sounding that it's illegal. Don't you feel guilty? Mengzi, you can't hit the car all your life, right? Yi Tian said with a smile. That's definitely not possible. My master is a lesson for me. I've saved some money by scamming people and I plan to open a small restaurant next year. I'm pretty good at cooking. What happened to your master? He was hit and killed by a novice female driver last week. Yi Tian, Su Weiwei. Don't talk about me. Cao Meng looked at the two of them. Tell me about you two. How did you two get together? When are you planning to get married? Su Weiwei blushed. Yi Tian said, Weiwei and I are not in the relationship you think. We're just good friends. We met again at the class reunion last week. Meet Weiwei. Just friends. Gao Meng took a bite of steak and felt a little hungry. How much money do you need to open a restaurant? Do you need an investor? Yi Tian smiled. Why, you want to invest? Gao Meng blinked. Not much, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Tian nodded, and without saying a word, he swiped 100,000 yuan to Gao Meng. We are old classmates, I must help you with this. Gao Meng was stunned when he looked at the balance on his phone. 100,000. How many cars do you have to scam to save this money? Yi Zi. Gao Meng's eyes were moistened for a moment, and then tears burst out and he cried loudly. Yi Tian comforted him, everyone has a low period in life, just get through it. I can't lend you more money, I can only lend you this much first, and you can pay it back when you make money. I'm not in a hurry. Facing this high school classmate who accidentally took a fork in the road of life, Yi Tian was cautious. Gao Meng is not Lu Ruyan. If the two sides are too deeply involved financially, it may turn into a little help as a favor, a big help as a grudge. Yi Tian himself does not care about this result, but he does not want to see it either. It will be disgusting. Yi Zi, this is my IOU, I will definitely pay you back. Gao Meng asked the waiter to get the banknotes, wrote the IOU and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and put it away. Tell me which store you like, I have a lot of friends in Haijing, and it won't be a problem to help you find a store in a good location. Okay. Gao Meng rubbed his eyelids. Later, the three old classmates chatted about the interesting things in high school for a while, and then dispersed. Walking along the road, Su Weiwei smiled and said, Yi Tian, you are still as kind and helpful as you were in high school. Yi Tian grinned. Have you ever heard a saying, poverty breeds treacherous schemes, and wealth breeds conscience? I have some spare money now, so I naturally want to do more good things, help others, and have a sense of accomplishment. Kind, handsome, helpful, humble. Su Weiwei took a deep breath, and her eyes couldn't even move away from Yi Tian's cheek. It was evening in a flash. With the arrival of Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir, the villa began to become lively. Dad and Mom took the two girls to watch the national variety show and chat together. Yi Tian took out his mobile phone and opened the mobile game that he hadn't logged in for a long time. In this fast-paced internet era, who doesn't have a few mobile games on their mobile phones to kill time? Yi Tian is no exception. However, Yi Tian is not too concerned about this kind of fast food game. He will only play it online when he is really bored or very depressed. The game he has been playing before is from Goose Factory, called Fun Red Moon, which is a typical RPG game. The gameplay is a single monster leveling PK. The picture is good and the recharge is very convenient. You can enter the recharge entrance by clicking anyone. Yi Tian has played this game for more than a year and his level has reached LV59. What a familiar picture. Yi Tian controls the little man to go to the zombie cave, intending to brush a wave of equipment. Entering the zombie cave full of monsters, Yi Tian began to operate frantically. With a knife, he cut down the fire, and the zombies turned into ashes. The ground was full of golden coins and equipment. Let's put aside whether this game is fun or not. The sense of accomplishment and instant feedback brought by this crazy explosion are indeed well known by the majority of players. Just as Yi Tian was frantically killing monsters, more than a dozen player-controlled figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. Their names were all prefixed with Long Ao of Out Yin Gang, Long Shen of Out Yin Gang, Silly Girl of Out Yin Gang, etc. After this group of people came in, they didn't say anything, but just surrounded Yi Tian. Yi Tian, what are you doing? Long Ao of Out Yin Gang, the zombie cave is reserved by our Out Yin Gang. If you want to level up and get equipment here, you must join the Out Yin Gang. I just came up to play casually, and I will leave later. That won't work either. You can level up here if you join a gang, but you can get out of here as far as you can if you don't join a gang. Yi Tian was most annoyed by this kind of elementary school monk who was submissive in reality but punched hard on the internet. He immediately got angry, but Before he could draw his sword, the gang member named Silly Girl behind him had already struck Yi Tian's figure with a thunderbolt, and the screen turned black and white. Rubbish. The Outyin gang members threw 2 words. Don't leave if you have the guts. Yi Tian said angrily. Okay, I'll wait here and see what you can do to us. Who gave you the courage to type this? A loser who doesn't even have 6 yuan for the first recharge. Fish Liong? Ha ha ha. Little trash, I'll wait for you. A group of people laughed wildly. Yi Tian snorted, clicked to return to the city, and then stood silently in the city center to open the Yuanbao Mall. There are 6 yuan for the first recharge, 30 yuan for the monthly card, 128 yuan for the recharge, 328 yuan for the recharge, 64 yuan for the recharge, and so on. 8 yuan bao recharge, many options, very considerate service. There is nothing to think about. Yi Tian directly clicked 648 to recharge, and then increased the multiple by 100 times. Ding! The yuan bao worth 64, 800 yuan you recharged has been received. The system popped up a dialog box. Look at the quality of the server, how great it is. The recharged yuan bao is received in seconds. Do you want to buy experience pills? Yes. Do you want to buy the god-killing set? Yes. Do you want to buy super critical potion? Yes. Do you want to buy super blood bottle? Yes. Yi Tian operated like a tiger, and in less than 5 minutes, his level rose from LV59 to LV180. The highest level of the whole server is now 220, the equipment can even blind people's eyes. Without saying a word, Yi Tian directly used a VIP 13 exclusive fixed-point teleportation scroll to fly himself to the zombie cave. At this time, several people from the Outyin gang were still chatting in the cave, and they were all shocked when they suddenly saw Yi Tian. What the hell? VIP 13? Wow! Several people exclaimed. Those who can reach VIP 13 are all big guys who recharge more than 50,000 yuan. They are not comparable to the hard-working people who recharged 1,800 yuan and relied on their hard work for the rest of the time. Without saying a word, Yi Tian raised his hand and slashed with a knife. The screen was full of swords and shadows. The next second, all the members of the Outyin gang fell down. It was a suspenseful instant kill. Yi Tian, Outyin gang, / Outyin gang long AO, what the hell? Big brother, are you so cruel? Yi Tian laughed, come and chop me if you don't agree. Outyin gang silly girl, wait, don't run, I'll call our boss. Swish swish swish. A group of people all returned to the city. After about 3 to 5 minutes, a player with equipment level that was no less than Yi Tian, or even better, appeared. His name was Outyin's only boss. He held a world-destroying judgment that was as big as an iron tower, and looked down at the world and said, boy, you are so courageous that you even dare to mess with people from my Outyin gang. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will kill you until you can't take care of yourself. The domineering words shocked the lackeys' scalps. This is the real boss. Yi Tian was not in a hurry. Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll recharge some more money. Whatever. The only boss snorted coldly. Yi Tian clicked to enter the VIP 13 exclusive recharge channel, and immediately a sweet female voice sounded, hello, distinguished VIP 13 customer, I am your exclusive operator, may I ask how I can help you? Recharge 1 million. How much? The beautiful operator was stunned. In this RPG game that emphasizes fairness and justice, there are many people who recharge 10,000 yuan at a time, and there are also many who recharge 100,000 yuan at a time, but 1 million. It cannot be said that there are none, but it is really rare. At least few people recharge 1 million at a time. Are you sure it is 1 million? Yes, open the recharge channel. In an instant, a 1 million channel appeared on Yi Tian's recharge page. After the recharge was completed, Yi Tian's level not only rose to 240, but also changed his equipment. The only big boss had the judgment of destruction in his hand, and he had the judgment of the gods, which was a level higher. In the game, the only big boss narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the weapon in Yi Tian's hand, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, judgment of the gods. No wonder you are so confident. Don't talk nonsense, draw your sword. Yi Tian's blood boiled. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. The only big boss roared to the sky, do you think the judgment of the gods is very strong? Look at what this is. While talking with Yi Tian, the only big boss also clicked on the recharge channel, and recharged another 1 million on the basis of the original recharge. All of a sudden, the weapon in his hand turned into the judgment of the wrath of the world. Ha! 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 The little judgment of the wrath of the world dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Yi Tian's middle-aged soul burned fiercely, and this time he recharged 2 million in one breath. Ding! The weapon in Yi Tian's hand turned into the judgment of the Lord of the Realm. Sweat quietly slid down the forehead of the only big boss, and there was no contempt in his eyes anymore. He knew that he had met a strong enemy. But he is not panicking. He can work harder. He opened the recharge channel again. Recharge 4 million. Crack, crack, crack. A strong light burst out from the body of the only boss. The dumbfounded lackeys around him couldn't even stay around him. They had to form a team to avoid the continuous damage of up to 1 million per second. So terrifying. The only boss roared, "Come on. My nemesis. Yi Tian, ha ha ha. Do you think this is my true strength? The seal is released." While speaking, he raised his hand and charged 10 million. Crack! The only boss's domain was ruthlessly crushed into powder. The terrifying iron tower-shaped weapon was pressed against the throat of the only boss. Yi Tian said indifferently, "If you have any other skills, just use them." Sden. Shinra Tensei. Sden. Chibaku Tensei. Fifth gear. Giant gun. Black hole fruit. Devour the heaven and earth. In the next 10 minutes, Yi Tian and the only big man started an unprecedented fierce battle in the game. Maybe the programmers who made this program did not expect that there would be a super rich man who recharged the game in the tens of millions, so various skill codes that were obviously copied from the Japanese comics were installed into the game one by one. After a while, the novelty wore off. Yi Tian felt bored and planned to log off. Coincidentally, the only big boss also complained like Yi Tian, "I am almost exhausted from playing. I have charged more than 40 million in half an hour. No one can beat the other. Brother, how about we play again another day?" Yi Tian was thinking this. "Okay, let's play again another day. I have also charged nearly 50 million. Ha, brother, you are the first person who can keep up with my charging pace. Can you leave your WeChat account? We can play good games together in the future." Okay. Yi Tian was not a shy person. After sending his WeChat account to the only big boss, he went offline. Looking up, a niche variety show called Happy Family was playing on the huge cinema-level screen. In addition to the original three hosts, two familiar figures appeared. My mother was sharp-eyed and recognized who was in it at a glance. Hey, isn't this Xiaoyao and Xiaotong? Really? Yi Tian was happy. The participants in this variety show were Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong. Are these two girls celebrities? My mother's face was full of curiosity. I guess so, but now they are just 18th tier stars. It will take some time for them to become popular. Yi Tian glanced at Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir. Compared with Xiaoyao and Xiaotong, it is undeniable that Weiwei and Shishir have more outstanding personal abilities. One can fight and the other can eat. As long as there is room for them to perform in the show, it will not be difficult for them to become popular. Yi Tian called Pang Wei and confirmed that they were all in Qinyan's villa. Then he took Su Weiwei and Zhao Shishir to visit Building B1, Block B, Imperial Bay, a villa that is no less luxurious than A1. The boy lay on the velvet carpet, playing with his mobile phone. Non-stop. The man who looked like a housekeeper sighed softly and said, "Master, the master just called to ask what investments you made and why you spent nearly 50 million. You didn't recharge the game again, did you?" The boy looked about 15 or 16 years old, handsome, with slightly fair skin. Hearing this, he sat up and said impatiently, "It's just 50 million. It's not 500 million. Are you so nervous? Tell him to transfer a few 100 million to my card." "Master, if you spend money like this, even if the master has hundreds of billions of assets, it will be squandered sooner or later. You should listen to my advice and go back to the master," the housekeeper advised earnestly. The boy snorted coldly, "I will never go back before I become successful. I don't want to live in his shadow anymore." "Master! Enough! I'm going out for a walk." The young master rushed out of the door, and a dozen bodyguards immediately followed in silence. The boy's name is Tang Wei, the only legal heir of the world's top 10 families, the Tang family, the son of the super invisible rich man Tang Weishan. After leaving the villa, Tang Wei thought of the buddy he had just added on WeChat, and sent a message to him, "Brother, where are you from? I'm so bored now, how about I come over to play with you?" "Come to play with me? Why?" Yi Tian was puzzled. He wanted to play with him after just knowing him for a few minutes. Is this guy mentally ill? Because it's really boring. "What, are you afraid that I will play a cyber troll?" "Not really, a few tens of millions, Tang Wei, don't even care about it." "Tang Wei?" Yi Tian waved his hand and searched Baidu. There are many people with the same name and surname as him, but none of them can be compared with this rich man who can spend 50 million to play games. I'm in Haijing, where are you? Yi Tian replied. You're in Haijing? It can't be such a coincidence, I'm in Haijing too. I live in Diwan Bay, and you, which community do you live in? Tang Wei's pretty face showed a surprised expression. I live in Diwan Bay too. I'm in Block A, near the artificial lake near Building A1. Wow. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, Yi Tian saw the boy with extremely fair skin and laughed dumbly. Boss Wei? Leaves don't fall. Tang Wei exclaimed, wow, this world is too small. I can actually meet people who live in the same community while playing a mobile game. Yi Tian also exclaimed that it was a coincidence. It's really a coincidence, just like a script. What are you going to do next? Nothing to do. Tang Wei looked distressed. I sent you a WeChat message because I was too bored. Where are you going, brother Yi? Take me with you? Tang Wei had a very good impression of Yi Tian, who could always surpass him in spending money in the game. Find a few friends and talk about the entertainment industry. Do you want to come together? Okay. Tang Wei nodded repeatedly, in high spirits. Brother Yi, do you have friends in the entertainment industry? I basically know everyone in the Haijing circle. Then you have to introduce them to me quickly. No problem. The two of them came to Qinyan's villa, talking and laughing. Qinyan, Fat Wei, Zhang Shengfeng and others were waiting at the door. When they saw the young man next to Yi Tian with a golden owner's certificate hanging around his neck, their eyes became curious. When did such a young owner appear in Daiwangwan? Brother! Young Master Yi! A group of people greeted him. Yi Tian responded and introduced, this is Tang Wei. Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang. Tang Wei grinned, let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Wei. My father's identity is kept secret. I currently live in Building B1, Block B. I bought it last year for 800 million. Hiss. Hiss. There was a gasp at the scene. Qinyan and Pang Wei are old owners of Emperor Bay. How could they not know that a mysterious rich man anonymously bought Building B1 last year? They even made a special trip to visit with good wine, but unfortunately the owner was very mysterious. They only saw the housekeeper, not the owner. It turned out that the owner was this young man named Tang Wei. While marveling at Tang Wei's identity, everyone looked at Yi Tian with admiration. As expected, the super rich are surrounded by super rich. In Yi Tian's network of contacts, there is actually someone of Tang Wei's level. What a big shot! Brother Yi, your friends are so enthusiastic. Tang Wei smiled. Ha, this is a must. This is your first time here. You will get used to it after more visits. The group came to the top floor. Brother! Brother! Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong ran over excitedly. I was wondering why I couldn't find anyone after I came back from discussing the script. It turns out they all went to greet you. Everyone took their seats and officially started the tea party mode. The topic mainly revolved around forming a girl group. As a newcomer, Tang Wei sat next to Yi Tian very honestly, but his eyes swept over the girls uncontrollably. He had seen many beautiful young ladies, but it was the first time he had seen so many at once. While everyone was chatting, Tang Wei carefully poked Yi Tian's arm. Brother Yi, are these all my sisters-in-law? Yi Tian thought in his heart, of course they are. But he couldn't say that, and smiled and said, why, do you have any ideas? That can't be done. Tang Wei grinned and said, I still understand the principle that you can't play with your friend's wife. You are sensible. Yi Tian patted Tang Wei on the shoulder. Next time I meet a girl who is suitable for you, I will introduce one to you. I don't want it. Tang Wei refused decisively, which made Yi Tian a little puzzled. Why? It's true that beautiful girls are pleasing to the eye, but I prefer to play with men. Women are too hypocritical and troublesome. Tang Wei said with certainty. He was not afraid of offending people. In fact, except Yi Tian, no one dared to retort him. Just as the universal truth, money is a man's dignity. Whether you speak loudly or not depends on how much capital you have. Brother, we have already chosen the name of the girl group. It's called Tiannu Group. Do you think you want to change it? Pang Wei flattered. Tiannu Group? It sounds good. Let's use this. Yi Tian smiled and nodded. Just by listening to the name, he knew that it must be the work of Pang Wei and Qin Yan. They didn't forget to flatter even when naming it. They really deserve a reward. Fat Wei, our photographer, director, props, and venue are all ready. We will officially start filming in the next 2 days. Yi Tian smiled and asked, what kind of program is this? What's the name of the program? The program is called Extreme Girls Group. The general content is to arrange some challenges for the four of them to complete. As the program is recorded, we will invite popular stars to be flying guests. Our flying guests in the first episode are Ziqi, Ouyang Na, and Xiao Tian. Fat Wei introduced, and Jiang Shengfeng interrupted and said, Ouyang Na and Xiao Tian are both celebrities in our company who have no scandals and are very popular with the public. I have greeted them before, and they won't. It doesn't matter whether we steal the limelight or not. The most important thing is to have fun. And I believe in my girls. Their performance will not let me down. His eyes swept over the four girls. Yuqin Xiaoyao nodded heavily, Ning Xiaotong pursed her lips, Su Weiwei lowered her head and said nothing. Only Zhao Shishir looked around. She didn't understand what a girl group was. She only cared about whether she could have enough food. The world is big, but having a full stomach is the most important thing. In the following time, the four girls were left in Qinyan's villa to study the script and the gameplay, while Yi Tian left one step ahead and strolled in the community with Tang Wei. When talking about the investment in the girl group and this new variety show, Tang Wei's face changed slightly. Spending 1 billion to create a variety show, Brother Yi, your hand is too big. 1 billion. Even for Tang Wei, it is a considerable amount of money. As the son of a wealthy man, the first thing he considers is the profit issue. Even if he can find a sponsor, it is difficult to make back the 1 billion. Yi Tian said indifferently, this is just an initial investment, and we will definitely have to add more later. Can we make money? Tang Wei frowned. Yi Tian glanced at him and smiled, I don't care whether I make money or not, I just think it's fun, so I did it. Doing anything, once it is linked to money, starting to consider profit and loss, will eventually change the taste. I just want everything to look like the original. Tang Wei pondered, repeatedly chewing on the meaning of Yi Tian's words, and vaguely seemed to touch something in his heart. After a while, Yi Tian and Tang Wei separated and went home to rest. Tang Wei lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, rarely touching his mobile phone. Seeing this, the housekeeper couldn't help but become curious. Master, what's wrong with you? I met a strange brother today. Tang Wei sat up and said solemnly, he told me that he doesn't consider profit or loss when doing anything, he just does it for fun. He wants everything to look like the original way it was. The housekeeper pondered and said calmly, the big brother you are talking about is either a billionaire or an immature and funny guy. Who is not a slave to money in this world? How many people can be detached without considering profit or loss? Even the master can't do it. This big brother is the former. Tang Wei firmly called for Yi Tian, he is really a strange man. Although I have only been in contact with him for a few hours, I feel like I have suddenly realized something. The housekeeper looked at the young master and said earnestly, young master, what are you doing? Give me the phone, I want to talk to the old man. The housekeeper was shocked on the spot. The young master actually took the initiative to call the old master. After so many years, it's the first time in history. That night, Tang Wei talked with his father Tang Weishan for a long time. When the east was dawning, he made a decision to return to his father, who had a bad relationship with him, to help him with the financial management team. The reason he did this was that he wanted to become like Yi Tian in the future, without having to consider profits and losses, and make money his slave. Emperor Bei, Building A1. You want to leave, why? Yi Tian was puzzled. He liked this young man very much. Except for being a little bit second year, there was nothing wrong with him. Because I also want to be like you, not having to worry about money, and using it to do whatever I like. But my old man said that to achieve this level, you need at least 1 trillion in assets. My family is still far from this goal. Tang Wei said seriously, I have set a small goal, to make 10 billion within 3 years. Yi Tian smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder, I believe in your ability. When you make 10 billion, remember to come back and play with me. Yeah. Tang Wei nodded heavily, then brother, I'm leaving first. Keep in touch on WeChat. I'll take you. Yi Tian put his arm around the boy's shoulder and walked out. Butler Guang took out a notebook and quickly recorded the conversation between the two rich men. Article 146 of the Law of Success, those who achieve great things must first set a goal, such as setting a small goal of 10 billion. Snap. Close the notebook. Guang's mind was shaken. Learning things from the rich is the most valuable wealth. Watching the flight take off, Yi Tian looked at the key and the golden owner's certificate in his hand and was speechless. Before leaving, the cute little Tang Wei actually left him the key to the B1 villa in the Imperial Bay. Yi Tian meant to spend 1 billion to buy it, but Tang Wei refused to do so and got angry, saying that it was too vulgar for good brothers to talk about money. He was not someone who needed 1 billion, so he should just treat it as a parting gift. Time flies like water, and a week has passed in a blink of an eye. It was Saturday, and Yi Tian closed his pancake stall early and went home, and turned on the TV as soon as possible. There are two questions here, which need to be explained separately. The first question is, why does Yi Tian sell pancakes when he is so rich? The answer is simple: because of love. The second question is, why do we watch TV now that the internet is so highly developed? The answer is even simpler. Today is the premiere of Extreme Girl Group Season 1. Under the joint hype of Pang Wei, Qin Yan, and Zhang Shengfeng, this new outdoor variety show with the blessing of three top stars Ziqi, Ouyang Na, and Xiao Tian has become popular before it is broadcast, and has always ranked first in both the topic list and the popularity list. Today will be the first time that the girl group will submit a report card to the audience. So nervous. Yi Tian was very excited. In the past week, he had participated in the recording of several programs. Although he did not appear on the camera, he gave a lot of suggestions that he would never dare to try in other variety shows. I hope these suggestions will not backfire. Ding! The phone rang. After picking her up, it turned out to be Lu Ruyan. The content was very simple. I was stopped at the gate of Emperor Bay. Guang, go pick up General Lu. Yi Tian said casually. Yes. Guang quickly returned and took Lu Ruyan home. This female president, who always topped the list of beautiful female presidents in Haijing City, changed her previous rebelliousness and greeted Yi's father and mother like a girl next door. Hello uncle, hello aunt, I am Yi Tian's friend, Lu Ruyan. This is a gift I brought to the two elders. Oh, this girl is so beautiful, come in, come in. The mother was very happy, holding Lu Ruyan's hand and coming to the living room, and before Yi Tian could speak, she began a series of soul-searching questions. How old is the girl this year? Do you have a boyfriend? Where do you work? Does the company pay for 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Yi Tian laughed out loud, and was very happy. Mom is really cute. Lu Ruyan glared at him and answered the question honestly. Auntie, I'm 25 years old and have never had a boyfriend. I'm now the president of Dauphin Group. I don't have any 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Oh. What kind of job is the president? You can't do it without 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. In the eyes of my mom and dad's generation, no matter what your profession is, without 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, you have no life security. The best choice is to join a state-owned enterprise and become an employee with a stable job. Oh, mother, can you please stop embarrassing yourself? Nothing can be done without 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Look at the car that the girl is driving. It's so weird and it must cost several million. Come on, take a walk with me. Dad pulled Mom up and the old couple went out. He gave Yi Tian a look, which meant, this girl is really good. Come on, son. Yi Tian laughed for a long time. Didn't scare you? My parents are crazy about having a grandson. They will match him up with any pretty girl they see. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. Poor parents in the world, they are all the same. I came here this time to tell you that we, Dauphin, have won the battle with Huayao. Huayao Group retreated when faced with difficulties, and the whole battle cost us 440 million. Yi Tian hummed, that's good, very impressive. Should I transfer the remaining 60 million to the company account or to you? In order to fight the Huayao Group, Yi Tian invested a full 500 million in Lu Ruyan. Put it in the company. Yi Tian said casually, glancing at the time. The show is about to start. What show? Lu Ruyan was a little curious. She knew too many super rich people. Their daily lives were definitely rich and colorful, but they definitely had nothing to do with TV shows. It was better to participate. Extreme Girl Group, a show I invested in. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of explosions and running footage were exposed, and several unfamiliar beautiful girls screamed and rushed out of the screen. The host said in a clear voice, tonight, the most expensive, hottest, most passionate, warmest, and most brain-burning variety show in history is officially launched. Now please welcome our members of the girl group. Yuqin Xiaoyao, Ning Xiaotong, Su Weiwei, Zhao Shishir. Hey, isn't this girl the one who was by your side that day? Lu Ruyan looked at Su Weiwei. Yi Tian hummed, well, it's okay for her to stay by my side anyway, so I sent her to participate in the variety show. If you are not in a hurry, let's watch it together? Lu Ruyan nodded. It had been several years since she last watched TV. She had no time and no mood. As the show was broadcast, the 4 members of the Tiannu group and the 4 flying guests appeared one after another. When Lu Ruyan saw Ziqi, Xiaotian, Ouyang Na, and Long, her face changed slightly. These were all top-notch stars in China, especially Ziqi, who was the undisputed top star. She was only one step away from becoming a queen of heaven. The appearance fees of these stars alone were over 100 million. The host went straight to the point. Today, our Extreme Tiannu group will be divided into two teams to compete. One team is the Tiannu team. The other team is the guest team. Okay, now please invite the members of the two teams to start the first game session of the day. This is no different from other variety shows. The beginning is very dull. Yes, except for Ziqi, Xiaotian, Ouyang Na and Lon. I don't know any of the four female MCs. Come for Ziqi. Xiaotian. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Brother Long is number one. Brother Long is the best. Toughen up this group of celestial maidens who are just vases. The show had just been aired for 15 minutes when the internet showed a one-sided situation. The number of people cheering for the guest team reached several million, while the number of people cheering for the celestial maidens team was only tens of thousands. This was not surprising. The four celestial maidens, except for Qin Xiaoyao who was a 36-tier celebrity, Ning Xiaoton, Su Weiwei, and Zhao Shishir were all outsiders and no one knew them at all. It was already very good to have tens of thousands of people to support them. Since it was the first time to record a variety show, the four celestial maidens were a little restrained and behaved very conventionally, which was not as good as Ziqi and the others. As a result, there were not many shots, and more than 80% of the jokes came from Ziqi and his group. Finally, the first game session came to an end, and the first small climax appeared. The program group showed the cars of the winning team. They were four Porsches worth more than 3 million. Red, blue, black, white. A total of 4 models. The friends in front of the TV were stunned instantly. This program group is so rich and inhumane. Shouldn't there be an ad here? And they're all consecutive numbers? 6,666. In the program, the host said, since you four guests are the winners, you can go first. Ziqi will go first. Xiao Tian, bye. The four guests drove away in a luxury car. The host said, the slogan of our Extreme Girl group is, passionate. Exciting. It's full of variables and reversals. Maybe you are the winner 1 second, and the loser the next. The failed Tiannu team. Now there is a chance for revenge in front of you. Do you want to accept this opportunity? The four girls looked at each other, whispered for a while, and Su Weiwei said, we accept the revenge opportunity. Host, okay. Tiannu team. The revenge mission is on. 10 minutes later. After the Tiannu team completed the revenge mission with great difficulty, the real climax began. At this time, Ziqi and the other four had already driven onto the highway. Suddenly, the picture was cut into 4 frames, and a cold warning sound came from the Porsche, attention. Since the Tiannu team has completed the revenge mission and chose to destroy, your car will explode within 5 minutes. Please leave the vehicle quickly. The countdown starts now at 4 minutes 59, 4 minutes 58, 4 minutes 57-inch Ziqi, oh my god. Is it true? Explosion? Xiaotian, stop it. I'm on the highway? Where can I park? Ouyang Na, hey. Director. Can you please stop making such scary jokes? Long, huh? Explosion? Are you trying to scare me? Time passed. Although the four guests knew that the program crew was deliberately trying to scare them, for the sake of the program effect, they could only leave the vehicles one after another and gather together to chat. It's fine to force them to get off the car, but playing with explosions is ridiculous. That's right, this is not a movie. Even if it is a movie, how many people are willing to blow up real cars? What should we do now? There is no way, we can only use facial recognition to stop a car and rush to the mission point. Ziqi sighed and looked around. But at this moment, there were 4 loud bangs. The 4 Porsches not far away turned into 4 big fireballs, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The powerful shockwave even knocked Ziqi over. The 4 guests stared at the 4 Porsches in amazement, their mouths opened in an O shape. This was not acting, but fear from the heart. Play. For real? Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Are you kidding me? I'm here to participate in a variety show, not to risk my life with you guys. Production crew, are you crazy? You want to kill people? Even crazier than the 4 guests were the friends watching the show in front of the TV. Oh my god, this is amazing. 4 Porsches. Total value of more than 12 million. They just exploded? Am I watching a movie? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV. This show. I'm a fan. It's too exciting. There was an uproar on the internet. Lu Rian withdrew her gaze from the screen in a daze, staring at Yi Tian beside her. Those cars. Yeah, they're amazing. Yi Tian nodded vigorously. It's cool. He bought these cars at the auto show a week ago. He wanted to give them away, but when he saw that the program crew was short of props, he simply gave them away. Of course, although this idea was proposed by Yi Tian, the real implementers were Jiang Shengfeng, Pang Wei, and Qin Yan. The show continues. The scene changed, and 4 celestial beings were seen sitting on a farm tractor, singing and dancing on their way to the mission area, which formed a sharp contrast with the embarrassment of Ziqi and the other 4. In just a few minutes of footage, the celestial beings gained nearly 1 million supporters. Su Weiwei raised her fist. "We must win." Yuqin Xiaoyao said, "Yes, for my brother. We must win." Ning Xiaotong, "Give my heart to my brother." Zhao Shishir, "I'm hungry. Did you watch the Extreme Girl Group yesterday afternoon?" "I was working overtime, so I didn't watch the premiere, but watched the rerun. I was scared to death. I haven't seen such an exciting variety show for a long time. It feels like the budget is burning in every frame. The most amazing thing is that they are all real in it. Those girls are really ruthless and almost ruined the guests of Murasaki. I have already raised my expectations for the Extreme Girl Group. As long as the quality of the next few episodes doesn't drop too much, I can follow it for the rest of my life. I'm looking forward to Saturday coming soon. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the 4 MCs now, and I like them more and more." Only one day has passed. The local tycoon variety show Extreme Girl Group has soared to the 5th place in the overall variety show ranking list with its excellent production. In fact, this ranking is not low at all. After all, the 4 variety shows ahead of it are all old-fashioned programs that have been broadcast for more than 10 years and have a group of fixed fans. If you want to surpass them, you must be patient. While people were frantically swiping their social media and major websites to promote the Extreme Girls, a group of bigwigs in the variety show industry gathered at a hotel in Xinjiang. The leading man said coldly, "I'm sure you all know why I called you to a meeting urgently. Yesterday, a dark horse variety show appeared, Extreme Girls. I wonder how many people here haven't watched it." People looked at each other in bewilderment. They are in the variety show business, so they will naturally study the gameplay of other people's variety shows. Facing the Extreme Girls, which suddenly appeared, they couldn't help but watch it. "Since you have all seen it, don't you think there is something wrong?" The man's name is Tao. He has been in the industry for more than 30 years and has countless halos on his head. He is a senior member of the Directors Association, the president of the Variety Mutual Aid Association, a member of the Actors Association, and so on. I discovered that the production team of this show doesn't take money seriously at all. I roughly calculated that in the first episode alone, the cost of blowing up vehicles and buildings was as high as 30 million. This is almost the investment of a whole season of a small or medium-sized variety show, or the salary of a top celebrity for 1 quarter. The high investment doesn't matter. The most infuriating thing is that, apart from the advertisements at the beginning of the 2-hour variety show, there is not even a single ad placement or voiceover in the program. Doesn't this lead to a bad trend in our variety show circle? That's right. This morning when I looked at Weibo, tens of thousands of people were scolding me, saying that I should learn from Extreme Girls and reduce ad placement in voiceover. I did want to, but the sponsor doesn't agree. Besides, without ad placement, what can we do to invite the host? Guests, how do you make money? That's right. The production team of the Extreme Girl Group is too much. They actually did such a crazy thing as not inserting advertisements in the program for the sake of ratings. How can we tolerate it? It's just a bad apple spoiling the whole pot of porridge. Brother Tao, you are not a person who shoots without a purpose. Have you thought of a solution? People all looked at Tao. Tao laughed, with an expression of wisdom. This is the effect he wanted. Because of this matter, I have contacted the main creative team of the Extreme Girl Group. They should be on the plane now and will come to meet us later. When they arrive, we must work together to protest their shameless behavior. Once they raise the threshold of variety shows and raise the audience's appreciation level, our next days will be extremely difficult. That's right. Resolutely protest. We must make them cut the investment funds for each episode, and at the same time insert a large number of advertisements and hard implants that affect the program effect. Only variety shows that make the audience uncomfortable are good variety shows. You're right. Everyone is united against the same enemy, unprecedented unity. Haijing City, in front of the gate of number 2 middle school. Yi Tian was making pancakes while holding the phone and cursing. Why do you care about those psychopaths? Do we rely on them for a living? We rely on the audience. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. As long as our production is good enough and sincere enough, the audience will like to watch it, and then I can achieve my goal of making the girl group popular. Fatway, if you dare to turn your elbow outward, don't say you know me in the future. I can't afford to lose that person. Brother, I understand the truth, but if we really annoy the people in this circle, we won't be able to invite flying guests in the future. Lao Jiang has been warned just now. Pang Wei was in a dilemma. As a newcomer who was doing variety shows for the first time, he never dreamed that his excellent production and good viewing experience would be collectively dissed by his peers. This circle is really messy. What does Lao Jiang mean now? 6 yuan. Yi Tian completed the transaction and asked. Lao Jiang is a little hesitant, otherwise I can't ask you what you mean. Wait, I'll go back now for a meeting. Yi Tian was quite annoyed. This was the first time he was so angry since he got the system. He jumped up, stepped on the tricycle, and rode away. Emperor Bei, Qin Yan's villa. Several big bosses gathered together, including the 4 main MCs headed by Qin Xiaoyao. Brother! Brother! Young Master Yi! Everyone stood up and greeted them. Yi Tian waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Now, what's going on? Yi Tian asked. The chief director was a bald man, and he said angrily, they said that the production budget must be cut, and a large number of advertisements must be inserted, otherwise they will jointly boycott our extreme girl group and prevent us from inviting any guests in the future. Are they so capable? Yi Tian clicked his tongue. Zhang Shengfeng is an old man in the circle and has the most say. He said with a dim look in his eyes, what they said is true. The connections of these old foxes in the circle are unimaginable. They really have the power to decide the life and death of a program. Let's not talk about anything else. The #1 male role in my 2 movies was temporarily withdrawn. Zhang Shengfeng is not only the boss of Huang Entertainment, but also an actor. In the final analysis, it is because our program is produced too well and we consider the audience experience too much, which destroys the original ecology of the variety show circle. Once the ceiling is raised, they have to increase production costs and reduce advertising placement for the sake of ratings. This is a devastating blow to any variety show. The chief director continued, to put it bluntly, before we appeared, these variety show bosses could die comfortably, but now that we appear, they will live a life worse than death. What does it take to produce a top variety show? Who can tell me? Yi Tian asked a soul-searching question. Several bosses looked at each other. The chief director said, in the final analysis, it's just one word, money. As long as the money is in place, all the glass will be broken. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth, then do you think I'm short of money? Everyone said in unison, no. Then why are you panicking? Yi Tian's eyes were sharp. Listen carefully, I am now investing 5 billion, regardless of any profit or loss. The only requirement is that the Extreme Girl Group must be made. From now on, I want there to be only 2 kinds of variety shows on the earth. One is the Extreme Girl Group, and the other is other variety shows. Do you understand what I mean? Fat Wei stood up excitedly. Xin Yan stood up excitedly. Zhang Shengfeng slapped the table and stood up. The chief director stood up with tears in his eyes. Everyone stood up. Swish. People bent their right hands over their hearts and said in unison, I am willing to give my heart for Master Yi. Huang Sancher, Sun Huanglei, Huang Bo, and Shin Tang are all actors I like. Send a notice to their company, add a 0 to the original salary, and invite them to come and record a new episode of Extreme Girl Group. Yes. Isn't it just money? Do I need it? Yi Tian pouted. Are you bullying me because the system is upgrading and I can't sign in? Sorry, I still have nearly 10 billion lying in the bank crying lonely, and I'm worried that I can't spend it. Shengjing Hotel. A group of bigwigs in the variety show industry waited and waited, from morning to noon, and from noon to evening. They were almost covered with spider webs, but they still didn't wait for the main creators of Extreme Girl Group. This made everyone, including Tao, feel deeply malicious and offended. I invited you to come here to give you face. Since you choose not to, don't blame me for being rude to you. Tao's face was gloomy, and he waved his hand and said, go and say hello to each company and ban the Extreme Girl Group. Yes. Kill these shameless guys. Get him. Unprecedented unity in the variety show circle. At the same time, Yi Tian and his parents were chatting with Sun Huanlei and Huang Sancher. The superb acting skills of these 2 male artists were deeply loved by their parents, and they never dreamed that they would see them alive one day. Yi Tian, you 2 brothers have come all the way here, why don't you have a meal together? I have already booked a hotel, and by the way, we can meet the other main creators of Extreme Girl Group. Huang Sancher smiled and said, okay, I'm hungry too. I watched your show yesterday, it was great. This is the variety show I have always dreamed of participating in. Sun Huanglei was surprised, sure, you still have time to watch variety shows? Aren't you cooking for people? Huang Sancher laughed, I can't cook 24 hours a day, can I? You didn't watch this variety show, why did you come here? The money is a lot. Sun Huanglei has a straightforward personality and is not pretentious at all. He glared and said, "The pay for recording one episode is more than that for recording a season of other shows. If I don't come, do you think I'm stupid? I have paid all my bills. Aren't you stupid? Extreme stupid. You are stupid. Ha 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 ha." These two old brothers started to quarrel as soon as they met, which was full of humor. At that moment, a group of people went to the hotel. The atmosphere was very lively with cups clinking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, Yi Tian said, "Brother Huanglei, brother Shi, please stay at my place tonight. Don't stay in the hotel. It's not convenient." "Stay at your place? Is it convenient?" Sun Huanglei and Huang Sancher looked at each other. "It's very convenient. There is everything there. Nothing is missing. I will arrange some people to take care of you. Just tell them if you have any needs. Then I'd be honored to refuse." Huang Sancher sure smiled and nodded. "Building B1 will be our special meeting room from now on. Don't go to Lao Chin's place all the time. A good home has been turned into a meeting room. How can we live there in the future?" "Okay, I'll listen to you. No problem." Xin Yan's gratitude was beyond words. "This big brother, I will definitely follow him." After the dinner, a group of people returned to Daiwangwan, talking and laughing. Sitting on the velvet carpet in Building B1, Sun Huanglei said with a sigh, "A villa of this level would cost at least 500 million or 600 million, right? It's comparable to the courtyard houses in Xinjiang." Xin Yan smiled and said, "The selling price 2 years ago was 1 billion, and now it has increased to about 1 to 1. 2 billion. Huang Sancher took a sip of champagne and asked curiously, "Who is this young Master Yi? He is so powerful." Pang Wei said, "Young Master Yi doesn't like others to pry into his private life, but Mr. Huang, I can reveal a little information to you. Have you heard of the Tang Group?" "Tang Group? Which Tang?" "Tang Weishan." Huang Sancher was stunned. "The invisible rich man?" "Yes, Tang Weishan's only son Tang Wei calls our young Master Yi brother. This villa originally belonged to Tang Wei, and he gave it to young Master Yi after he left." Chuckling, Huang Sancher and Sun Huanglei's faces changed slightly. Pang Wei's words contained too much information. The only designated heir of the Tang Group, one of the world's top financial groups, calls Yi Tian brother? How strong is Yi Tian himself, who even casually gave him a villa worth more than 1 billion? You can't even see him when you look up. He is simply unimaginable. The two looked at each other and thought of one thing in tacit understanding. It was late at night and everyone dispersed. 2 top artists were in separate rooms making phone calls. "Sun Huanglei, I tell you, Xiaozhou, don't pay attention to Tao and the others, withstand the pressure. The boss behind the Extreme Girl Group is much more terrifying than you think. It is preliminarily estimated that he has hundreds of billions of assets. We must establish a good relationship with the project team here." Huang Sancher, Ishing, are you still awake? "I just signed with the Extreme Girl Group as a flying guest and recorded a program in Haijing. Well, when I finish my cooperation with this side, I will recommend you here. The boss here is very powerful. Don't think too much. Is the master going to harm you? Joining this program will definitely take your acting career to the next level. Your brother Huang Lei is here too. From what they said, they will invite your brother Huang Bo and Shintang in a few days. What a ban, how dare he? I, Huang Sancher, have taught so many movie stars that you can't even count them with one slap. When it comes to connections, who are your master and your brothers afraid of?" "Okay, that's it for now, I'm hanging up." Hang up the call. The 2 old foxes in the entertainment industry walked out of their rooms and looked at each other. Sun Huanglei laughed and said, "Don't think I don't know who you are calling." Huang Sancher laughed and said, "Don't think I don't know who you are calling. Ha 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 ha. You old fox. Ha ha ha, you big fool. Emperor Bei, Building A1. My parents have already fallen asleep." In the huge hall, there are only Qin Xiaoyao and Yi Tian. Qin Xiaoyao snuggled up to Yi Tian, her face flushed. "Brother, I'm sleepy, I'm a little sleepy too. How about, let's go to bed?" Yi Tian hesitated. Qin Xiaoyao nodded vigorously. "Brother, you accompany me, I dare not sleep alone." "When did you get this problem?" Yi Tian smiled, took Qin Xiaoyao's hand, and staggered upstairs. There are 3 happiest things in life: being named on the list of successful candidates, the wedding night, and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Tonight, Yi Tian was lucky enough to have one of them. The morning light was slightly revealed, and the sparrows returned home. A call from the crew called Qin Xiaoyao away. Yi Tian, who was half asleep and half awake, opened his hands and savored the madness of last night. For words, you will know the taste after you have tasted the marrow. The body of a beautiful woman in her 20s is like butter, and her waist is like a sword that cuts through the mundane world. You don't see her head falling in the open, but she makes your bones dry in secret. So wet. So wet. Looking at the scarlet on the bedsheet, Yi Tian took his eyes off for a long time. He has never been a man who is easily controlled by desires. He knows very well that he cannot indulge in women. He has to do business next. So, what is business? Spending money, of course. There are nearly 5 billion in the bank card, and they must not be allowed to lie in the bank card and cry lonely in the dark night. Xiao Group. This is the first time Yi Tian has come to the Xiao Group since Xiao Rong admitted her mistake and apologized. No matter what, Xiao Rong is also Yi Tian's legal wife in the true sense, and he still has to take care of her. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The beautiful female receptionist stopped Yi Tian with her innocent eyes blinking. Yi Tian naturally wouldn't argue with a little girl, and said, I'm looking for Xiao Rong. Ah, you're looking for President Xiao, do you have an appointment? President Xiao is in a meeting. The female receptionist flipped through the schedule and replied. Go to her office and tell her that her husband is here. Yi Tian said. The female receptionist was stunned for 5 seconds before she reacted, and hurriedly stood up and apologized repeatedly. Although the female receptionist had only been working at Zhao's group for less than a week, she knew all the legendary stories about President Zhao's husband, and her ears were almost calloused. The most legendary event was of course the 1-ton golden peach that was placed on my grandmother's birthday. If anyone could do this to me, I would definitely try my best to give birth to a baby for him. The receptionist hurriedly led the way in front, and from time to time she secretly glanced at Yi Tian from the corner of her eyes, and she was full of admiration in her heart, so handsome. Mr. Xiao is so lucky to have found such a handsome and rich husband. If my future husband is half as good as him, I will be so happy. Arriving at the top-floor conference room, the receptionist waved her hand and said, Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhao's office is in front. Mr. Yi? Huang Ying, who was at the door of the conference room, caught a glimpse of Yi Tian and rushed over in a hurry. Why are you here? I came to see you when I have nothing to do. Yi Tian said casually. Huang Ying waved her hand, motioning the receptionist to leave, and she respectfully led Yi Tian to the conference room. Really handsome and elegant. The receptionist reluctantly withdrew her eyes from Yi Tian. The atmosphere in the meeting room was not harmonious. In fact, it was full of gunpowder. The senior executives, who were divided into 2 factions, were arguing fiercely over a real estate project. Boss Xiao, Boss Yi is here. Huang Ying pushed the door open carefully and whispered in Xiao Rong's ear. Xiao Rong frowned. Yi Tian? What is he doing here? Is he not satisfied with humiliating me? Xiao Rong was about to speak when Yi Tian pushed the door open. His appearance caused the huge venue to fall into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the super-rich man who had made a big splash at his grandmother's birthday party. That's right. Wow. Someone immediately stood up and shouted affectionately, Boss Yi. Young Master Yi is here. What brings you here, young Master Yi? Yi Tian waved his hand cheerfully. Don't be too polite. I just wanted to take a look because I was very quiet. Just treat me as if I don't exist and continue the meeting. Ah, the 2 elders are also here. Yi Tian smiled at Zhao's father and mother. Zhao's father stood up with a smile and glared at his daughter, Rong. Xiao Rong endured the discomfort and came to Yi Tian, forcing a smile and squeezing out a word from between her teeth. What do you want to do? Don't you understand what I said? I'm just bored. I'm free. What, don't you welcome your husband? Yi Tian raised his hand and knocked on Xiao Rong's forehead. This seemingly intimate move aroused the envy of a group of senior executives. Rong is a blessed person after all. The young couple has a great relationship. It's really enviable. Xiao Rong wanted to say to these people, you are talking nonsense. There is no such thing. I wish I could divorce this immediately. I don't have any feelings for him. However, one has to bow his head under the eaves. She really didn't have the courage to say these words in front of Yi Tian and a group of relatives. She has learned her lesson and become smart. She knows that the person standing in front of her now is the actual controlling shareholder of Dofeng Group, a terrifying person who can acquire Zhao's company with a flip of his hand and make them homeless. So, Xiao Rong pursed her lips and protested silently. Yi Tian naturally didn't mind these details. He came to sit next to Xiao Rong, picked up a document at random, looked at it, and said, Are you planning to acquire the land in the west of the city and do real estate yourself? Yes, we are discussing the feasibility of this project. Another CEO of Xiao Group said. This project looks very good. What's there to argue about? Xiao Rong gritted her teeth and said, Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand anything. If the project is good, it depends on the overall strength of the group, otherwise it will end up with a person's greed. Yi Tian supported his chin and smiled and said, "Oh, I understand when you put it that way. Are you short of money?" Ha! Xiao Rong kept silent. This was an obvious matter, otherwise why were they arguing? The CEO said, "The group's funds are indeed tight, but it would be a pity to give up this project." "I didn't ask you." Yi Tian didn't even look at the CEO, just stared at Xiao Rong. "Are you short of money? If you are short of money, I can lend it to you, as long as you ask." Xiao Rong glared at him, and wanted to say, "Why are you lending me money? We are short of hundreds of millions." But then she changed her mind. This guy gave hundreds of millions as a birthday gift to his great-grandmother, and the words got stuck in her throat. Wrong. Zhao's mother, she winked at her daughter, and the tribesmen all showed their expectation. They simply regarded Xiao Rong as the only hope of the whole village. At this moment, Xiao Rong deeply felt the malice of the world towards her. Should we be so realistic? Is my dignity not important? Zhao's mother's eyes were firm. Yes, compared with 500 million, your dignity is not important at all. Xiao Rong took a deep breath. If you want to win this project, you need at least 500 million. Then what? Yi Tian said with interest. He especially liked to see Xiao Rong, the proud little peacock, dejected after being defeated. It was really infuriating and funny. You. Xiao Rong's face flushed red, and she said with difficulty, "Can you lend us 500 million? We will pay the interest." "So you are begging me?" Yi Tian's eyes were gentle. "Not bad, you have learned your lesson." Yes, Xiao Rong lowered her head, ashamed. "Okay. Lend it to you." Yi Tian made the final decision. The purpose of coming to Xiao Group today was to spend money. Although he only spent 500 million and did not meet his psychological expectations, it was still okay. When there was an uproar all around, Yi Tian knocked on the table and said, "I'm lending you this money for the sake of my grandmother and Xiao Rong. No interest or anything like that. After all, Xiao Rong and I are legally married. When my wife is in trouble, as a husband, I can help her. But I have one condition. This project must be handed over to Xiao Rong. Do you have any objections?" No. Very reasonable. Young Master Yi, you are so generous. A group of people nodded one after another. What does a 500 million interest-free loan mean? It's enough for their entire group to have food and clothing for the next few years. Xiao Rong widened her eyes and looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. Yi Tian smiled. "Dear, give me your bank account later. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." After that, Yi Tian turned around and left. "Hurry up and find somewhere else to spend the money." "Yi Tian." Xiao Rong chased after him. "You. Wait. Why?" Xiao Rong lowered her voice and said, "What we just talked about was 500 million. Not 500, not 5,000. You just lent it to me like that? What exactly are you up to? What do you want to get from it?" Yi Tian raised a finger and shook it. "Xiao Rong, don't think I'm that complicated. I just simply want to spend money." Yi Tian left gracefully, leaving Xiao Rong standing in the empty corridor like a stone sculpture, feeling mixed emotions. She couldn't even tell whether she was grateful or disgusted with Yi Tian, but she was sure of one thing: Yi Tian was no longer the dough that could be flattened and rolled by anyone. His every move was full of the unique temperament of a superior, and the radiance on his body was so dazzling that she felt ashamed of herself. Rong Yi, did Mr. Yi bully you again?" Huang Ying asked cautiously. She was at the door just now and didn't know what happened in the meeting room. Xiao Rong smiled bitterly and said, "If he bullied me, I wouldn't be so conflicted. He just invested 500 million in the group." What? Huang Ying was still in a daze. Zhao's father and mother rushed out. Seeing Yi Tian leaving, they couldn't help but blame their daughter. Rong, why are you so ignorant? With such a big investment, you should at least treat Yi Tian to a meal. Xiao Tian is such a good boy. From this incident, it can be seen that he still has feelings for you. You must hold on to him firmly. Why are you still standing there? Go after him quickly. Just say that I will cook for him tonight and invite him home for dinner. Looking at her parents who had completely rebelled, Xiao Rong's face was sad. How do you know he has feelings for me? He is just an emotionless money-spending machine. Mr. Xiao, you have made a great contribution to the family this time. Mr. Xiao, your husband is amazing. It's really enviable to have such a husband. A group of senior executives squeezed out and congratulated sincerely. However, to Xiao Rong, every congratulation was like a knife stabbing into her heart. It was hard for her not to think about what she had done to Yi Tian before he became so successful. She was suddenly overwhelmed with shame and chased after him as if possessed by a ghost. Downstairs, Yi Tian got on the tricycle and was about to leave when he heard Xiao Rong calling him. He turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiao Rong summoned up the courage to say, "Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner." Yi Tian thought about it and said, "Sure, see you tonight." The tricycle creaked away. Zhao's mother came to her daughter and said softly, "I like you more and more, Rong Rong. Your father and I are old. We will have to retire in the group in a few years. If we have a grandson or granddaughter, how great it would be." Xiao Rong looked at her parents, speechless, and couldn't help asking, "Has any one of you seen Yi Tian's parents? I haven't seen them anyway. Why do you think he is willing to have a child with me?" This. Father Xiao and Mother Xiao looked at each other and saw shame in each other's eyes. When Yi Tian first married into the Xiao family, he mentioned it unintentionally at the dinner table. He said, "Uncle, since I am married to Xiao Rong, I want to invite my parents to come and meet the two elders and Xiao Rong, the daughter-in-law. After all, they are relatives." Father Xiao just laughed at the time and said that there was no need to be so troublesome, and wait until Xiao Rong recovered from her illness. Mother Xiao was even more excessive, and said, "Your parents seem to be farmers? There is nothing to know. We have no common topics." Since then, Yi Tian has never mentioned this matter again. Perhaps it was from that time that Yi Tian completely drew a line between himself and the Xiao group. The so-called marriage, for Yi Tian, is just a transaction, nothing more. "You don't accompany me when I am down, who are you to make a comeback?" Xiao Rong murmured, "You can just give up this idea. We hurt Yi Tian too much. It is not easy for him to put aside his past grudges and do what he has today. Don't have too many illusions." Alas, Zhao's father and mother sighed, regretting their decision. "But he promised to come home for dinner tonight." Xiao Rong turned around silently. After leaving the Xiao group, Yi Tian staggered to the Zhao's old house to visit his great-grandmother. He had a very high favorability towards this burly great-grandmother. Just as he arrived near the Zhao's old house, a Lamborghini suddenly drove towards them and stopped at the door. A beautiful girl dressed in fashionable clothes got out of the car, glanced at Yi Tian, and trotted over and said, "How much is the pancake?" 6 yuan. Yi Tian said, "Give me a set." The girl said, "No coriander." "Okay." Yi Tian got out of the car decisively to operate. A middle-aged man got out from the other side and said helplessly, "I've told you many times not to eat this kind of street stall. It's not only unhygienic, but also not nutritious and bad for your health. Why don't you listen?" "But I'm hungry." The girl pinched her waist and said angrily, "It will take a long time to have dinner. Do you want to starve me to death? We are already at the door of our house." The middle-aged man looked helpless. Judging from their appearance, it should be the father and daughter. Yi Tian said with a smile, "As the saying goes, if it is not clean, you will not get sick if you eat it. Besides, these ingredients are prepared on the same day, absolutely pure green and pollution-free, you can eat it with confidence." The middle-aged man snorted, "Who does business and does not say that their own products are good?" The girl glared at her father, looked at Yi Tian and said, "Little brother, you look so young, do you make money selling pancakes?" "Not bad." Yi Tian told the truth, "If I'm lucky, I can make 300 to 500 a day. That's not a small amount." The girl counted on her fingers, with the domestic consumption level, it should be enough to support the family. "Yes. Little brother, my name is Xiao Yuyan, what's your name?" The girl was at the age of innocence and romance, and she was a little familiar. "Yi Tian." "Yuyan, how many times have I told you not to talk to strangers? Do you know who is a good person and who is a bad person?" said the middle-aged man. Yi Tian didn't care, and handed the hot pancake to Xiao Yuyan, smiling, "Be careful of the heat, eat slowly." "Okay, thank you, brother Yi Tian, goodbye." Xiao Yuyan and her daughter turned and walked into the old house of the Xiao family. On the other side, Yi Tian locked the tricycle and walked in. Xiao Yuyan was eating the pancake happily, and when she saw Yi Tian, her big eyes were filled with question marks. The middle-aged man looked cold. "What are you doing? This is the old house of the Xiao family, no entry for outsiders." "I'm here to find my grandmother." "Looking for my grandmother? Who are you?" "I said my name is Yi Tian, and I sell pancakes." "What's your relationship with my grandmother?" "Wow. Are you checking the household registration? I want to ask who you are." Yi Tian was a little annoyed. This man was so nagging. The middle-aged man straightened his back and said, "Xiao Yuan, this is my daughter, Xiao Yuyan. You probably didn't come to my great-grandmother's birthday party." Yi Tian said. Everyone who attended the birthday party knew him, Yi Tian. After all, he was the most handsome guy in the whole old house that night. "You even knew about my great-grandmother's birthday party?" "Yes, there was an accident at that time, which delayed us." While Xiao Yuan was hesitating with Yi Tian, Xiao Yuyan hugged the golden birthday peach in front of the door. "Dad. Look." This is the 1-ton golden birthday peach. Wow! It's so beautiful. Xiao Yuren's eyes sparkled with dazzling brilliance. She walked quickly to her daughter's side, gently stroking the lump of gold, and said earnestly, Yu Yan, if you agree to the engagement with Jace, you can also afford such an expensive birthday gift. After all, your sister Xiaorong is so lucky. By the way, what is her husband's name? It seems to be Yi or something, I forgot. Xiao Yuyan said, and suddenly turned sideways and hugged the golden birthday peach and took a bite. Under Yi Tian's stunned eyes, a clearly visible small tooth mark appeared on the golden birthday peach. Yi Tian. This child is not mentally retarded. Xiao Yuren. Yes, it's true. Xiao Yuyan wiped the saliva on the teeth marks with her sleeve, then turned to her father and said, Dad, how many times have I told you that you can't be too power hungry? I admit that Jace's family is very rich, but I don't have any feelings for him. How could he marry me for money? Even if Jace and I really got married, do you think he would be as generous as my cousin's husband and buy golden birthday peaches worth hundreds of millions as a birthday gift? After all, Sister Xiaorong and my cousin's husband have a deep relationship. Feelings? Well, not really. Yi Tian complained silently, but his affection for Xiao Yuyan deepened. This girl has a positive outlook on life. Xiao Yuren snorted, what do you know at such a young age? Feelings are important, but bread is more important. Without bread, how can we maintain our relationship? Love is enough. Xiao Yuyan pinched her slender waist and said stubbornly, if I meet him in my heart, I will be willing to go out with him to collect scrap. Nonsense. I didn't hear anything. Xiao Yuren had no idea what to do with her daughter, so she could only point the finger at Yi Tian, a stranger. What on earth are you doing? Didn't I say I'm here to find my grandmother? Who are you? Can anyone meet my grandmother? Well, she's being hypocritical again. At this moment, several family members who had lived in the old house for a long time came out, and were overjoyed to see Xiao Yuren. Yuren? Ah, sister. Long time no see. Xiao Yuren quickly walked up to the middle-aged woman and hugged her, and said to her daughter, Yu Yan, call me aunt. Aunt. Xiao Yuyan said obediently. Hey, when you left, Yu Yan was like this. Grow up, it's been more than 10 years, and she's this big now. The eldest aunt's eyes were filled with tears. When her eyes fell on Yi Tian, she paused suddenly, young Master Yi. Eldest aunt. Yi Tian didn't know much about the seniority. What aunt, uncle, aunt, uncle. Just follow the random names. Come on, come in. The eldest aunt grabbed Yi Tian and said, Grandma has been nagging you recently, saying that you don't keep your word. You promised to visit her often, but it's been such a long time, and there's no trace of you. It's my fault. Yi Tian said with a grin. Xiao Yuren and Xiao Yuyan were both stunned. Xiao Yuyan tugged at the corner of Yi Tian's clothes. Who are you? Yi Tian. Yi Tian felt it necessary to explain, because the father and daughter didn't look too smart. Xiaorong's husband, your cousin's husband, and the golden birthday peach was given by me. Xiao Yuren staggered and nearly fell. Xiao Yuyan opened her mouth in an O shape. Looking at Yi Tian's back, Xiao Yuren felt that his 3 views were impacted, and he turned his head away involuntarily. He now had only a big question mark in his mind. Selling pancakes in China is so profitable? Is it necessary to invest? Xiao Yuyan is not as snobbish as his father. She has peach and apricot eyes, hands on her heart, jumping and screaming, oh my god, cousin-in-law is so handsome. Inner courtyard. Seeing Yi Tian, the grandmother deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry. Xiao Tian. Tell me, how long have you not come to see me? Yi Tian smiled, rolled up his sleeves, performed an ancient salute, and shouted in a shrill voice, Yi Tian greets the grandmother. Grandma is blessed. You child. Naughty. The grandmother was instantly delighted. Come and sit down. Hey. Yi Tian came to sit beside the grandmother, and then the eldest aunt said, Grandma, Yuren is back with his daughter Yu Yan. You run? Who is Yu Run? The grandmother was stunned. Then she saw Xiao Yuren and Xiao Yuyan walked into the hall quickly. Xiao Yuren said with tears in her eyes, Grandma, the unworthy descendant Xiao Yuren is back. You run. The grandmother stood up tremblingly, walked down the steps tremblingly, came to Xiao Yuren, raised her hand and slapped her. Snap. It was so loud that Xiao Yuren was slapped like a top and spun 3 times on the spot. Where am I? Was I beaten? Xiao Yuren was puzzled and rubbed her painful face. You still know how to come back. Why don't you die outside? The grandmother shouted. Grandma! Xiao Yuyan shouted weakly. Facing this tall and burly, hill-like grandmother, Xiao Yuyan looked very petite. Yuyan! Yuyan has grown so big. The grandmother excitedly grabbed Xiao Yuyan's hand. Good girl, Yi Tian, who was watching from the side, almost got hurt. This Xiao family grandmother was too funny, and was simply a well-known double standard in China. Her attitude towards Yuren and Yu Yan was very different. Xiao Yuyan puffed up her cheeks and glared at Yi Tian. In the following time, a group of people gathered together to chat about the secrets of the Xiao family. No matter how much Yi Tian was loved by the grandmother, he was an outsider after all. He was very tactful and came to the yard to see the carp under the pretext of going to the bathroom. He was not interested in those so-called secrets at all, and they were not as good-looking as the fish. Brother-in-law. Xiao Yuyan chased him out and said playfully, "You are so bad. You are so rich, but you still pretend to be poor. Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yi Tian said, "How can I pretend to be poor? You didn't pretend? Then you sell pancakes?" Yi Tian laughed and said, "Who told you that rich people must eat fish and meat every day, hold power in the world when awake, and sleep on the lap of beautiful women when drunk? Selling pancakes is my hobby. Hey, you are really different from the rich people I know." Yi Tian found it interesting, so he followed the topic and asked, "What do the rich people you know do on weekdays?" Xiao Yuyan said, "What can they do? They just pick up girls, drink, and drive sports cars around. Compared with them, you are too down-to-earth." "Ha, I can only say that everyone has different interests and hobbies." Yi Tian threw a handful of bait into the pond, causing thousands of carps to roll over, and the scene was spectacular. "Brother-in-law, how much money do you have?" Xiao Yuyan asked suddenly. What a child who was ignorant of the world. "Very rich, but there is still a big gap compared to the richest man." This is not Yi Tian being modest. Yi Tian was bored and checked the internet before. The personal assets of the richest man in China, Mr. Ma, reached 260 billion a few years ago. His 4 billion is nothing compared to Mr. Ma. However, he is still very confident that he can surpass Mr. Ma. "I have a system, so who am I afraid of?" If another person stood in front of her and said that he was very rich, but there was still a big gap compared to the richest man, Xiao Yuyan's first reaction was that he was bragging, and the second reaction was shameless. But facing Yi Tian, Xiao Yuyan only felt that this cousin-in-law was too cool, and he actually compared himself with the richest man. Not only rich, but also dream. "Have you and your father been living abroad before?" Yi Tian asked back when he was free. "Well, I went abroad with my dad when I was very young. This is the first time I have returned to China since I grew up." Xiao Yuyan nodded vigorously. "Then you speak Mandarin very well." "It's okay, cousin-in-law, why didn't cousin Xiaorong come with you?" "She is busy with company matters." "Oh, then where do you and cousin Xiaorong live?" "I will stay in China for a long time in the future." "Can I visit your house?" "Sure, you are welcome at any time." Cousin-in-law. Xiao Yuyan is like a child who has not grown up. Not only does she have many questions, but she also speaks fast. Fortunately, the elders in the room had finished chatting, otherwise if they continued like this, Yi Tian was really afraid that he would not be able to bear her 100,000 wise way of chatting. "Grandma, I'm going back first, and I'll come to visit you another day." Yi Tian bowed and said goodbye. Grandma was unhappy and said, "You kid, why are you leaving so soon? If there is nothing urgent, stay and have dinner together. It's rare for you Ren and Yu Yan to come back, but I have an appointment with Xiaorong." Yi Tian was a little embarrassed. Grandma smiled and said, "Oh? Could it be that today is a special day for you young couple?" "That's not the case. I just invested some money in Xiaorong's company. Xiaorong and the two elders want to treat me to dinner." "Oh. Then call them over, let's go together. I haven't seen you for so long, I miss you so much." "Okay." Yi Tian nodded. Xiaorong and her family of 3 were flattered by the invitation of the grandma. As we all know, Grandma is a quiet person who doesn't like noise. Normally, it's good to see her twice a year. Today, she suddenly invited them to dinner. Although Yi Tian's face was involved, she was still very happy. In the evening, Xiaorong's family of 3 arrived at the old house. Zhao's father and mother had a lively conversation with Xiao Yuren. Yi Tian, Xiaorong, and Xiao Yuyan, the 3 young people, sat next to Grandma in turn. "Strange, why is my cousin's husband so cold to my cousin Xiaorong? Did they have a fight?" Xiao Yuyan was keenly aware that something was wrong between Yi Tian and Xiaorong. From the time Xiaorong entered the room until now, the only communication between them was, "I'm here." "Yeah. Sister." Xiao Yuyan said softly, "What happened between you and your brother-in-law?" Xiaorong's eyes were solemn. "Nothing." "You still say nothing. I feel that you two don't look like a couple at all, and you're barely even friends." Xiao Yuyan said innocently, "Did your brother-in-law bully you?" "Don't guess." Xiaorong felt bitter in her heart. "What happened between us can't be explained in a few words." "Wrong. The grandmother suddenly called out, and smiled kindly, "Don't blame me, an old woman, for worrying about you. You and Xiao Tian are not young anymore. It's time to have a child. Don't put all your energy into your career. You can never make enough money. It's enough to spend." "I know, Grandma." Xiao Rong lowered her head and glanced at Yi Tian from the corner of her eye. Seeing that he was not moved at all, as if he didn't hear it, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, this impromptu family dinner ended quickly. After staying with the grandmother for a while, Yi Tian said goodbye and left. As soon as he got on the tricycle, Xiao Yuyan followed him out jogging, smiling, and saying, "Cousin, where are you going?" "Home." "Then can I go to your house to play?" "I haven't adjusted to the jet lag yet, but now I'm energetic." Yi Tian was speechless for a while. "Shouldn't I get more sleep to adjust to the jet lag? Why did it become a play at your place?" But he didn't mind. "Okay, get on." Hee, great." Xiao Yuyan stood on the tricycle and let Yi Tian carry her away. Xiao Yuyan's pure and beautiful appearance unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many passers-by, and some even took pictures of them and posted them on WeChat Moments. This is what love should look like. Yi Tian naturally had no idea about all this. Imperial Bay, Building A1. Wow. Wow. Ah. It was not until she entered the villa that Xiao Yuyan deeply understood what it meant to be a super rich man. The house she lived in abroad was already luxurious, but compared to this, it was just a pitiful matchbox. The happiness of rich people is really unimaginable. Brother-in-law. Xiao Yuyan was interrupted by Yi Tian. "Call me brother here, not brother-in-law. My parents don't know that Xiao Rong and I are married." What? Xiao Yuyan tried hard to understand this complicated relationship. Suddenly, a woman with a proud figure walked by and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi." "Lu Ruyan?" Yi Tian said, "Why are you here?" "I heard that uncle likes to drink, so I brought some wine here." "This is Xiao Yuyan, this is Lu Ruyan. Your two names sound quite similar." Yi Tian invited the two girls to sit down. "I have discovered that there is never a lack of beauties around Mr. Yi. Just now, Yuqin Xiaoyao and Ning Xiaotong came over. When they saw you were not there, they were very disappointed and left. These two girls, instead of filming well, they just know how to play." Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. Lu Ruyan stretched. "I have to go back to the company to deal with some matters. Mr. Yi, let's talk another day." "Okay, bye." After sending Lu Ruyan out of the door and turning back, Yi Tian found that Xiao Yuyan's eyes were a little sharp, and he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuyan said angrily, "Brother-in-law, how can you do this?" "Yi Tian? What's wrong with me? Naughty child, what are you talking about? You obviously already have cousin Xiao Rong. How can you still be entangled with these questionable women? Don't deny it, I can see that this Lu Ruyan likes you very much just now, and the way she looks at you is different." Yi Tian lay down on the sofa and drank a glass of champagne, and said with a smile, "Child, don't guess if you don't know anything. I'm not a child. I'm just small. I'll be 20 after the new year." Xiao Yuyan stomped her feet hard, stood up for Xiao Rong, and said angrily, "I thought you were different from other men at first, but I didn't expect. You disappoint me so much." Yi Tian was so angry that he laughed on the spot. "You obviously don't know anything, but you are still talking nonsense. I just took your words as innocent." "I don't know. You won't tell me." Xiao Yuyan said angrily, "Why didn't you tell uncle and aunt about your marriage to cousin Xiao Rong? Do you think cousin Xiao Rong's family is too poor and not worthy of you? What a powerful imagination." Yi Tian rubbed his temple. "The situation is just the opposite of what you said. What does the opposite mean?" Xiao Yuyan felt that her brain was not working well. Could it be that cousin Xiao Rong looked down on Yi Tian? This was totally illogical. Yi Tian was handsome, had a good personality, and was rich. Which woman would not like him? It was a pity that Yi Tian could not hear Xiao Yuyan's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely give her a few big thumbs up. If you are curious about the answer to this question, go ask your cousin. I have something to do and I have to go out now. Yi Tian was a very clear-headed man. Although he liked Xiao Yuyan from the bottom of his heart, he would not say bad things about Xiao Rong behind her back, as this would make him look too low-class. "Wherever you go, I'll go too." Xiao Yuyan jumped up. "Let's see the progress of the new episode of the variety show." "Variety show?" Xiao Yuyan said with contempt, "I'm not belittling domestic variety shows. Except for the Go Fighting Men's Gang a few years ago, which is a bit interesting, other variety shows are just fooling fools and coaxing children. Oh, by the way, the Go Fighting Women's group that was newly aired yesterday is great." Yi Tian laughed and took Xiao Yuyan, who was kept in the dark, to Building B1. The two communities are not far apart, and it only takes 10 minutes to get there by sightseeing bus. When they arrived at the scene, the lights in the yard were bright, and dozens of staff were busy, as if they were recording indoor scenes. "Hey, isn't that teacher Huang Sancher?" Xiao Yuyan opened her mouth in surprise. "The one next to him, that's a big fool." "Impolite, what big fool? That's teacher Sunday." Yi Tian gently tapped Xiao Yuyan's head and led her in. "Young Master Yi. Boss Yi. Brother." A group of people saw Yi Tian and hurriedly came over. Yi Tian smiled and said, "You are busy, don't worry about me, I just came to take a look." Okay. The staff dispersed. Yi Tian brought Xiao Yuyan to Huang Sancher and Sun Huanglei. "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." "What's hard about that? It's not hard at all. It's much easier than cooking for me," Huang Sancher said with a smile. Sun Huanglei also said, "Not only is it not hard, it's also quite fun." Yi Tian nodded. "Let me introduce you to. This is my sister Xiao Yuyan." Xiao Yuyan instantly turned into a little fangirl and said excitedly, "Teacher Huang. Teacher Sun. I like you so much. Can you sign an autograph for me?" "Of course," the two said in unison. "Brother." Yuqin Xiaoyao ran over quickly, not avoiding suspicion, and she hugged Yi Tian's neck. Whether it should happen or not, it happened last night. Yi Tian didn't care at all and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. This is my sister, Xiao Yuyan." "Sister Yuyan." Xiao Yuyan was already stunned and stammered, How could it be? Aren't you teacher Yuqin from the Extreme Girl group?" "What teacher Yuqin? Just call me Sister Yuqin. What we are shooting now is the content of the Extreme Girl group." Yuqin Xiaoyao smiled. Ah. Xiao Yuyan was completely stunned. This shock lasted until she returned to her temporary residence. Father Xiao Yuan complained, "You kid, you've been running around since you came back to China. Where have you been? You didn't answer my calls or reply to my messages." Xiao Yuyan raised her head slowly and spoke mechanically. "Dad, brother Yi Tian is really a rich man, did you know that? He is the founder of the Extreme Girl group." "What?" Xiao Yuan was shocked. "Is it true? Have you met Ning Xiaotong?" "Yes, I have. I have met Sister Qin, Sister Zhao, and Sister Su." Xiao Yuan scratched his face so hard that his old face was deformed. "I envy you so much." "That's right, Xiao Yuan is a fan of the Extreme Girl group, especially Ning Xiaotong, who looks quiet but is ruthless in doing things." In the next few days, there was a pair of fan father and daughter at the Extreme Girl group shooting site. God knows what they do. They follow the crew wherever they shoot. When they get to the place, they don't talk. They just sit down on the side with their small stools. If Yi Xiao hadn't told the crew that this was a friendly force, they would have even suspected that the father and daughter were spies sent by a hostile company. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for the second episode of Extreme Girl Group to be broadcast. With the participation of two top artists, Huang Sancher and Sun Huanlei, the expectations for the program went through the roof. 10 minutes before the official broadcast, the TV ratings reached a terrifying 144%. What does this mean? You know, the ratings of the most popular variety shows are only hovering around 978%. There is nothing happier in the world than a family gathering together to watch variety shows and eat snacks during a relaxing holiday. Building A1 was bustling at this time. In addition to the four female MCs Qin Xiaoyao, Ning Xiaodong, Su Weiwei, and Zhao Shishir, Qin Yan, Pang Wei, and Zhang Shengfeng were also on the scene. Of course, there are also the fanatical fans of the Xiao family, father and daughter. As the program was broadcast, the laughter and exclamations never stopped. In fact, when the first episode was broadcast last week, the second episode had already been produced, and the overall investment was nearly 100 million. But in order to create a classic, Yi Tian deleted it directly with a wave of his hand and ordered people to re-record from scratch, otherwise the two flying guests Huang Sancher and Sun Huanlei would only appear in the third episode. In the program, Sun Huanlei, "My God, old fox, you have met your opponent this time. These girls are too cruel." Huang Sancher, don't panic, they have Zhang Liang's plan, I have a ladder, and I am afraid of who I am when it comes to strategy. Ziqi, teacher Huan, don't underestimate them, they never play by the rules. Oh. It's bad. They are taking revenge again, jump off the boat quickly. Boom! The cruise ship worth tens of millions turned into ashes. Several flying guests swam to the shore in a miserable state. Ziqi complained, "I told you long ago that they are so cruel. Is this a variety show or are you playing with your life? Can you consider that the bodies of old people like me and Huang Lei can't stand you doing this?" Huang Sancher screamed to the sky. The program effect was directly maximized. As the program was broadcast, Extreme Girl Group not only once again topped the hot search list, but also brought several top 10 hot searches. Third place on the hot search list, Extreme Girl Group is rich and powerful. Last time it blew up a car, this time it blew up a boat. What will it blow up next time? Fifth place on the hot search list, everyone feels sorry for Huang Sanshur. Seventh place on the hot search list, everyone feels sorry for Sun Huanglei. Ninth place on the hot search list, Ziqi said in the program that he was going to be played badly. Tencent, variety show production department. The director slammed the table and angrily scolded a group of variety show directors. Look at the variety shows made by others, and then look at ours? Are we short of money or people? Last time, the boss scolded me to death. If we lose again this time, you all will get out of here. Director, it's not that we don't want to make a good show, it's just that the other party is too. The flying guests are secondary. The most important thing is that they don't have any advertisements throughout the whole show, and the viewing effect is very enjoyable. Yes, director, now on the internet, the reputation of the Extreme Girl Group has exploded. If we want to beat them, unless we remove a lot of advertisements. How is this possible? The sponsors will not agree. Without advertising, there is no point in us producing this variety show. Not only will the sponsor disagree, but the boss will also not agree. Yeah, and it's normal to insert hard and soft advertisements in variety shows. Once we follow the trend of Extreme Girls Group, it will definitely cause protests from other big variety shows. A group of directors and producers expressed their opinions one after another, and the argument was fierce. The director raised the corner of his mouth and snorted, "Enough, stop arguing." When the scene quieted down, the director spoke slowly. The boss said that we must win this battle at all costs and consolidate our position in the variety show industry that we have worked so hard to obtain. Do you understand what it means to win at all costs? First, all soft advertisements will be removed. Only the opening advertisement of the exclusive sponsor will be kept, and the ads during breaks will be reduced from 6 to 3. Second, we will comprehensively benchmark the Extreme Girls Group, conduct an in-depth analysis of this team, and then highly replicate it. Let's put it this way, we not only have to have what the Extreme Girls Group has, but we must also be more generous than them. After all, we at Tencent have the title of the strongest reference king on earth. Third, we have to hurry and make sure it is released before their third episode is aired to catch them off guard. Fourth, don't worry about the funding issue. The boss has already said that the investment per episode will start from 200 million. There is no upper limit. If you can't spend all the money, get out. 200 million per episode? Boss, are you serious? How many times has the production cost increased? The directors were all stunned. The director sneered and said, I forgot to tell you that the 200 million is purely for production costs, and the star announcement fee is another expense. Buzz buzz buzz. A group of people's heads were buzzing. They are all old hands in this industry. How could they not know that the production cost of a variety show is assuming 100 million? For one season, of which 80 million is for star announcement fees, and only 20 million will be used in the production of the program. This time they calculated them separately. In other words, the boss directly increased the production cost tenfold. How can we spend 200 million in one episode of a variety show? People looked at each other, as if they couldn't think of a better way except to blow up cars, cruise ships, and houses. Director, who are we going to invite to be the main guest of our new variety show? Someone asked the point. Whether a variety show is good or not, the content is of course important, but what is more important is the participants. The second episode of Extreme Girl Group, the reason why it became a hit is not only because of its wonderful content and comfortable viewing experience, but more importantly, it has the participation of 3 top artists, Huang Sanshur, Sun Huanglei, and Ziqi. The boss said that this time, let the village flower carry the banner. We must beat the Extreme Girl Group to a pulp. We must make them never be able to turn over. The director raised his mouth. Village flower, this time it's a sure thing. We must win. On the other side, Yi Tian had no idea that the Extreme Girl Group he created had been benchmarked and unilaterally declared war on. At this time, he was holding his celebration banquet with a group of people at the Guomao, which was very lively. The chief director in charge of the Extreme Girl Group said with a smile on his face, Mr. Yi, your strategy is effective after all. We almost broke the record of the variety show and dominated the hot searches. It's great. The performances of several MCs and flying guests were super wonderful. Now their fans have grown from 0 to millions. The captain Xiao Yao has even taken the lead in breaking through 1 million fans. Yuqin is awesome. Cheers. Yuqin and Xiao Yao hurriedly stood up and bowed. her eyes red as she said, "Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely keep up the good work and live up to everyone's expectations." Yi Tian smiled and said, "What's the point of disappointing or not, as long as you are happy? Life is short, just live the way you want." Brother Ye's state of mind, I, Qin Yan, admire you very much. My fat Wei is also convinced. Come on, let's shout a slogan together. Swish swish swish. A group of people stood up, with their right hands bent over their hearts. I am willing to donate my heart for Master Yi. Xiao Yuyan stood up and said weakly, "Donate heart, okay, you guys in the late middle school, hurry up and eat. Have a good rest today, and discuss which star to invite as a flying guest tomorrow." Yi Tian couldn't help laughing. The pleasant dinner ended and everyone dispersed. At this time, everyone didn't smell the danger at all, until the next morning, when Yi Tian woke up and had breakfast. The first place on the hot search list had changed to Village Flower Yang Jinli official announcement. Participating in the recording of the new national variety show. Hot search list second, Vanguard. Village Flower was ordered in danger. Fight for Tencent. Hot search list third, Koi goes to war. No grass grows. Hot search list fifth, Supergirl Group. Yang Jinli fights in the C position. Hot search list sixth, Can the Village Flower turn the tide? Hot search list seventh, Fans make Village Flower armor overnight. The popularity of the Extreme Girls Group has increased from first, was directly squeezed to the 8th place. The temperature is getting hotter and hotter, but the Extreme Girls Group is getting colder and colder. Emperor Bei, B1. This is a sniper. Shameless Tencent. The chief director was so angry that he slammed the script on the table. Even if you are playing cards, you can't play like this. Who can afford to play a king bomb right at the beginning? Zhang Shengfeng had a gloomy face, Qin Yan was silent, and Pang Wei rubbed his fat face. It's bad, brother. Young Master Yi. Boss Yi. Seeing Yi Tian push the door in, everyone stood up. Yi Tian waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and smiled. What are you doing? You all look sad. Yuqin Xiaoyao rubbed his eyes and said, Brother, we can't beat the Village Flower. You admit defeat before the fight? Yi Tian didn't care, smiled and touched Yuqin Xiaoyao's head. Did I say you must win? People looked over. No one likes to lose, neither do I, but winning or losing is not important in life, as long as you are happy and be yourself. Yi Tian embraced Yuqin Xiaoyao lovingly. Don't have any pressure, be happy yourself and bring happiness to everyone. This is what an artist should do. Brother Yuqin Xiaoyao's eyes turned red and nodded vigorously. I know. Yi Tian smiled and said, Village Flower is indeed our #1 rival. I didn't expect to catch such a big koi right at the beginning. Tencent is really powerful. Okay, you guys get ready, I won't bother you. Yi Tian left with a smile. Winning or losing? He really doesn't care about it, having fun is the king. There is still half a month before the system is upgraded. Yi Tian pinched his eyebrows. On the way back, he met Xiao Yuyan who had shamelessly gotten a silver pass from Yi Tian. The girl said with joy on her face, Brother, have you seen the Weibo? The village girl is carrying the banner and wants to challenge your Extreme Girl Group. Can you help me get her autograph? I am a die-hard villager of Yueya village. Yi Tian glared at her, I want it too. The filming locations are not in the same place, let's talk about it when we have a chance to meet in the future. Xiao Yuyan hugged Yi Tian's arm and cheered, I'll go wherever you go in the future. Don't you have to work? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at her. I don't need it. My dad has tens of millions of assets, which is enough for me to squander for a while. You spendthrift girl. Friday night is a night that is destined to be recorded in the history of variety shows, and it is also a night of climax for all villagers. The premiere of the national variety show Supergirl Group was a great success. With the amazing appeal of the Village Flower, it directly won a 158% audience rating. The super sophisticated film and television level production and excellent viewing experience made this variety show a god in one episode, and all major authoritative stations gave it a score of more than 8. On the same day, the Village Flower Yang Jinli slaughtered the list bloodily, and the top 10 of the hot search list were all included in the bag, and the bloodiness can be seen. No wonder the general director of the Tyant Group looked sad. The terrifying fan appeal and variety sense of the Goose Factory General Village Flower are simply not comparable to the 4 of Yuqin Xiaoyao. On Saturday night, the 3rd episode of Extreme Girls was successfully broadcast. Although it also achieved a 156% audience rating, it was not as good as the Supergirls. As the variety show was broadcast, a large number of haters suddenly emerged on the internet to criticize the 4 MCs. The only hot search was, why is Ning Xiaoton's knee blue? What did she do last night? Imperial Baby won. So Xiaoton, what's wrong with your legs? Yi Tian asked after turning off his phone. Ning Xiaotong rubbed her knee, her eyes slightly red as she said, I hit it during the filming. I have had arthritis these days. I didn't have a night meeting with any big boss, let alone sleep with anyone. I don't know why they are spreading rumors about me. Yuqin Xiaoyao said, brother, it's true. Tong Tong and I are together 24 hours a day, and she is definitely not what people say on the internet. Yi Tian smiled and said, of course I know it's true. The more famous you are, the more gossip you will have. If someone is slandering you, it means you are starting to get on the uphill road. Xiaotong, how is your leg now? Is it better? Ning Xiaotong wiped away her tears, I took the medicine, and it's better. That's good. You should get some rest. I've told you so many times that your health is the most important. Yi Tian smiled and said, let's go and find a place to eat. The third episode is pretty good. Just keep up this level. The big eater, whose original name was Zhao Taizhu and later changed his name to Zhao Shishir, said heartlessly, great, I'm starving to death. Mr. Yi. The chief director came over and said, I just got a call from the director of Tencent. He said he wanted to cooperate with us and invite us, the main creators, to their headquarters. Oh? Yi Tian heard it. Okay, let's go and see what they want to say. You go and book the tickets. We will go to Tencent in the evening. That. The chief director laughed bitterly, Mr. Yi, you agreed too quickly. Aren't you afraid that this is a Hongmen banquet? Hongmen banquet? Yi Tian asked curiously, what do you mean? Are they going to kill us? Of course not. The chief director said, Geely is famous for everything that can be borrowed and everything that can be acquired. Their core slogan is following the trend is the safest creation. If you can't get rid of you, acquire you. Putting aside variety shows, Tencent has acquired countless internet game companies in recent years. He invited us over this time, 9 out of 10 times he is targeting the 4 MCs, Yi Tian understood, you mean, he is very likely to buy the Tencent group. It's not possible, it's certain. The chief director is too familiar with Tencent's routines, in the face of money, how many people can resist the temptation? If it is really helpful for their future development, it doesn't matter if they sell it. Yi Tian spread his hands. Yuqin Xiaoyao was dumbfounded, brother? You want to sell us? Ning Xiaotong was surprised, Su Weiwei frowned slightly, Yi Tian, are you short of money? Why are you so excited? Yi Tian smiled and said, I'm just considering your future development. No matter how poor I am, I can't come up with billions. I was scared to death. I thought you really wanted to sell us. Yuqin Xiaoyao patted his chest and said angrily, brother, don't sell me. If you are willing to follow me, follow me. If you don't want to follow me, it doesn't matter if you want to develop in Tencent. As I said when I signed you at the beginning, you are completely free. There is no superior-subordinate relationship between us. Yi Tian smiled, let's go, let's eat. Let's go to Tencent to take a look in the evening. Brother! I want to go too. Xiao Yuyan screamed, I want the village beauty's autograph. Not with you. Yi Tian said deliberately. Xiao Yuyan burst into tears, you are bullying me. If you don't take me, I will go by myself. It's useless to go. You are not invited and they can't let you in. Woo wow! Xiao Yuyan cried even harder, why are you like this? Okay, Yuyan, didn't you hear that brother was teasing you, brother? Don't bully Yuyan, this child is not very smart. Yuqin Xiaoyao deliberately teased, making everyone in the room laugh, and the atmosphere changed from repressive to joyful. Humph, you are annoying. Xiao Yuyan hit Yi Tian hard. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Tian took Yuqin Xiaoyao and other main creators to Shenzhen, the headquarters of Tencent. It has been 3 episodes since the broadcast of Extreme Girl Group. The popularity of the 4 MCs has gradually become popular. Unsurprisingly, it caused a sensation at the airport and was surrounded and blocked by a large number of fans. In the end, the airport sent a large number of security guards to maintain order. The airport administrator complained, I say, brothers, next time there is such a group action, can you notify us first? Don't fight a surprise war, our staff has been very hard. The chief director apologized hurriedly, saying that he was inconsiderate this time and would inform in advance next time he had a schedule. Because he had greeted the Shenzhen municipal government before boarding the plane, it was much smoother when he got off the plane. The airport arranged a large number of security guards to maintain order. The person in charge of receiving everyone was a secretary, who smiled and said, the performances of the several people were really great. I will follow every episode. Thank you for your love, we will continue to work hard. Ning Xiaotong responded with a smile. Can I see Sister Village Flower? Is Sister Village Flower in the company? Xiao Yuyan asked with wide eyes. Yes, Miss Jeanli and the director are waiting for you in the company. Yeah. Great. A moment later, everyone arrived at the Tencent headquarters. Welcome, Xiaoyao, Xiaodong, Weiwei, Sure. The girl nicknamed Village Flower, whose real name is Yang Jinli, smiled and greeted them, and gave all the girls present a big hug. Xiao Yuyan cried excitedly, Sister Village Flower hugged me, Sister Village Flower hugged me. Woo! I don't want to take a shower in my life. Ah? No shower for the rest of your life? Wouldn't you stink? Yang Jinli laughed. Ha ha. What a straightforward girl. We chatted all the way upstairs. In the conference room, the director came up to us with a smile on his face. Finally, you are here. Please take a seat. When everyone was seated, the director smiled and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. This time, I invited you all here because it was my boss' idea. He wants to form a group. The performance of the Extreme Girl group in the previous episodes is obvious to all. If they join forces with the Super Girl group, they will definitely be able to create the strongest girl group in the country. As for the contract, we have prepared it. Please take a look. At Yi Tian's signal, Jiang Shengfeng took the contract. Before leaving, Yi Tian had greeted Jiang Shengfeng and asked him to be the nominal creator of the girl group to connect with Tencent, and his identity was an assistant. The disguise was relatively successful. So far, no one has discovered that Yi Tian is the hidden boss in the team. Mr. Liao, let's talk in detail after I finish reading the contract. Jiang Shengfeng said, neither servile nor overbearing. Of course, there's no rush. You must be tired after traveling thousands of miles to Shenzhen. We have prepared a special lounge. Take a rest first. The company will have a special banquet in the evening. Okay, thank you for your trouble. At that moment, Yi Tian and his group went to the lounge under the leadership of the director. During the chat, several girls and Yang Jinli were very enthusiastic. Yang Jinli himself was just as rumored, with a straightforward and carefree personality, without any star airs. The girls who were going to rest formed a group to visit the company at the suggestion of Yang Jinli, while Yi Tian and Jiang Shengfeng returned to the lounge. In the lounge, Jiang Shengfeng knocked on the contract and said, Young Master Yi, there is a problem with this contract. Is there a trap? Yi Tian asked. No, the conditions they offered are very generous. As far as I know, there are no more than 10 people in the circle who can get this kind of S-level contract. Jiang Shengfeng frowned. Yi Tian said, isn't this a good thing? Jiang Shengfeng sighed, I think this is more like a sugar-coated bullet. Their purpose is to win people's hearts. Their intention to poach the 4 MCs is obvious. This is the trick used most often by big companies. They tell you about dreams and the future first, wait for you to take the bait and officially sign with their company. The next step is endless work, and they call it for your star career. In fact, Yi Tian smiled, normal, doesn't your royal entertainment do the same? Jiang Shengfeng blushed, to make money. Well, Mr. Yi, should we remind them? These girls are too young, it is easy to be blinded by some illusions. No need. Yi Tian said leisurely, let them choose freely. I never created a girl group to make money. Later, when Yuqin Xiaoyao and the others came back, they all cried like rabbits. Those who didn't know thought they were beaten. After careful questioning, they learned that they had been strolling and chatting with Yang Jinli. The girls were not only of similar age, but also born at the bottom of society. They had a lot of common topics and got involved in the chat. According to Yuqin Xiaoyao's oral statement, Yang Jinli cried more than them. Xiao Yuyan wiped her tears and said, Sister Jinli has not had a good life. She has come to this day with blood and tears step by step. Woo woo. Brother. Xiao Yuyan came over, Sister Jinli is so pitiful. She has less than 4 hours of rest every day. Can you invite her to our group? Our group? Yi Tian laughed, why, you want to join the girl group? I don't want to. Xiao Yuyan blushed, I don't know anything. I can't do anything. Joining a girl group will embarrass you. Oh, what I mean is. I know what you mean, but you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of fish? Maybe your sister Koi is enjoying this fulfilling life? Yi Tian smiled and said, you guys, go, and have a rest quickly. Look at your red eyes. There will definitely be a lot of media coming to the scene in the evening. Pay a little attention to your image. The night fell quietly, and the Tencent dinner officially began. Yang Jinli and the 4 female MCs were naturally the focus of the whole audience. They didn't even have time to eat a bite of food before they were invited by a large number of media to take pictures and be interviewed. Yi Tian became the most leisurely person at the table, eating and drinking as he pleased, without delaying anything. Although Yi Tian seemed inconspicuous in this starry night, his inner confidence and aura attracted the attention of one person, and that person was Yang Jinli. Assistant Yi Tian? What a joke, how can someone who can see the light from hundreds of meters away be an assistant? In the night sky, the crescent moon is like a hook, and the stars are shining. It is not easy to see such a night sky in a top city like Shenzhen. I always thought that I was the only one who would come to the rooftop to watch the stars when I had nothing to do. Hearing Yang Jinli's voice behind him, Yi Tian turned his head and smiled. You still have time to watch the stars? I just checked your schedule, it's full, you have to fly to Paris at 3 in the morning. Yang Jinli smiled and said, so I'm taking some time out to relax. Yi Tian, you are the founder of the girl group, right? Sure enough, he was honest. Yes. Yi Tian did not hide it at all. I don't know anything about contracts, so I can only let Jiang Shangfeng represent me. This cooperation will most likely be successful, so please take care of the villagers who admire you. That's for sure, we are all the same kind of people. Yang Jinli looked up at the stars and said, well, they are all people who took the script that was supposed to be used for sacrifice to the sky, but ended up going against the sky. Yi Tian was inspired. Yang Jinli was surprised and said, you even know this? If you are not a senior villager, it is impossible to know the sacrifice script incident. Yi Tian took out a highlighter from nowhere, pulled his clothes and said, I am also a villager of Uea village, please ask the village flower to sign. Yang Jinli. Extreme, Super, the two major girl groups' joint activities were undoubtedly on the hot search list the next day. This was undoubtedly a heavy nuclear bomb dropped in the variety show circle. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a collective climax of fans. Yi Tian likes to watch variety shows, but it does not mean that he likes to participate. After staying in Shenzhen for 2 days, he went back to Haijing first. Anyway, the transportation is well developed now, and it only takes a few hours to go anywhere. You can visit the set anytime when you are bored. Time flies, and a week has passed unknowingly. That afternoon, Yi Tian was selling pancakes at the gate of Hongmei Primary School. When he was about to close the stall, a couple came towards him, obviously arguing. Male, Xiaoqing, please, give me another chance. I promise you, I will work harder. Female, I am no longer at the age of listening to love. Tell me yourself, how many chances have I given you? I thought you would have a better life after entering Tencent. But what did you do? You didn't even tell me that you resigned? Do you think of me as your girlfriend? Have you ever considered me? Man, didn't I tell you? If I told you at that time, you would definitely not let me resign. Tencent is indeed very good, but it has different values from mine. I just want to make a game that everyone really likes, not those fast food games on the market that become stronger by paying Krypton Gold. I don't understand what values in Krypton Gold are. I just want to ask you one question, Yanhua. Do you still want to be with me? Yanhua, yes. Ha, it's easy to say. You don't have a job now. What are you going to do with the 200,000 betrothal gifts? Yanhua, give me some more time. A woman's most precious youth is only a few years, and I have given you 2 years. Yanhua, Xiaoqing. Let's break up. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, shook off Yanhua's hand, turned around and left. Xiaoqing. I can really succeed. Why don't you believe me? Give me another 2 years. No, just 1 year will do. Yanhua burst into tears. However, Xiaoqing ignored it. She was completely disappointed with this man. Compared with Yanhua, the small boss with a car and a house introduced by her parents was obviously more suitable for her. Xiaoqing, please, don't leave me. Yanhua's legs softened and he knelt down. Xiaoqing turned around silently. Yanhua, I'll tell you the truth, I don't love you anymore. I will get married in a month. The man you saw while shopping that day was not my cousin, but my blind date. Woo woo woo. Yanhua burst into tears and was heartbroken. Goodbye, never contact me again. Xiaoqing turned her head away cruelly.